It was a beautiful day today. The skies were clear and there wasn't even the slightest bit of wind. Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to be weak and had little Shish to support her to the middle of the courtyard to get some sun. When one was acting in a play, one needed to go on for the entire set. The rays of the winter sun on her body felt as warm and comforting as a mother's loving hand gently stroking her face. Yu Xiaoxiao was so comfortable that she almost fell asleep. Even the sight of Madame Li peeking through the window didn't annoy her much. As the sun started to set in the west, Yu Hai and Xiaolian came back. Judging from the incandescent smile on Xiaolian's face, the spoils of the day were good. Yu Hai picked up his youngest daughter and transferred her from the somewhat chilly courtyard back to the room. After checking the temperature on the Kong bed, he went to add some more firewood to the fire pit beneath the bed. He smiled as he watched his two daughters, who resembled each other more and more with each passing day, as they whispered in each other's ears. He said, "You two sisters can continue to talk, father is going to go up the mountain to chop some more firewood and come back. The older and experienced villagers have all said that this year will be a harsh winter. Being prepared with extra firewood will surely pay off. Father, I'll go with you." Little Shish too had been feeling stuffy after being stuck at home for most of the day. He brought along his little attendant, the little roe deer named Tiny, and eagerly scampered behind his father. Xiaolian waited until her father had left the home before she looked all around the courtyard and carefully closed the door. Only then did she take off her shoes and went up on the Kong bed right next to Xiaoxiao. She fished out a 5-tael ingot from her chest pocket and quickly shoved it into her younger sister's hands and quietly said, "Quickly hide the money and don't let grandmother and eldest aunt see. We really caught a lot of game today. In addition to the game from yesterday, we sold them all for 5 taels. However, when Junsho restaurant was paying the bill, they didn't give the money to father and instead gave it to me. Don't you think that's odd? What was weird about that? In the past, Xiaoxiao always took the money when she was doing business with Junsho restaurant. Last time she even handled the prize of 50 taels. So why would it be any different with the smaller sum of 5 taels? Xiaoxiao put away the money in a very natural manner and replied casually, "Xiaolian, is it worth it to be so happy over these couple taels?" "What do you mean by a couple taels? Before today, the most money that had ever crossed my hands was about 10 copper coins. These are the silvery taels, a whole silver ingot worth 5 taels." Xiaolian realized that the volume of her voice had been on the louder side and hurriedly clasped her hands over her mouth as she looked through the window. "Eldest aunt is so annoying. She's trying to eavesdrop on us again. I don't know if she overheard what I said earlier. If grandmother found out, her top would definitely blow." Xiaolian had seen Madame Li with a broom coming closer and closer to the west room as she swept the floor. Seeing that the window was open, Madame Li tried to backtrack and went towards the direction of the chicken coop. Yu Xiaoxiao spoke as if she didn't care. If she heard, then she heard. What can she do? We owe eldest granduncle at least a few taels of money. I'm also sick right now and will probably need to buy more medicine later. I need to carefully take care of my body so I won't end up with a chronic illness. How much can this little bit of money do? She deliberately raised her voice for the last few sentences she spoke, as if she was talking to Madame Li who was in the middle of the courtyard. Madame Li waited until the window to the west room closed and only then did she get up and spit towards the west room and said, "Bah, she's a bad investment that thinks of herself as a treasure. A few taels is more than enough to marry a wife. But now, all of it is going to feed that medicine guzzling pot in the second branch. She's seriously a bottomless pit. When she was born she should have been thrown to the south slope since raising her is just a calamity." The south slopes were at the south side of the West Mountains and were a mound full of random trash and rubble. Whenever a child in the nearby villages died prematurely or had a violent death and couldn't be interred in the family's ancestral tombs, he or she would always be buried there. Madame Li naturally didn't dare to loudly voice her complaints behind another person's back. Thus, the two sisters in the west room didn't hear her. Xiaolian was currently in the midst of excitedly telling her story of what happened when she met the young boss of Junsho restaurant. "Younger sister, you wouldn't believe just how funny that scene was. That young master from the Zhou family grabbed me as soon as he met me and called me Xiaoxiao. He even said that he had a business venture that he wanted to find out if I was interested in. At that time, I was so shocked that I couldn't react. I was just thinking of pretending to be you when our father just sincerely told him the truth and sold me out. When the third young master found out I was your twin, his whole face exuded shock and amazement and he could only say, alike, to alike. You wouldn't believe just how hilarious his expression looked at the time. Yu Xiaoxiao waited until her sister chattered to her fill and then said, Xiaolian, third young master Zhou said he had some business venture that he wanted to talk to me about. Did he say what type of business? Nope, he didn't say. I reckon that when he found out I wasn't you that he thought it would be a waste of time to tell me. Oh right, younger sister. Did they really learn how to make Junsho restaurant's special oyster sauce themed dishes from you? Father told me that the King of Hell accidentally took you there on accident and gave it to you as compensation. What did he mean by that? Tell me everything. Yu Xiaoxiao had long known that her made-up story would someday be transmitted to her close family members. Therefore, she made sure to polish her fabrication about meeting the King of Hell. She told Xiaolian what happened as if she was recalling an old story. In addition, she repeatedly cautioned Xiaolian to not let anyone outside of their family know to avoid having her become a freak in other people's eyes. Xiaolian pursed her lips and raised her eyebrows. Do you remember when you first got injured and just woke up and couldn't remember much? Our good eldest aunt had told everyone in the village that part of your soul had been captured by a demon. Since part of your soul was gone, you couldn't remember the past. She even said that people with partial souls attracted demons the most. Most of the village girls got scared by her, so they all stay far away from me. Outside the door, Madame Lu trembled incessantly from rage. What a good Madame Li. She always spread malicious rumors about the second branch, but this time she spread such a horrible story. If this was truly transmitted to every household, how could my second daughter get married in the future? My poor daughter had even been dragged to the underworld. How scared and helpless she must have felt. Then she heard Yu Xiaoxiao in the room scornfully reply, eldest aunt's wagging tongue must have been previously slapped by the bottoms of an old pair of shoes. Is she not afraid of having it pulled out in hell? Xiaolian, don't listen to her. The reason why I can't remember anything from the past is because I tried a sip of Granny Meng's soup out of curiosity. Younger sister, is the King of Hell scary? Doesn't he have 4 eyes and 2 mouths? Since Xiaolian was only an 8-year-old child, it was natural she would curious about new and novel things. Xiaoxiao pinched her cheek as Xiaolian scooted closer and laughed. The King of Hell is just the god in charge of the netherworld. He looks pretty much like us humans but is just a little more imposing. The Palace of Hell is a grand and magnificent building. However, it is dim inside and has a gloomy and frightening atmosphere. The truly scary thing is the 18 levels of Hell too. I only saw up to the 3rd level and didn't dare to look further down. However, there is no need to be afraid, those areas are only for punishing evil people. Xiaolian nodded furiously but muttered silently in her heart, eldest aunt and brother Haizai are always bullying mother and us. In the future, they are definitely getting punished in hell. Seeing that Xiaolian believed her without a doubt, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes shifted and she continued, in the Palace of Hell, I also saw the God of Fortune 3 too. He was wearing a bright scarlet red robe and there was a lucky red hat on his head. His face always had a cheerful smile on it, and he was always playing Go with the King of Hell. When he heard I had been taken by mistake, he smiled, rubbed my head and said he was going to compensate me. Suddenly there were some weird thoughts that appeared in my head. Those ideas were probably stuffed into me by the God of Fortune. Xiaolian suddenly squeaked, ah, and then quietly said, younger sister, you had never been inside the kitchen before, and you had very seldom seen an oyster. Since you unexpectedly were able to make oyster sauce, don't you think that was something the God of Fortune taught you? Then, aren't you the God of Fortune's disciple now? Xiaoxiao merely smiled but didn't bother to reply. From Xiaolian's perspective, it meant that her younger sister tacitly agreed with her conjecture. Then, wouldn't the God of Fortune give us some wealth? Little sister, when we're rich in the future, we can eat steamed white flour rolls and buy meat buns and dumplings every day. Xiaolian somewhat exaggeratedly swallowed some saliva and revealed a cute expression on her face. Madame Lu pushed the door open sadly and hugged the 2 sisters in her arms. She sighed and said, Mother doesn't want to get rich. My only wish is Cower stays healthy and the rest of you are able to grow up peacefully. That would make me the most happy. Mother, did you hear everything? Yu Xiaoxiao felt somewhat dispirited. She didn't intend to have her kind-hearted and loving mother to be worried. Silly child, in the future, don't hide everything within your heart and let mother know instead. Although your mother doesn't have many abilities, I will sacrifice my life in order to protect you and your siblings. Madame Lu could clearly sense that her youngest daughter was afraid that she would worry, so she didn't tell her the things that happened in the past. Her eyes couldn't help but brim with tears. Her most delicate little daughter would always think of her even when she had fallen sick. As her mother, didn't that mean she wasn't qualified enough? That wouldn't do, she needed to become more strong and become a mother that her children could depend on. All right, the three main members of her family had all accepted her somewhat absurd, made-up story. The most important aspect was that she was still young in age, and her descriptions of the underworld and scenes were extremely detailed and precise. The picture she painted was such that it'd be impossible for others not to believe her. Naturally, Madame Lu also warned her children repeatedly out of fear that the two of them wouldn't know the severity of the consequences should the story leak. If it did, it would cause a whole lot of trouble for her two daughters. Time passed and before they knew it, another 2 days had passed. In those 2 days, Yu Xiaosao, who had been restricted from going outside, worried endlessly about the business venture that third young master Zhou mentioned. If she was able to do business with the Zhou family, who were imperial merchants, then her money woes would be mostly settled. Even though she couldn't guarantee 100% that she wouldn't lose money, she at least had about 80% confidence that she'd earn and not lose. The uncomfortable feeling within her heart persisted, as if she had a tiny kitten inside her, scratching incessantly. Luckily, third young master Zhou didn't let her wait for too long. On the third day, he arrived at her home. The splendidly dressed young master cut a stylish figure as he rode a tall horse. Behind him was a dignified attendant who had a noble air about him. Despite that, the around 50-year-old man obviously followed and deferred to the young master completely. The delegation entered the village swiftly and caused the frozen village of Dongshan to explode in curiosity. Who are they? How would I know? They're not looking for me. Looking for you. From the way you appear, you wouldn't even be fit to take the night soil out for these people. The young master looks quite handsome. Ah, it's definitely good to be a rich person. Just look at the material of his clothes, the amount he spent on the cloth alone would be enough to feed us for an entire year. He definitely is from a high-ranking family in town. Look at what his attendant is wearing, it's even more dignified and elegant than what Moneybags Wong wears. I just don't know whether these people coming to Dongshan village is a good or bad thing. Which family was he looking for? Yu Hai's family. For the past few days, Yu Hai has been going to town every day to sell game. Did he offend some noble lord? Don't make false conjectures, you should know how easygoing Dahai is. How could he possibly cause trouble willy-nilly? Judging from the expression on the young master's face, it doesn't look like he's here to settle scores. Stop letting your imagination run wild. Once they leave, just go ask around to find out, right? Little Shishtu was crouching in front of the entrance and combing Tiny's fur with his little hands. When he heard the trotting sounds of horses, he lifted his head and looked towards the direction of the sound. He noticed that the youth leading the group looked somewhat familiar, so he couldn't help but squint his eyes to check more carefully. Young master, that 5-room house with a courtyard in front is Uncle Yu's residence. From this servant's inquiry, there were only a few households within the entire village with such a big house, but, third young master Zhou's personal manservant, Simo, paused hesitantly for a moment. What? Third young master Zhou had already recognized the little kid in front of the door from afar. It was Xiaosao's foolishly cute younger brother. This should be the place. Simo also saw the little boy dressed in a patched-up green quilted clothing and sighed, with Uncle Yu's abilities and the size of this house, the Yu family should have decent living conditions. However, the clothes on his children were even more shabby than the other children in the village. Look, isn't that Miss Xiaosao's younger brother? His worn-out clothes should have been thrown out long ago. Recently, they should have earned at least 60 to 70 taels from selling game to Junsho restaurant. It's almost the new year, but they're still unwilling to buy a new set of cotton-padded clothing for the children. Zhou Zixu frowned slightly and said, Uncle Yu doesn't look like someone who would mistreat his children. Could it be that they have some undisclosed difficulties? Having personally experienced the struggle for power and constant scheming within his family, Zhou Zixu would think deeply about every situation he encountered. Wasn't his own family like this? Had his grandparents not been around to control the family, with the display of his talent in business over the past 2 years, the second branch would have been devoured by his greedy relatives long ago. Uncle Yu probably also had his own difficulties that he couldn't express. I remember you. You're the third young master of the Zhou family, right? Little Shishtu stood up and raised his head with a beaming smile. Zhou Zixu dismounted from his horse, ruffled the little guy's messy hair, and said with a warm face, Little Shishtu, who are you calling, third young master Zhou? Call me, third brother Zhou. If you make a mistake again next time, then I'll punish you. What kind of punishment? Little Shish-2 blinked and asked curiously. I'll punish you. Joe Zixu took a box of pastries from Simo's hands and smiled. You will be forbidden to eat the pastries that third brother Joe brings over. Little Shish-2 eagerly stared at the exquisite food box within third young master Joe's hands and slowly read the name on the box, Lian Ji, Pastry Shop. Is it the Lian Ji, with the biggest storefront and the most expensive pastries in town? Doesn't this box of pastries cost a lot of money? Joe Zixu was somewhat amazed and said, oh, Little Shish-2 is so young, but you can already read. Little Shish-2 shyly scratched his head and said, when playing at Wuzi's house, I learned a few words from Brother Wen. Little Shish-2 is so smart. I heard that your second sister is sick. Joe Zixu asked. Yes, she's very sick. If eldest granduncle hadn't lent us money, my second sister might have. The little fellow lowered his head and appeared to be in low spirits. He and his older sister were both very obedient, but why does their grandmother dislike them? Shish-2, who are you talking to? Aren't you going to hurry up and gather some firewood while the weather is good? All you know is how to play. Every day, you're only concerned about eating and not doing any work. Moreover, we have to provide for a chronic invalid. I must owe you people something. Madame Zhang's jarring shrieks traveled over. Joe Zixu couldn't help but furrow his brows. He's such a young child, yet he's already being ordered to work. Just as he was deep in his thoughts, a mean-looking old lady with a fierce gaze came out of the door. With her hands on her waist, she made a stance of a shrew who loudly cursed in public. Seeing three imposing people in front of her, Madame Zhang forced down the curses that was about to come out of her mouth. In front of the courtyard was Joe Zixu, who was obviously born of noble status. Madame Zhang's originally threatening manner immediately withered down. With her shoulder drooped and head shrunken, she asked in a timid voice, You, who are you looking for? Simo had disdain for the wicked old woman's double standards and differential treatment, so he had a face of contempt as he asked, Is this Yu Hai's residence? Yu Hai, had Yu Hai offended great lords? That damn bastard is always causing trouble for our family. This young master, Yu Hai, hasn't returned from hunting in the mountains. Whatever he did has nothing to do with us. Seeing the grim expression on Simo's face, Madame Zhang was so scared that she spoke incoherently, scolding and breaking off relationships. Simo was even more displeased and impatiently interrupted her. Yu Hai isn't home, but Yu Xiaosao should be home, right? Xiaosao, is she also involved? I knew that wretch was sharp-tongued and would eventually stir up some trouble. Isn't this, that troublemaker is causing trouble for our family? Madame Zhang was completely bewildered as she murmured. Is she here or not? Simo's expression was even more ugly when he noticed that his young master had narrowed his eyes, which was a sign of his anger. Yes, in the west room. Madame Zhang trembled in fright when he suddenly raised his voice. They wouldn't be implicated by the nobleman's anger, will they? Joe Zixu threw the reins to Simo and walked into the courtyard with his steward. He looked around briefly before he turned to enter the small and cramped west room. Third young master Joe, you're finally here. It was rather dim inside the room and Joe Zixu's eyes hadn't adapted to the light inside, so he was surprised by Xiaosao's voice. Joe Zixu glanced around and saw the simple furnishings in the room. There was a large Kong bed, on which the quilts were old and shabby, but tidied up. An old rattan trunk was placed at the head of the bed. Beside the Kong bed, there was a wooden table that was about to fall apart. There wasn't anything else in the room besides these simple and old furniture. Even the lowest-ranked servants of the Zhou family had better living conditions than them. Joe Zixu's brows were tightly creased and said unhappily, What happened to the money that you earned? Where did all the money go? The quilt is already so stiff, so how are you still able to use it? Your family had earned quite a lot of money from selling game, so don't hesitate to spend it. Shish, Xiaosao swiftly pulled on third young master Zhou's arm. If she wasn't so short, she would had already covered his mouth with her hand. Third young master, I have bad health and easily fall ill, so my family has borrowed a lot of money for my medical treatment. These days, the money that my father earned from hunting wasn't even enough to repay the loan. How can we afford to buy new bedding? Yu Xiaosao amplified her voice and spoke towards the direction of the door. Joe Zixu followed her gaze and saw the harsh-looking old lady and a fat woman in the yard looking into the room from time to time. He signaled Simo with his eyes. Simo went out of the west room and stood imposingly in front of the door. With a grim expression on his face, he appeared like he was a door god as he stared at the two sneaky women, who were greedily watching them. The two women were both only fierce at home, so they recoiled in fear and went back to the main room when they saw Simo's stern gaze. Madame Li looked into the courtyard warily and whispered, "Mother. Who are these people? They look like they came to demand a payment for a debt. Did second brother-in-law borrow money from a loan shark? They charge really high interest rates, so lending 1 tael means that we have to pay back 10 taels. Madame Zhang couldn't help but panic, and scolded, "Yu Hai refused to tell us how much that wicked girl, Xiao Xiao's, medical fees cost. Third daughter-in-law said that there's ginseng in the prescription, so it must be expensive. She's such a waste of money. Even if we sold her, she wouldn't be worth the money of the ginseng. That scourge, if I knew earlier, I would had strangled her and thrown her down the mountain. Mother, what should we do now? They sent 3 people over, so second brother-in-law must had borrowed a lot of money. If second brother-in-law can't repay the debt, they wouldn't take the things in our house to pay of the debt, will they? No way. I have to securely hide all my valuables." Madame Li was somewhat unsettled and wanted to go back to her east room. Madame Zhang also felt extremely anxious, so she swiftly pulled Madame Li back and rebuked, "What valuable things do you have in your room? Eldest son wouldn't be keeping a secret stash of money behind my back, right?" Madame Li's face stiffened and hastily said, "Mother, we wouldn't do that. Dashan is the most devoted and dutiful son, so he wouldn't have such thoughts. Didn't I return to my maiden home recently? My mother gave me a piece of cloth and secretly hid some money in there for me. Mother, you're the most understanding and reasonable. You won't confiscate the money that my maiden family gave me, right?" In fact, this wasn't something that Madame Zhang hadn't done before. Every time her second daughter-in-law's maiden family came to visit, they would always leave goods or money for her. However, everything eventually ended up in Madame Zhang's pockets. Moreover, she didn't even forget to leave them a warning. If they didn't turn everything in, then she wouldn't pay the medical fees for the 2 chronic patients of the second branch. However, Madame Li's maiden family had a stronger background, so Madame Zhang didn't dare to give her the same treatment. Madame Zhang would pretend that she didn't see Madame Li constantly bringing things back from her maiden home since half of the things she brought back would be used by her grandson. All right. Would they care about the few copper coins that you have? If you're so worried, then go. But be careful and don't offend the nobles." Madame Zhang was also waiting for Madame Li to leave so that she could move the money in the cabinet to a hidden place. She didn't want to send money down to the bottomless pit made by her second son. Seeing that it had finally quieted down in the courtyard, Zhou Zixu glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao and sat on the Kong bed. "All right, they're gone now, so stop pretending to be poor. I don't have a choice either. You don't know about our family's situation. The old lady forbids the children from keeping a secret purse, especially our second branch. She's always monitoring us as if we're thieves. If she found out that I have money, wouldn't she turn the second branch upside down?" Yu Xiaoxiao didn't shy away from talking about the situation in her family. Every family had their own difficulties. Zhou Zixu shook his head and whispered, "Well, if the money continues to stay in your hand, then it will eventually be exposed. You should just take it out and invest in a business with me." He had just made a casual remark, so he hadn't expected that Yu Xiaoxiao had been waiting for him to make this suggestion. "I had heard from Shaolian. What kind of business is so difficult for third young master Zhou that you have to pull me into it? Hey, something that's too difficult for me to handle. Is there anything that I, third young master Zhou, can't do?" Zhou Zixu glared at her and said, "In gratitude for your help, I had wanted to take you along to make a fortune. However, let's just forget it since you said that." No, when Yu Xiaoxiao saw that he was going to leave, she hastily pulled him back. She was also joking earlier. If it was something that even the Zhou family, who were imperial merchants, couldn't handle, then what would a fisherman's daughter like her be able to do? All right, you, third young master Zhou, has a magnanimous heart, so don't be bothered by a little girl like me. So, what kind of business is it? Tell me the details. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and repeatedly bowed with her hands clasped. Of course, Zhou Zixu wasn't really angry at her, so he smiled and tapped her forehead. "You. Stop putting up this weird act. I want to open an oyster sauce production factory and sell the products to the big restaurants in the neighboring cities. But, as you said, the oyster sauce doesn't have a long shelf life. Thus, I wanted to ask to see if you have any solutions to this problem." Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, "If you want to open an oyster sauce factory, then the shelf life of the oyster sauce will indeed be a problem. It's all right during the winter since the temperature is low in the north. Thus, there's no problem with keeping it for several months. However, it will be rather troublesome for the summer. In her previous life, what methods were used to extend the shelf life of food? Yu Xiaoxiao wrinkled her brows and was lost in her thoughts. Although Zhou Zixu was anxious, he refrained himself from disturbing her. Yu Xiaoxiao muttered to herself, the usual method used to extend the shelf life of foods was to store them in low temperature. However, there's no refrigerator here. Icebox. Is it a box to store ice? Steward Zhou, who was brought over by Zhou Zixu, couldn't help asking a question. Yes, a box to store ice. Yu Xiaoxiao just realized that she had verbally expressed her inner thoughts, but it was difficult to explain what a refrigerator was. Thus, she just agreed with Steward Zhou's words. Steward Zhou pondered for a moment and said, it's fine to transport goods in the iceboxes during winter. However, the expense will probably be very high in the summer. Besides, how big would the ice house have to be in order to store a year's worth of ice? There's also another way to extend the shelf life, which is to add a lot of sugar and salt. However, with this method, the taste of the oyster sauce will definitely be affected. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and denied her own suggestion. Zhou Zixu, who had come from a family of imperial merchants, naturally knew the importance of a product's quality. He couldn't resist asking, are there any other ways? There is also the method of preservation with propolis. However, honey is already so expensive, let alone propolis. It wouldn't cost any less than using ice for the transportation and preservation. Propolis. Zhou Zixu had heard of honey. His mother had heard from an unknown source that she could enhance her beauty and maintain her figure by drinking honey water. Thus, she had been drinking a cup of honey water daily since last year. But what was propolis? It would be great if we can also make ice in the summer. Yu Xiaoxiao had had the habit of talking to herself since her previous life. Wasn't ice formed naturally at low temperature? Was it something that could be made? This little girl's imagination was seriously too fanciful. In his heart, Steward Zhou disagreed with the idea of his young master cooperating with a poor little girl to open a factory. Third young master, have you heard of saltpeter? Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled an article called, Ingenious Ice-Making Methods in Ancient Times, that she had read in her previous life. It seemed that since the late Tang dynasty, when gunpowder was produced, people often mined a large amount of saltpeter. Since then, there was a precedent of ice making in the summer. After that, traders, who added sugar to the ice to attract customers, began to emerge. In the Song dynasty, merchants added fruits or juices in it. The businessmen of the Yuan dynasty had even added fruit jam and milk into the ice, which was very similar to the modern ice cream. She was curious about whether there were any examples of using saltpeter to make ice in this revised time period. Saltpeter. Yes, I know. It's sold in the pharmacy. Can saltpeter make ice? Zhou Zixu had also heard her mumbles, so he automatically made the connection when she mentioned saltpeter. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with approval and nodded. When saltpeter dissolves in water, it absorbs a lot of heat and lowers the temperature of the water. It can even freeze the water. Really? How did you know? Zhou Zixu was still somewhat skeptical. Yu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, and then spoke with a stern expression, it's none of your business. If you don't believe me, then you can just go buy some saltpeter and try it. Steward Zhou stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and said, I think I might have seen a documentation that recorded the usage of saltpeter to make ice when I was organizing the ancient books that second master had collected before his death. Oh, so, it's true that saltpeter can make ice. Steward Zhou, go on. Zhou Zixu inquired with great interest. With a bitter smile, Steward Zhou shook his head and said, Second master had a large collection of books, so I don't really remember which book I had seen this from. We should listen to Miss Yu regarding the specific details of how to make the ice. Zhou Zixu's eyes lit up as he looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, as if he was a child begging for candy. Xiaoxiao, don't keep us guessing. Quickly say it, say it. You need to dig a big pond inside the factory, and then put a large vat that is half filled with water in the center of the pond. After that, put the saltpeter into the pond and fill the pond with water. I've never done this before, so I'm also uncertain about the ratio for the water and saltpeter. You will know after experimenting a few more times. Yu Xiaoxiao provided them with general guidance, but Zhou Zixu was responsible for carrying out the actual procedures. Zhou Zixu nodded and thought about how he would do the experiment when he goes back. Steward Zhou spoke up again, based on what you said, it seems like we need a large amount of saltpeter. However, the cost of saltpeter isn't low either. They had originally come up with the idea of using saltpeter to produce ice in order to reduce the production cost. However, the prime cost didn't seem much less than storing ice in an ice house. As expected, the steward in charge of the Zhou family's external affairs was sensible and had foresight. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile. Steward Zhou is correct. However, saltpeter can be reused. The method of evaporative crystallization can be used to recast the saltpeter that was dissolved in water. Steward Zhou nodded his head slightly and was inwardly surprised. She's such a young little girl. How can she have such vast knowledge and good memory? She's even more knowledgeable than a head steward like him, who boasts about reading a wide range of books. Does the Yu family have a secret that I doesn't know? It wasn't weird for him to be skeptical. At the end of the former dynasty, there was a lot of chaos caused by the war and many aristocratic families had fallen into oblivion during the long process. Could it be that a fallen aristocrat family had settled within this small fishing village? Steward Zhou, stop overthinking this matter. I have an agreement with Xiaoxiao to not make a detailed inquiry about anything except for business-related matters. What does it have to do with us? How she knew that saltpeter can make ice? Don't make things complicated. I don't want to lose a good business partner. Zhou Zixu withdrew the smile on his face and faintly said. He naturally revealed the dignified and imposing manner of a noble family's young master. As if a large bell rang loudly within heart, Steward Zhou was inwardly stunned as he came to a realization. He put aside his sidetracked thoughts and bowed with great respect and solemnity. Young master, thank you for your reminder. This old servant is deeply ashamed. When Zhou Zixu turned to face Yu Xiaoxiao, he reverted to a gentle and friendly attitude again. Now that the problem of the oyster sauce's preservation and transportation have been resolved, we can begin the construction of the oyster sauce factory in early spring. Where do you think we should open the oyster sauce factory? In terms of business, third young master Zhou definitely has more foresight than an 8-year-old girl like me. So just make the decision yourself. Yu Xiaoxiao had also sensed Steward Zhou's examining gaze earlier. Fortunately, the great lord, third young master Zhou, was here to control the situation and prevented her from making a slip. She inwardly alerted herself to keep a low profile in the future and stop standing out so much. It was impossible for Zhou Zixu to not notice her faint vigilance. However, he instinctively felt that this little girl in front of him was like an undiscovered mine, in which the hidden treasures could only be recovered by digging slowly and deeply. As for how this treasure was formed, there was no need to get to the bottom of this. He didn't want to be regretful later due to a moment of curiosity. In my opinion, it's a good idea to build the oyster sauce factory near the harbor. The traffic is very convenient whether it's by land or water. Furthermore, it's near the sea, so it will be more convenient to purchase raw materials. Zhou Zixu expressed his thoughts and asked for Yu Xiaoxiao's advice. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had learned her lesson, just smiled and nodded silently. Zhou Zixu's eyes darted around and knew how to make this little girl speak up. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Xiaoxiao and asked, do you want to invest in the oyster sauce factory? Become a shareholder. Wasn't this a modern term? Why would this term come out of third young master Zhou's mouth? Could it be that this third young master Zhou was also a transmigrator? Yu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. Zhou Zixu misunderstood her meaning and smiled. What? You don't know what become a shareholder means? When Zhongwen Emperor was still the imperial crown prince, he had established an ocean shipping corporation and pulled many high-ranking officials and noblemen to make an investment. Thus, the term, become a shareholder, began to spread within the business industry. It just means to make an investment and join in the business. Oh, Yu Xiaoxiao was frightened by the false alarm and almost broke out in a cold sweat. However, she immediately became interested when she heard that she could invest in the oyster sauce factory. But, I don't have a lot of money on hand. I only have less than 100 taels. Yu Xiaoxiao took out her secret stash of money from the corner and scratched her head in embarrassment. Zhou Zixu looked at the money that was scattered on the Kong bed. She had earned all this money from him, so of course, he knew how much money she had. He had originally intended to gift the young girl with a share of the factory, but an urge to tease her had emerged within him at this time. He coughed and said, we got the recipe for the oyster sauce from you, so I had planned to give you a share after building the factory. But, since you feel sorry about taking it for free, this money, I'll just accept it. The expression on Yu Xiaoxiao's face immediately stiffened. She helplessly watched as her money was plundered by that evil, black-hearted businessman. Her heart was bleeding. No way. She, Yu Xiaosao, could accept anything but being forced to suffer a loss in silence. Third young master Zhou, she gnashed her teeth and said, isn't it too dull for such a large factory to only produce oyster sauce? Zhou Zixu's eyes lit up. My little ancestor. I was just waiting for you to say that. What, does Xiaosao have other suggestions? Zhou Zixu looked at her with great interest. I have secret recipes for 2 more sauces. I wonder if third young master Zhou will be interested in them. Anyone who was sensible could have felt Yu Xiaosao emphasizing her tone when she said, third young master Zhou. Ah, it seemed like the little kitten was baring its claws. Zhou Zixu happily moved closer and said, I'm interested. Of course I'm interested. Quickly tell me about it. Humph. Yu Xiaosao proudly turned her head away and said, if you want my 2 secret recipes, then exchange them with shares. In fact, for the establishment of the factory, the recipe for oyster sauce and the 2 sauces that the little girl had mentioned were all obtained from Yu Xiaosao. The Zhou family had only provided money and labor. Zhou Zixu naturally wouldn't give up on an endless flow of treasures for the sake of a small profit. He gallantly exclaimed, if the 2 recipes are of the same value as the oyster sauce, then I'll give up half of the shares for the factory. Half. Yu Xiaosao had originally planned to only take 20% of the dividend, so this had far exceeded her expectations. However, she had received half of the shares when she had only invested a little over 90 taels. Wasn't this a little, like she was demanding an excessive price? She didn't demand the price herself, but there would be more opportunities for cooperation between them in the future, so she should adopt a long-term plan for major returns. I don't need half of the shares. I'll just take 40% of the shares. First of all, let's make an agreement that I only need to provide the recipes and won't be responsible for anything else. With 40% of the oyster sauce factory's shares, she could earn money at home without having to do anything in the future. Was there anything better than this? Steward Zhou inwardly nodded and approved of his young master's good judgment. The little girl of the Yu family wasn't greedy despite coming from a poor background. Okay, deal. Zhou Zixu was extremely pleased. I'll draw up the contract when I get back. Do you know how to write your own name? For this business deal, will it be a cooperation with you only or with the Yu family? You have also seen our family's situation. If the entire Yu family gets involved, then our second branch won't be able to even receive a single penny. So, I hope that nobody knows about this collaboration except you and me. Yu Xiaosao had planned to depend on this cooperation to earn some private savings. She had to grasp the money within her own hands in order to prevent it from being taken away by the wicked old lady of the main branch. All right, the factory will be a collaboration between you and me. Zhou Zixu concluded. The fresh and delicious condiment series became famous throughout the great Ming dynasty several years later. However, no one would have expected that the brand was created after a brief discussion between a 13-year-old youth and a young 8-year-old girl. But, what are the other sauces? Can you tell me? It was human nature for everyone to possess curiosity, let alone a 13-year-old youth. The first one is black bean paste, while the other is called broad bean paste. The black bean paste can be used to make delicious dishes like spare ribs with black bean sauce, fried mud carp with salted black beans, braised chicken, duck, pork, and more. The broad bean paste is good for stir-frying eggplants, Chinese long beans, mushrooms, etc. As Zhou Zixu continued to listen to Yu Xiaosao's description, he felt that he made the right choice by coming over. This trip not only resolved his problems, but he also received an extra surprise. At this moment, Zhou Zixu, Steward Zhou, and Yu Xiaosao were having a detailed discussion regarding the name and business operation of the condiments production factory. Unbeknownst to them, time had quietly slipped away. Rumble, rumble, a strange sound rang out. Little Shish too, who had become drowsy as he listened to their discussion, suddenly sat up and exclaimed, "Ah! My second sister hasn't eaten breakfast yet. She's so hungry that even her stomach is growling." Zhou Zixu looked at Yu Xiaosao, who was covering her tummy with an embarrassed expression. He tried to refrain himself from laughing as he said, "I brought some pastries over, so fill your stomach first. I'll visit again to discuss the details of the arrangements after I draw up the contract." "No need. A few days later, I'll ask my father to take me to town to buy some things before the new year. We can talk about the details at that time. Third young master, you can also see my family's situation, so I'm not going to ask you to stay for a meal." Yu Xiaosao was afraid that her grandmother would become suspicious if Zhou Zixu came to visit again. "Okay, Then I shall take my leave now. Third young Master Joe smiled from ear to ear as he came out of the west room. Yu Xiaosao wanted to personally lead him out of the courtyard. However, right at this moment, Yu Hai returned from outside and saw the lavishly dressed third young Master Joe. He was momentarily stunned at first, and then he smiled warmly and asked, "Third young Master Joe, why are you here?" Seeing the people from the main room and east room popping their heads out to probe, Zhou Zixu made up a lie. "Did Uncle Yu just came back from town? The weather's really good today, so I'm taking my attendants to the West Mountains to hunt. I came for a visit since I was passing by Dongshan village. It's not a good day for hunting. If third young master is interested, you can come back in the fall. There will be a lot of game at that time. Moreover, they're fat." Yu Hai wasn't a dull person either. He had noticed that the three people didn't bring any hunting tools. Thus, he knew that Zhou Zixu had made up an excuse because it was inconvenient for him to speak. Zhou Zixu spoke up again, "Uncle Yu haven't been sending a lot of game to us recently. The manager of our Junsho restaurant has complained to me several times already." Yu Hai apologetically said, "It's difficult to hunt since the snow hasn't completely melted in the mountains. So I can only set traps outside the forest. It was still alright a few days ago and I was able to catch quite a lot of game every day. However, I'm not sure what happened in these 2 days. The quantity of game caught in the traps has been greatly reduced. I'm really sorry for any inconvenience this has caused the restaurant. It's not Uncle Yu's fault. Junsho restaurant is the only restaurant in town with wild game now. This is all thanks to Uncle Yu for taking care of us." Since Yu Hai was Yu Xiaosao's father, Zhou Zixu's attitude was quite amiable. If it was another hunter, he wouldn't even be able to meet third young Master Zhou. Yu Xiaosao also felt anxious as she listened. Other people didn't know what was wrong, but she did. Without her mystic stone water, it would be weird if the animals came out during such freezing weather. If they couldn't catch any game, then they wouldn't be able to earn any money. Third young Master Zhou had already taken all the money she had. Would her few dozens of taels really make a difference for such a big factory? That guy must have done it intentionally. Absolutely. It seemed like she really had to find a chance to sneak out and sprinkle some mystic stone water around the traps. Oh, this little roe deer is quite fat. Its meat must be very tender. The rich people in town really likes eating young lambs and suckling pigs. Why don't you sell it to me? Zhou Zixu's attention was drawn by the little roe deer frolicking in the yard. As if it understood Zhou Zixu's words, the little roe deer, who had been running around the courtyard, suddenly stopped in its tracks and anxiously hid behind Yu Xiaosao for protection. From time to time, it stretched out its head and peeked at third young Master Zhou with its big, dark eyes. When it saw third young Master Zhou looking at it, it would tremble and hastily retract its head. Interesting. This little roe deer seems very intelligent, so it's also pretty good as a pet. If I take it to the capital, those noble ladies will definitely like it. I can sell it for a good price. Zhou Zixu was quite surprised by the little roe deer's closeness and dependence on Xiaosao. Her younger brother treasured the little roe deer from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, they had already become emotionally attached. Thus, Yu Xiaosao naturally wouldn't sell it for a few pieces of silver. She bent down and caressed the little roe deer's head, and then smiled. "Its name is Tiny. Someone has entrusted our family to take care of it, so our family can't make the decision about selling it." Zhou Zixu didn't take it seriously either and casually said, "If you guys want to sell it for a good price, I can help you contact a buyer when I go to the capital later." "Alright, you haven't completely recovered yet, so hurry back into the room." Zhou Zixu was going to the capital to attend a business meeting with his nominally eldest uncle, who was actually his biological father. The current head of the Zhou family had 2 legitimate sons. In terms of talent in business, his second son was somewhat better. Even before he had come of age, the second son was already quite successful in the business industry. In a way, without the second son, the Zhou family wouldn't have gotten the position of an imperial merchant. Unfortunately, his second son was killed by bandits during a business trip at a young age. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would become the next head of the household. His second son had died early, so he didn't even get the chance to get married, let alone leave a descendant. People of ancient times placed great importance on the afterlife. The patriarch of the Zhou family was afraid that, after he passed away, there wouldn't be anyone to pay respects to his second son. So he decided to let his eldest son shoulder the responsibility of 2 branches and had him marry a declining businessman's daughter to carry on the family line of the second branch. In other words, although third young Master Joe was the biological child of the eldest son, he was considered a child of the second branch. Thus, Joe Zixu could only call him eldest uncle. Every time the eldest son of the Joe family saw third young Master Joe, his mood would be very complicated. One of his sons wasn't interested in doing business, while the other one was ambitious but lacked talent. On the other hand, Joe Zixu, who inherited the second branch, already had such talent for business at such a young age. The restaurant that he managed was flourishing with business. Moreover, he was also planning to establish a condiment production factory. It seemed like the position of the next head of the household would end up with the second branch. He seriously resented this situation. Joe Zixu didn't know that his eldest uncle had such mixed feelings regarding his own talent in business. He followed the first branch to attend the business meeting in the capital and received an unexpected result. The owners of the restaurants in the capital had long coveted the oyster sauce recipe in third young Master Joe's hands. However, since the Joe family were imperial merchants, no one dared to forcibly seize the recipe. During this gathering, there were many people who were planning to stealthily inquire about the recipe. Within the Joe family, third young Master Joe was the only one who knew the recipe for the oyster sauce. As a result, third young Master Joe ended up being the main focus of this meeting. The eldest master of the Joe family felt anxious inwardly. His nephew was still so young, would he be able to manage these crafty old foxes? However, no one would have expected that Joe Zixu was just waiting for this group of old foxes to bring up the topic. When another uncle, one intentionally or unintentionally, mentioned the oyster sauce, Joe Zixu used this opportunity to raise his voice. Uncle Fang, the recipe for the oyster sauce belongs to my friend and this nephew has promised that I won't disclose the recipe. But, after the new year, I'm planning on establishing a condiments factory with the oyster sauce as the main product. Other than oyster sauce, there's also 2 new condiments. If uncles are interested, please give a lot of support to my condiments factory. When the group of business tycoons heard the news, they were stunned at first. However, someone immediately asked, "Nephew, do you mean that you're going to produce oyster sauce and sell them?" Yes. Joe Zixu disregarded his eldest uncle, who was anxiously trying to stop him, and nodded his head in affirmation. Joe Zixu's eldest uncle felt extremely angry within his heart. He had prepared to open a big restaurant in the capital with oyster sauce as the main theme. He believed that with the oyster sauce, which was their exclusive recipe, his restaurant would surely occupy a stable place in the capital. He had only learned of his nephew's plans for an oyster sauce factory today. If he had found out earlier, he would definitely do everything possible to stop him. But the news had already been spread out, so there was nothing he could do now. That's great. You definitely take after your father. In those days, the second son of the Joe family was daring and insightful. I didn't expect for his son to also have such courage at a young age. My dear nephew, when your factory opens, this uncle will definitely support you. Boss Fang of Juxian Restaurant patted Joe Zixu's shoulder and smiled until his eyes narrowed. I heard that there are 2 more condiment recipes. Is it also from the same person? After receiving a confirmation, Boss Fang proudly said, there absolutely will not be any problems then. As for our cooperation for these 3 condiments, let's talk in detail later. The other merchants who owned restaurants naturally wouldn't let Boss Fang dominate in this business. Hence, they all swiftly expressed their desire to cooperate with Joe Zixu. Even before it was out in the market, the fresh and delicious brand of condiments had already become a hot trend within the capital. The eldest master of the Joe family watched as the second branch's Joe Zixu become the center of attention for this gathering. He was both proud and vexed. His heart was filled with complicated and mixed emotions. Yu Xiaosao, who had become one of the shareholders of the leading condiment production factory in the future, spent the following days pondering about how to get to her parents to let her out of the house to get some fresh air. That was the only way she could get the chance to add some mystic stone water around the traps that her father had set. At times, it was quite troublesome to have overly anxious parents. However, she failed to achieve her goal in the end. It wasn't due to her parents' opposition, but the arrival of another snowstorm. This snowfall wasn't inferior to that of the first snow. The entire mountain village was covered in a thick layer of whiteness. At the Yu family's old residence, half of the roof had been crushed by the snow. Under old Yu's insistence and supervision, the 3 brothers of the Yu family worked hard against the snowstorm for 3 to 5 days and finally repaired the old house. Old Yu had fled to Dongshan village as a refugee with his father when he was still a young child. The Yu family's old residence was a two-room cottage made of mud and straw that was built with the enthusiastic help of the villagers of Dongshan village. It was full of Old Yu's yearning for his deceased father, as well as his childhood memories. The 4 siblings of the Yu family were all born and raised in this old house. Therefore, even though the Yu family had moved into the newly built new 5-room house, they hadn't abandoned their old residence. Old Yu would frequently visit the old house. They also made repairs once or twice every year. Otherwise, it would have already become a wasteland. It had snowed too much, so it was impossible to go hunt in the mountains. Yu Xiaoxiao's plan to earn some money before the new year by catching some game was delayed. Furthermore, the price for goods had also reached a new height before the new year. Every day, Madame Zhang would sigh deeply while she calculated the family's food rations. Fortunately, the whole family was just staying at home during the winter, so they didn't need to do any physically demanding work. The Yu family had 2 meals per day, which were reduced to only eating dry pancakes in the morning and a bowl of disgusting bean paste soup in the evening. Moreover, the coarse grain pancakes eaten for breakfast wasn't an all-you-can-eat meal. The men each had 2 palm-sized pancakes, while the women were only given 1 piece each. But the children were given even less. Madame Zhang had even stopped giving Yu Katie a secret portion of eggs. They were a family of over 10 people, who couldn't make any income for the entire winter. During the cold winter, even the family's chickens didn't lay much eggs. They were just idly sitting and eating at home, while slowly using up their money. How much money would they have to waste to fill in this bottomless pit? Madame Zhang glared furiously at Yu Hai and his daughter. If they hadn't gotten into a debt for that wicked girl's medical fees, with the money that Yu Hai had earned from selling game, their family would have had enough money for a lavish new year. Their situation wouldn't be like right now, in which they had to count their food rations before preparing each meal. Second son, it's going to be the new year in a couple days. It just stopped snowing today, so take advantage of this time and go to town to buy some things we'll need for the new year. First of all, we don't have much millet flour. Buy more millet flour back, so we can stock them up at home. Also, no matter what, we'll need to make some dumplings for the new year. So buy some wheat flour and 2 caddies of meat. Madame Zhang made a bunch of requests but didn't take out any money. Yu Hai was about to agree when his youngest daughter pulled on his sleeve. He looked over and noticed that his daughter was signaling at him with her eyes. Yu Hai immediately understood his daughter's meaning. After all, he was already accustomed to being obedient to Madame Zhang for over 20 years. Thus, he fell into a state of hesitation. However, when he saw his daughter's pitiful gaze and thought about the resolution he had made to himself recently, he finally said, "Mother, I'll go to eldest uncle's house to borrow the sleigh, but the money for the New Year goods." As soon as money was mentioned, Madame Zhang immediately pulled a face that was even longer than a donkey face. "A few days ago, didn't you go to town to sell game every day? You must have earned a lot of money. Why are you still asking me for money when you have money yourself?" Second son, there's no precedent of anyone having private savings within our family. This is a rule that no one is allowed to break. Grandmother, the snow that had accumulated in the mountain forest hadn't even melted yet, so there wasn't a lot of game to be caught. We caught very little game during those couple of days. So, aren't you very clear about how much money we can earn? It's almost the new year, so of course we have to pay off our debt first. After repaying the money that eldest granduncle lent us for my medical treatment, we didn't even have enough money for the medication. Fortunately, Dr. Sun took pity on us and allowed my father to buy the medicine on credit. Father, after the new year, you have to go up the mountain more frequently in order to pay back the dozen or more taels that we owe Tongren Medicine Hall. Our family still needs Dr. Sun to help treat our illnesses in the future. Xiaoxiao knew very well that her father had already made great improvements since he was able to openly ask Madame Zhang for money. So, she interjected and stated everything that needed to be said. A dozen or more taels. Madame Zhang gasped in astonishment and looked at Xiaoxiao with a piercing gaze, as if her eyes were daggers. If she could, she seriously wanted to cut that jinx into pieces. Tisk. To use a dozen or more taels for a minor illness, it seems like our family really do have someone born with a noble young lady's life. It's a pity that she has reincarnated into the wrong family. She has the body of a noble lady without the fate to enjoy it. Oh my, those 20-something taels is nearly enough for a whole family to use for an entire year while living frugally. Tisk tisk, Madame Li clicked her tongue in disapproval as she ceaselessly fanned the fire. Yu Hai recalled his family's indifference when his daughter was on the verge of death. They didn't spend any of the family's money for his daughter's illness, yet they still had to endure mocking remarks from them. His expression immediately turned grim and he muttered in a muffled voice, "Eldest sister-in-law, don't need to worry about what kind of life my daughter has. We didn't use a single penny of yours for my daughter's illness." Oh, he's getting angry at me now. You didn't spend any of my money for your daughter's illness, but I, Li Guiwa, also didn't use any of your money for food or drinks. What rights do you have to yell at me? Do you think that I'll be easy to bully? Madam Li wasn't someone who would suffer any losses, so she clasped her waist and hollered back. Yu Hai was originally bad at arguing with people, so he didn't know what to do when he saw her acting like a shrew. But Yu Shaolian couldn't tolerate her. "Eldest aunt, you're allowed to criticize others with a mocking tone, but other people can't even say a word about you. What kind of logic is this? Is there anything wrong with what my father said? A lot of money was spent for my sister's medical treatment. So, what's wrong with a father earning money for his daughter's medical fees? Even 200 taels isn't as important as my younger sister's life, let alone 20 taels." Madame Zhang glared at Shaolian with her beady eyes. She threw the broom in her hands at Shaolian's direction and shouted, "Why is a child butting in when the adults are talking? Second son, is that how you teach your children?" Yu Shakoao cried out in shock and exclaimed, "Grandmother, what are you doing? It's not enough that you've caused me to become seriously ill, but you're also going to hit my sister. Grandmother, you should think more carefully about your actions. If anything happens to my older sister, you won't even get the chance to grieve over the money." When money was mentioned, even though Madame Zhang had a belly full of anger, she didn't dare direct her rage towards the children again. If something happened to the children during the New Year festival, based on how much Yu Hai doted on his children, he would definitely take his children to see a doctor. Even if they had to owe more debts, he would still get medical treatment for his children. As a result of that, she wouldn't be able to get any money out of Yu Hai for the next spring and summer seasons. Old Yu, who was silently standing on the side, finally spoke up. "Everyone, stop, aren't you guys afraid of becoming a laughingstock for others during the New Year? Wife, it's not like you don't have any money, so stop thinking about taking the little money that second son has. Hurry up and take out the money. It's more important to buy the New Year goods. Would the meager amount of money in my hands even be enough for them to use?" It was more painful for Madame Zhang to have money taken out of her hands than it would be to cut off her flesh. Old Yu impatiently said, "You're always talking about money, money, money. To you, even a single copper coin is bigger than a millstone. Can't we just earn all the money back when the coastal waters thaws in the spring? After the New Year, eldest son and I will go out to the sea, while second son goes into the mountains. Won't we be able to make up for our winter expenses?" Madame Zhang couldn't escape this situation, so she reluctantly opened the cabinet's lock while grumbling. She took out a string of copper coins and several silver bits, which were about the size of a fingernail. She reminded Yu Hai, as if she was afraid that he would spend the money recklessly, "Everything is really expensive nowadays, so don't buy too much food. We have sweet potato flour at home. Although eating too much of it may cause heartburn, it's still very filling. As for wheat flour and meat, just buy enough for one meal of dumplings." Yu Xiaosao looked at the money in her hands. Her mouth twitched as she inwardly thought, even if they wanted to, this wouldn't be enough money to buy a lot of things. Did she really need to repeatedly warn them? Yu Hai took the money and left the house silently. It was a rare sunny day. Although the snow on the ground went up to the calves, there were still many people going to town to buy New Year goods. After days of heavy snow, most people hadn't had the chance to purchase the goods needed for the New Year. Thus, they wanted to take advantage of this good day to buy the things that they need. Yu Hai's eldest uncle had originally planned to go to town today. However, seeing that his eldest nephew wanted to borrow the sleigh and that the good weather would probably last for more than a day, he decided to go to town on the next day. Yu Hai didn't dare to buy too many unnecessary things and directly went to the grains shop to purchase 50 caddies of millet flour and 5 caddies of wheat flour. After that, he went to the butcher's and got 2 caddies of meat. The money that Madame Zhang gave him wasn't enough, so he used some of his own money to cover the cost. While walking on the street, he encountered the manager of Junshou restaurant. The manager knew that the little girl of the Yu family was someone who his young master highly valued, so he naturally acted very warmly towards Yu Hai. Seeing that simple New Year goods that Yu Hai had purchased, he bought some snacks and candies from the pastry shop. He insisted that Yuhai accept them, saying that third young master Joe had ordered him to buy them for Miss Yu and her younger brother. Yuhai bought some meat buns and went to the carpentry shop to visit his son. He also left some copper coins for his son. However, Yuhai wouldn't have expected that his son would be reluctant to use the money that he had received from the family and save them up instead, which led to a disaster that almost cost Yu Hang's life. The new year was slowly approaching. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Madame Lu was busily working in the kitchen with her two daughters. The 2 caddies of meat that Yuhai bought were mostly fat. Madame Lu cut out some of the fat to make lard, and then left the dregs of fat for the evening when they needed to mix it with cabbage to make stuffing for the dumplings. Winter vegetables were usually either radishes or cabbages. Yu Xiaoxiao had already predicted that there wouldn't be enough food at home for the new year, so she grew some bean sprouts at the edge of the Kong bed. She had also made some handmade vermicelli with the sweet potato flour. With the sweet potato vermicelli, their dishes for the new year didn't seem as dull. Stewed cabbage and radish with vermicelli 1. Stir-fried sour cabbage 2. Braised radish 3. Stir-fried black fungus and cabbage 4. Crispy radish salad 5. And dry-fried bean sprouts 6. They also cut a few slices of pork to cook with the bean sprouts and vermicelli 7. Making another home-cooked dish. For the soup, they made cabbage and bean sprout soup 8. When the dishes were served, even the picky Madame Zhang was visibly surprised. She never knew that so many dishes could be made with radish, cabbage, and a few bean sprouts. As for the taste, it was pretty obvious based on everyone's reactions. No one had time to talk as they were all just diligently eating, which was the biggest affirmation for the dishes. Old Yu seldom had the chance to drink alcohol, so he poured a cup for his 3 sons and said with satisfaction, "Second daughter-in-law's culinary skills have improved again. Daughter-in-law can't take credit for the dishes. Xiaoxiao was the one who came up with these dishes." Madame Lu looked at her daughter proudly and gave her some vermicelli. Her daughter was so clever to be able to make such delicious vermicelli with the sweet potato flour. Her daughter should eat more as a reward. They had made a decent amount of each dish. Madame Zhang was enjoying the delicious dishes, so she didn't make any jarring remarks regarding Madame Lu giving her children more food. She had originally thought that they would spend the new year frugally, but she hadn't expected that such simple ingredients could also make a lavish new year meal. Madame Li stuffed a mouthful of food into her mouth as she said, "Xiaoxiao came up with them. She's the one only in the family with the leisure to think of these things." Yu Xiaoxiao glared at Madame Li. "This fat woman never has anything good to say. She's making it seem like she's a gluttonous person who only thinks about eating. Stop talking so much if you don't have anything good to say. You won't shut up even when you're eating." Yu Dashan had noticed his second brother's displeasure and hastily reprimanded his wife. Madame Zhao, who seldom ate together with the Yu family, had several small plates placed in front of her. The food inside were exactly the same as everyone else. Madame Zhang knew that her youngest daughter-in-law was very particular about eating and didn't like eating from the same plates as everyone. Thus, a separate set of the dishes was specially prepared for Madame Zhao and her son. Little Dudu sucked a strand of vermicelli into his mouth with much effort, and then chewed it with a smile on his face. He beamed a smile at Xiaoxiao and said, "Second sister's cooking is the best. Dudu likes this really long thing. It's very tasty. This is vermicelli. Since our Dudu likes it, second sister will make some more for you to take back to town." Yu Xiaoxiao never had any resistance towards cute children. Although it was quite laborious to make vermicelli, it was also good to have an improvement to their meals with a new type of dish. Yes, this year's yield of sweet potato is very high. We have enough sweet potato flour until the harvest in the fall. If we make some more vermicelli, we'll have another type of dish to eat during the winter. The stewed bean sprouts and vermicelli tastes very good. Madame Li sucked on the grease on her chopsticks, and then she used her chopsticks to rummage through the dishes. When she found a piece of fatty meat, she immediately stuffed it into her mouth. Haitzi, who sat beside her, had even stood up. He wiped his snot on his blackened sleeve, and then poked around in the dishes with his chopsticks. It seemed like he would never stop until he found a piece of meat. Seeing the dirty appearance of the mother and son pair, no matter how delicious that homemade dish was, Yu Xiaoxiao still didn't want to eat it anymore. With her head lowered, she concentrated on eating the dry fried bean sprouts in front of her. She was seriously about to vomit if she looked at them any longer. Dry fried bean sprouts was made with bean sprouts that had just grown about 1 or 2 centimeters. After heating the lard in a hot pot, dried chili pepper was put into the pot and stir-fried. After that, bean sprouts, seasonings, and garlic sprouts were added into the pot and stir-fried. With the refreshing taste of the bean sprouts and the addition of lard as a base ingredient, it was natural that the taste wouldn't be bad. Unexpectedly, Madame Zhang was the first one to comment on Madame Li and her son's unsightly eating manner. How are other people supposed to eat when you guys keep picking and choosing in the dishes? If you're going to keep doing this, then go back to your room to eat. Stop being so loathsome here. As she spoke, she also glanced at her youngest daughter-in-law's direction. It turned out that Madame Zhang, who had been paying attention to her youngest daughter-in-law and grandson, noticed that from time to time Madame Zhao would look at her eldest daughter-in-law in disgust. Madame Zhao, who was originally enjoying the meal, had suddenly set down her chopsticks. Thus, she finally spoke up to stop Madame Li and her son's unsightly behavior. Seeing that the meat in the dishes were mostly gone, Madame Li finally stopped searching with her chopsticks. However, she still wolfed down the rest of the dishes, as if there was someone fighting over them with her. The New Year Eve lunch ended shortly after this small episode. For this meal, Madame Zhang didn't limit how much everyone could eat. Thus, even if the staple food was still coarse-grain pancakes, the entire family still ate with a rare sense of satisfaction. The main reason was that it was a more sumptuous meal than in the previous years. After the meal, Madame Zhang's heart ached at the sight of the swiftly depleted food and muttered endlessly. With a grim expression, she finally stopped her complaints when old Yu scolded her for being so fussy even during the New Year. Dumplings were usually eaten in the evening during the New Year celebration. The Yu family didn't buy a lot of meat in the first place, so even when the stuffing was mixed with a lot of cabbage, it still wasn't enough to fill everyone's stomach. There were only two types of fillings in the Yu family's dumplings, which were pork with cabbage and lard mixed with cabbage. On the evening of New Year's Eve, the men were given 20 dumplings each, while the womenfolk got 10 each. The children received half of what the women got. With only 5 small dumplings, even the 3-year-old little Dudu wasn't full, let alone Yu Xiaosao and the others. Yu Haixi wasn't satisfied after he finished his portion, so he swiftly stole one of little Shishtu's dumplings when he wasn't paying attention and stuffed it into his own mouth. He disregarded little Shishtu's angry cries and approached Yu Xiaosao and Yu Xiaolian. Yu Xiaosao swiftly pulled her siblings to their father's table and stayed beside him. In the presence of old Yu and their father, Yu Haixi naturally didn't dare to act rashly. He could only brazenly go ask his own mother for more dumplings. Madame Li was a greedy woman, who wasn't even willing to share her dumplings with her own child. Thus, she begged her mother-in-law shamelessly, "Mother, Haixi is a growing youth, who can eat as much as an adult. So 5 dumplings isn't even enough as an appetizer. Mother, this daughter-in-law doesn't dare request that he gets the same amount as the men. Just give him 5 more so that he'll have the same amount as us." Madame Zhang looked up toward Madame Lu and nonchalantly said, "If you can guarantee that no one will complain that I'm being biased, then I don't mind giving him 5 extra dumplings since it's the New Year." Madame Lu had never liked arguing with others, so she said in a quiet voice, "Haixi is a growing youth, so who dares to say anything about him getting 5 more dumplings? However, he shouldn't steal his younger siblings' dumplings. What does a child know? Younger sister-in-law shouldn't argue with a child. Mother, I'll go give Haixi the dumplings." Madame Li not only didn't discipline her child, but she was also annoyed at Madame Lu for being difficult. It was true that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Madame Lu quietly entered the kitchen and divided her 10 dumplings among her children. She put 4 dumplings into her youngest son's bowl, and then split the remaining 6 dumplings between her 2 daughters. Yu Xiaosao held her own bowl tightly and said, "Mother, I'm a light eater. 5 dumplings are enough for me. If you give us all your dumplings, you'll starve tonight. Even if you give me the dumplings, I won't be able to finish them." Xiaolian chimed in, "Mother, you seldom eat dumplings throughout the year. Moreover, you've been busy the entire afternoon. If you can't even eat a bite of the dumplings you made yourself, do you think that we, your children, will be able to eat?" "Mother, take the dumpling back. I don't want it." Little Shishtu quickly returned the dumplings that were in his bowl. "You guys eat. Mother ate too much for lunch, so I'm not hungry right now." Madame Lu picked up the dumplings and put them in her children's bowls. While the 4 of them were pushing back and forth, Yu Hai had come out with his bowl of dumplings. When he saw this scene, he felt both sad and touched. In the end, he made the decision to fairly distribute all the dumplings that the second branch had received. The children received 8 dumplings each, while he and his wife each got 10. 10 dumplings aren't enough for such a grown man like you. I'm used to eating light meals in the evening, so I'll feel uncomfortable if I eat too much dumplings. Here, I'll give you a few more. I'll just drink more of the dumpling soup later." Madame Lu's heart ached for her husband and was reluctant to eat the dumplings that she had received. "There's no way you will be full with just 10 dumplings. Quickly eat, or else it's going to be cold." Yu Hai went into the kitchen with a bowl and asked Madame Zhang to ladle a bowl full of dumpling soup for him. He swiftly drank the bowl of soup and filled his stomach first before he ate the dumplings. In this way, after eating the dumplings, he would be considered somewhat full. On the first day of the new year, since all the villagers knew about Madame Zhang's stingy disposition, not many children came over for New Year greetings. Apart from eldest granduncle, Hunter Zhao, and several close family friends, the second branch of the Yu family also felt too ashamed to bring their children to give New Year greetings to others. Yu Xiaosao and her siblings didn't receive any red envelopes won from their own grandparents, but her eldest granduncle gave them 2 copper coins as lucky money. When they arrived at the Zhao family's residence, Madame Zhang specially filled the embroidered pouches that she made with around 1 mace 2 worth of silver bits and gave a pouch to each child. Yu Xiaolian looked at the embroidery on the pouch and loved it very much. Seeing the admiration on her face, Madame Zhang agreed to teach her how to do embroidery. On the way home, Madame Lu whispered to her husband, based on the aura that Madame Zhang emits, she obviously didn't come from an ordinary family. Just look at the embroidered pouches. Even the ordinary families in town won't be so particular as to give the children lucky money in embroidered pouches, let alone people in the village. It's not only Madame Zhang, but also Uncle Zhao and older brother Bufan. Their martial arts skills don't seem like skills of an ordinary hunter's family. There must be some hidden reason as to why Uncle Zhao's whole family is living in seclusion within the mountains. But this isn't something that we should inquire about. We should just interact as usual. There's no need to act in a deliberate manner. Yu Hai had long been aware that the Zhao family, whether it was their eating habits, living conditions or behaviors, would unconsciously reveal the manners of a noble family. The men of the Zhao family all exuded the orderly and dignified aura of a soldier. During the later period of the former dynasty, the imperial court was prodigal and immoral, and thus many righteous officials decided to live in seclusion. The Zhao family might have been one of those families. As the days passed by, the winter made it apparent that this year was doomed to be disastrous. In January, the snow almost never stopped. Many families had insufficient food reserves and were only able to eat 1 meal a day. So they were already quite lucky if they were able to survive starvation. However, there were quite a few people who had died of starvation and froze to death because of the successive heavy snow. Moreover, there were even incidents in which none of the family had survived. Even in the city, there were incidents of people dying of starvation. Fortunately, in Dongshan village, except for several weak and elderly people who had failed to survive the cold winter, there wasn't a phenomenon in which a large number of people died of starvation or froze to death. However, the situation in the village wasn't optimistic either. At this time, Madame Zhang deeply regretted being so stingy before the new year and didn't allow her second son to buy more foods to stock up. They had already used up all the millet flour at home. The only thing that they had at home that could satisfy their hunger was the sweet potatoes in the cellar and the sweet potato slices, which could only be grinded into sweet potato flour. Every day, they either ate sweet potato gruel or sweet potato cornbread. Even if they occasionally tried something different, it was just directly using the dried sweet potato to make porridge. The digestive system of the elderly wasn't very good, so they would get heartburn after eating sweet potato on a daily basis. However, if they didn't eat it, they would be facing the danger of starvation. Thus, Yu Xiaosao had no choice but to mix the mystic stone water into herbal medicine and fed it to her family in order to nourish their intestines and stomach. The continuous snowstorm had caused the roads to be blocked. The town's food reserves were also facing a crisis due to a problem with the dispatch. Furthermore, the price for grains remained high without any signs of decline. White rice and wheat flour had become as expensive as meat. With great difficulty, they managed to endure it until the beginning of spring. Once spring began, it finally stopped snowing. The sun that had been gone for around 2 months had finally showed itself. The snow covering the mountains melted slowly. However, the occasional short burst of wind from the sea was still piercing cold. On top of the mudflat and the reef surrounding the shore, a fisherman appeared in the middle of the cold wind, shivering in the cold, but he persisted on gathering seafood at the sea. Summer night, winter white, is an authentic line of verse from what people who gather seafood say. Due to the influence of the receding tide and the change in temperature, the best time to gather seafood was during the summer nights and winter mornings. During the winter, the temperature was the most suitable for gathering oysters. The oysters were very fat in this season, and they would be able to harvest a lot. They just needed to gather oysters once, and they would be able to eat oysters for many days. To the villagers of Dongshan village, who had just experienced a food shortage because of winter, this was a favor from the sea. The abundance of oysters from the sea was no different than sending charcoal in snowy weather. People who came to gather seafood at the sea each brought their own wicker basket or a small bamboo basket. The basket would either be hung over the neck or straddled over the arm. They held a small shovel in their hand as they searched for their prey on the reef. There were even villagers who, despite the frigid cold seawater, would enter the shallow water with their fishing net and try to catch fish. It was a bustling sight to behold. "Xiao Sao, your boots look very warm. Are they waterproof?" Zhou Shanhu, who had invited the Yu sisters to gather seafood at the mudflat, enviously looked at Xiao Sao's deerskin boots. Although she didn't recognize what material the boots were made of, she knew that it wasn't something a regular family would be able to afford. Yu Xiaosao saw that everyone was wearing tattered and old cotton shoes. Some people were even afraid that their only pair of shoes would become wet from the sea, so they wore only straw sandals with their bare feet. The chilly air from the cold spring season combined with the ice-cold seawater froze their little feet. Their feet would become red and some would even have frostbite. She was a little embarrassed by this as she shrank her feet back. In a small voice, she said, "Years ago, my father killed a deer and sold it to a restaurant in town. My body wasn't good at that time. My father took less money for the deerskin and asked the restaurant owner to use some of the deerskin to make boots. So, when I came out to gather seafood today, my father insisted that I wear them." Zhou Linglong secretly tugged at her little sister's clothes. She smiled at Xiao Sao and said, "Years ago, your serious illness almost frightened Auntie Lu to death. You should wear warmer clothing, otherwise your family members would worry. Shanhu, don't stare at other people's feet. Once father comes home, we can ask him to buy you a pair of boots too." Zhou Linglong and her little sister were the daughters of Madame Lu's best friend, Auntie Fang. Auntie Fang's husband, Zhou Danian, started off as a peddler and their family raised dozens of chickens. So, their family's financial situation was considered to be quite outstanding within Dongshan village. Zhou Shanhu was only 1 year older than Xiao Sao, but she was a very sensible child. "Older sister, I was only looking at her shoes. Boots are very expensive. Moreover, the cotton shoes at home are already quite warm and a pair of boots can buy so much food. They are catching fish over there, let's go and have a look." Yu Xiaosao didn't want to talk anymore regarding the boots, so she changed the topic of their conversation. When she walked closer, she realized it was actually her third uncle, Yu Zhong, and the expert fisherman of Dongshan village, Uncle Xuanju, who were catching fish. They were enduring the bone-chilling cold water as they pulled the fishing net to catch fish. Someone else was responsible for pulling a part of the fishing net on the shore while Yu Zhong and Xuanju took turns holding the other end of the fishing net as they slowly walked into the water. After the water line reached their chest, they would walk in a semicircular arc as they went back to shore. The rest of the people would take over the net as they worked together to pull it to the shore. There wasn't much harvest to be had in this one fishing net. Besides a few fish that were worth approximately a tael each, there were only a few palm-sized fish that were stuck on the lines of the net. Once the two men got to shore, their wives gave them boiling hot ginger soup. They also wrapped themselves in thick layers of cotton-padded clothing and drank a few mouthfuls of ginger soup before they entered the sea to pull the net again. "I know a place where the reef is hidden. Let's go there and look. But when we go there, we have to be careful." This was the first spring tide since the beginning of spring. There were too many people who came to gather seafood today. Some people came all the way from town with their tools to try their luck. There were more people on the reef gathering seafood than available seafood. The children had searched for seafood for half a day, but they didn't harvest much. Yu Xiaolian knew the place that her sister was talking about. Last year, when they were gathering seafood there, they had even saved a person. The children chatted and laughed as they walked towards the steep cliffs. Sure enough, there was a lot of seafood. An oyster's shell is very sharp. Sometimes, with just slight contact with the skin would be scratched by it. You must be careful when you gather oysters. Xiao Sao, you and Shish Tu don't have much strength, so why don't you two gather other seafood products? Zhou Linglong was a young lady now. She knew how to take care of the younger children. They lowered their heads and pried open oyster shells. In a short while, their baskets and tiny buckets were all full. Zhou Shanhu happily said, "We harvested a lot today. If we can harvest this much every day, then we won't have to worry about making ends meet or starving during springtime. My father said that the reef would only be revealed when the tide recedes a lot. Every month, there will only be low tides twice. So how can we come every day? Besides, aren't you afraid of vomiting after eating seafood every day?" Yu Xiaolian was also very happy. She pondered what kind of delicious dishes her little sister would make with these oysters. After experiencing a shortage of food and vegetables in the winter, Yu Xiaosao used different ways to prepare meals, saving food yet still making it delicious. Everyone in the family praised her cooking. She can turn ordinary radishes and white cabbage into different dishes. So, she definitely would be able to make something delicious using the oysters. Xiaolian was full of expectations towards Xiaosao's cooking. Yu Xiaosao thought of how her business with third young master Zhou would improve after the beginning of spring, so she turned to sister Linglong and said, "I heard that the Zhou family from the town intends to build a workshop on the dock. They would be accepting large amounts of oysters. In the future, when you are free, you can go gather and pry open oysters and sell it to them. You will be able to earn some money to buy needles and thread." When Zhou Linglong heard that, her eyes immediately brightened. She asked, "Is this news reliable?" Usually, people who accept seafood aren't very willing to accept oysters. They would continuously lower the price of the oysters. Due to this, the villagers don't really like to gather oysters. I hope that the price that the Zhou family's workshop will not set a very low price for the oysters. Xiaosao and Shishtu's basket was also full from gathering other kinds of seafood. Xiaosao was very satisfied with today's harvest. Besides small seafood like goose barnacles, mussels, and water snails, she has also gathered a dozen sea urchins. She was ready to make a stew from the sea urchin. It would be delicious and nourishing. To her surprise, she actually managed to gather a sea cucumber today. 4 seafood treasures was a type of exotic delicacy that required abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, and fish maw. Sea cucumbers were definitely a good find. The 3 siblings walked with the Zhou sisters on the soft sandy shore. They laughed and chatted as they went in the direction of Dongshan village. They hadn't even entered the village when they saw Auntie Xuanju hurriedly rushing toward the seashore. When she saw Xiaosao and her siblings, she accelerated her speed more, rushing towards them. She said, "Xiaolian, Xiaosao, something happened to your father. You have to quickly return home." "My father? What happened to him?" Yu Xiaosao's grip on her basket tightened. Her heart was thrown in chaos. The family was struggling through winter. In the past few days, the snow in the forest mountain had finally began to melt. Madame Zhang urged Yu Hai to hunt in the mountains. Early this morning, Yu Hai invited Hunter Zhao to hunt. Everyone said that the beginning of spring wasn't a good time to hunt. This is because when wild animals enter the breeding season, they were especially violent. Could it be? Your father was bitten by a bear. His entire body is covered in blood. One of his legs was almost bitten till it was gone. You should quickly go home and have a look. Thinking of the condition Yu Hai was in, Xuanju's wife couldn't help but shiver. As soon as Shishtu heard that, he immediately cried out and burst into tears. He threw his basket down and ran back home. Yu Xiaosao and her sister tried to suppress their panic-stricken hearts as they left their basket full of seafood and rushed back home side by side. The Zhou sisters picked up the Yu siblings' baskets with their free hand. They carried the baskets as they hurriedly walked in the direction of the Yu family's house. Xuanju's wife followed along with the Yu siblings. She couldn't help but comfort the children. "Don't worry. Your third uncle and Uncle Xuanju already borrowed the donkey cart from the neighboring village. They went to the town to get a doctor. Maybe your father's injury isn't as serious as it looks." Yu Xiaosao suppressed the fear and sorrow in her heart. Her steps were getting bigger and bigger as she ran. In the past 6 months, Yu Hai's doting intolerance were still vivid in her mind. Although their days were bitter, her parents' love and affection gave her the courage to continue to live in this strange world. Although Yu Hai had a lot of filial piety and wasn't very good with conversations, he unconsciously became Xiaosao's backbone. He was also the pillar of the second branch. She really couldn't imagine how the second branch would fare in the Yu family once her father was gone. "Father, you mustn't let anything happen to you. Wait for me to save you." Yu Xiaosao was firmly holding her only life-saving straw in her hand, the multicolored stone. Since it was capable of using its remaining magical power to bring her soul from a different world to this world and allowing her to reincarnate, then it must have a method to save her father. Master, don't worry. If your father still has one breath left, this divine stone can pull him back from the gates of hell. The little divine stone appears to detect her indecisive state of mind, so it put away its usual air of arrogance and haughtiness. It was full of self-confidence as it promised her that it'll save her father. Due to the great snow, the mountain was sealed. During the entire winter, the little divine stone didn't get a chance to soak in the spring water from the mountains. However, it sensed that the snow also contained spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within the snow was not any less than the energy in the spring water. Every day, the divine stone would make Xiao Xiao collect the snow from the bamboo leaves and melt it for it to bathe. After nurturing its spirit for half a year, it stored enough spiritual energy to save a dying person. With the little divine stone's promise, Xiao Xiao's restless heart finally calmed down. Xiao Xiao prayed to the deities for a blessing. She prayed that her father would hang on until she returned home. The road home seemed very slow and long. As a result from fiercely running, Xiao Xiao's chest felt as if it's about to burst. She opened her mouth and tried to take in big breaths of air. However, in other people's eyes, it seemed as if she was unable to breathe. Yu Shaolian sobbed, "Little sister, go slower. Something already happened to father. I don't want anything to happen to you. I will go home first to take a look, you can slowly walk." "No, hoo, no need. It's because I usually don't exercise, hoo, so I'm like this. Don't worry, I know my body best, hoo, Yu Xiaoxiao gasped for breath. Her two legs felt like they weighed as much as lead. Yet she didn't have any intention of stopping to rest. With great difficulty, she finally arrived in front of her own family's door. She used up the remainder of her strength to push open the heavy door. Their courtyard was crowded with villagers who came over to help. When they saw Yu Xiaoxiao and her siblings, they acted on their own initiative and made room for them to enter. "Father!" Yu Xiaoxiao rushed through the door of the west room. She pushed aside eldest aunt's plump body and threw herself at the side of the Kong bed. There wasn't a trace of blood on Yu Hai's pale face. His tattered cotton jacket was stained with blood that had hardened into small patches. Only a few strips of bandages remained on his right trouser leg, which exposed his badly mangled right leg. No, that can hardly be called a leg anymore. The skin on his right leg was nearly all peeled off, revealing the bloody muscle tissues and thick, white bone inside. The most severely injured part of his leg was the thigh. A piece of flesh had been torn off. Blood was ceaselessly pouring out of the artery on his thigh. If Zhao Bufan hadn't tore off a piece of cloth and tied it around his thigh, it was likely that Yu Hai would have lost his life due to excessive blood loss before he reached home. Xiao. Madame Lu was crying so hard that she was barely able to breathe. If she hadn't eaten an entire winter's worth of medicine, Madame Lu would have already fainted. She grabbed her younger daughter tightly as if she was grabbing onto her last life-saving straw. "Right, Xiao, didn't you study medicine under Dr. Yu? Quickly save your father." Yu Xiaoxiao had never seen such a tragic and bloody scene in neither of her lifetimes. Thus, she was stunned for a moment and didn't know where to start. "Master, you must stop the bleeding first. If all his blood flowed out, even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him." When the little divine stone saw the frightened expression on its master's face, it quickly reminded her to stop the bleeding. What should I do?" Yu Xiaoxiao remembered from the surgeries in her previous life that large wounds were usually sutured to stop the bleeding. However, her father's leg was riddled with injuries. What should she do? "Put my body near the wound on his thigh to make it easier for me to use my spiritual powers." The little divine stone could only guide its owner through the process step by step. Yu Xiaoxiao took out all the medicine for external injuries from the medicine box. She used a high concentration of the mystic stone water and mixed it together with the medicine. When the mixture turned into a paste, she carefully applied it on her father's wounds. As she applied the medicine, she tried to get the multicolored stone on her wrist as close to the wounds as possible. A faint golden light emerged from the multicolored stone and slowly enveloped Yu Hai's entire leg. Although the naked eye couldn't see any change, the ruptured veins and torn flesh were unwittingly nourished by the divine stone's spiritual power. In other words, even though his leg looked as appalling as before, his leg would heal twice as fast in the future. Yu Hai's legs were shrouded in the golden light for half an hour, exhausting the last of the little divine stone's spiritual power. Yet it didn't forget to haggle with Yu Xiaoxiao. "The next time you go to town, remember to bring me to Tongren Medicine Hall. All the spiritual power I had accumulated is gone again. I'm very tired, I need to sleep." Before it even finished talking, the last rays of golden light returned to the multicolored stone. There were no more movements from the little divine stone. Although Yu Xiaoxiao was also worried about the little divine stone, she was even more worried about her father's injury. On the Kong bed, Yu Hai's face was still pale. His breathing was faint, and his legs were covered in wound paste. But it didn't look as frightening as before. Oh my, he has such a serious injury. Even if you manage to save his life, his right leg will probably still be crippled. Tisk tisk, Madame Li, who came to enjoy the bustling scene, fanned the flames as she shook her head and clicked her tongue. Old Yu, who had a bellyful of anger, finally found someone to vent on. He already became like this, yet you still making sarcastic remarks. Get lost. No matter how thick-skinned Madame Li was, she couldn't stand being berated by her father-in-law in public. She couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, I wasn't the one who told him to go up the mountain, so why are you yelling at me? If you want someone to blame, blame him for not being careful, ouch. Madame Li didn't even finish speaking yet when little Shishtu knocked against her. Little Shishtu's eyes were brimming with sadness and hatred as he firmly stared at Madame Li. His father was injured for this family. Yet eldest aunt still said those words. Father's injury wasn't worth it at all. Little Shishtu looked like a young wounded beast. Met with little Shishtu's eyes, Madame Li, who was usually crafty and bossy, felt somewhat guilty as she retreated. Under the villagers' dissatisfied gaze, she left the west room with her tail between her legs. It seemed as if the things happening around Yu Xiaoxiao didn't concern her at all. Her entire focus was on her father's well-being. She took out a bottle of high-concentration mystic stone water from the medicine box. With Madame Lu's help, they slowly opened Yu Hai's mouth and carefully fed it to him. Fortunately, not a drop of the mystic stone water was wasted. Yu Hai had unconsciously swallowed the water. If he was unable to even swallow water, Xiaoxiao would have felt that everything was hopeless. With her understanding of the mystic stone water's properties, she had faith that her father would survive the injury. Auntie Xuanju looked at the medicine bottle in Xiaoxiao's hand and said nothing. Her husband had a serious illness during the winter. If Xiaoxiao didn't take out that life-saving medicine, he would have probably died. This medicine was the fruit of Dr. Yu's painstaking effort of his lifetime. It should be able to protect Dahai's life, right? Yu Xiaoxiao also gave her mother, who was refusing to leave even when she was staggering, a few mouthfuls of mystic stone water. Her mother's old illness had just gotten a little better, she couldn't allow her to fall ill again at this critical juncture. Second sister, will father die? I'm so scared. Little Shishtu, who wasn't even 6 years old yet, had already become aware of how fearful death was. Tears were filling up his eyes as he snuggled against the only calm member of the family, Yu Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Madame Zhang was hiding inside her room, not interacting with anyone. Old Yu walked back and forth in front of the west room. He could only sigh as he didn't have any idea as to what to do. Yu Dashan stayed in the west room, but he wasn't any help at all. Yu Katie's crying was like raindrops on a pear blossom, she didn't look dependable at all. Younger uncle and his family had left at the beginning of spring. They borrowed a donkey cart and returned to town already. In this large family, besides Yu Xiaoxiao, who was calmly applying medicine to her father's wounds, no one else had any idea what they should do. Time seemed to pass by particularly slowly in anxious times. Whether it was the Yu family or their fellow villagers, they were all awaiting the arrival of the town doctor. At last, a donkey cart dashed through the village entrance. When the driver of the donkey cart heard that the injury of the patient was very urgent, he didn't bother about his donkey well-being and rushed his donkey all the way here like it was a horse. After rushing for an hour, he was finally able to bring the town doctor here. The doctor who came was the divine physician from Tongren Medicine Hall, Dr. Sun. The moment he stepped off the donkey cart, he immediately took his medicine box and hurriedly walked through the courtyard door, asking, "Where is the wounded person? Quickly bring me to him." The fellow villagers led Dr. Sun to the west room. Originally, the lighting in the west room wasn't very bright. Now, with so many people crowding at the entrance, the room looked even darker than usual. Everyone besides the next of kin will have to leave the room to avoid disturbing the patient. Dr. Sun was very dissatisfied with how noisy it was inside the room. He was frowning as he drove the people out. When Dr. Yu saw Yu Hai's injury, he inhaled a cold breath of air. After practicing medicine for many years, it was rare to see such a serious injury. He hurriedly sat next to the Kong bed and put his right hand on Yu Hai's pulse. After taking his pulse for a while, Dr. Yu let out a deep sigh. He turned to face Madame Lu and her daughters who had their eyes fixed on him. Dr. Yu said with a serious expression, his pulse is very weak. His arteries are hollow like onion shoots and the main cause of his condition is the loss of blood and the injury to his yin. Doctor, can the children's father be saved? Madame Lu's current state of mind was in a mess as she anxiously inquired about her husband's condition. Dr. Sun carefully re-examined Yu Hai's injury. He wrinkled his eyebrows even more after the examination and replied, the external medicine applied on his wounds to stop his bleeding is quite effective. If the medicine wasn't applied on time, he wouldn't have been able to wait till I arrive. However, when Madame Lu saw the heavy expression on Dr. Yu's face, she felt her heart sink and nearly fell into the abyss. Dr. Sun, you are a famous doctor from town. Please, you must save my children's father. I beg you. It's not that I don't want to save him. The problem is whether I can save him or not. The wound on his leg is too big. In addition, all the flesh and tendons are torn apart and are peeling off. Even if I want to save him, I don't even know where to start with all the wounds he has. Many years ago, Dr. Sun had seen a patient with similar injuries. He did his best to save the patient. But in the end, the patient couldn't survive the high fever he got after his wounds got infected, and died. When Madame Lu heard what Dr. Sun had said, she couldn't breathe and fainted next to the Kong bed. The 3 children were crying as they helped their mother lie down on the Kong bed. Yu Xiaosao tried her best to suppress the sadness and anxiety rising inside her heart. She asked in a calm yet stubborn voice, Dr. Sun, is there no hope in treating him? Dr. Sun looked at Yu Hai's bloody, mangled right leg and sighed, right now, we have to amputate his injured leg for him to have the opportunity to even live. However, even when coupled with my medicine, he only has a 30% chance of surviving. Is it possible for him to survive without amputating his injured leg? To Yu Hai, who was omnipotent when going up the mountain and down the sea, losing one of his legs was no different than a bird with broken wings. He would suffer his entire life if he lost one of his legs. Dr. Sun shook his head and said, the surface of the wound is too big. With long-term exposure to the air, the chance of the wound getting infected will significantly increase. If he gets a high fever because of the infection, even the Deluo Immortals might not be able to save him. These are the only 2 options you have, you'll have to choose one for him. Yu Xiaosao didn't have a lot of mystic stone liquid remaining in the bottle in her hands, but she still had a full jar of mystic stone water. She was confident that she could keep the wound clean and uninfected. However, she still didn't feel reassured, so she asked, if his wounds don't get infected, does that mean he won't have to amputate his injured leg? Yes, but if he amputates his injured leg, he still has a 30% of survival. However, if he doesn't, then we can only wait for a miracle. I will prescribe him some medicine first. It's better to take a little medicine than do nothing at all. For over 20 years, Dr. Sun had never felt as powerless as he did today. If Huatuo too was alive today, he might be able to save Yu Hai's injured leg. But he was also hoping for a miracle as the one Yu Xiaosao experienced. Xiaosao had completely recovered from the illness she carried since she was a fetus. Dr. Sun gave old Yu the prescription. He reminded them once again, whether he is keeping this leg or not, you have to make a decision early. When Dr. Sun had just finished speaking, Madame Zhang immediately rushed into the main house. She pulled on old Yu's arm and shouted, old man, you can't amputate Dahai's injured leg. Let's first not talk about how low the 30% chance of survival is. Even if he is lucky enough to survive, what's the point of living if he doesn't have one of his legs? Old Yu immediately became unhappy after hearing that. He yelled at his wife, what do you mean there is no point in living? As the ancient saying goes, it's better to have a bad life than a good death. It's obviously more important to save his life. You only care about your money. What do you mean I only care about my money? I was just thinking about letting Yu Hai make the decision himself once he wakes up. I'm just worried that our kind intention will lead to hatred. Madame Zhang was so frightened that she quickly explained. This was the first time in decades that Madame Zhang had seen old Yu this angry. However, Madame Zhang was the only one who knew her real thoughts. In the past, a large part of the family income came from selling the game that Yu Hai hunted. Now that he was seriously injured and couldn't keep one of his legs, how would he go up the mountain or to the sea? He could only lie in bed like a useless person and live as a parasite. Moreover, there was a lot of children in his family. His wife was also weak. If his injured leg really got amputated, didn't that mean that Yu Hai's family would be depending on her to feed and raise them? Where would she get that much spare money to raise those good-for-nothings? 1. Deluo Immortals. Da Luo Xian Xian refers to the Taoist immortals who lives in the Deluo heavens, which is a realm where immortals with high cultivation dwells in. 2. Hua Tuo, a famous doctor who lived during the end of the Han dynasty. The villagers in the yard were all either friends with Yu Hai and his wife, or neighbors who lived close by. When the second son of the Yu family was carried home due to a serious injury, Madame Zhang hid and claimed to be poor at the mention of paying for the medical treatment. However, no one was surprised by her actions since it was already a common occurrence for the villagers. Xuanju's wife couldn't help but feel somewhat sad within her heart. She had heard the elders at home talking about Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang was old Yu's second wife after his wife's death, and she was also the cousin of Yu Hai's deceased mother. At that time, when the newly widowed Madame Zhang was driven out by her cruel in-laws, it was Yu Hai's bedridden mother who had graciously taken her in. Later, when Yu Hai's mother died of illness, old Yu saw that Madame Zhang was rather sincere as she took care of Yu Hai and his older sister, so he married her as his second wife. The eldest son, Yu Dashan, was Madame Zhang's son from her previous marriage and only 2 months older than Yu Hai. The third son, Yu Bo, and the youngest daughter, Yu Katie, were Madame Zhang and old Yu's biological children. When Yu Hai's mother was still alive, Madame Zhang had acted hypocritically and treated Yu Hai and his older sister even better than her own son. Thus, when Yu Hai's mother was lying on her deathbed, she had entrusted her children to Madame Zhang. However, shortly after Yu Hai's mother passed away, Madame Zhang exposed her true colors. Under the pretext that the family was in bad circumstances, Yu Hai and his older sister were only given porridge, which was so diluted that a person's image could be reflected in it, and a small piece of bean paste pancake every day. In front of old Yu, she would pretend that everyone was eating the same food. However, she had actually kept the good things for her own children to secretly eat at night. When Yu Hai was young, he had climbed trees to get eggs, gathered wild fruits, and searched for seafood in the sea because of hunger. When he got older, he learned how to catch pheasants, wild hare, and small game in the mountains by himself. Being pure and filial, he had never selfishly enjoyed the pheasant and wild hare that he caught by himself. He always took them home and had his father prepare it for the entire family to eat. However, Madame Zhang would pick out the drumsticks and hare legs for her own children to eat. Thus, Yu Hai and his older sister could only eat the parts without much meat. When old Yu chided her, she would respond plausibly by saying, "Our third son and youngest daughter are still young, so second son should yield to his younger siblings." When Yu Hai was in his teens, he began to go fishing in the sea with old Yu. Within 2 years, he had become one of the best fishermen in the village. Every time he went to the sea, he caught much more fish than the other people. Moreover, he often caught rare and precious fish species. Hence, the wealthy families and famous restaurants in town all liked to buy the fish that he had caught. Yu Hai also frequently hunted in the mountain with hunter Zhao. They would bring back some game every time, but most of the time, Madame Zhang was unwilling to let the family eat them. So, most of them were sold in town in exchange for money, which was securely kept in her own purse. Gradually, the Yu family moved out of their shabby ancestral home and built a 5-room tiled residence at the east side of the village, near the sea. In the past 2 years, they had also replaced their broken fishing boat with a new boat. With Yu Hai's abilities, the Yu family had leapt from a well-known poor family to a relatively well-off family in the village. Madame Zhang had complete control over the family's finances. It was impossible to even get a single penny out of her hands. Even the money used to purchase groceries for the family was meticulously calculated over and over again. Every day, they ate coarse grain pancakes, bean porridge, and pickled vegetables. At times, they would just cook the vegetables from their garden in boiled water, without even adding any oil. Except during the New Year, there wouldn't be any trace of meat at home. Even the people that rarely worked in the poorest families in the village ate better food and wore warmer clothes than their family. There wasn't anyone in the village who didn't know that the old lady of the Yu family was like a mouse entering an oil can, an entrance without an exit. The eldest daughter-in-laws, Madame Li, maiden family lived close by and had decent family circumstances. Furthermore, Madame Zhang had taken almost all of the family's resources to prepare the betrothal gifts in order to get this marriage for her eldest son. From time to time, Madame Li would take her son back to her maiden home to eat a sumptuous meal. She always returned with various bags, which were all snuck into her room. However, Madame Zhang would just turn a blind eye to her behavior. As a result, both mother and son ate so much that their body turned into the shape of a ball. They were completely different from Yu Hai's wife and children, who all looked emaciated and haggard. Yu Hai had chosen Madame Lu as his wife by himself and asked his father to hire a matchmaker to arrange the marriage. At that time, the fat and ugly daughter of a general store owner had taken a fancy to Yu Hai, who was tall, handsome, and capable. They had already invited someone to tell Madame Zhang that they didn't need betrothal gifts. Moreover, they had also prepared a dowry of 30 taels. For ordinary families in the fishing village like the Yu family, their annual expense would only be about 3 to 5 taels. Although they got a decent income from fishing every day, they had to pay for the third son's, Yu Bo, schooling fees. Moreover, they had to prepare the money needed for his future examinations. They also had to prepare for their youngest daughter dowry. At that time, 30 taels was quite a large sum of money to the Yu family, so of course Madame Zhang was interested. Just when she made up her mind to agree with this marriage proposal, Yu Hai and Madame Lu's marriage had been settled. Madame Lu came from an average family and her older brothers had just recently gotten married, so they only gathered several taels as her dowry after making much effort. It was naturally far worse than the 30 taels that the general store owner had suggested. The 30 taels that she was about to receive had suddenly disappeared, so of course Madame Zhang would view Madame Lu as an eyesore. After Madame Lu married into the family, she became responsible with nearly all the chores at home. She had to cook, do the laundry, and gather fishwood and firewood. She also had to feed the chickens and pigs. Moreover, she was also responsible for taking care of the family's 2 plots of land. Even when she was pregnant, Madame Zhang didn't allow her to rest. She scolded her throughout the day, while nitpicking at everything she did. Before Madame Lu had completed her confinement period after the birth of her youngest son, little Shish 2, she had already been ordered to wash clothes in the ice-covered river. As a result, she had fallen ill and suffered the lingering effects of the chronic disease. During the winter and rainy days, she would cough incessantly. Sometimes, she coughed so much that she would have trouble breathing and her face would turn blue due to the suffocation. Furthermore, she had nearly died on several occasions. Every year, Madame Lu had to see a doctor and take medication for her illness, which was a major expense. Moreover, Yu Xiaosao was born with a weak constitution and would constantly fall ill. Each time Madame Zhang had to pay for their medical fees, it was as if someone dug up her ancestral grave. The old lady would scold them every day while saying that she was raising 2 medicine-guzzling fiends who were bottomless pits. In the past, seeing Yu Hai's ability to earn money, Madame Zhang would make complaints, but she still took out money to pay for the medical fees. Due to Madame Zhang's persistent urging today, Yu Hai had followed his close friend, Zhao Bufan, to hunt in the West Mountains. However, they had inadvertently disturbed a bear that was hibernating within a cave. In order to save Hunter Zhao, Yu Hai's leg was bitten severely by the bear, and his back was also scratched into a bloody mess. He seemed as if he was barely breathing now. However, he was considered rather lucky. Even though his blood vessels had nearly ruptured, he was able to endure until the doctor arrived from town. They had originally thought that the best physician in town would provide them with some good news. However, after examining Yu Hai's injuries, Dr. Sun of Tongren Medicine Hall only shook his head and said, "Do what can be done and leave all else to fate." After that, he reluctantly wrote a prescription for them, while saying that the medication probably won't be effective and that they were only seeking peace of mind. A dosage of medicine cost approximately 1 tael and it might not be able to save the life of the Yu family's second son. There was no way that Madame Zhang would let the money that she painstakingly saved up be wasted. With a family filled with sick and weak people, if Yu Hai couldn't wake up, they would all become burdens for the Yu family in the future. If Yu Hai survived with an amputated leg, he would also just be a burden to the family since he had lost a leg. Xuanju's wife had already seen through the current situation. If Madame Zhang could make the decisions, then she would definitely kick Yu Hai's entire family out of the house without hesitation. However, old Yu still had the final say within the family. Furthermore, Madame Zhang was afraid that the other villagers would gossip, so she didn't dare to brazenly mention this suggestion. How would Yu Hai's family survive under Madame Zhang's control in the future? Xuanju's wife couldn't help but worry for them. There was a heavy scent of blood drifting in the air. Yu Hai, who was lying on the bed, looked deathly pale and was barely breathing. Every time he went hunting in the mountains, he would be able to earn at least 400 or 500 copper coins. But now he was only covered with a worn-out cotton quilt that was faded and patched up. It was dark and cramped inside the west room, which was mostly occupied by a Kong bed. At the head of the bed, there was an old rattan case, while a table held up by numerous planks was placed on the side of the bed. And that was all. Yu Hai and his wife, who were the main laborers in the family, had to live in this crowded room with several children. Yu Hai was still alive, yet the second branch was already being treated in such a way. Hurry up and pay Dr. Sun for the medicine. Old Yu, who was dragged into the main room by Madame Zhang, suddenly shouted. The villagers in the courtyard looked at each other speechlessly. Had Madame Zhang seriously shed all pretense of cordiality and refused to pay for Yu Hai's medications? It's 5 taels. Even the doctor had said that it was probably useless to eat the medicine. Doesn't Xiaosao have Dr. Yu's medicine box? We can just use some of the medicine inside to have peace of mind. 5 taels is enough for a month's supply of brush and ink for our third son. Madame Zhang's growl sounded like a female beast guarding her child. Old Yu's voice sounded once again, do you think I don't know how much money you have saved up? If there is even a glimmer of hope, we should do our best to make our last efforts. Otherwise, will your conscience be at ease? Aren't you afraid that Xiaosao and her siblings will resent you? Madame Zhang was unwilling to comply. It's not that I don't want to save him, but the doctor already said that taking the medicine won't help. So, why are we still wasting our money? It's better to just save the money and help second son raise his children. As the old couple argued in the main room, the neighbors in the yard looked sympathetically at the west room and shook their heads incessantly. Uncle Yu, a man with a strong build, who emitted a strong sense of vigor and appeared valiant, entered the gate of the Yu family's courtyard. He was the person that Yu Hai had saved today, Zhao Bufan. When Madame Zhang heard his voice, she immediately rushed out of her room. Although she appeared thin and petite, she was actually quite strong. She grabbed the front of Zhao Bufan's clothes and hollered at the top of her voice, "You damned hunter Zhao. If it weren't for you today, would our family's Yu Hai be lying on the bed and on the verge of death? I don't care. Our second son got injured because of you, so your Zhao family should be responsible for the medical fees. Also, if anything happens to Yu Hai, then your Zhao family will also be responsible for taking care of the widow and orphans of the second branch." At the end of the day, Madame Zhang had never cared about Yu Hai's life and death. The only thing that she was ever concerned about was money, money, and money. Don't worry, Auntie, brother Yu Hai have saved me from this misfortune. If it hadn't been for him, I would have died long ago. I, Zhao Bufan, am an honest and dauntless man, who will never act ungrateful and treacherous. I have already killed the bear that injured brother Yu Hai and sold it in town. With a greedy expression on her face, Madame Zhang interrupted Zhao Bufan before he had finished speaking. Hunter Zhao, please come into the room to talk. Disregarding the bear's fur and gallbladder, the bear's paws and meat alone could be sold for quite a large sum in town. In a way, her family's second son had exchanged his life to get this bear, so no matter what, she wasn't going to let the Zhao family reap all the benefits. As Madame Zhang urgently hurriedly Zhao Bufan into the room, she was also inwardly calculating how much money she could get. Zhao Bufan gently shook her hands off, strode towards old Yu, and then unfolded the heavy bag within his hands in front of him. Madame Zhang was immediately dazzled by the shiny silver. She was so stunned that her droopy triangular eyes were about to pop out. A bag full of silver ingots, which were worth 10 taels each, would add up to at least 200 or 300 taels. Madame Zhang was an extremely stingy person, who was unwilling to spend too much money on clothes and food. There was a free laborer like Yu Hai to earn money throughout the day, and Madame Zhang had been meticulously saving money for over a decade. However, after deducting the daily expenses and Yu Bo's schooling fees, she had only saved up a little more than 100 taels over all those years. Yet, a single bear was sold for 200 or 300 taels. Is this the share that our second son deserved? Oh my, I didn't expect a bear to be so valuable. Madame Zhang grinned so widely that her old face had turned into a chrysanthemum. Her eyes had narrowed into a slit, while she exposed a mouth full of crooked, yellow teeth. Zhao Bufan dodged Madame Zhang's hands that were reaching for the bag of money. He handed the bag of money to old Yu and solemnly said, Uncle Yu, this 200 or 300 taels is all the money that I got from selling the bear, which is also the money that brother Yu Hai deserves. If it weren't for him, the person lying on the Kong bed would be me. Old Yu didn't take the money, sighed deeply, and said, You two are as close as real brothers. I believe that if Dahai was the one in danger today, you would also do the same and rescue him. You guys have always split the earnings from hunting equally, so it shall be the same today. Old man, our Dahai is still lying on the bed and waiting for the money to save his life. Our second son has risked his life to get this money. Moreover, if Hunter Zhao takes the money, then all the villagers will gossip so much about him. Seeing that her husband had gave out half of the money with a few words, Madame Zhang got worked up immediately. 50-50, that would be 150 taels. Most people probably wouldn't have that much money even if they saved up money for over a decade. Zhao Bufan, as if he didn't see that Madame Zhang was hopping mad beside him, shoved the bag into old Yu's arms and said, "Uncle Yu, I only have one request." Brother Dahai had risked his life in exchange for this money, which was something that Auntie had also mentioned earlier. Thus, I hope that at least half of the money will be used for Brother Dahai and his family. This shouldn't be a difficult request. Yes, of course, the money will be used to treat my second son's injuries. If anything happens to him, then the money will be saved for his children's marriages. Old Yu was Yu Hai's biological father, so there was still familial affection between them. Madame Zhang grabbed the money from her husband's hands and held it in her arms happily. She replied in agreement, "Hunter Zhao, you don't have to worry. Yu Hai is our old Yu's biological son, so how can we treat him badly? See, we have already invited the best doctor in town. A single dose of medication prescribed by him costs more than 1 tael. I'll go pay for the medicine first. You guys continue talking." With 300 taels in hand, Madame Zhang no longer hesitated to pay 5 taels for the medical examination and medication. She swiftly settled the bill, and then asked Yu Zhang to send the doctor back to town on his donkey cart. Everyone should go home. Dahai needs to rest quietly to recuperate. When he wakes up, I'll let everyone know. It was inconvenient with so many people in the yard. She must prevent the 300 taels from falling into the eyes of the greedy. Once money reached Madame Zhang's hands, it was like throwing a meat bun at a dog, it would never return. In the west room, Madame Lu had already woken up and silently weeping as she stood beside her husband. Xiaolian and little Shish too, who were accompanying their mother, had also cried until their eyes were red and swollen. Thus, Xiaosao would check on Yu Hai's condition from time to time, while she decocted the medicine on a small mud furnace outside the room. The sun had set in the west. The Yu family had missed both the morning and evening meals. Except for the second branch, who had no appetite, everyone else was already starving. With Yu Hai's 300 taels, Madame Zhang naturally didn't have the face to order the second branch around for the time being. So, she shouted at the east room, "Li Guiwa, you lazy woman. Do you know what time it is right now? Quickly go cook dinner. Do you want to starve us to death?" Madame Li and her son had secretly eaten some snacks inside their room. When she heard the noise, she reluctantly came out of the room and slowly lit the fire to cook. Yu Katie glanced at the west room with her reddened eyes, and then quietly entered the kitchen to help cook dinner. This was a sleepless night for the entire second branch in the west room. They all stayed beside Yu Hai for fear that the pillar of their family would suddenly collapse. At the break of dawn, Yu Hai, whose breathing had originally stabilized, suddenly had a high fever. His pale and bloodless complexion had turned as red as a soldering iron, while his breathing became short and rapid. Madame Lu's, who hadn't slept the entire night, face was without a trace of blood. There were also dark, heavy bags under her eyes. Her originally thin and weak body appeared even more fragile. Madame Lu couldn't stop her tears from falling down as she looked at her husband's flushed face. The words that Dr. Sun had said yesterday still lingered beside her ears. If he gets an infection or fever, then it will be difficult to save his life. It's so hot. Father has a fever. I'll go ask grandfather to call for a doctor. Xiaolian wiped the tears on her cheeks and knocked on the door of the main room. Shortly afterwards, Yu Dashan was woken up and told to go fetch the doctor from town. Yu Xiaosao, who didn't dare to close her eyes throughout the night, felt lightheaded as she brewed the second dose of medication for her father. She added 2 more drops of the mystic stone water inside, while she anxiously called for the little divine stone within her heart. Glutinous dumpling, are you here? How many times have I told you? Stop calling me, this divine stone, glutinous dumpling. It's such an insult to my status as a celestial stone. Little divine stone responded lazily. Didn't you say that my father will be fine after you're being treated by you? Why did he suddenly have a fever again? Yu Xiaosao asked uneasily. It's normal to have a fever. He consumed too much of the mystic stone water. I have already told you that if a healthy person takes in a high concentration of the mystic stone water, then they will at most be more energetic and vigorous. But for someone like your father, who have suffered a serious injury, it will be difficult to endure the high concentration of energy within the mystic stone water at the moment. Hence, he has a fever now. The little divine stone answered nonchalantly, but it was inwardly thinking about whether it would get any benefits from it saved its master's father this time. If the shackles locking its powers could loosen up a little, then it might be able to. Then will anything happen to my father now? With Yu Xiaoxiao's knowledge, she still understood the meaning of, too much is as bad as too little. There would be side effects from taking too much medication, so would there also be negative consequences from consuming too much mystic stone water? Little divine stone's train of thoughts were interrupted, so it impatiently replied, what can happen? At most, he will just sleep for a few more days. This divine stone, can guarantee with my character that he will be fine, so what are you still worried about? Stop being so anxious about groundless matters. I need to rest for a certain period of time, so don't bother me. With the little divine stone's guarantee, Yu Xiaoxiao's unsettled heart had finally calmed down. She stared at the medicine that was decocting, at a loss. There's also mystic stone water within this pot of medicine. Should I still feed this medicine to father? Since the little celestial stone had already promised that there was no side effects and he would just sleep for several more days, then, there wasn't any harm in sleeping for a few more days, right? Don't people say that sleeping more would help the recovery of wounds? By the time Dr. Sun arrived again, Yu Hai's fever was already gone. However, there were still no signs of him waking up. Dr. Sun carefully examined his condition and checked his wound again, but he was still not optimistic. If the patient doesn't wake up within 2 days, I'm afraid that the chances of him waking up in the future will be very slim. Even if he wakes up, I don't think we can keep his leg. However, it's a good sign that his fever has gone down. He will still need to continue to take the medicine. If anything comes up, you can find me in town. Several days has already passed after that, but there still wasn't any signs of Yu Hai waking up. Most of the family no longer held any hopes, except for Yu Xiaoxiao. She was the only one who knew that the condition of her injured father, who had been declared dead by the doctor, wouldn't worsen anymore. Furthermore, he had also been fed mystic stone water every day, so he could still survive even if he didn't eat or drink anything. Yu Xiaoxiao firmly believed that as long as he drank a few more bowls of mystic stone water, her father's injury would gradually be healed sooner or later. It had been 3 days since the little celestial stone used up all its powers to treat her father's injury, but it had only recovered its spiritual form. Look, that little golden ball of light was happily frolicking in the spring water and patted its chest in assurance, don't worry. If you hadn't fed him so much of the mystic stone water, he would have woken up long ago. When the little divine stone heard from Xiaoxiao that the doctor told them that her father's leg needed to be severed, it replied in disdain, don't listen to that quack. This divine stone will be merciful and use a little more of my spiritual power. In a month, your father will definitely be able to walk with that leg of his. But, he did hurt the tendons and bones in his legs, so he might walk with a limp in the future. Even if he walked with a limp, it was fine as long as he was alright. Over the past few days, Yu Xiaoxiao had come to a clear understanding that her father was the main pillar of their second branch. If he collapsed, then the entire second branch would also fall apart. Madame Zhang, who had been silent for a couple days, also didn't have any hopes for Yu Hai's recovery. She began to shout again, what time is it? No one is feeding the pigs, nor is there anyone gathering firewood. Are we still going to get on with life? If you're not going to work, then get the hell out. Our family doesn't accept any slackers. Madame Lu, who always remained in a state of anxiety these days, would hastily get up from the Kong bed whenever she heard Madame Zhang's screams. The continuous days of worry and hard work had caused Madame Lu's complexion to be even more pallid than Yu Hai, who was lying on the bed. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoxiao hastily said, Xiaolian and I can take care of the household chores. Mother, you should lie down and rest some more. Don't worry, it's already the best news that father's condition hasn't worsened. Father wouldn't bear to part with such a virtuous wife and such intelligent children like us. My father is an upright and fearless man, so he will definitely be able to get through this obstacle. Mother, you should have confidence in father. Little girl, who praise themselves like you? Madame Lu's anxious heart had somewhat settled as she pretended to glare at the little lass. Although there were endless work and scolding in this family, her husband was genuinely good to her. As long as her husband could safely survive this misfortune, she wouldn't complain even if she encountered any hardships. Madame Lu bowed her head and silently looked at Yu Hai. After so many years, it was her first time looking at him so carefully. For the 5 days that he had been unconscious, he looked really serene, as if he had fallen asleep. It was as if he would suddenly open his eyes at the next moment, smile at her foolishly, and then call out her maiden name, Muyun. Hopefully, as Xiao Cao had said, he could survive this hurdle. In the eyes of outsiders, ever since Yu Hai got injured, there seemed to be a lot of ups and downs with his situation. Over the past few days, he had been suffering from a low fever. At times, his fever would be so high that the heat would scald the hand. Except for the people of the second branch, the rest of the Yu family all felt that he wouldn't be able to survive this hurdle. However, on the 6th day, Yu Hai finally woke up from his coma. Within the Yu family, old Yu and the second branch were probably the only ones who were genuinely happy for him. Yu Katie, who had a soft temperament and never interfered with other people's affairs, might had also been sincerely happy for him. "Grandfather, my father hasn't eaten anything in 5 days. I'll go make a bowl of noodles for him." Although her father had survived on the mystic stone water these past few days, eating food was naturally more beneficial for the recovery of his wound. Old Yu nodded and said, "All right, cook 2 fried eggs for your father, too. It's good that he's awake. Our ancestors have blessed and protected him. I'll have Dashan to go to town tomorrow morning and ask Dr. Sun to come check if Dahai is out of danger now." Madame Zhang glared at him and wanted to say something, but she held back her words with the thought, "For the sake of the 300 taels, I'll tolerate it." "Okay, thank you, grandfather," Yu Xiaocao loudly replied with a smile on her face. The crude grain pancake and bean paste soup that they ate for breakfast seriously wasn't something that humans should eat. Since her grandfather had agreed, she mixed the wheat flour with 2 handfuls of bean flour and made a little more noodles so that her family could also eat something special. "Mother, I want to eat a fried egg too," the fat son of the first branch, who was so obese that his eyes were nearly squished together, shouted as he threw the pancake in hands. Madame Li was so angry that she slapped him. "Eat, eat, eat. Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating?" Yu Xiaocao held the pancake that she received in her arms and swiftly finished the disgusting bean paste soup with her nose pinched. After that, she pulled Xiaolian into the kitchen. Little Shish too copied her and quickly finished his bowl of bean paste soup, which had a burnt taste, and then exclaimed, "I'll go help heat the pot." After Yu Xiaocao looked through the kitchen, she realized that there was hardly any food except for a few dried-up radishes, half a bag of bean flour, and a large bag of sweet potato flour. She briefly thought about it, and then asked Xiaolian, "Do we still have any dried vegetables at home?" Xiaolian pondered briefly and asked, "We have some sun-dried sweet potato leaves and radish leaves, will they do?" "Let's use the sweet potato leaves then." Yu Xiaocao shrugged her shoulders, as if she didn't expect much from the ingredients. "Xiaolian, let's make the noodles with a mixture of wheat flour and bean flour. Second sister makes the tastiest foods. But, our family is usually reluctant about using wheat flour. If we use too much, grandmother will scold us again." Little Shish too was extremely confident in his second sister's culinary skills. He had also accepted Xiao Cao's story about taking a tour in hell, and promised to keep it a secret for her. While his second sister was loitering in the underworld, she had unexpectedly won the favor of the god of fortune and was taught the skills of cooking and money-making. Was this considered a blessing in disguise? Yu Xiaocao was very skilled in making bean noodles. In her previous life, she and her siblings had experienced a long period of hardship after her parents passed away in a car accident. Thus, she had already developed the ability to make delicious meals with simple ingredients. Yu Xiaocao smiled as she pinched Little Shish Tu's nose and said, "Rest assured. It doesn't need a lot of wheat flour. Moreover, we'll be able to get a little benefit from this." As she spoke, she soaked the dried sweet potato leaves in the water in order to soften them before putting them in the pot of noodles. Afterwards, she skillfully took out less than half a ladle of bean flour, and then she took out a large bowl of wheat flour from the basket hanging on the beam. There wasn't much wheat flour within the basket, so nearly half of it was gone after she took out this bowl of flour. Xiaolian's eyes widened and exclaimed in alarm, "How can we use so much flour for a bowl of noodles? If grandmother sees this, she'll start scolding us again. Just let her. No matter how well we do, she will always find ways to pick on us. If she wants to scold us, then just let her. We can just pretend to not hear her." Xiao Cao poured some mystic stone water into the basin and mixed it with the bean flour and wheat flour. Yu Shaolian looked at her younger sister skillfully kneading and rolling the dough. Her culinary skills were even better than their mother. After a while, Xiao Cao had already rolled the dough into a large flattened circle, sprinkled some bean flour on it to prevent it from sticking together, and said without even lifting her head, "The noodles can't be too thin. If the noodles are too thin, then they will easily jumble together and turn into paste." She cut the dough into even strands of noodles. The bean noodles shouldn't be cut into strands that were too wide, but it should be a thickness that was suitable for eating. It would be better to cook the noodles until they had a soft and chewy texture. The only thing that didn't really matter was the length of the noodles. "Second sister, it looks really delicious." Little Shish too excitedly looked at the noodles, which were all nearly the same thickness and had a pale yellow color. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at each strand of bean noodles. Yu Xiaocao pinched the little fellow's cheeks, leaving white wheat flour stains on his face. She smiled lightly and bowed her head to cut the scallion and dried vegetables that had been soaked. She glanced at the basket, which held the wheat flour, and found a fat piece of bacon inside. Thus, she took it down on her own initiative and rubbed it on the hot iron pan. A layer of oil immediately formed in the pan. Xiao Cao put the cured meat, which appeared unchanged, back in the basket and asked Shaolian to hang it back on the beam. After that, she quickly stir-fried the chopped scallions and dried vegetables, and then added some salt in it. When the chopped scallions were cooked in lard, it exuded an alluring fragrance. Little Shish too inhaled a deep breath of the aroma and smacked his lips. "It smells so good that I'm about to drool." Since the dumplings that they had eaten during the New Year, the Yu family's meals had only consisted of coarse grain. Not only were the meals unfulfilling, but there also wasn't even a trace of oil in them. For Little Shish too, who had secretly improved his meals from time to time before the New Year, he was already very happy to be able to eat some noodles made from a mixture of bean flour and wheat flour. Madame Zhang, who was basking in the sun in the yard after breakfast, smelled the scent of lard and rushed into the kitchen. She swiftly took down the basket, carefully inspected the palm-sized bacon, and glanced in the pot. When she didn't find anything wrong, she purposely shouted, "Do you need to make so much noodles for a bowl of noodles? You bunch of spendthrifts are going to deplete all our family's resources." Xiao Cao pointed at the bean noodles on the chopping board and said, "It's my first time making noodles, so I didn't get a good grasp of the quantity. But I made the noodles with half bean flour and half wheat flour. So, I didn't use a lot of the wheat flour." Madame Zhang picked up the small bag of flour and saw that there was still some wheat flour inside. Moreover, the noodles were yellow and smelled like beans, so she grumbled as she put the basket back and left. When the water in the pot boiled, Yu Xiaocao scattered the noodles into the pot and cracked 2 eggs inside. She covered the pot with the lid and simmered it on low heat for a while. It was ready to be served when the noodles became soft and sticky. Yu Shaolian and Little Shish too looked at each other. Little Shish too couldn't bear to look at the soggy noodles and asked in a low voice, "Is it slightly overcooked?" Xiao Cao filled a bowl for the little guy, and then suggested with a smile, "Try it. How's your sister's cooking?" Little Shish too blew on the noodles and took in a mouthful. His dark eyes instantly lit up as he chewed it in his mouth. In spite of the heat, he swiftly ate another mouthful. While he ate, he also mumbled words of praise, "Delicious. It's really delicious. It's even tastier than the plain wheat noodles that I have eaten in the past." Xiao Cao picked up another radish with good moisture level and cut it into thin strips to make a cold dish. Bean noodles didn't need to be served with rich side dishes. Cold shredded radish 2 or spicy cold cabbage 3 were the best compliments. Xiao Cao added another spoonful of bean noodles to Little Shish too's bowl, and then filled a bowl for herself and Shaolian. They swiftly began devouring the noodles in the kitchen. The bean noodles and side dish were made with simple and incomplete ingredients. However, with Xiao Cao's cooking skills and the enhancement of the mystic stone water, the 3 kids ate until they nearly swallowed their own tongues. When Madame Li smelled the aroma and came over with her son, the siblings had already eaten most of the bean noodles, leaving only a large bowl for their father. They had even finished washing the bowls already. "You 2 damned brats, you must be secretly eating in the kitchen. Is there any more? Take it out and give your brother Heitzi a bowl." Madame Li opened the pot and stared at the bowl of bean noodles with a covetous gaze. "No, there's a limited amount of flour at home. Grandfather told us to make a bowl for our father, so we won't dare to make more. Won't grandmother skin us, if we did? Look, there's only 1 bowl." Shish too was already salivating, but he still didn't dare to take a bite. Yu Xiaoxiao had an expression that said, "If you don't believe me, then see for yourself." Madame Li didn't believe her and looked everywhere in the kitchen. When she didn't find anything, she stared at the only bowl of bean noodles. "Your father just woke up after a serious injury. He won't have any appetite to eat so much. Divide it in half and give it to her brother Haixi." As she spoke, she was about to pick up the bowl to divide the noodles. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly picked up the noodles and ran towards the entrance of the kitchen, while shouting, "My father hasn't eaten anything for 5 days. Eating more can help him recover faster. Grandfather, grandfather. Brother Haixi wants to steal the noodles that we made for our father." Seeing that Haixi wanted to grab the bowl in her hands, Yu Xiaoxiao ran and screamed towards the yard. Haixi wasn't afraid of anyone, but he feared grandfather's glare the most. He was so afraid that he hastily withdrew his hands and allowed Xiaoxiao to slip away under his nose. Old Yu usually mended the fishing nets in the courtyard at this time. Yu Xiaoxiao, who ran out of the kitchen, knew that Madame Li and Sun didn't dare to brazenly take the noodles from her in the yard. She glanced back at him proudly, and then went back to her room with the bowl of noodles. Inside the room, Madame Lu was feeding Xiaoxiao's father water with a spoon. Yu Hai's face was flushed, and he clearly still had a high fever. He moved closer to Madame Lu's hand and slowly drank the mystic stone water. Madame Lu carefully wiped off the water that had seeped from the corner of his mouth. Her thin and pale face was full of tenderness. The two of them sat face to face silently and glanced at one another from time to time, as if they were the only ones left in the world. For a moment, Xiaoxiao felt that interrupting them was an unforgivable sin. Madame Lu was the first one to notice her arrival. Her eyes were filled with shock when she saw the bowl of noodles in Xiaoxiao's hands. In the past, if anyone in their second branch missed a meal, they would have had to starve until the next meal. There had never been a time in which they were allowed to cook again. This big bowl of oily and savory noodles obviously wasn't something they ate for breakfast. Xiaolian saw the doubt within her mother's eyes and laughed. "Grandfather heard that father was awake, so he allowed us to make this." Xiaoxiao had deliberately made more. Mother can also eat some. Although some bean flour was added into the bean noodles, it was still mostly made of wheat flour. Moreover, it also had a rare trace of oil in it. So, of course, Madame Lu was reluctant to eat it and wanted to give some to her children to eat. Aosao and her siblings dodged her happily. "We already ate in the kitchen. You can touch younger brother's tummy. It's as round as a bloated frog. Mother, you eat it." Madame Lu clearly didn't believe them. She was very familiar with her mother-in-law's stingy character. Her mother-in-law knew exactly how much of each ingredient was in the kitchen. It was all right for the coarse grain, but without her permission, they were strictly forbidden to use things such as wheat flour, rice, and eggs. Xiaolian and Little Shish too also patted their bellies to ensure her that they had really eaten. So Madame Lu slowly fed the noodles to her husband. Yu Hai's heart ached for his wife and refused to eat alone. He insisted that he would only eat after Madame Lu took a bite. In this way, the couple shared the bowl of noodles, taking a bite one after another. Under Yu Hai's insistence, the family of 5 enjoyed the 2 fried eggs that were found at the bottom of the bowl together. The small fried eggs were incomparably precious within Yu Xiaoxiao's heart because they contained strong familial affection and love. "Father, Mother, I think that we should take this opportunity to leave this family and live by ourselves." Yu Xiaoxiao had already reached the breaking point of her endurance for Madame Zhang's stingy and harsh character. In the past, when her father was still able to hunt and fish, Madame Zhang definitely wouldn't allow them to leave. But it might not be the same now. Splitting from the family. Your grandparents are still alive, so they won't agree to dividing the family. Madame Lu felt somewhat sad within her heart. They were still uncertain about whether her husband could keep his leg. Moreover, the condition of her health made it impossible for her to do heavy labor and their children were still too young. What would they rely on to feed the family if they separated from this family? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't agree with her. With the little divine stone as her special weapon, the injury on her father's leg would eventually recover. Although there was the possibility of him being crippled, he would still be able to do ordinary handcrafts. After being nourished for months with the mystic stone water and herbal medicine, her mother's health had almost completely recuperated. As long as they could separate from this family, with her expert skills in braised foods, they would definitely live in better conditions than right now. Grandmother and eldest aunt must be eagerly looking forward to us leaving this family. In their eyes, our second branch is just a major burden. As for grandfather, we will definitely have a chance to convince him. That's right, she had been waiting for an opportunity, a perfect opportunity to suggest splitting up the family. While Yu Xiaoxiao and her family were discussing the matter of dividing from the family, Madame Li was also speaking ill of the second branch in the main room. Mother, since second brother-in-law got injured, there isn't a single able-bodied worker in the second branch. Furthermore, second sister-in-law and Xiaoxiao are both medicine-guzzling fiends. Think about it, we have already spent dozens of taels in the past several days. Although second brother-in-law has woken up, Dr. Sun have also said that one of his legs was going to be useless even if he woke up. Second brother-in-law's family is filled with sick and weak people who are all relying on us to support them. Mother, our family's situation just got a little better off. We can't let them drag us down. Madame Zhang received an extra 300 taels as income, but when she saw the money in her hands gradually decreasing every day, it was as if someone was cutting her heart over and over again. When she heard her eldest daughter-in-law's words, she angrily pounded on the Kong bed several times and said, "What are we supposed to do then? Do you think we can just kick them out? Even if we disregard the fact that your father would definitely disagree, the villagers, gossip and criticism alone would be enough to drown us. But we can't just waste all our money on them without anything in return." Madame Li viciously wrung the rough cloth handkerchief within her chubby hands, feeling frustrated. Madame Zhang glanced at her and said, "What ideas do you have? Let me hear it." All the meat on Madame Li's face squished together as she smiled and said, "My maiden family knows a trafficking matron one, who does business with the wealthy families in town. She even has business with some of the rich people in the prefectural city. I heard that a wealthy merchant in town, the Zhou family, wants to buy a batch of young girls. That trafficking matron has offered the high price of 8 taels for the trade." Madame Zhang lifted her brows. "You mean, we should sell their eldest daughter?" She pointed towards the direction of the second branch's room. "Who would want that unhealthy wretch, Xiaoxiao? Xiaolian is competent and well-groomed, so we can definitely sell her for a good price." Madame Li replied with a crafty smile and narrowed her beady eyes, which had nearly disappeared into the wrinkles of fat in her face. If they sold one of the useless brats, not only would they earn a few extra taels, but there would also be one less person to feed. Moreover, Xiaolian had a stubborn personality and was also the most disobedient. Without her, it would be even easier to control the second branch. Madame Zhang became interested in the idea. In the early morning of the next day, Yu Xiaoxiao carried a bundle of firewood and followed behind Xiaolian. Her heart ached for the weak and small figure in front of her, who was nearly covered up by the mountain of firewood on her back. Thus, she would reach out her hand to help support the firewood on Xiaolian's back from time to time. Little Shish too, who was also carrying a bundle of firewood, followed behind them. Originally, Xiaolian had planned to gather firewood by herself, but Xiaoxiao and Little Shish too both expressed that they wanted to share bliss and misfortune together. Thus, they went out to collect firewood together. It was currently the end of winter and the beginning of spring, so dried firewood could be readily found on the West Mountains at this time. Hence, the siblings had obtained a fruitful result this morning. Yu Xiaolian, who had known how to take care of her younger siblings from an early age, took on the task of carrying most of the firewood. She only allowed her frail younger sister and younger brother to carry some firewood as a token of helping out. In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao had always taken care of her younger siblings, so she felt somewhat weird being taken care of now. She had repeatedly expressed that her health was fine and that she could carry more, but Xiaolian rejected her every time she made the suggestion. "Eldest sister, second sister, there's a guest at home." As soon as Little Shish Tu looked up, he saw Madame Li eagerly invite a colorfully dressed middle-aged woman into the courtyard. Thus, he curiously ran over. Yu Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian looked at one another and saw the doubt within each other's eyes. The woman was dressed in a satin jacket and had a golden hairpin on her head. However, normal villagers wouldn't be able to afford these items. The Yu family also didn't have any relatives like this. So, who exactly was this person? Based on how eldest Aunt fawns on her, could it be that she's here for brother Haitzi? Haitzi, whose real name was Yu Zhe, was already 13 years old. In ancient times, he should be approaching a marriageable age. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't think of any other reasons for the snobby Madame Li to treat that woman as if she were her own mother. "Xiaolian, I'll go take a look." After father got injured, Yu Xiaoxiao had been worried and took care of him for 5 days straight without going out. It was seldom that they would have a guest, so this incident sparked her inner curiosity. She jogged into the yard with the firewood on her back while Madame Zhang and Madame Li were happily welcoming the woman into the main house. Hearing the movement, the woman stopped in her tracks and turned to look at her from head to toe. Her critical gaze, as if she was examining a piece of good that she had just received, made Yu Xiaoxiao feel extremely uncomfortable. Is she the one? She has a decent appearance, fair and clean. Just a little too thin. Trafficker Zhuang twitched her mouth in a picky manner. The Zhou family in town had just released a batch of maid servants, who had reached marriageable age. Thus, they needed to buy 20 to 30 young girls. For the past several days, Trafficker Zhuang had been extremely busy due to this matter. The Zhou family was a major client of hers, so she couldn't mess up this deal. Yesterday evening, someone came to inform her that there was a competent and honest young girl for sale at Dongshan village. So, she hired a carriage early in the morning and rushed over. She hadn't expected that the little girl would be so thin and small that she didn't even look the age of 8 or 9. Madame Li evasively moved away after she made contact with Yu Xiaoxiao's cautious gaze. She vaguely replied, "It's not her, but her older sister. She's very competent and can do most of the work at home. Her father suffered a serious injury and her mother is weak and sickly, so the family is in need of money. If not, we wouldn't have been willing to do this." Trafficker Zhuang looked around the 5-room residence, which was bright and spacious, and the fence in the yard, which was made of sun-dried mud bricks. She smirked inwardly as she thought, looking at this house, this family doesn't seem like they're so short of money for them to sell their children. But, she's only here to do business, so it was none of her concern. She never interfered with the dirty matters in other people's homes. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't an ignorant child. She could feel that something was wrong based on Trafficker Zhuang's examining gaze and Madame Li's guilty expression. Thus, she asked with alert, "What are you going to do with Shaolian?" Go, go, go. What is a child doing here when the adults are talking? Go somewhere else to play." Madame Zhang impatiently waved her hand, as if she were shooing away a little chick. After that, she turned to smile at Trafficker Zhuang and said, "Let's talk inside, in the room." "How is it none of our business? If you guys are trying to scheme against our second branch, then of course it has something to do with me." Yu Xiaoxiao shouted as her suspicions increased. "Who talks to their elders like you? Is this how your mother teaches you? For the past 8 or 9 years, we've been raising you, feeding you, and even providing medication for you. Yet you grew up to be an unfilial child who dares to rudely contradict your own grandmother. We should have just let you die from your illness at that time." Seeing the impatient expression on Trafficker Zhuang's face, Madame Zhang grinded her teeth and screamed loudly. Madame Lu heard the screaming from the kitchen and swiftly walked out. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiao behind herself and apologized repeatedly, "Mother, she's still a young child who doesn't know anything. Please don't take a child's actions to heart." Madame Zhang continued to shout arrogantly, "You're the only one who thinks that this useless wretch is a treasure. You damned brat, go kneel in your room and reflect on yourself. You're not allowed to eat breakfast today." Yu Shaolian came in with the heavy firewood on her back. When she heard Madame Zhang's words, she quickly threw the firewood down and rushed to her younger sister. She stood in front of Xiaoxiao and said, "My younger sister was seriously ill right before the new year. If she falls sick again, won't you have to spend money for the medicine? Grandmother, I'm willing to receive the punishment in place of my sister." Trafficker Zhuang had experienced and encountered numerous situations before, so she immediately knew that the child's grandmother and eldest aunt were planning on secretly selling the child without the parents' knowledge. Trafficker Zhuang had always had a good reputation in Tanggu town. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so many customers of high social status. Thus, she naturally wouldn't ruin her own reputation just for a young girl. Trafficker Zhuang smiled at Shaolian and praised her, "Well, you're quite faithful and righteous. Although you're somewhat tanned and thin, you will look decent in 2 years after growing up a little." When noble families buy maid servants, a good character is the one important quality that they look for. These 2 girls, one is clever and sensible, while the other is honest and trustworthy. Moreover, they look exactly the same. "Old lady of the Yu family, if you sell both your granddaughters to me, I'll give you double the price." Earlier, Madame Zhang had already heard Trafficker Zhuang say that an 8 or 9-year-old girl would be worth 5 taels at most. If the price was doubled for 2 girls, then it would be 20 taels. Not only would she earn back the money that was spent for the second branch's medical fees recently, but there was also some surplus. If she added that to the money Hunter Zhao got from selling the bear, Madame Zhang suddenly got so happy that she smiled until her eyes disappeared. Madame Lu almost fainted when she heard that her mother-in-law and eldest sister-in-law wanted to sell her daughters. Were their family so poor that they needed to sell their own children? Mother, Cowers Heath is already good enough to help out in the family. Leonor feeds the pigs, raises the chickens, and takes care of the garden. So, she's already one of the main laborers in the family. Please don't sell our children. Please, I'm begging. Madame Lu had a weak temperament, so despite being harshly bullied, she had never dared to rebut her mother-in-law in the past. However, since this concerned the future of her two daughters, she couldn't help but cry while begging piteously. Madame Zhang frowned and had an impatient expression on her face. Think about it yourself. For second son's injury, we have already spent dozens of taels over the past few days. The weather isn't very good at the beginning of spring, so your father and eldest brother can't catch any fish. Thus, the family doesn't have any income right now. If we don't sell your daughters, did you want us to sell your eldest sister-in-law's son? Do you still want to treat your husband's injury? Madame Li also insidiously agreed. That's right, that's right. Dr. Sun said that even if your husband woke up, his leg will still be crippled. Don't we need money in order to support that good-for-nothing? There's also you, who falls sick every now and then. Don't we need money for your medical fees? Third brother-in-law needs to take the district examination next year and youngest sister-in-law needs to get married. Which of these matters doesn't need money? If you people use up all our family's money, how are the rest of us supposed to live? Can we still survive? Besides, Madame Li cleared her throat and continued, the Zhou family is one of the wealthiest families in town. Junshou Restaurant had even opened another store in the capital. The handmaids in their household eats and dresses even more elegantly than the young misses of most families. They not only receive a monthly wage of 1 tael, but the masters of the family will also give them rewards. If Xiaolian and Xiaosao went, then they will be living a life of ease and comfort. Xiaolian nervously supported her mother and furiously said, if it's so good, why don't you go? Hey auntie, doesn't the Zhou family also need to buy senior servants? Eldest aunt, you can also enjoy an easy and comfortable life. Madame Li's expression instantly changed and scolded, damned brat, what are you saying? Yu Xiaosao coldly snorted and said, eldest aunt, Xiaolian is right. Since you think that being a servant in the Zhou household is a blessing, why don't you go? After being sold into a noble household, you'll no longer be a free person. Whether you get beaten, killed, or sold again, it all depends on your master's moods. Eldest aunt only sees the bright side of being a handmaid, but within the red lacquered doors of wealthy households, are there any without a few dead maid servants? Eldest aunt is just trying to kill us. It was unknown whether she was angered or frightened, but Madame Lu trembled slightly when she heard this. However, her tone was usually firm when she spoke, even if I'm living in poor and harsh conditions, I still wouldn't sell my own daughters. Mother, this matter is not negotiable. Madame Zhang was immediately enraged when she heard this. Furthermore, it was about time when the old man came back from fishing. So, she had to send the girls away before he came back. Thus, she didn't allow any disagreements and said, it's not up to you whether they get sold or not. I'm not dead yet, so I still have the final say in this family. Trafficker Zhuang, you can take these 2 girls for 20 taels. Madame Zhang's daughter, Yu Katie, was already 16. She couldn't bear to see her 2 cute nieces being sold off. So she couldn't help but speak for them, mother, our family hasn't reached the point of selling children. If the villagers find out, how are we supposed to raise our heads in the future? Madame Zhang pushed her gently and sullenly said, go back and sow your dowry. This has nothing to do with you. Yu Xiaosao saw her younger uncle, who seldom came home, holding a book and standing at the entrance with a frown, so she hastily said, grandmother, you need to think about younger uncle's future. He needs to take the county examination next year. If his classmates find out that he sold his 2 nieces in order to obtain this chance, how is he supposed to continue attending the academy? Originally, her younger uncle, Yu Bo, had disapproved of Madame Zhang's decision because, no matter what, his 2 nieces were also descendants of the Yu family. If this got spread out, there was no way he could continue living with such shame. Thus, he decided to speak up to persuade Madame Zhang to give up on his idea. Madame Zhang had placed all her hopes on her youngest son. Her greatest wish was for him to pass the imperial examinations to become a government official, earning a noble title for her. However, when she heard that this could potentially affect her son's future, she couldn't help but hesitate. Yu Xiaosao continued, grandmother, aren't you just afraid that our family will become a burden for you guys in the future? Let's just divide the family then. No matter what happens to our family in the future, even if our whole family starves to death, we won't take a single penny from any of you. Madame Zhang and Madame Li looked at each other with eyes that were twinkling with delight. Madame Zhang put on a stern expression and asked, splitting the family. You're just a little girl making empty promises. Can you even make the decision? She can't make the decision, but I can. The door of the west room slammed open. With an ashen complexion and bloodshot eyes, Yu Hai stood at the entrance. However, he couldn't support himself with just one leg and fell heavily by the doorsill. Father! Yu Shaolian and Little Shishtu shouted in unison. They hurriedly rushed towards Yu Hai and tried to help him up, with a person on each side. Husband, be careful, nothing is as important as your body. Madame Lu's lips trembled as tears filled up her eyes. During the time when Yu Hai was unconscious, her heart always felt anxious, as if the sky might collapse at any time. As long as her husband was alive, even if he was disabled and they lived in harsher conditions, she would still willingly endure it. With Shaolian's help, Yu Hai stood up after such difficulty and sat on the tall wooden stool that Little Shishtu brought over. His gaze turned gentle as he looked at Madame Lu. After they got married, his wife had never had a peaceful day. Not only did she work hard every day, but she also suffered mental torture. Her originally fit figure became so thin that she was left with nothing but bones. He had always felt deeply apologetic towards Madame Lu. In the past, for the sake of peace at home, he had always believed that it was also a blessing to be taken advantage of and that everything would be fine if he just took a step back. However, his stepmother, Madame Zhang, and eldest sister-in-law, Madame Li, became increasingly abusive because of his tolerance. Every year, he had earned over 10 taels from hunting alone. Moreover, without him, it was impossible for their fishing boat to catch so many fish every day. He painstakingly worked for this family, yet his wife and children never had enough to eat nor warm clothes to wear. Furthermore, they also had to suffer from verbal and physical abuse. While he was in a coma these past few days, he wasn't completely unconscious. He had heard clearly and remembered everything that happened at home. Before he was injured, Madame Zhang had sent his 10-year-old son to work as an apprentice at a carpentry shop under the pretext that they couldn't support so many people in the family. He hadn't expected that his stepmother and the first branch would scheme against his two cute and sensible daughters when he was still alive. Even if he had to risk his life, he would never allow his own children to be sold. Xiao Cao was correct. There was no place for them in this family. If they continued to stay here, his family would be broken apart sooner or later. Split from the family, no matter how harsh their living conditions were, their whole family still had to stay together. Second son, you're the one who mentioned splitting from the family. We never forced you. Madame Zhang suppressed the elation within her heart and immediately exclaimed, afraid that Yu Hai would go back on his words. Yu Katie looked at her second brother's injured leg, pulled on Madame Zhang's sleeve, and whispered, second brother hasn't recovered from his injury yet. Isn't it inappropriate to divide the family right now? Father won't agree either. Madame Li interjected, what's inappropriate about it? Second brother-in-law was the one who mentioned the separation. As long as he insists, father can't do anything about it either. Youngest sister-in-law, stop being so muddle-headed. With such a family dragging us down, you will also have less dowry in the future. Yu Hai looked at this stepmother and eldest sister-in-law disappointedly. They had long been eager to kick them out of the family, this was also good. In the future, his wife wouldn't be mistreated at home anymore. His children also didn't need to be worried all day long that they would be scolded or beaten. With his ability, even if one of his legs was crippled, he still wouldn't let his family suffer from hunger and coldness. Madame Zhang glared at her daughter and shouted, it's decided then. When your father and eldest brother returns, we'll get the village head and the elders of the Yu family as witnesses, and then divide the family. Why are you guys quarreling in the morning? What do you mean dividing the family? Who wants to leave? Eldest son's family. Old Yu came in from outside, holding the fish that hadn't been sold. The eldest son, Yu Dashan, followed him inside with a fishing net in his hands. Madame Li hastily explained, it's not me, father. Second brother-in-law was the one who mentioned it. Second son, it's impossible for second son to make this suggestion when he's injured. He still hasn't passed the critical period, so why would he suggest splitting from the family on his own initiative? Although old Yu wasn't good at expressing his emotions, he wasn't foolish. He looked at all the strangers in the yard and furrowed his sparse brows. Madame Zhang quietly approached trafficker Zhuang, stuffed a handful of copper coins into her hands, and quietly asked her to leave. Trafficker Zhuang held contempt for her behavior, so she pushed the money back and left in the ox cart that she came in. Old Yu usually kept silent and didn't interfere with the matters at home. But he had the final say in all the important matters in the family. Madame Zhang was still somewhat afraid of him, so she awkwardly explained, second son volunteered to leave the family in fear that he will become a burden to the family. Look, our third son needs to take an important exam next year. I heard that the third part of the county examination will take place in the prefectural city. We need to prepare more money. Also, Haitzi is approaching marriage age, there isn't enough space at home. Old Yu frowned and glared at her, while saying, what do you mean there isn't enough space at home? Katie will get married in a couple years, so won't we have a vacant room at that time? Second son's leg hasn't recovered yet, but you're already so anxious to force him out of the house. Aren't you afraid that people will curse at you behind your back? How did it become me forcing him out? Second son was the one who mentioned the separation. Even if they curse, it has nothing to do with me. Madame Zhang screeched, all right. So it turns out that this is how you, old you, really thinks of me in your heart. I worked so hard for this family, but in the end, I'm accused of forcing my stepson out of the family. My God, how am I supposed to live now? It's better for me to just die than be an eyesore. Madame Zhang sat on the ground, while smacking her thighs and lamenting to the heavens. However, she didn't even manage to squeeze a teardrop out of her eyes for half a day. Yu Xiaosao inwardly rolled her eyes. What a scumbag. Of course, she would go for the cliched routine of crying, screaming, and killing herself. Yu Hai shook his drowsy head and looked towards his wife and children. Their faces were wan and thin because of long-term malnutrition. They had been wearing tattered clothes that were covered in patches for who knew how long. After that, he turned to look at the new attires that his stepmother and eldest sister-in-law wore, which were made just before the new year. He became even more determined on leaving this family. Anyway, they would definitely have a better and more comfortable life than they did right now. Father, separating from the main family and living apart was my idea. It has nothing to do with the situation involving mother and eldest sister-in-law. Yu Hai spoke again as he looked at old Yu. Old Yu's frown deepened as he scolded, what do you mean by separating from the family? Stop making a fuss. When your leg gets better, we can revisit this again. Yu Xiaosao suddenly interjected, if we don't split from the main family, then the whole second branch will be sold out. Grandfather, if father didn't come out to save us, Shaolian and I wouldn't be here anymore. We should separate from the family now so no one else gets any ideas to sell us again. Selling people off. Old Yu's normally murky eyes suddenly revealed a coldness that sent shivers down people. He remembered that his wife had gone out earlier and then connected the dots. He glared furiously at Madame Zhang and Madame Li and snarled, I'm not dead yet. Let's see who has the guts to sell you. The Yu family will not do something as disgraceful as selling our sons and daughters. Old Yu seldom had his temper roused, so Madame Li lowered her head in shock and hid behind her mother-in-law's back. Madame Zhang cowered down but still rebutted fiercely, what's wrong with being a servant girl at the Zhou family? They won't have to worry about food or clothing and can even get paid 1 to 2 taels a month. Where else can you find such a good deal? We spent more than half of our money on treating second son's injuries. At that time, we didn't even know when he would wake up from his coma. His medication costs a few silver bits a day. Lately the family's income has also decreased. I was just trying to think of the future of our whole family. Ah. Well, isn't second son awake now? Don't ever bring up splitting the family up again. Old Yu was well aware of Madame Zhang's true personality. When his first wife passed away, how did he make such an error of judgment and decide to marry such a troublesome wretch? In the past, he had also fought with Madame Zhang when she treated second son poorly. However, she always threw a colossal temper tantrum and would bewail about the family's troubles and her own difficulties. Sometimes, she would agree to change at the time, but in a blink of an eye would always revert back to her old ways. Back when Yu Hai was 8 years old, he had almost drowned trying to catch fish in the river because he was so hungry. At that time, old Yu had made a firm resolution to divorce her. However, he didn't expect for Madame Zhang to find out that she was pregnant with his unborn child. After fighting with her, he decided to keep her as his wife. Unexpectedly, after she gave birth to third son, Madame Zhang became even more harsh and severe. She was solely preoccupied with her own biological children and no longer took care of the son and daughter from old Yu's first marriage. As the years passed by, every time he rebuked her, she always made a scene and threw a temper tantrum. Gradually, the children grew up. For the sake of keeping the peace in the family, he could only turn a blind eye to her doings, only, it had made things difficult for second son's family. Old Yu always felt somewhat guilty inside regarding his kind-hearted and capable second son. Dr. Sun had said that his right leg would likely be unfit for use in the future, and if it was serious enough, he might even have to amputate it. Second son's family had both sick and weak members. If they didn't split the family, as long as he was there would always be some food for them to eat. However, if he passed away, and second son's children were older and could be of use. Contrary to his expectations, Yu Hai had made up his mind, and he sincerely said, "Father, if you truly love me as your son, then you would split my branch from the family. Your son is begging you." Seeing the earnest look in his son's eyes, old Yu felt a sharp pang to his heart. When his first wife was dying, she repeatedly requested that he take good care of their son and daughter. However, he wasn't able to fulfill his promise. His oldest daughter had married someone who lived far away. The journey back to visit took around 4 to 5 days of travel. Ever since his daughter birthed children of her own, she rarely came back to visit her parental home. As for his first wife's most beloved son, he was now a cripple. When he died, how could he face his first wife? Lost in his thoughts, old Yu thought he could once again see that beautiful young girl in the field of green vegetables smiling sweetly at him again. With Madame Zhang's poor personality and the fact that his second son would be staying at home like a parasite in the future, old Yu couldn't even imagine how cruel and harsh she would be. Forget it, if second son wanted to split from the main family, then he should leave. In the future, he would just privately help them a little and they should still be able to live out their days. Following that, old Yu told Dashan to invite his older brother and the village chief to come over to discuss the details of separating their families. Old Yu's eldest brother, Yu Lichun, was outraged on his nephew's behalf. "I say, third brother. Dahai is the most hard-working person in your family. Try to find your conscience and think a little. Isn't Dahai's hard work the reason why your whole family can live this way? He only just came out of his coma, and you want to push him out already. Can you face his dead mother now? Eldest brother-in-law, second son is the one who wants to split. What does that have to do with us?" Madame Zhang was unhappy. All of these irrelevant people were here criticizing and being opinionated when it was just their own family affair to split off a branch. It's all well to talk, but getting things done is another matter. If we don't separate, will one of you take care of second son's family? Yu Hai's second uncle, Yu Lixia, who lived outside the village and rarely visited, had a rather fiery personality. He glared at her and growled, "Men are talking here, how can a woman like you interject into official business?" Madame Zhang grumbled resentfully under her breath, "Our family is the one that's splitting off, how could it not be related to me?" Although on paper Dongshan village was a small fishing village, the village chief, Lu Jiashan, still had a lot of prestige. He glanced at Madame Zhang, and she became quiet immediately. Only then did he open his mouth for the first time to speak to old Yu. "Brother Likyu, what are your plans on splitting the family?" Old Yu puffed on his tobacco pipe, thought a bit, and said, "I've already have a plan. We'll split the family assets equally into 4. Dashan and his other brothers will all get a piece each, and then I and my wife will get a piece." "That's not okay. Katie hasn't married yet and should also get a share. Otherwise, who will give her a dowry? The Zan family offered 8 taels as a betrothal gift for her. Also, third son will be participating in the preliminary round of imperial examinations in the future. His expenses will be quite a lot. Are you saying that his brother who has left the family will be raising some money for him?" As soon as she heard the proposal, Madame Zhang instantly became unhappy and blurted out her complaints to show her objections. Old Yu tapped his pipe under the table and said, "Then we'll split it into 5 equal parts and Katie will have a portion. After we split the family, your mother and I will live with one of you, and in the future our portion will go to that person's branch when we die. After we come to an agreement, it doesn't mean that splitting the family will lead to leaving the family. Second son's family can still live in the main residence with us, that way we can live in harmony and not drift apart. Dahai earned most of the money for the family's new boat, and his legs aren't good anymore, so the boat will go to him. In the future, renting it out could be a form of income." Before he could finish what he was saying, Madame Li forcefully pulled on her husband's arm. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she promptly spoke, "Father, Dashan and Haitzi are the first son and first grandson of the family, so it is their duty to look after their parents and grandparents. Naturally, you two should live with us. However, my husband only knows how to go fishing to make an income. If the boat is given to second brother-in-law, are we supposed to eat and drink solely from the wind itself? Madame Zhang had long been holding back her complaints, and this time they finally all came out. Eldest son's family is correct. As the head of the household, you are clearly being too biased. Without a fishing boat, how are we supposed to make a living? Do you still want third son to take his examinations? Do you still want Katie to get married in the future? What about Heitzi's future marriage? You really want all of our lives? I don't agree, I absolutely don't agree. Don't we also have 3 plots of land? Eldest son and I can go into town and work some temporary jobs again. Didn't we also live life like that before? Old Yu stayed silent for a bit before he finally replied, as he was thinking about his studious and talented third son. Madame Zhang's loud, shrill voice pierced the ears of everyone in the room as she hollered, "The amount of crops produced by those 3 plots of sandy land in 1 year is only enough to feed our household for 6 months. In the past we had fewer children. I didn't dare to eat too much or get new clothing in an effort to save. We were only able to amass this much property with great difficulty. But you're giving it all to second son." "Yes, eldest son was from my first marriage. If you don't care about him, then whatever. But aren't third son and Katie both your flesh and blood? You old man, you're not giving us a living road. This is not okay. The fishing boat absolutely cannot be given to second son unless you want to strangle the rest of us to death." The slow of speech and honest eldest son, Yu Dashan, also timidly interjected after being pinched by his wife several times, "Father, other than fishing, I don't know how to do anything else. If I go into town, I won't be able to find any work. I also don't agree in giving the boat to second brother." That's right. Mother and father are living with us, while youngest sister-in-law hasn't gotten married yet. Third brother-in-law is still in school and still needs to be with the family. Thus, the fishing boat absolutely cannot be given away. Madame Li hastily agreed and stared at old Yu pathetically. Both Yu Bo and Yu Katie stayed silent with their heads lowered. No one could tell what their thoughts were on any of this. Yu Hai calmly listened to everyone and only now did he speak. "Father, the doctor told me that my leg will never get better. It's still up in the air whether I can stand on them in the future. Even if I had the fishing boat, I wouldn't be able to go out to sea and catch fish. I don't want the fishing boat. As for the 3 plots of land, there's a decent amount of harvest to be had from them in a year. So just give the land to us and we'll have my wife and children farm them." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't know how to catch fish, so she really didn't care much about that fishing boat. She was currently thinking about the future. If they were still living together, it still wouldn't be a clean break. If their branch suddenly started living well, with Madame Zhang's and Madame Li's temperaments, wouldn't they still cause trouble for them every couple of days? What did they have to do to live farther from this pack of wolves? Just as she was thinking, her father spoke again. "Eldest brother's child is about to grow up and third brother can only squeeze into the tiny west room when he visits. If our whole family still lived together, it would definitely be crowded. How about you give the Yu family's old residence to us? After cleaning it up a bit, it should be livable." The Yu family's old residence was at the foot of the West Mountains and it was a 3-room house made of mud bricks. It also had a decently sized courtyard and behind the rooms was a large pond. Back when Yu Hai's mother was still alive, the whole family had lived there. Later, as their circumstances got better, the whole family moved into the village, where it was closer to the sea. No one had lived in the old residence for the past 10 years. Although every year they would go back and do some small fixes, no one knew how much damage there was on the house. Madame Zhang thought for a bit, decided not to make a fuss, but wished she could still keep those 3 plots of sandy land. Even though the land didn't produce a lot, not having it meant that in the future they would need to spend money to eat grains and starches. It was not surprising Madame Zhang wanted to keep it. However, compared to the fishing boat, the 3 plots of land were really not as important. In the end, other than the shabby, old residence and those 3 plots of land, Xiaoxiao's family also got a cooking pot, a few bowls and plates, and some farming tools. When old Yu raised the issue of splitting the money into 5 parts, Madame Zhang's face turned so dark that someone might have thought her mother had died. However, with the village chief and the rest of the Yu family elders present, no one would believe her if she said that there wasn't any money. She reluctantly fished out a few strings of copper and a few silver bits from a jar and threw them onto the Kong bed. She huffily said, "When second son got injured, we spent almost all of our money. Look, this is what's left." Xiao Sao eyeballed the money and estimated that the coins and bits together at most came out to be about 10 taels, and they needed to split them 5 ways. Her family could only get 2 taels at most. It wasn't even enough to fix their new home. Madame Zhang felt old Yu's complicated gaze coming over and felt her heart freeze. She was afraid that he might say something that shouldn't be said, so she took a deep breath and screamed at him, "There's no more. It's just this much. We don't have a mountain of money at home. After spending more than 10 taels on medication, how much money can be left over?" Xiao Sao could tell that the old woman was using her loud voice to cover up her inner turmoil. She knew there had to be more money at home. However, as long as they could smoothly split their families apart, they didn't need to squabble too much over other things. But she didn't want Madame Zhang to pull the wool over everyone else's eyes, so she said, "If there's nothing more, then there's nothing more. Why are you yelling? If I didn't know better, I'd think you're trying to hide something." "Hide something? What do I need to hide? You little brat, all you know how to do is talk back to your elders. This past morning I really should have sold you off." Madame Zhang's face twisted into a grim expression. If the village chief and the rest of the family elders weren't here, she would have long ran over and slapped the chit on the face. "Who are you to be able to say whether you can sell my Yu family's grandsons and granddaughters?" That morning an unfamiliar woman had stopped by Old Yu house, and the rumors had said that she was a trafficker matron in town. There were no walls that didn't have cracks in the world. The whole village already knew that Madame Zhang and Madame Li had tried to sell the twins. As the eldest, Yu Lichun glared fiercely at her and looked dignified and imposing. However, everyone had underestimated Madame Zhang's shrewish fury. In the end, Yu Xiaosao's family had only received 2 taels, as Madame Zhang's temper tantrum ability and spoiled whining had been turned on to her highest capacity. That night, old Yu sat at the head of the Kong bed and smoked his tobacco pipe, turning an indifferent eye towards Madame Zhang's small acts at currying favor with him. Madame Zhang let out a sigh and said, "I know you blame me for not taking out the 300 taels that Hunter Zhao sent to us to split between the branches. But I was doing it for the good of our family. In the past, you had always thought that second son was hard-working and capable, so the family revolved around him. But he's gotten injured, so now our entire family's hopes are all on third son's shoulders now. Didn't the teacher always praise third son's efforts? Next year, after the examination is over, if he passes it, then the teacher will recommend him to the academy of the famous scholar, Teacher Yuan." I had asked around and Scholar Yuan is a rare talent who had placed first in the provincial examination, the metropolitan examination, and the imperial palace examination in the past dynasty. His academy has turned out scholars who've placed second and third in the imperial palace examination, not to mention how many other scholars who have passed it too. Didn't they say that our third son has a glorious fate and has the possibility of passing the imperial examinations? We definitely can't let this opportunity go by. Seeing that old Yu's expression had improved perceptibly, Madame Zhang continued cajoling, "I know that these 300 taels were in exchange for second son's leg, but just think, if third son makes it, in the future when he has a scholar official's income, we'll just give second branch some more. Then it's fine." Old Yu held the tobacco pipe in his mouth but didn't inhale from it for a long time. In the end, he let out a deep sigh and said, "I've failed Dahai's mother. I didn't take care of those 2 kids, I even stole the money that Dahai's risked his life to get, ah." Madame Zhang felt a burst of jealousy rise in her heart when she saw that old Yu was still thinking of that dead ghost. However, for the sake of those 300 taels, she restrained herself and didn't start an argument with the old man. With the 300 taels firmly in her hands and the money-spending second son's entire family expelled, the taste of sweetness in her mouth was even more delicious than honey. With their long-standing wish to have the family separate finally fulfilled and their father also looking more energetic, the 3 siblings were happier than they had been during the New Year's celebrations. They surrounded their parents and chattered and laughed endlessly. Madame Lu's heart was full of uncertainties towards their future. However, the obvious happiness of her children and the thought of no longer being under Madame Zhang's abuse and being in charge of her own household made her gently smile. It was this exact same, sweet smile that had captured Yu Hai's heart so many years ago. However, ever since she married into the Yu family, the smile that made his heart skip a beat was seen less and less often as the years went by. Despite the children being nearby, Yu Hai furtively linked his hand with his wife's and smiled at her winsomely. Madame Lu's face flushed a bright red and she made a token resistance before she stopped, leaving their hands together. Yu Xiaosao couldn't help but laugh, her eyes curving up in joy, when she saw the 2 of them being lovey-dovey. Yu Hai sensed that she was looking at them and spoke to his most beloved daughter. "Cower, were you terribly frightened these past few days?" "No, I always knew that father would wake up. Father could never bear to leave us all alone." Yu Xiaosao cleverly sat next to her father and lifted her head to look at him. "Of course, one is bound for good fortune after surviving a great disaster. In the future, our family will continue to do better and better." Yu Hai couldn't help but hug his daughter close to him when he thought about how he had almost died and would never see his beloved family and clever daughter again. Although he was her father, Yu Xiaosao was not used to being hugged by an adult man, so she slipped out of his hold and smiled. "Father, the poultice on your leg needs to change. I'll do it for you." Yu Hai's leg injury was extremely severe as almost all of the flesh on it had been torn into pieces by the black bear. If Yu Xiaosao hadn't been treating him every day with the little divine stone and washing the wound with mystic stone water, his leg likely would have rotted from the inside out. Xiaosao carefully removed the bandages and used the mystic stone water to wash off the old dressings. The scary-looking wound had already started growing new skin and flesh. Yesterday, Dr. Sun had come over to check up on him. The doctor was amazed at Yu Hai's healing abilities. Anyone else with such a wound would have had their leg amputated by this time. Yu Xiaosao refused her mother's offer of help and pounded the fever-reducing medication that Dr. Yu had left behind into a fine powder. She then mixed the powder with the mystic stone water to create a thick paste before she carefully applied the mixture to her father's wounds. Yu Hai sighed in relief as the cool and refreshing poultice covered and soothed the itchy wound. He looked at his second daughter with gratitude and said, after Xiaosao hit her head, "Not only did her body get healthy, but she's also become a lot more deft and clever. She easily learned all of the dense and hard-to-learn medical knowledge. Is this another transformation that the god of fortune did?" Yu Xiaosao carefully bandaged the dressing on the wound and raised her head to smile at him when she heard his words. She didn't agree or refute what her father had said. That night, when the whole family was asleep, Yu Xiaosao once again pushed the little divine stone to release its hard-earned spiritual energy to heal Yu Hai's ravaged and torn tendons. The water in this world was clear and pure. In addition, the little divine stone had also helped its master to save her father. All of these factors combined loosened its shackles, and its speed at absorbing spiritual energy had increased immensely. It was convinced that it would soon be able to materialize its physical form and openly appear in front of everyone. However, the energy that it painstakingly gathered every day was always used to treat Yu Hai's leg injury. This made the little stone feel gloomy and depressed. Luckily, it discovered that every time it used up all its spiritual energy, the shackles confining it would loosen a little more. It was especially prominent whenever it was healing people's injuries, like its master's head wound or its master's father's leg. The clever little divine stone couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "Don't tell me that every time I help my master is when the goddess of spirits' shackles will loosen on me." This was the complaint it had lodged within its heart, but this was also the reason why it continued to help Xiaosao heal her father's injury. The next day, Xiaosao's whole family was finally able to sleep until they woke up naturally. When Madame Zhang got up and saw that there was no one feeding the pigs, the chickens were clucking in hunger, there was no firewood gathered, no one was sweeping, and no one was washing the clothes, she couldn't help but rush towards the west room and holler, "How long are you all going to sleep like the dead? Do you know what time it is?" Yu Xiaosao opened the door and looked at Madame Zhang with a faint smile on her face. "Grandmother, it must have slipped your mind. We already split our family, so each branch is living independently. If you want us to feed the pigs and chickens, does that mean you want to give us a fifth of those animals?" Madame Zhang choked down the abuse she had wanted to hurl and glanced at the East Room's messily attired Madame Li, who was leaning against the doorframe watching the show. Her fury had found a new target, and she screamed, "Lazy woman, why don't you quickly start getting to work? If you can't finish, don't bother eating breakfast." The expression on Madame Li's face changed instantly. She realized that she would have to be like Madame Lu in the future, working endlessly from dawn to dusk. She silently grumbled and sighed. After more than 10 years of marriage, she had only been ordered around by Madame Zhang during the first year. Ever since Madame Lu married into the family, she had taken it easy and lived a leisurely life. Now that she suddenly had to do housework again, she really didn't know where she should start. For the whole morning, she muddled through the multitude of tasks while being criticized by her mother-in-law the whole time. Her youngest sister-in-law, Yu Katie, couldn't stand by idly and watch, so she helped to sweep the floor and feed the chickens. Like this, by the time it was time to make breakfast, they hadn't even gathered the necessary firewood. When old Yu came back home, the kitchen was still cold and silent. Up until noon, he had to endure his hunger pains, and only then did he get to eat a breakfast that was poorly made. Old Yu had an ugly expression on his face as he sighed. In the future, without Madame Lu and the others, it would be impossible to have the residence all tidied up and orderly like it was before. He put down his bowl and chopsticks to go to the old residence to see if there was anything he could help with. As for Xiao Cao and company, after enjoying the melodramatic play in the courtyard, they had eaten their breakfast at the crack of dawn and left to go to the old residence at the foot of the West Mountains. Yu Hai was left at the main residence to recuperate. The old residence and the current Yu family residence was about a half-an-hour walk from each other. Although it was said to be at the foot of the mountains, it was really about 1 to 2 kilometers away. With the glorious scenery of mountains and water, Yu Xiaocao's good mood could not be ruined even if the old residence was about to fall apart. She had no doubt that they would be able to do well and even thrive in their new environment. Adapting to their new home was not a question. The shabby old residence was in such bad condition that it made people gasp. Even though every year they would go back and fix things, that was only enough to guarantee that the whole house wouldn't fall down. This year's snows were heavy, so one of the rooms had also been crushed by the weight of the snow. Although in the spring they had hastily fixed it a bit, that room was currently not fit for living inhabitants. The broken-down house had a courtyard with weeds growing everywhere. On the side was a bamboo fence that had mostly fallen over. Wild hares had nested in the courtyard and, when they heard there were people, they zipped out with a whoosh and scared them. Little Shishtu cheerfully chased after the wild hares. Madame Lu quietly let out a breath in relief and started to pull up the weeds from the courtyard with her 2 daughters. The old residence was located in a more remote area. In the vicinity, there were only a few neighbors. On the left, about 200 meters away was the Zhou family who raised chickens to make a living. Madame Fang had married into the Zhou family and had a good relationship with Madame Lu. When she saw them all stooped over fighting with the weeds, she also brought over her 2 daughters to help. The Zhou family had 1 son and 2 daughters. The oldest daughter, Zhou Linglong, was 14 years old and was already on the marriage market. The younger daughter, Zhou Shanhu, was only 9 and had an innocent and open personality. Her favorite thing to do was to play with the Xiaocao and Xiaolian together. Uncle Zhou, Zhou Danian, started out as a street peddler. His son, Zhou Wenhua, had gone to school for 2 years and then followed his father in buying and selling goods. When it wasn't busy at home, he would go to the village and walk up and down the streets selling household goods, such as needles and thread. They also had about 100 chickens at home. Due to that, they were among the small number of families in the village who could afford to eat wheat flour and white rice on the regular. Brother Han, little Shishtu, who was holding a small sickle and was using it to cut the weeds, raised his head and saw a familiar figure. He greeted the person cheerfully. Zhao Han rolled up his sleeves and also grabbed a sickle. He stooped over and started to work as he said, "I heard you all are about to move here, so I came over. Is there anything I can help with?" Adam Lu replied with embarrassment, "Little Han, there's not much to do here. With your Auntie Zhou here to help, you really don't need to help us." "Auntie, your words wrongfully make me an outsider. I consider Xiao Cao and Shishtu to be as close to me as true siblings are. We're all one family, so don't make it into separate ones. In the future if anything comes up, please speak up." Little Shishtu was gleefully happy and a large smile bloomed on his face. "Brother Han, in the future our 2 families will live closer, so coming and going will be much more easy. I used to eat your family's food all the time, but from now on you should come over and taste my second sister's skills. My second sister is a really good cook, she even made bean flour noodles taste better than wheat flour noodles. Alright, then in the future my stomach will be very fortunate." Zhao Han raised his head to look at Xiao Cao's back for a second and then bent over again to cut the weeds. Perhaps it was because the family branch had split off, but little Shishtu finally revealed his lively side as a small boy. He chattered non-stop but it didn't delay his work. The small sickle in his hand flashed constantly in being swung around. The little roe deer next to him had seemingly also been infected by his excited mood. It leapt through the underbrush and would occasionally lower its head to snip a plant off and present it like a treasure to Xiao Cao, as if it was trying to ask for compliments and rewards. On the other side, Madame Lu and Madame Fang also kept busy. The 2 of them worked as they talked. After looking at the shabby old house, Madame Fang couldn't help but say, "The Yu family's matriarch really is something. Brother Dahai earned so much money for the family but they only gave 2 taels to you. What can you do with 2 tails? It's not even enough to fix the house. Younger sister Muyun, if you don't have enough money, feel free to tell me. We don't have a lot at home, but we definitely can take out several taels worth. The weather is still cold now, so no matter what, you guys should get that house fixed up. Lu Muyun was so moved by her words that tears came to her eyes. She threw herself into pulling up more weeds to hide her emotions and replied quietly, "Thank you in advance, Danian's wife." "What are you thanking me for? In the future, we'll be neighbors. A relative afar is less use than a close neighbor. If there's anything I can do to help, please tell me." Madame Fang swiftly swung the sickle across the ground to cut the weeds. At a glance, one could tell she was a hard-working woman. The family on the west side opened the gate in their rear courtyard and let a flock of ducks into the pond behind the residence. When the person saw that there was activity here, she came over to look things over and said, "Hey, Dahai's wife, you guys are really moving over. Oh my, Uncle Yu and Auntie Yu are really heartless. How can anyone live in this shabby old house?" Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head and saw a woman with high cheekbones and thin lips. How come the more she thought about it, the more she felt that the woman's words seemed to be implying that she was taking delight in their poor circumstances. Don't give her any attention. If you take Madame Mao's words to heart, then you will really die of anger. Just pretend it's a sparrow chirping and you'll be fine. The Zhou family and Qian family were the only 2 neighbors within a 1-kilometer vicinity of the old residence. The Zhou family raised chickens, and the Qian family raised ducks. The market for chicken eggs and live chickens were obviously better than the demand for ducks. The Qian family's daughter-in-law, Madame Mao, also had a sharp tongue and a big mouth, and whenever she saw Madame Fang she only had prickly words to say. In the beginning, Madame Fang would also bicker a bit with her. Later on, after the 2 families had come to an understanding, she knew that Madame Mao didn't truly have any personality problems besides her ability to make someone hate her as soon as she opened her mouth. Most of the women and girls in the village had all shied away from her as a result of that. It was only Madame Fang who didn't let it bother her too much in an effort to keep the peace between neighbors. Madame Mao apparently also realized that what she said earlier didn't sound too good, so she hastily interjected, "If you need someone to help you fix up the house, come to my house and ask. My husband may not have any other skills, but he sure is strong. In the future we'll be neighbors, so it's right and proper that we help each other. Don't stop your work on account of me. I need to go to the docks to see if there are any fish for sale. I need to buy one for my son, Winner, to nourish his body." Madame Fang quietly commented, "Madame Mao's eldest son goes to school in town and it's said that he's doing quite well. She'll brag about him at any opportunity she can get. Like today, Qian Wen is coming home today to take a break and she has to bring it up. I know. Brother Qian Wen is really awesome, and he even placed first on the last exam." Little Shish too interjected as he followed Zhao Han like a little tail, roving around happily. Madame Lu watched her noticeably more lively son and smiled gently. All parents treasure their children. In a mother's eyes, their own children are always the best. Madame Fang thought a bit then smiled. That's true. Even though my son, Huar, doesn't have scholarly talents, but since he was young he has helped his father peddle goods on the streets. He doesn't think it's hard work and instead takes great pleasure in it. We have about 100 or so chickens at home, but with my 2 daughters at home, I hardly have to ask and they'll take care of them." Madame Lu glanced at her 2 daughters who were both steadily clearing out the weeds. Her eyes revealed a faint glow of happiness and she said, "Our children are all sensible and hardworking." Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head around and grinned, "Mother, Auntie Zhou, you should speak softer. If people overheard this conversation, they'll all think the 2 of you like to give false praise." Madame Lu and Madame Fang both laughed and looked at her. Madame Fang replied, "Splitting the family was a good thing. Xiaoxiao's personality has become more lively, she's even making fun of us." Madame Lu nodded her head and said, "Kao's body has also gotten better, and she's become much more lively. As her mother, I now feel a lot more relieved. If only her father's leg would get better. It'll get better. Good things will happen to good people. Brother Dahai's leg will definitely be cured." Madame Fang had also heard of Yu Hai's wounded leg and hastily comforted Madame Lu. Second sister. Look, Brother Xiaowu and I found some wild pheasant eggs in the grove, there are 3 total. Later on, eldest sister can boil them, then father, mother, and second sister can each have 1 to eat. Just as everyone had almost finished clearing the weeds from the front and back courtyards, little Shish Tu, who had gone out with the next-door neighbor, Qian Wu, came back. No one knew where they had gone, but little Shish Tu still had leaves and grass in his hair as he held the pheasant eggs in his hands with a large grin on his face. The second daughter from the Zhou family, Shanhu, deliberately teased him, "You want your eldest sister to help cook the eggs, but you're not giving her a share. Little Shish Tu, are you not afraid of Xiaolian accusing you of being biased?" Little Shish Tu glanced at Xiaolian, and then gleefully replied, "Older sister wouldn't do that. Father is injured while mother and second sister's bodies are weak. If eldest sister had good food to eat, she would also give it to them first." Madame Fang rubbed the little guy's head and smiled, "Younger sister Muyun, your son is so sensible. People like us, we don't need to envy other people, we just need to live our own lives to the fullest." No one wanted to monopolize the 3 pheasant eggs. Thus, Xiao Cao proposed to use them to make egg drop soup. Every single member of the 5-person family happily drank a bowl of the soup. At around lunch, Xiao Cao's maternal grandmother, 3 uncles, and aunts all came over with a borrowed ox cart. The cart was stuffed full with household goods meant to be used in this new home. The largest items were tables and stools, the smaller items were pots, bowls, ladles and basins. Some were new and some were items that were pre-owned. When Yu Hai first got injured, grandmother Lu had come over to see them and even left behind 2 taels for her daughter to give to her grandson and granddaughters to buy food to eat. As soon as the Lu family left, the 2 taels were confiscated by Madame Zhang, who said that she needed to take them to pay for Yu Hai's medical fees. Xiao Cao's maternal grandmother, Madame Yao, could tell that her daughter and grandchildren's complexion had all improved a lot, and felt the worries ease in her heart. She hugged Shish Tu closely and spoke to Madame Lu with a slightly choked-up voice, "It's good to split, it's good to split. At least in the future you won't have to be your mother-in-law's punching bag anymore." Madame Lu wiped the corners of her eyes and smiled, "Yes, that's true. Although our future may be a little harder, it's good to be the one in charge of the household. I don't have to think about other people's moods or worry about my children being beaten and scolded. Living in hardship will still taste sweet." Madame Lu's maternal family lived on the other side of the mountain, and they only had 4 plots of dry land to farm. Thus, they also didn't have a very comfortable life. Madame Lu had 2 older brothers and 1 younger brother. The eldest one, Lu Pei, had a strong and muscular body. During the off-season, he often went out to take temporary jobs. His wife, Madame Han, usually went to the docks to sell things and could often earn a couple bits to subsidize the income at home. Eldest uncle's family only had 2 girls. The oldest one was named Lu Feiying and was 14 years old. She was already betrothed and was just waiting until she reached marriageable age, 15, before she married. Their second daughter, Lu Feiyan, was around the age of Xiao Cao's eldest brother, Yu Hang. The 2 families had even joked about having them marry each other in the future. Second uncle, Lu Han, was an honest and hard-working man. He was the expert in planting, and the few fields they had were managed by him and Kaur's maternal grandfather. The output from these fields were somewhat better than other people's. Although second aunt, Madame Hu, was a little bit selfish, she didn't have any other glaring problems. She had birthed 2 sons and a daughter, so she felt that she was superior to eldest aunt, who didn't have a son. Third uncle, Lu Hao, was the youngest in the family, and it could be said that Madame Lu had done half of his upbringing. Therefore, he was the one closest to his older sister. The year before last, he had married Madame Bian, and they had a son who had not yet turned 1. Lu Hao had been apprenticed to a village carpenter and had learned woodworking. Thus, he often went out to find carpentry work to make money. Third aunt, Madame Bian, was skilled at embroidery and could often sell her work every month. The Lu family had not split its branches off, and the 3 sons were all filial and respectful. All the money they made was given to their mother, Madame Yao, to keep. However, Madame Yao was not like the stingy and parsimonious Madame Zhang. Other than spending the money on the family's food and clothing, from time to time, she would also give her daughters-in-law some spending money. The Lu family had few providers but a lot of mouths to feed, so they didn't have a lot of income. Thus, they weren't able to save a lot of money from year to year. The previous evening, Madame Yao had heard that her daughter and son-in-law had split off from the family. Madame Lu had a lot of young children and an injured husband. In addition, their branch was only given 3 plots of sandy land and an old, broken-down, 3-room house. With her daughter having such poor resources, Madame Yao couldn't idly sit by. This morning, at dawn, she had packed up household goods, such as bedding and utensils, and borrowed an ox cart to rush over there. The Liu family lived in Qishan village and the West Mountain was in between Qishan village and Dongshan village. Traversing by foot through the forests of the mountain usually only took 1 hour. However, bringing an ox cart over required skirting around that area on a different road, which took twice as long as the mountainous trail. Before the sun rose, Madame Yao and her sons and daughters-in-law left home to go to her daughter's new home. They had only arrived at noon and even had to eat their breakfast of dried rations on the road. When she saw that the old house's roof had almost fallen off, Madame Yao felt angry and distressed. Their in-laws were really too excessive. They almost let her daughter and her son-in-law leave with barely any clothes on their backs. Having a stepmother really meant that one had a stepfather. Madame Yao was also very familiar with Madame Zhang's shrewish and crafty personality. Even if she confronted the old woman, it would be of no use. She fished out a bulging embroidered pouch from her pocket and stuffed it into Madame Lu's hands and said in a voice choked with emotion, "Yunzi, the pouch has 10 taels in it. Take it and use it to fix the house. The earlier you move out, the better it is, so you can avoid the enmity of others. As for those 3 plots of land, don't worry about them. This past year, we have more sweet potato seedlings than before, so during spring I can have your brothers come over and help you plant some." Madame Lu also knew that her maternal family's circumstances were not great. Saving a couple taels a year was considered good for them. Because she had a weak constitution, her mother would subsidize her from time to time. When her children's father had an accident, the family had already taken over 2 taels to help. To be able to give her 10 taels now, she didn't know where her mother had gone to borrow the money. She pushed the pouch back and said, "The mud bricks on the house are still usable. As long as we chop some trees down to fix the beams of the roof and then rethatch it with straw, it will be livable. Mother, you and the family also don't have an easy time at home. My older brothers and their wives all live frugally and it's only with great difficulty does the family get to save some money. How could you continue to subsidize me, a daughter who has already gotten married?" Madame Lu's eldest sister-in-law, Madame Han, took the embroidered pouch from Madame Yao and stuffed it into her younger sister-in-law's hands and said, "You and your family will be living in this house, so it's important that it gets completely fixed. I already looked it over, the Kong beds in all of the rooms are unusable. Also this bamboo fence, younger sister's family lives far away from the village and next to a large mountain, this fence is not safe enough. With all these expenses, 10 taels may not even be enough. Quickly take it, don't be polite to your own family members." The expression on her second sister-in-law's, Madame Hu, face continued to darken. The family had so little resources but her mother-in-law had taken all of it and given it to her younger sister-in-law. A married daughter is like spilt water. How could the maternal family continue to subsidize her? She didn't have the guts to rebel against her mother-in-law's wishes but when she heard her elder sister-in-law's words, a tiny sneer slowly grew on her face. She twisted her head around and lightly, "Tsked, a breath." Second son Lu Han heard her, and he frowned and gave her a glare in warning. The expression on his face seemed to say, "If you decide to be a shrewish woman and say something unpleasant, then you're in for it when we get home." Madame Hu had a cold-hearted, selfish personality but Xiao Xiao's second uncle could keep her in check. She knew that her husband was very filial, and she usually only dared to bicker with her fellow sisters-in-law. However, in front of her mother-in-law, she never had the guts to say a word. After receiving a glare from her husband, Madame Hu immediately settled down and lowered her head. Not a peep could be heard from her. The third son, Lu Hao, unloaded a sack of sweet potatoes for the seller and grinned, "Older sister. Just take the money. If you don't, mother will be angry." Madame Lu wanted to persist in refusing but Yu Xiaoxiao came up and took the pouch for her and said, "Mother, this money is the sum of grandmothers, uncles, and aunts' good heart and intentions for you. You should take it. That being said, we really do need this money. If you feel guilty about taking it, then think of it as a loan. Later on we'll return it after we earn some money." "That's right. Yunzi, you're not even as clever as your child. You must be Shaolian, right? After not seeing you for a few days, it looks like you've become a lot more pale." Madame Yao linked her hand with Xiao Xiao's and repeatedly complimented her. Yu Xiaoxiao gently giggled, "Grandmother, I'm Xiao Xiao." Shaolian took little Shish too with her to pick up firewood. Yu Xiaoxiao and Shaolian were twins, so naturally, they looked very similar to each other. However, when Xiao Xiao was first born, she had a very weak body and was the thinner and paler of the two. On the flip side, Xiaolian had grown up doing household chores with Madame Lu, so her skin was on the tanner side. When the two girls stood next to each other, it was very easy to tell them apart. However, after consistently drinking mystic stone water for half a year, Xiao Xiao's body had recovered immensely and Xiaolian's skin had become more white. It was becoming more and more difficult for people to distinguish between the two. Madame Yao watched the energetic Xiao Xiao contently and spoke to Madame Lu, "With Xiao Xiao's health better, it must be a large weight off of your shoulders. From my point of view, it looks like your complexion has become more rosy too. Did your mother-in-law have a sliver of conscience and decide to invite the doctor over lately for you? How could she ever bear to spend money on me? Whenever I got ill in the past, she always accused me of faking it and refused to let Xiao Xiao's father to get the doctor, let alone now. I feel like my body has gotten healthier over the past half year. Also, Dahai had surreptitiously made me take medicine the whole winter without the rest of the family's knowledge. Although I felt more tired lately taking care of the children's father, I still think my body feels more limber and dexterous than before. The other day I had fallen asleep on the side of the bed inadvertently, but the next day I didn't get sick. I think my illness has finally healed. Mother, please don't worry about me anymore." Madame Lu felt baffled and joyful at the same time. If even she fell ill in the household, then their family really had nowhere to go. Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed the 5-colored stone on her wrist and sniggered inside. The Lu brothers first cleaned and organized the wooden rooms. After fixing them more or less, they started to move the items they brought inside. Madame Lu took her 2 daughters-in-law. Author's note: third daughter-in-law's child was still young, so she couldn't pull herself away to come and cleaned up the courtyard in another round. Before any of them could stop and take a break, they rushed home with the ox cart. Although Madame Yao wasn't entirely satisfied with leaving things as they were, but she knew that with her daughter's family of 5 all squeezed into one room, even if they stayed overnight there would be no place for them to sleep. They needed to get back to Qishan village before the sun set. Thus, they only said, "We'll see you again in 2 days," and left in a hurry. In contrast, the 3 Lu brothers stayed behind to help their younger sister and her husband to fix their house before planting season started. Yu Hai was an honest and kind-hearted man. If another family needed help, as long as they asked him, he would always help them enthusiastically. He had a good reputation in Dongshan village. When the villagers heard that he needed to fix up the old residence, many of them came one after another to help. The oldest son of Dahai's eldest uncle, Yu Lichun, knew how to lay bricks. Under the urging of his father, he stopped taking outside jobs and came over to help. For the next several days, Yu Lichun brought over his 3 sons and 2 grandsons, and they were always the first to arrive and last to leave. Although Dahai's second uncle, Yu Lixia, lived far away, he only sent over 1 son over as he himself wasn't feeling well. A bunch of Dahai's old friends who had played with him since they were tots had also come over to form dirt bricks, build a wall with the bricks, and cut down lumber, and they all did so enthusiastically. Hunter Zhao, who was good friends with him, also punctually came over every day with his son, Zhao Han, to deliver game and help them after they finished hunting. In addition, their new neighbors on their left and right also come over every day without anyone to ask. Generally speaking, when you had people over to help you with your house, you needed to be responsible for 2 meals. All of these people knew that Yu Hai had just split from the family and didn't have much food in storage, so all of them brought their own food over every day and refused to eat even a mouthful of theirs. The whole family felt incredibly grateful, and Xiao Xiao had finally experienced the simple and good-natured kindness of those who lived in the ancient times. Many hands make light work. The work on the 3-roomed house, courtyard, and wall had been finished in 10 days. Madame Lu shed tears of joy when she saw the brand new house with its large and spacious courtyard. The 3 siblings chattered in the courtyard with bright smiles on their faces. They were incredibly happy, all of them finally had a home of their own. The Lu brothers had chopped enough firewood to fill the whole storage area in the kitchen and also cleaned up the well before they left. After letting the house air out for 2 days, Yu Hai, whose leg has healed enough for him to walk on crutches, brought his family to move in. During the past 10 or so days, other than old Yu and Dashan coming over every afternoon to help, not even the shadow of the other family members were seen. With the house finished, Yu Hai invited the villagers and neighbors over to celebrate. Only then did Madame Li bring her son over to visit. Whenever anyone in the village constructed a new house or moved into one, it was necessary for them to celebrate with a party. The construction of this house was done entirely by the help of others. In addition, most of the materials used was from the local area. The muddy clay used for the bricks were dug from the side of the village levee. The beams and rafters came from lumber from felled trees in the mountains. Even the rice straw thatching came from the villagers gathering it up from all over the place. Originally, Xiao Sao wanted to buy some ceramic tiles for the roof to create a house that was similar to the current Yu residence. However, when she remembered she only had 10 taels on hand, she discarded that idea. Once again, she regretted investing all of her money in third young Master Zhou's business venture. She looked on the bright side and consoled herself by thinking, a sod house is also good, warm in the winter and cool in the summer. Arg, this third young Master Zhou was so busy. At the start of spring, he was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. Not only was he establishing the workshops, but he was also planning on opening a Junsho restaurant in the capital. He traveled constantly between the capital and Tanggu town, and no one ever knew exactly where he was. Xiao Sao had actually wanted to ask him for help, but she could never find him. Luckily, the house had been restored and it didn't take more than a few taels to do it. Yu Hai felt deep gratitude in his heart for the villagers who had helped them. Thus, when they were preparing for the party, he made sure to get some good food to thank them. When Hunter Zhao heard that Yu Hai only received 2 taels after splitting from the family, he felt both angry and guilty at the same time. In order to save him, Yu Hai had almost died to the bear's fangs. After killing the bear and selling it, he gave the Yu family 300 taels and said it was for brother Yu Hai's medical fees. However, he had never thought that Yu Hai's callous father and ruthless stepmother would funnel the money Yu Hai had sacrificed life and limb for into their own pockets. In a rage, Hunter Zhao wanted to find old Yu and giving him a talking to, but Yu Hai stopped him. Yu Hai said the 300 taels were considered repayment for all of the years Madame Zhang spent raising and nurturing him. Zhao Bufan felt deeply guilty towards his brother Yu Hai and often gave them some game to strengthen Yu Hai's body. In addition, he and his son enthusiastically worked on their new house. For the upcoming banquet, he also especially entered the mountain and caught more than 10 pheasants and hares for them. Yu Hai didn't decline his gift and also bought 50 chicken eggs from their close neighbor, the Zhou family. At the town market, he bought about 10 catties of meat. At the end of winter and beginning of spring, there were not any green vegetables for sale. However, each and every family stored plenty of white radishes and cabbages in their cellars. Furthermore, most also had the dried vegetables from autumn. Families with a good relationship with them had also sent some, and Madame Lu also went to the market and bought some. Madame Yao had heard that her daughter was giving a party for the villages and was afraid she had more work than she could deal with alone. Thus, on that day, she brought over her eldest daughter-in-law to help. Her daughter's courtyard was large and spacious with tall, lofty walls surrounding it. The 3-room residence spanned from north to south, and the inside of the rooms were sparsely decorated and seemed empty and desolate. However, for a family of 6, the house did not seem overly crowded. Little Shishtu pulled on his grandmother's hand and enthusiastically toured the house for her, such as, which room was his parents' room, which room were for his sisters, and which room was for him and his oldest brother. He even brought her to the shed for firewood and kitchen. One by one, he dutifully showed them all for Madame Yao to see. Tonight grandmother and eldest aunt will be living in this room, which is usually for older brother and me. I'll be sleeping with mother and father. Little Shishtu's eldest brother, Yu Hang, was still an apprentice at the carpentry shop and seldom came home. The owner of the carpentry shop was not a reasonable man. He had only let Yu Hang off for half a day when their father got injured, and he was only given a day to help with constructing their new house. At that time, it was obvious he had gotten much thinner. His older brother wasn't at home, so in order to save on firewood, little Shishtu slept on the same Kong bed as Yu Hai and Madame Lu. However, to show off that he also had his own room, he deliberately said it like this. On this day at dawn, Yu Xiaosao had followed Madame Lu in starting the work early. The previous 2 days, she had written the menu. The non-vegetarian dishes were braised rabbit meat 1, sautéed spicy chicken pieces 2, Chinese cabbage stir-fried with meat 3, stewed white radish with pork 4, and scrambled eggs. The vegetarian dishes were pan-fried turnip cake 5, stir-fried daikon 6, deep-fried radish balls 7, lightly pickled sweet and sour radish 8, spicy stir-fried Chinese cabbage 9, stewed tofu and cabbage 10, dry stir-fried Chinese cabbage 11, and sautéed assorted pickled vegetables 12. A dense and flavorful pork bone soup was made by gently simmering pork bones an entire night. The staple food for the banquet was steamed rolls made from a mix of wheat and millet flour. Every table had 8 vegetarian dishes, 4 meat dishes, and a tureen of the rich soup. Out of all the banquets that had occurred in the village, this feast was considered one of the best. In addition, some of the dishes had never been tasted by any of the villagers before. Although the raw ingredients were simple, they were prepared in a way that was exceptionally refreshing and delicious. Everyone who ate at the banquet praised the food endlessly. Some of the married women who had a good relationship with Madame Lu surreptitiously asked her how she managed to make so many different and delicious types of dishes using just radishes and cabbages. Madame Lu gazed fondly at her daughter and replied with pride, "Most of these dishes were thought up by Kaur. She told me and eldest sister-in-law what to do." All of the villagers were familiar with the story of Madame Lu's second daughter, Yu Xiaosao. After getting knocked unconscious the past summer, she had forgotten a lot of things. However, none of them would have expected that she would become more clever and lively despite losing most of her memories. In addition, she had a natural gift and talent at cooking. They couldn't help but praise her over and over. Madame Li had appeared right when the food was ready to be set out. Jealousy surged into her as she inspected the completely new old residence, and she remarked in a sour tone, "We're not as fortunate as second sister-in-law. Your whole family occupies an entire courtyard and gets to live in a giant house." The kitchen bustled with activity. Several of Madame Lu's friends from the village had come over earlier to help. Despite Madame Zhang's disapproval, Yu Katie had also come over to help wash the vegetables and set the tables, and was cheerfully busy. Madame Li, on the other hand, didn't even help them to bring out the food. Instead, she pulled her son to a table and sat heavily down. When they were eating, they gobbled down the food as if they had been starving for a long time. Madame Li's chopsticks flew at light speed and quickly snatched away prime mouthfuls of meat and vegetables into her and her son's bowls. Their tablemates could only watch her with disapproval and shake their heads. A total of 10 tables were at the banquet. Madame Lu had prepared more than enough food for it, and there were plenty of leftovers for each dish. After Madame Li ate and drank to her fill, she didn't leave immediately and lazed in the courtyard under the sun. Generally speaking, the leftovers were given to the people who had helped prepare the food, and everyone would get a share to go home. Madame Li balked the tradition and didn't help to either prepare or clean up the food. Instead, when it was time to dole out the leftovers, she brazenly squeezed in and said, "Ah, second sister-in-law, you guys can't possibly finish all of this leftover food. Give me some to bring home. Some other and third brother-in-law can try your culinary talent. Dashan's wife, it's not like you haven't tried her food before you guys split off. Did you miss her cooking so much after just a few days?" The next-door neighbor to the Yu family, the wife of Hai Xing, was a quick-witted woman and had a relatively good relationship with Madame Lu. The two of them often gathered firewood and cut fishwork together. From time to time, she would also ask Madame Lu's advice on embroidery. At this time, she was obviously satirizing Madame Li. Madame Li pretended not to hear her and grabbed an already cleaned basin and started to fill it with food. She specifically chose the dishes that had meat, such as the rabbit meat and chicken pieces. In the end, almost half of the meat-containing dishes had gone to her. The amount of food in the basin was piled into a small mountain. She avariciously looked at the soup pot and reluctantly left, her fleshy waist swaying as she walked. When Haitzi heard his mother calling for him, he scuttled out from the rear courtyard. In his hands was a small pheasant whose wings were bound together. He shamelessly said, "Second aunt, your rear court still has 2 hares and a pheasant, give one to me to bring home, okay? I haven't tasted meat for more than a month." Yu Xiaosao almost wanted to laugh out of fury. Who was the person who took almost half of the chicken dish? Also, did the hare and chicken meat disappear down some other person's stomach? Madame Lu was well familiar with this mother-son pair's temperaments and didn't want to bother with those two. She only wanted these 2 demons to leave faster. All of the other women who helped could only shake their heads in disbelief. Yu Hai had an injured leg, Madame Lu couldn't do heavy work, and their children were still small. As the eldest sister-in-law, Madame Li didn't even help them and only came to take things from them. Madame Lu was quite unlucky to have relatives like her. After sending off a couple people who had helped, Madame Yao could tell it was getting late by the color of the sky. She also left with her eldest daughter-in-law. That night, Yu Xiaosao and her 2 other siblings squeezed onto their parents' Kong bed. The 5 of them were counting their expenses together. Although the construction of the house didn't require us to spend much money for the labor, but when you add on the materials and furniture we bought, we spent around 5 taels. Building a house is tiring. Even though everyone brought their own food, Xiao Cao had proposed we give each of them a steamed roll and a bowl of porridge at lunch. The steamed rolls were made with a combination of wheat flour and millet flour or sweet potato powder. Buying all of those grains cost another tael. When the house was getting built, Yu Hai's leg was still injured, so he spent his days recuperating at the main residence. Madame Lu was telling him their expenses right now. Yu Hai ruffled Xiao Cao's hair and smiled, "Cower did the right thing. Although we don't have a lot of money, we can't let other people starve when they're helping us out. Most villagers don't get to eat much. In the morning they'll probably have some mixed grain flatbread which is not enough to last until noon, so it is necessary we add a meal for them. I heard older brother Li complimenting our family for being sincere and honest as our rolls all contained half wheat flour. He said he always brought an extra flat cake made from bean flour as he couldn't bear to eat our steamed roll. Instead, he would bring the roll back for his children to eat to their heart's content." Dongshan village was a small fishing village next to the sea. Most of the villages relied on fishing to make a living. The surrounding land was mostly sandy and only a limited variety of crops could be grown there. The majority of families only ate bean flour, sweet potato starch, and millet flour as their source of carbohydrates. It was only during the New Year celebrations that they would be willing to buy some wheat flour to eat. Thus, even a steamed roll that was composed of half wheat flour was considered something delicious to eat in the villagers' eyes. Madame Lu looked at her second daughter who was becoming more and more clever and witty with every passing day. She smiled and continued, "Most of the ingredients for today's banquet was given to us by older brother Zhao. As for the pork, we spent about 300 copper coins. If we add the amount we spent on grain and vegetables, about 1 tael was spent in total. Originally we had 12 taels on hand and now we have around 5 taels left." Yu Hai thought for a bit and then said, "Your mother's family doesn't have an easy life and still gave us 10 taels after borrowing from others left and right. We definitely cannot let your parents carry debt for us. We should find someone tomorrow to bring the remaining 5 taels back to your mother. It's okay if our lives are a little harder, but we cannot be a dead weight on your whole maternal family." This was what being a family meant. When someone was in need, the others would spare no effort to help. Everyone worked together and was concerned about each other. Xiao Cao could feel the warmth of having a family. Although she lived in poverty, she wasn't alone in the struggle. She still had her father, mother, and all her other siblings. She smiled brilliantly and shifted to her father's side to lift up the quilt covering his leg and said, "It's time to massage your leg. Father, please receive your daughter's loving, filial care." The wound on his leg was healing very quickly, and the vast majority of the scabs that had formed had already fallen off. A few days ago, Yu Xiaocao went with him to town to the Tongren Medicine Hall for a checkup to see Dr. Sun, who had previously told them there was nothing he could do. An expression of awe was on the doctor's rosy face, and the old man was excited and exclaimed continuously over this phenomenon. Even if they were in the modern times, this would also be considered a medical miracle. His calf had been shattered, and there wasn't a single piece of flesh on his leg that wasn't torn into pieces. A huge hole had been clawed into his back such that one could almost see his internal organs peeking out. Yu Hai had fallen unconscious due to such a serious wound on his leg. The fact that he was still standing and alive without the help of modern medical equipment and medications was incredible. If this wasn't a miracle, then what was? At this time, Dr. Sun was amazed and could only say that his innate constitution was very good and that he must have had a very strong desire to live. He must have also had a God taking care of him. After inspecting his leg and back wound, he palpated Yu Hai's pulse again. After confirming he had no issues, Dr. Sun said, "You don't need to take medication anymore. The injuries to your tendons and veins on your leg are very serious. The leg should be massaged frequently. I can't say for sure, but he might be able to walk without crutches in the future." At that time, Yu Xiaocao had asked Dr. Sun for guidance on massage techniques and made sure to note them down carefully. Since then, she used the massage times as an opportunity to use the little divine stone to rub her father's leg injury. She made the stone use its spiritual energy to slowly heal the fractured, injured tendons and vessels. The multicolored stone on her wrist seemed to inadvertently slide on the dense scars that crisscrossed over the leg as she massaged the limb. Only Xiao Cao could see the faint golden streams of light slowly flowing into the leg's arteries and veins. All Yu Hai could sense was that wherever his daughter's little hands massaged his leg, a feeling of comforting warmth would follow. The aches and pains on his legs slowly disappeared and he drowsily closed his eyes. Under his daughter's massage, he comfortably fell asleep. "Cower, you must be tired. Teach mother how to massage and in the future I'll do it. Madame Lu saw her daughter shaking out her sore hands afterwards and felt bad. Xiao Cao shook her head and said, Mother, this is my chance to show my respect and filial piety to father. Don't stop me. Xiaolian had also asked me many times to teach her, but I refused. Father and mother treat me so well and took on a lot of burdens for me. It's right and proper that I help father massage his leg. After working hard for a whole day, the entire family fell asleep at an early time. Yu Xiaocao lay quietly on the toasty Kong bed. Under her was a layer of rice straw and the blanket covering her had hard cotton lumps with patches all interconnected to each other. Despite that, it was still more warm and comfortable than the shabby old Kong bed that the entire family had to squeeze onto in their old home. After she was sure Xiaolian, who was next to her, had fallen into a deep sleep, Xiao Cao raised her left wrist and quietly spoke to the little divine stone, little glutinous dumpling, little glutinous dumpling. If you keep calling me by that name, I will stop responding to you. A faint golden light came up and slowly formed into a small golden kitten with a large head and pointy ears. The little fellow stared indignantly at Xiao Cao with its large and round eyes. Yu Xiao Cao used a fingertip to poke at the little fellow's smooth and slippery head and grinned, okay, okay. I won't call you little glutinous dumpling then, but what should I call you by? How about I give you a new name then, like little Baldy, how's that? The golden little ball beat its wings to Doge Xiao Cao's finger and raged, in the future when I materialize myself, I will be female. Little Baldy, is seriously such a bad name. This divine stone already has a name that was given to me by the goddess Nuwa. It's called Circle. Now doesn't that sound nice? PFF'd, Circle, then I'm a square. I still don't think it's as good as little glutinous dumpling. That name describes your round figure very well and sounds cute to boot. So we've decided on it. In the future, I'll call you little glutinous dumpling. Complaining about it will have no effect. Yu Xiao Cao forcefully gave the little divine stone a name. Little glutinous dumpling, in your opinion, how much longer until my father's leg gets better? Do you think he can walk like normal then? Yu Xiao Cao asked with a little bit of worry in her tone. For the past few days, although her father had always pasted a smile on his face when he was in front of them, but she could tell that there was a faint outline of loneliness in that smile. Her father had previously been a high-spirited and optimistic man. He was good at fishing, hunting, and could even make some simple bamboo tools. If he was doomed to using crutches for the rest of his life, she would bet that would make him extremely depressed. Little Divine Stone hadn't planned on paying attention to her, but when it felt her faint feelings of sadness, it proudly opened its mouth. You actually don't trust me, this Divine Stone. Let me tell you, my powers have improved a lot recently. I can already turn into a physical form. As long as I, this celestial stone, help him clear his meridians one and circulate his vital energy every day, he will definitely be able to walk within half a month. But, he did suffer a serious injury after all, so he might walk with a limp. Yu Xiaocao was completely relieved now. She excitedly hugged the little golden kitten and kissed it a few times, and then said, you can turn into a physical form. Doesn't that mean that your powers have improved quite a lot? That's great, little glutinous dumpling. You're seriously my lucky star. Thank you so much. The little divine stone felt slightly shy and awkwardly exclaimed, go away, go away. I want to transform into a girl in the future. You lesbian. Ha ha, seeing the little kitten being shy, Yu Xiaocao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Youngest sister, what's wrong? Xiaolian, who was beside her, was startled awake. She rubbed her eyes and asked with sleepy eyes. No, nothing. Xiaocao quickly put away the multicolored stone and stuffed the little golden kitten into her blanket. She pretended as if she had just woken up and said, I had a dream and woke up laughing. What kind of good dream did you have to be so happy? Xiaolian flipped over and lay on the bed facing her. Yu Xiaocao hastily closed her eyes as if she was very sleepy and replied, I don't remember. She was afraid that Xiaolian would continue asking, so she deliberately slowed down her breathing and pretended to sleep. She didn't know when, but she really ended up falling asleep as she pretended. After they sent the 5 tails over, they didn't have much money left at home. They couldn't plant the 3 acres of sweet potatoes until May and it would take over half a year until they could harvest them. How was their family going to survive during the half a year? Xiao Cao carefully calculated their family's resources. In the kitchen, besides the 2 wild hares that were left over from the banquet, there were still 5 cabbages and a few radishes. They had about 2 caddies of wheat flour and 4 or 5 caddies of millet flour. Sweet potato flour was the thing that they had the most of, but there were only less than 10 caddies left. In the backyard cellar, they had a little over 100 caddies of sweet potatoes that her maternal grandmother gave them. If they lived frugally, they could last for a little over a month. They only had 40-something copper coins left at home. They were reluctant to eat the 2 hares, so they took them to the town market and sold them for more than 200 copper coins. The winter blizzard had become a disaster. Even though the government had stabilized prices, the common folks still lived a tight and frugal life. Yu Xiaoxiao had learned that the prices in early spring were much higher than when she first transmigrated here. The prices in the grain shop was a good example. Coarse grains, such as millet flour and sweet potato flour, used to be 2 copper coins a caddy, but it cost 3 or 4 copper coins now. Refined flour, which cost 5 copper coins per caddy last year, cost at least 8 copper coins now. Of course, the price for white rice was even higher. It had risen to 15 copper coins per caddy at its peak. It cost 30 copper coins a caddy for pork right now, while the price for eggs had also risen quite a lot. They only had 260 copper coins left. Their family would probably consume at least 100 caddies of grain per month, so after making a rough calculation, they didn't even have enough money to buy coarse grain. No wonder most of the villagers couldn't eat wheat flour throughout the year. In her opinion, being frugal wasn't enough. They needed to expand their sources of income. Madame Lu also understood the fact that they couldn't just sit idly while eating away all their resources, so she found a job in town to help people wash their clothes. She had to go once every 3 days. She went out early in the morning and returned at around 3 to 5 in the afternoon. She earned 15 copper coins each time she worked. In the early spring, the weather was still relatively cold in the northern regions. Madame Lu's hands were red and swollen due to prolonged exposure to the cold water. Yu Xiaoxiao's heart ached when she saw the bloody cuts on her mother's fingers. Every day when Madame Lu came back, Yu Xiaoxiao would help her mother warm her hands and feet with boiled water that the divine stone had soaked in. With the mystic stone water's nourishment, the frostbitten areas on Madame Lu's hands were healed in a few days. The calluses on her hands had also disappeared. Her hands had become so fair and delicate that she didn't need to worry about accidentally scraping the threads when she did embroidery anymore. When their mother went to work, Yu Xiaolian took on all housework at home. As if she was a little housekeeper, she gathered firewood, cooked, washed clothes, and also cleaned the yard. When she was free, she would sit under the warm sun and embroider purses and handkerchiefs to help support the family. Yu Xiaolian's embroidery skills were nearly on par with Madame Lu's. However, before they had split from the Yu family, she was too busy and didn't have any time to sew. Yu Xiaoxiao seriously admired this young 8-year-old girl. In her previous life, Xiaolian would have just been a second grader in elementary school. However, she had shouldered most of her family's burdens on her weak shoulders. In fact, Xiaoxiao should call her older sister. But even when the original host was still alive, she had never called her in that way. The reason was that, when Madame Lu gave birth, they hadn't expected that she would give birth to twins. During the confusion, the midwife had mixed them up and didn't know who the older and younger sister was. Later, due to Xiaoxiao's weak constitution, Xiaolian, who was more sensible, always took care of her and protected her. Thus, the family began calling Xiaolian the eldest daughter, and Xiaoxiao naturally became the younger one. However, Xiaoxiao had always felt that she was the older one and was unwilling to call Xiaolian older sister. Their family decided to just let her be and didn't correct her. The renovated old residence had a large courtyard with at least half an acre of land. There was a small entrance in the backyard that led to the pond behind the house. During the late winter and early spring, there was little rain and the water level of the pond was low. There were also plenty of fertile, empty land beside the pond. So, Xiaoxiao made plans to use the vacant space in front and behind their house. In modern times, there was greenhouse farming, so most vegetables weren't limited to certain seasons. People could buy whatever vegetables they wanted to eat in the supermarkets throughout the year. However, in ancient times, late winter and early spring was the time when the new crop of vegetables wasn't ripe yet. Even if people wanted to eat greens and had the money to buy them, it probably wasn't even available anywhere. If someone could grow fresh greens at this time, they could definitely sell them for a good price. Due to the restrictions of her living conditions, Xiaoxiao definitely wouldn't be able to make a big greenhouse and brooder, but she also didn't plan on doing so. She was almost certain that the emperor had also transmigrated here, just like her. So, she didn't want to do anything out of the ordinary. She had made up her mind to silently make a fortune. However, she could first use the indoor temperature to grow the vegetable seedlings, and then transfer them to the yard when the weather became warmer. In this way, they would certainly be able to sell the vegetables in the market earlier than if they planted them during early spring. Just as Xiao Xiao was enthusiastically considering the type of soil she should use to fertilize the seeds with, the little divine stone muttered beside her ears, "Why go through so much trouble? You can just soak the seeds in this divine stone's bathing water. Not only will they become resistant to the cold and pests, but it can also reduce the ripening time of vegetables." Yu Xiaoxiao felt elated inwardly when she heard its words. She held little glutinous dumpling's tiny body and kissed it fervently, which provoked the little divine stone to repeatedly protest against her action. Right now, the little divine stone had already transformed into the form of a little kitten and became a part of the family. As for the origin of the little fellow, Yu Xiaoxiao's explanation was that she had found it at the foot of the mountain when she went to gather firewood. Seeing that the little kitten was about to freeze to death, she kind-heartedly brought it back. The whole family readily accepted the proud golden kitten, and thus little divine stone became the second popular pet of the family after the little roe deer. But, the little divine stone didn't care about anyone else except for its master, Yu Xiaoxiao. Its favorite thing to do every day was to lie down on its master's fluffy head and sleep. From afar, it looked as if Xiaoxiao was wearing a golden headdress. Yu Xiaoxiao was overjoyed when she found out that little divine stone could enhance the quality of the seeds. "Little glutinous dumpling, you're seriously my big lucky star. I'll go plow the field immediately." Under her father and Xiaolian's questioning gaze, Yu Xiaoxiao took a hoe and went to plow the land. Little glutinous dumpling paced leisurely around her feet and spoke in a voice that only Xiaoxiao could hear. "If it wasn't because of the fact that helping you can help me lift the shackles placed by the goddess of spirits, I wouldn't have bothered to help you. Not only do I have to help treat your father's leg at night, but also soak the seeds. I need to replenish my spiritual energy, so I strongly demand that you throw me into the water vat. Frequent contact with water would be helpful for the restoration of its powers." Xiaoxiao would usually just let it bathe inside a pot, but it had long been interested in the water vat in the yard. Yu Xiaoxiao eventually surrendered to its monk Xuanzang like two naggings. She took off the multicolored stone bracelet from her wrist and threw it into the water vat. The little golden kitten gracefully jumped onto the water vat and sat on the edge of the vat, wagging its tail. Little Shishtu couldn't help but worry that the little fellow would accidentally fall into the tank. Since then, all the water, even for washing vegetables and clothes, used by Xiaoxiao's family were mystic stone water. "What are you guys doing?" Madame Lu, who had returned from work with hands reddened from the cold, curiously asked when she saw Yu Hai and the three siblings kneeling in the yard and excitedly turning over the soil. Yu Hai could walk a few steps without his crutches now. He was in a good mood, so when his second daughter suggested that they plow the field and grow vegetables, he went to help without any hesitation. He pulled out the grass root from the plowed land and threw them aside. Then he lifted his head and said, "Kaur is planning on planting various vegetables in the front and backyard. In the future, our family won't have to worry about not having anything to eat. Our daughter is so competent." Madame Lu was annoyed and amused at the same time, so she replied, "Of course we need to grow vegetables, but it's only February. The water in the tank still freezes up in the evening. It's not like we're in a hurry sow the seeds, so why are you guys rushing to plow the land? We have nothing to do anyways, so we might as well work on the field first." In terms of pampering children, no one would dare to take first place even if Yu Hai identified himself as second. He had always done his best to fulfill all the requests made by his children, let alone a proper matter like plowing the field and growing vegetables. Madame Lu couldn't win over them, so she also rolled up her sleeves and joined in. By evening, the front yard's half an acre of land had all been turned over, leaving only a small path to walk in the center. In the evening, Xiaoxiao asked Madame Lu for the seeds that her maternal grandmother had sent over. Madame Lu looked at her and asked, "Kaur, are you planning to grow the vegetables right now? It's not time yet. If you sow the seeds now, it won't sprout at all and the seeds will be wasted in vain. Mother, the god of fortune came to enlighten me again last night. He taught me a method to keep the vegetable field warm. Think about it, when other people's vegetables have just sprouted, we can already sell ours. The town folks have already eaten radishes and cabbages for the entire winter, so they will definitely buy them despite the high price." Xiaoxiao, who was mentally a modern person, knew better than anyone else about the principle of hoarding a rare commodity and selling it at a high price. 1. Meridian, Jing Luo, in acupuncture and Chinese medicine, each of a set of pathways in the body along which vital energy is said to flow. There are 12 such pathways associated with specific organs. 2. Monk Xuanzang aka Tang Sang, the monk from Journey to the West, who is the master of the Monkey King and Company, known to be strict and persistent in his beliefs and morals, often used to describe people who nags a lot. Yu Hai's eyes lit up and was the first to understand. Do you really know a way to grow vegetables at this time? Yu Xiaoxiao patted her chest and vouched for herself. I can guarantee that there's absolutely no problem. Father, mother, you can rest assured. On the next day, Xiaoxiao spent 20 copper coins to buy 2 ox carts of straw from a villager who came from a village with more farmlands. She personally taught Yu Hai and Madame Lu how to weave a straw thatch. Although Little Divine Stone had promised that the vegetable seeds that were soaked in the mystic stone water would definitely be able to overcome the severe cold of early spring, Yu Xiaoxiao was still worried. Straw thatches were widely used in greenhouse farming in her previous life to keep the vegetables warm. It was better to be prepared than to feel sorry later. With the help of the skeptical Madame Lu, Xiaoxiao scattered the seeds that she had soaked last night in the plowed field. In the half an acre of land in the front yard, they planted vegetables with relatively shorter growth periods, such as bok choy, spinach, and mustard greens. They strived to earn their first bucket of gold by taking advantage of the fact that other people hadn't planted their vegetables yet. After sowing the seeds, Madame Lu took Xiaolian to loosen the land in the backyard. Madame Mao, who was tending the ducks by the pond, saw them and reminded them, "You're turning up the soil so early. It's not suitable to grow crops beside the pond. The water level will rise during the rainy season of late spring, so they will drown in the flood." Madame Mao had a sharp tongue, but she didn't have bad intentions. Madame Lu smiled at her and said, "We're preparing to grow some bok choy and mustard greens, and then harvest them before the water level rises." Madame Mao nodded and said, "Then you should enclose the field with a fence. We usually breed our ducks in the pond, so if they ate your vegetables, I'm not going to compensate you." As expected, Madame Mao spoke in an unlikable manner. She was obviously reminding them out of kindness, but why did she have to say it in such an annoying manner? Madame Lu smiled good-naturedly and said, "Thank you for reminding us, Madame Mao. I'll set up the fence tomorrow." By evening, Xiaoxiao and her father had complied more than 10 straw thatches after working for the entire afternoon. Yu Hai had woven mats before. A straw thatch was easier to weave than a summer sleeping mat since he didn't need to be too meticulous. He learned very quickly and had even woven 2 more thatches than Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao and Madame Lu spread the straw thatches over the vegetable fields, as if they were covering the field with a blanket. Little Shish too, who had also helped a lot, asked with slight concern, "Second sister, can we keep the vegetables warm like this?" Xiaoxiao caressed his little head and laughed, "Don't you feel warmer when you cover yourself with a blanket in the winter? It's the same logic. The ground absorbs the heat from the sun at noon, so when we cover it with the thatches, the heat won't dissipate during the evening. Thus, the vegetables won't be afraid of the cold now." The little fellow nodded in realization and exclaimed, "So we're covering the vegetable fields with blankets. But, won't the areas without the straw thatches be freezing?" "It's okay. The seeds were just scattered and haven't sprouted yet, so it won't be cold. We'll make more straw thatches tomorrow, and then cover all the fields with blankets so that the veggie will swiftly sprout and grow up." Xiaoxiao vaguely remembered her younger brother of her previous life when she looked at the 6-year-old little Shish too. When her younger brother was the same age as little Shish too, he wasn't as obedient and clever. Her parents were still alive at that time, so as the only son in the family, he would act like a spoiled child in their mother's arms. It took them 3 days to cultivate all the lands in the front and backyards. When the water level increased, a lot of black mud would accumulate on the land beside the pond. After cultivating the soil, it would be a good fertile field. Unfortunately, there was a lot of rainfall every year at the end of June. The water in the pond would also rise, so they couldn't grow crops that had a long growth period. With 4 months to go before the rise of the water level, Xiaoxiao planted crops with around 2 or 3 months of growth period on the land beside the pond, which had about 1 acre of land. So, winter melon, string beans, eggplant, and kidney beans were planted beside the pond. In the backyard, she planted chives, cucumbers, garlic, and chili pepper. There were also sponge gourds and pumpkins on the edge of the fence. The whole family worked overtime for exactly 3 days before they finished making all the straw thatches that they needed for the vegetable garden. Little Shishtu had also woven several smaller thatches. Although the density and thickness weren't as good, they were still usable. During these past few days, the meals at home were just coarse grain pancakes and bean paste soup. For vegetable, they only had cabbage, radishes, and pickled vegetables. They had to carefully chew the coarse grain pancakes because the pancakes might scrape their throats when swallowing. The bean paste soup also had a strong bean smell. If they weren't hungry, they seriously wouldn't be able to eat them at all. Boiled vegetables that lacked oil and seasonings really gave Xiao Xiao a headache during mealtime. With the current living conditions of Xiao Xiao's family, even with such meals, they still needed to carefully ration their meals for fear of using too much food. If their current food supply wasn't enough to support them until they could harvest the vegetables, their whole family might have to starve. Apart from washing clothes every 3 days, Madame Lu also got sewing jobs from an embroidery shop. So, she burned the midnight oil every day to work on her needlework. Yu Hai asked Hunter Zhao, who lived at the foot of the West Mountains, to help him cut down some bamboo and bring them back for him. He made bamboo baskets and hampers, and then put them up for sale in the general store in town. Xiao Xiao became idle after she finished planting the vegetables in early spring. Xiaolian had took on all the housework at home and didn't let her interfere. Little Shishtu followed the youngest son of the Qian family from next door, going up mountains and exploring the river. However, he wasn't just purely playing and would bring back some eggs at times. He would also tactfully bring back 2 bundles of firewood every day. Qian Wu, who was the youngest son of the Qian family's Madame Mao, was 8 years old. His personality was very different from his older brother, Qian Wen, who was interested in studying. He was very active and usually wouldn't go home until mealtime every day. The shouts of his mother, Madame Mao, calling him to come home to eat could be frequently heard. "Little Woozy, where are you horsing around again? Come home to eat." Madame Mao's 2 sons were quite different in character. One was quiet, while the other was active. The older son, Qian Wen, was a bookworm who carried a book wherever he went. Sometimes he would be so focused on reading that he would walk into a tree without even knowing. Xiao Xiao had once seen him reading while walking, and then accidentally falling into a ditch. Fortunately, there wasn't any water in the ditch at that time. Otherwise, that idiot would have been freezing. On this day, Xiao Xiao carried a basket and took a shovel to see if there were any wild herbs to dig up nearby. Based on her knowledge, wild shepherd's purse should be out during this time of the year. In her previous life, she really liked to dig shepherd's purse and make soup or steamed stuffed buns, which tasted very delicious. Along the path in front of the door and all the way to the West Mountains, little Shishtu cheerfully skipped behind her. He was very delighted inwardly. Second sister said she was going to make shepherd's purse stuffed buns for me. Everything second sister made was of high quality and bound to be delicious. Although it wasn't the season for digging wild herbs, it was good for second sister's health to come out for a walk. Little Shishtu had refused Qian Wu's tempting invitation to go dig out birds' eggs in the mountains and volunteered to serve as his second sister's bodyguard. As long as they didn't go deep into the West Mountains, it wouldn't be dangerous. He was just afraid that his second sister, who rarely left home, wouldn't be able to find the way home. Qian Wen, who was staying at home during his break from school, leisurely walked out of his house with a book in hand. Little Shishtu warmly greeted him. "Brother Xiao Wen, are you going to read in the mountains again?" The Qian family raised over 100 ducks and they were very noisy all the time. Whenever Qian Wen came back during a break, he liked to go up in the mountains with a book and pick a quiet place to read. They hadn't expected to meet him when going out today. The 11-year-old Qian Wen had a fair complexion and elegant features. He had refined manner and was a clean, handsome youth. Even though it was her second time seeing him, Xiao Xiao still felt that he was pleasing to the eyes. Hearing his voice, Qian Wen raised his head and looked at Xiao Xiao and her younger brother. He greeted them with a smile. "Yes, I want to find a quiet place to read." "What are you siblings doing?" Little Shishtu said. "Second sister wanted to see if there's any wild herbs. She wants to dig some up and make soup." Qian Wen glanced at Xiao Xiao, who he initially thought was Xiaolian. He had long heard that Uncle Dahai's second daughter had a weak constitution and often ill. The doctor had said she wouldn't live a long life ever since she was born. He had originally thought that she was a sick and listless little girl who wouldn't even be able to get up from bed. However, seeing her today, she didn't appear like a sick person at all. Although she was a little thin, she had rosy cheeks and walked energetically. You probably have to wait until March in order to gather wild herbs. At this time, the ice in the river hasn't melted yet, so it's not the time to pick wild herbs. Qian Wen kindly reminded them. Yu Xiaoxiao had a faint smile as she said, "It's okay. I'm just looking for a chance to go out for a walk. You should get back to what you were doing. We don't want to delay your reading." Qian Wen had heard from his gossipy mother about Uncle Dahai's family splitting from the main family. If it hadn't been for the help from his in-laws and the villagers, their house would probably still be run down and filled with cracks. For them to come out to find wild vegetables at this time, there must be a lack of food at home. Qian Wen touched the dry food that his mother gave him in case he got hungry while reading. It was a steamed bun that was made of wheat flour mixed with some millet flour. He began to speak, but ended up not saying anything. After all, it was only his second time meeting the young girl. If he suddenly gave her a steamed bun for no reason, she would probably feel that he gave her the food out of pity and contempt. Forget it, he should just find opportunities to help her out in the future when they became more acquainted. The weather was still quite cold during February. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shiver when a gust of northeast wind blew. Her jacket was already old and worn out. The old cotton inside were taken from her older brother's old clothing, and then stuffed into his younger siblings' jackets. Hence, the cotton was so stiff that they were almost packed together. It not only felt stiff and uncomfortable when worn, but it wasn't very warm either. Why didn't she think of buying some new cotton to stuff into their jackets when she had money? Xiaoxiao blew on her hands, which felt painful due to the cold, with her warm breath. She carefully searched for the familiar plant along the edge of the roadside ditch. Little Shishtu was full of energy as he skipped and ran the whole way. He saw his older sister shrink her neck as if she was very cold, so he held her hand with his warm little hand and said with a grin, "Second sister, I'm filled with heat, so let me warm your hands." Xiaoxiao was so moved that she took him into her embrace and kissed him on his tender face. The little fellow's face immediately turned red. Ancient people usually expressed their love in a more subtle way, so even his own parents hadn't kissed him before. Little Shishtu shyly shook off his second sister's hand and ran away quickly. Xiaoxiao ran behind him, but still couldn't catch up to him even when she was panting for breath. However, her body had finally warmed up now. "Wait a moment, youngest brother, I found the shepherd's purse." On the dry riverbank, there were small grayish-brown plants growing on the ground. The jagged leaves were exactly the wild shepherd's purse that she knew of. Little Shishtu turned around, went to take a look, and said, "Second sister, shepherd's purse doesn't look like that. Its leaf is green and long. It also has a white flower in the center. You're talking about another kind of shepherd's purse, which grows in the grass and has pinnate leaves. This is the one that I'm looking for, which is a type of wild shepherd's purse that grows in early spring. Though it doesn't look very good, it's actually very tasty. If you don't believe, smell it." Xiaoxiao dug up a shepherd's purse, which had leaves that were only 2 centimeters long, and delivered it to his nose for him to smell it. Sure enough, there was a refreshing scent of wild herbs. But this kind of shepherd's purse is so small. With his butt sticking out and humming, little Shishtu also squatted down and dug for wild herbs. There were a lot of shepherd's purse in this area. It seemed like in a few months there would be a bed of white flowers. Yu Xiaoxiao picked the bigger ones and dug without stopping as she laughed, "We came a little early. They will be bigger in a few more days. The biggest ones have leaves that are 3 to 6 centimeters long. Don't dig out the smaller ones. Let's wait until they grow bigger." Along the edge of the ditch, the siblings kept searching as they dug. The shepherd's purse on the bank facing the sun had sprouted earlier, so their leaves were evidently larger. The warm spring sun gradually rose. Xiaoxiao and her younger brother basked in the warm sunshine while harvesting the first batch of wild herbs of the early spring. At the foot of the mountains, Qian Wen, who had decided to sit on a rock, seemed to have lost interest in his book. Hearing the joyful cries of little Shishtu from afar, he raised his head from time to time and looked towards the 2 thin figures who were dozens of meters away. His heart could no longer remain calm. He simply rolled up his book, stuffed it into his arms, and then walked towards the direction of the siblings. The sister-brother pair were so absorbed in their task that they didn't even notice him approaching. Yu Xiaoxiao squatted and moved forward step by step, while she was busily working with a shovel in her hands. Qian Wen moved closer and wondered, "Are there really wild herbs during this time of year?" Suddenly, Xiao Xiao saw a large region of big shepherd's purse in front, so she screamed with delight and jumped up happily. However, she didn't notice Qian Wen, who was approaching from behind, and bumped right into his chin with the back of her head. Holding her own head, Xiao Xiao turned around to see Qian Wen also clutching his chin with a painful expression on his face. She felt somewhat embarrassed and apologized, "Sorry, I didn't notice that you were behind me. Does it hurt a lot?" When Qian Wen was hit, he had accidentally bitten the tip of his tongue, which caused tears to pool up in his eyes. So, he hastily opened his eyes wide and looked towards the sky. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his tears and let the young girl see him crying. It originally wasn't Xiao Xiao's fault, so he gracefully replied, "It was my fault. I shouldn't have got so close." He kept sucking in the cool air because of the injury on his tongue. As a result, his voice sounded muffled and he had a slightly distorted expression on his face. Yu Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, "Neither of us did it intentionally, so no one has to apologize for it. Did we bother your reading? After we finish digging around this area, I'll take little Shishtu somewhere a little farther." "No need, no need. I mainly came out to relax. My teacher said that there should be a proper balance between work and leisure when studying. I'll help you dig for wild herbs." Qian Wen lifted up his cotton-padded robe and squatted down, but then realized that he didn't have a shovel. Xiao Xiao shook her head at him, lowered her head to dig up the shepherd's purse that she found earlier, and said, "No need. You should go back and continue reading. I will be at fault if you delay your studies." Qian Wen smiled and said, "My teacher said that one can't just solely focus on reading when studying. The Analects of Confucius says, 'For someone who can neither do physical work nor distinguish rice from wheat, how art thou considered a scholar?'" As he spoke, he took the shovel from Xiao Xiao's hands and began digging the shepherd's purse on the ground. Hey, be careful, you have to stick to the surface of the ground when shoveling. Otherwise, the leaves will break apart. Seeing him clumsily digging the shepherd's purse and destroying a few in the process, Yu Xiaoxiao felt distressed inwardly and reminded him. Little Shishtu ran over from a distance with a large batch of shepherd's purse in the pocket of his jacket. Seeing that Qian Wen was using his sister's shovel, he put the shepherd's purse in the basket and handed his shovel to his older sister, and said, "Second sister, you can use mine. I'm a fast runner, so I'll go home to get another one." Just as he finished speaking, he had already sprinted away. Yu Xiaoxiao crouched down and patiently demonstrated to Qian Wen several times. Qian Wen swiftly learned how to properly dig the wild herbs. The two of them squatted side by side on the edge of the ditch and silently dug the wild herbs. From time to time, they would quietly converse when one of them had dug a big one. There was a light sense of peace and harmony between them. A moment later, little Shishtu returned with a shovel and was followed by a chirping Qian Wu. Qian Wu saw his older brother helping Xiao Xiao dig for shepherd's purse instead of reading, so he curiously asked, "Older brother, why are you here? Didn't you go out to read?" Qian Wen glanced at him and replied solemnly, "I've already finished reading. While working, I can recall the contents of the book, which is conducive to understanding and integration of the subject." "Xiao Wu, didn't mother ask you to tend the ducks? Did you sneak out again? You better watch out because mother is going to beat you with a broomstick." Qian Wu was somewhat scared of his older brother, who was 3 years older than him and often acted like an elder. He shrunk his neck and said, "I already guided the ducks to the pond. They will look for food themselves. There's nothing for me to do." "Oh, right. Little Shishtu, what's with all the turfs behind your house?" He needed to quickly change the subject. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a smile and noticed that the little guy was completely different from his older brother. The older brother had a fair and clear complexion and a gentle and refined disposition. He also had delicate and fine features. The younger brother had darker skin with thick brows and big eyes. When he smiled, 2 small canine teeth could be seen. With a dignified and strong appearance, he looked very cute. Little Shishtu proudly straightened his back and said, "What turfs?" "They're called straw thatches, which are made of wheat straw and rice straw. They're used to keep the vegetable fields warm." "To keep the vegetable fields warm? Your family already planted the vegetables." Qian Wen looked at Yu Xiaoxiao in surprise. He instinctively felt that she was the mastermind behind this idea. Sure enough, little Shishtu answered proudly, "That's right. The crops in the front yard had already been planted for 3 or 4 days. This morning, when I lifted the thatches to check, I noticed that the seeds have already sprouted tender buds. Isn't my second sister amazing? She can come up with ideas that no one else knows." "Oh, They really sprouted. Even the water in the vat still freezes at night. Aren't you afraid that they will freeze? Qianwu opened his eyes wide in amazement. In previous years, his family had always planted their seeds at the end of March. They had to wait until at least April or May in order to eat fresh vegetables. After eating radish, cabbage, pickled vegetables, and soybean paste for the entire winter, Qianwu felt that saliva swiftly flowed within his mouth when he thought of fresh and green vegetables. Does that mean that your family will be able to fresh vegetables soon? Qianwu felt extremely envious as he looked at little Shishtu. However, little Shishtu shook his head and said, "We can't eat it ourselves. We need to sell the vegetables in town for money. Second sister said she'll send me to the academy to study when we have enough money. Brother Xiaowen, if there's anything that I don't understand in the future, I'll go ask you for help." Qian Wen couldn't help but look at Xiao Cao again when he thought about their current living conditions. Shishtu's family didn't even have enough to eat at the moment, yet his older sister still made plans for her younger brother's academic future. Xiao Cao didn't have outstanding facial features. She had phoenix eyes, which were narrow and slanted slightly upwards. She had faint eyebrows and her nose wasn't very tall. Her lips were fleshy, which didn't meet the current aesthetic of having a small cherry-like mouth. However, the combination of these features on her palm-sized face made her appear very vivid and natural. Sensing his gaze, Xiao Cao replied with a faint smile. After that, with the addition of the Qian brothers, their speed when digging wild herbs increased tremendously. Although Xiao Cao had already transmigrated here for over half a year, she still hadn't become accustomed to eating 2 meals a day. Noon had just passed, but her tummy had already begun rumbling in hunger. Xiao Cao clasped her stomach, which was cramping slightly due to hunger, and her digging speed had also slowed down. Qian Wen, who was closer to her, had inadvertently heard the sound. He touched the steamed bun within his embrace. After a short deliberation, he quietly moved closer to her as he continued to dig for the wild herbs. When he was about half a step away from her, he took out the steamed bun and swiftly stuffed it into her hands. After that, he stood up and quickly walked away. Xiao Cao looked at the cloth bag in her hands, and then looked at the young man's slender back. She opened the bag and saw a steamed bun that was made of wheat flour. At present, few families in the village could afford eating this kind of steamed bun. Auntie Qian had probably specially prepared it for her son. She wanted to give it back to him, but he had already walked far away. If she caught up to him, it would be unsightly to push back and forth over a steamed bun. Xiao Cao briefly thought about it, and then wrapped the steamed bun and put it under the shepherd's purse in the basket. She decided to find a chance to give it back to him on the way back. It wasn't the season to dig for wild herbs and the shepherd's purse seedlings hadn't completely sprouted yet, so they had the advantage of not needing to share with others. After digging for more than half a day, the 4 of them had filled up 2 baskets. Both baskets were full and heavy. Little Shishtu and Qianwu used a branch to lift it up and walked in front. Xiao Cao bent down to pick up the other basket, but another hand grabbed it before her. Qian Wen picked up the basket and smiled at Xiao Cao. The shallow dimples on the side of his face were slightly visible as he said, "Let's go." On the way back, they encountered Hunter Zhao's son, Zhao Han. He was walking towards Xiao Cao's house with a pheasant in his hands. Hunter Zhao's family had moved to Dongshan village 30 years ago. At that time, with the 2-year-old Hunter Zhao's father had built a straw shed at the foot of the West Mountains and settled down. Their household registration wasn't in Dongshan village, so they naturally didn't have any land. Fortunately, Grandpa Zhao was a skilled martial artist, so they were able to rely on hunting to make a living. 15 years ago, Grandpa Zhao suddenly left for a period of time. When he returned, he told Zhao Bufan that he had selected a wife for him, who was Zhao Han's mother. Madame Zheng had a gentle and graceful disposition. Moreover, her demeanor always revealed the upbringing of a young lady of a noble family. So everyone speculated that she might be the daughter of a fallen noble family. However, in Xiao Cao's opinion, Auntie Zhao had the agile incompetence of a general's daughter. The young Zhao Han had also learned the skills that his family had passed down. Xiao Cao had heard from her father that Grandpa Zhao would personally teach his son martial arts. Her father also mentioned that his skills had become more nimble after Hunter Zhao taught him a couple moves. "Brother Han, did you just come back from hunting? How's your harvest today?" Little Shishtu dropped the basket in his hands and trotted towards him. As a result of practicing martial arts for years, the 13-year-old Zhao Han was a lot taller than his peers. Based on a rough estimate, he looked to be over 1.7 meters tall. There was a healthy glow to his tan skin. He had a pair of long, straight eyebrows that were slanted upwards. His tiger-like eyes shone brightly from time to time. When compared to the fair and refined Qian Wen, who stood next to him, they each had their own merits. One was a scholar, while the other was a martial artist. Qian Wu also went up and poked the pheasant in his hands, and then said, "Older brother Zhao Han, can you give me a few of this pheasant's feathers? My younger sister is always pestering me to make a feathered shuttlecock for her." Little Shishtu didn't give him any face and laughed, "Weren't you the one who boasted that you could catch pheasants? You have exaggerated so much that you don't know how to fix it, right? So you're asking for brother Zhao Han's help now? You stinky rock one, can't you give your older brother some face? I'm 2 years older than you after all. Don't you know that you need to respect the old and the wise?" Qian Wu cried angrily. The two little kids began to fight in jest again and appeared very lively. "Father, we're back." Before little Shishtu entered the door, he had shouted excitedly as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know about his triumphant return. Yu Hai, who was immersed in weaving bamboo baskets in the courtyard, heard the noise in front of the door and looked up in surprise. "Xiao Wen, Xiao Wu, Hanzi, why are you guys here? Xiaolian, quickly get seats for the guests." Qian Wen gently prevented Yu Hai from standing up and smiled, "Uncle Dahai, there's no need. Xiao Wu and I are going back now. Xiao Sao, where should I put this basket of wild herbs?" Xiaolian put down her embroidery and looked at the basket full of wild herbs in surprise. She exclaimed softly, "You guys dug out so many wild herbs. I never knew that we could gather so many wild herbs during this season." Yu Xiaosao directly instructed, "Just put it in the kitchen. By the way, brother Xiao Wen, you should take some back to make soup. It tastes delicious." "No need, no need. There are still a lot of vegetables in our family's cellar, so we have enough vegetables to eat at home," Qian Wen politely declined. Qian Wu covetly stared at the basket of shepherd's purse and honestly said, "I'm tired of eating vegetables in the cellar, which are nothing but radishes and cabbage. Older brother, today we also helped to dig up a lot of the wild herbs, so it's all right to take some back." Qian Wen glared at him helplessly and continued to refuse. But Xiao Sao had already packed the vegetables for him. She divided one basket of shepherd's purse into 2 small baskets. She gave one basket to Qian Wu and had prepared to give the other basket to Zhao Han so that he could take it back to try it. "Uncle Hai, I caught 2 wild hares and 3 pheasants today. My father told me to bring you one." Zhao Han put the tied-up pheasant in front of the kitchen door and was about to leave right away. Yu Hai limped over with a crutch and said, "Why are you bringing game over again? These days, your family have sent a lot of things over already. For the bear last time, your family didn't keep any money for yourselves and gave it all to us. Go back and tell your father that you guys don't owe me anything." Zhao Han's mouth twitched and slightly furrowed his dashing brows, and then said, "You guys didn't receive any of the money for the bear, right? If we knew that it would turn out like this, my father would have secretly given the money to Uncle Hai and Auntie." Yu Xiaosao smirked and said, "Everyone in the village knows that your family sold the bear for 300 taels. If grandmother hadn't received the money from you guys, she would had already gone to your house for trouble. Even if the money was given to my father, it would had been snatched away by my grandmother anyways. Well, she's not our real grandmother, so there's nothing I can say. However, my father is grandfather's biological son. I can't believe he actually helped grandmother hide it from us. Cower, how can you criticize your elders? Is that what father usually teaches you?" Yu Hai raised his voice and interrupted his daughter's words. Xiao Sao bit her lips and refused to comply. Why would they be afraid of others' criticism when they're capable of acting in such ways? Grandfather and grandmother are originally at fault for this matter. If they even gave us 1/10 of the 300 taels, we wouldn't have to meticulously calculate our rations when cooking every day. Yu Hai's gaze dimmed. He sighed deeply and said, "Father is useless. I've made you guys suffer with me." As he spoke, he limped back to the main room. Xiaolian looked at her stubborn younger sister, and then looked at her father desolate back. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she finally said, "Little sister, I buried a sweet potato for you under the ashes below the stove. Later, you can take it out to eat." After she finished speaking, she immediately chased after her father and entered the house. Everyone in the family knew that Xiao Sao easily got hungry at noon, so they would bury a sweet potato in the ashes under the stove after cooking every morning. Xiao Sao preferred the sweet-tasting roasted sweet potato compared to the coarse grain pancakes and bean paste soup. They saved all the sweet potatoes that their maternal grandmother sent over last time for her. Even little Shish too didn't bear to eat one. Qian Wen felt somewhat awkward as he stood there, so he coughed twice and said, "Xiao Sao, we've been out for quite a while, so we should go back now." After that, he pulled the slow-witted Qian Wu and left Xiao Sao's house. Zhao Han also planned to take this opportunity to leave, but Xiao Sao stopped him and said, "Thank you for sending the pheasant. Like my father said, you don't have to bring us game anymore. We'll accept it this time, but if you continue, we'll just send them back to your house. This is the wild herbs that we dug out today. Bring them back for Uncle Zhao to taste." Zhao Han didn't refuse and took the basket. "I'll bring the basket back to you tomorrow." Xiao Sao and Little Shish too were the only ones left in the courtyard speechlessly looking at one another. Little Shish too stealthily looked his second sister and whispered, "It seems like father is really angry. You should go in and apologize to him. Father dotes on you the most, so he won't spank you." Whenever Little Shish too misbehaved, his father would always hold him down on his knees and spanked him severely on his bottoms. Yu Hai was used to working and had great strength, so he often beat Little Shish too so hard that he ended up crying while holding his butt. Thus, Little Shish too feared his father's hands the most. Yu Xiaosao didn't know whether she should laugh or cry, and just sighed deeply. She went into the room and apologized to her father. Seeing that she was sincere, Yu Hai also didn't scold her anymore. Hence, this matter had passed over in this way. Yu Xiaosao personally prepared dinner, while Xiaolian helped on the side. She asked Little Shish too to buy 1 copper coin worth of tofu in the village and made shepherd's purse tofu soup too. She also made shepherd's purse pancake 3 and several shepherd's purse steamed buns 4, which was made with a small mixture of wheat flour. Xiao Sao recalled the steamed bun that Qian Wen gave her at noon, so she used the cloth bag and packed 3 shepherd's purse steamed buns inside. After that, she told Little Shish too to bring it over to the Qian family. It was Qian Wen's mother, Madame Mao, who opened the door. When she saw the cloth bag in Little Shish too's hands, she couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Isn't this the cloth bag that I used to wrap the steamed bun for my son? Why is it in this kid's hand? My son went out for so long today. Could it be that he didn't eat the steamed bun and gave it to someone else instead?" She was very clear about the situation of Yu Hai's family. After separating from the main family for so many days, the ration of food that they received was probably already running out. Could it be that her kind-hearted son decided to give his steamed bun to the hungry Little Shish too because their family skipped out on breakfast? With that in mind, Madame Mao forced a smile and asked, "Oh, isn't this the cloth bag that I gave Wenner to carry the dry food? Why is it in your hands?" No, she should keep her 2 sons stays away from the Yu siblings. Her family didn't have a lot of resources, so they couldn't afford helping them out so much. Little Shish too didn't understand the undertones of her words, so he replied with a grin, "When we were digging for wild herbs, Brother Xiaowen gave his steamed bun to my second sister because she was hungry. My second sister felt sorry for eating your family's steamed bun, so she told me to bring several shepherd's purse steamed buns for Brother Xiaowen and Brother Xiaowu to try." As he spoke, he opened the cloth bag and revealed the soft, fluffy steamed buns inside. Madame Mao saw that there were 3 steamed buns made of wheat flour inside and knew that there was one for each of her 3 children. She felt a sense of shame for her narrow-mindedness earlier. She hastily pushed the cloth bag back and said, "It's tough for your family too. You should keep these steamed buns for you and your siblings to eat. Didn't you guys give us some shepherd's purse this afternoon? Tomorrow, we can make the buns ourselves." Little Shish too shook his head and said, "Auntie Qian, my second sister has excellent cooking skills. You guys won't be able to make the same taste." He held the steamed buns, walked past Madame Mao, and went inside the house while shouting, "Brother Xiaowen, come eat steamed buns. It's fragrant and delicious shepherd's purse steamed buns." When Qian Wu, who was eating millet pancake in the room, heard him, he immediately ran out and grabbed the cloth bag within Little Shish too's hands. He directly took one and bit down on it. Xiao Sao had added fried tofu inside the shepherd's purse stuffing. She also minced the dried fish that her youngest aunt sent over and mixed it in the stuffing to enhance the taste. Due to the lack of seasonings at home, she stir-fried the dried chili pepper, and then grounded it into powder. The stir-fried chili pepper was fragrant and appetizing, adding an extra tang to the steamed buns. Generally, people were reluctant to use oil when making steamed buns with vegetable stuffing. They would only use salt and scallion as seasonings. Qian Wu had never eaten such a tasty steamed bun before. He disregarded the fact that he couldn't eat spicy food and continued eating the bun. Half of the steamed bun in his hand was already gone after a few bites. Little Shish too, who was beside him, anxiously reminded him, don't eat it all by yourself. Share it with brother Xiaowen and Yufang. It was so spicy that Qianwu was tearing up and had a runny nose. He kept sucking for cold air and repeatedly praised, it's delicious. So addicting. Little Shish too, your mother's cooking is really good. Let my mother learn from her tomorrow. Stinky brat, since you're complaining about my cooking, don't eat the food I make in the future. Madame Mao smacked the back of her younger son's head and jokingly scolded. She took the cloth bag in his hands and said, have you thanked little Shish too yet? You only think about eating and didn't even think about letting your older brother have a taste. When Madame Mao got closer, she smelled an alluring shepherd's purse scent mixed with the burnt fragrance of stir-fried chili pepper. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva secretly. As soon as the steamed buns were ready, little Shish too was immediately sent out to deliver the steamed buns. When he saw Qianwu eating the steamed buns earlier, his stomach couldn't help but growling in protest. Seeing that he had completed his mission, little Shish too said his farewells and immediately turned to leave. Qian Wen ran after him and stopped him, and said, go back and tell your older sister that I said, thank you for your steamed stuffed buns. Also, the basket has been vacated, so you can take it back. If you guys go dig for shepherd's purse tomorrow, remember to let me know. Little Shish too took the basket from him, agreed, and swiftly dashed home. There was delicious food waiting for him at home. Behind him, the little roe deer was also running gleefully at full speed. Xiao Xiao's culinary skills had won the praise of the entire family. In the shepherd's purse tofu soup, the verdant shepherd's purse and the snow-white, soft tofu was a perfect contrast for each other. When looking at the green and white colors, people's appetite would increase. Xiao Xiao had also used the dried fish to enhance the flavor of this soup. It was a substitute for dried sea shrimp, but the taste wasn't bad at all. Although wheat flour was replaced by coarse grain flour, the shepherd's purse pancake was baked until it was a golden brown color in the cauldron. The charred aroma was accompanied by the delicate fragrance of the shepherd's purse, and tasted extremely delicious. The family had never eaten such food before and was immediately conquered by the tempting taste. Madame Lu silently remembered it within her heart and said with a smile, I never thought that bean flour and millet flour could make something so delicious even without adding wheat flour. Cower, is this method also something that the deity taught you? Yu Xiao Xiao, who was eating the pancake with relish, was stunned when she heard her mother's question. She immediately answered, I don't know either, maybe. Anyways, I just knew how to do it when I woke up. It seems like someone in my dream told me that we can dig for this kind of shepherd's purse right now and the cooking methods for them. Father, mother, try the shepherd's purse steamed buns. It should taste better than the flatbreads. When she was making the shepherd's purse steamed buns, Xiao Xiao also made pan-fried tofu 1 and stir-fried chili pepper 2. She had used 1 teaspoon of the less than 1 caddy of vegetable oil that her maternal grandmother sent over, which made Madame Lu's heart ache. Moreover, she also used 2 handfuls of wheat flour to make the outer skin of the steamed buns, which seemed a bit too wasteful in Madame Lu's opinion. She glanced at buns in the steamer basket and hesitated. Then, she took one and gave it to Yu Hai and said, I ate 2 pancakes and drank a big bowl of the shepherd's purse soup, so I'm already full. Husband, you should try one and leave the rest for the children. By the way, Xiaolian, go to town tomorrow and bring some steamed buns for your older brother. While you're at it, take the baskets that your father made to the general store in town. Last time, Yu Xiao Xiao had gone to town in a rush with her father when she pretended to be sick before the new year. So, when she heard that there was a chance to visit town, she immediately volunteered, why don't I go to town tomorrow with little Shish too? Xiaolian can stay at home to work on her embroidery. Seeing her eager expression, Yu Hai couldn't bear to reject her and advised her, you can go, but you have to be careful and don't talk to strangers, little Shish too, you have to take care of your older sister and make sure she doesn't get lost. As he spoke, he ripped the steamed bun in half and gave the bigger portion to his wife and said, let's have a taste of our daughter's cooking. If it tastes good, we can dig more shepherd's purse and make buns to sell at the wharf in the future. Xiao Xiao nodded in approval when she heard his words. Her father was quite business savvy. It took about 3 hours to get to town from Dongshan village. So, Xiaolian, who lived in the same room as Xiao Xiao, had woken Xiao Xiao up at the break of dawn. Since the siblings were going to town, Xiaolian had woken up early to prepare breakfast so that their stomachs would be filled before leaving. For breakfast, they had sweet potato porridge 3, which was cooked until it was soft and mushy. The flatbreads from yesterday were also rebaked in the pot. Xiao Cao drank a full bowl of porridge and ate a piece of pancake, and then wiped her mouth and said, I'm full. Little shish too, hurry up. I'm not going to wait for you if we're late. Madame Lu wrapped the 3 remaining pancakes in a cloth bag so that they could eat it when they get hungry later. After thinking about it, she took out a purse from the bottom of the rattan box. She took out 20 copper coins from it and gave it to Xiao Cao, while saying, Here, take this. It's your first time going to the town market. If there's anything you want to buy, then buy some. Although the 20 copper coins wasn't a lot, they were extremely precious to the Yu family, who only had 200 copper coins left. 20 copper coins was enough to buy more than 2 caddies of wheat flour, or more than 4 caddies of coarse grain flour. Xiao Cao didn't want it, but Madame Lu forced it into her hands and said, It's okay, take it. Just bring it back if you don't spend it. After that, she turned around and got 5 shepherd's purse steamed buns for eldest son, Yu Hang. She wrapped them all in the same cloth bag. Xiaolian got 5 embroidered pouches from her own room and instructed, Go to Junlong embroidery workshop and give these to the boss lady. After that, go buy me some silk threads, which cost 10 copper coins. You can buy candies with the remaining money. Yu Xiaocao's mouth twitched a few times. She had the mentality of a woman who was nearly 30 years old, so can she not be treated like a kid? After being repeatedly cautioned by their family, the siblings finally embarked on their journey to town. Shortly after going, they saw Madame Mao sending Qian Wen, who was carrying a small bag, out the door. Where are you siblings going? Yesterday, Madame Mao had used the shepherd's purse to make soup. It tasted really good, so she planned to take her children to dig some more back to make steamed buns for her children. Little Shish too beamed excitedly, showing his pearly whites. As if he was afraid that others wouldn't know where he was going, he loudly replied, My second sister and I are going to town to bring some steamed stuffed buns for my older brother. Qian Wu, who was standing behind Madame Mao and rubbing his sleepy eyes, instantly became energetic when he heard him. Mother, I want to go play in town with little Shish too. What is there to play? If you're not careful, you might be kidnapped by an abductor. Today, you're coming with mother to dig for shepherd's purse, or I won't give you dinner tonight. Madame Mao pushed Qian Wu, who was throwing a tantrum, into the yard and turned to talk to her eldest son, Be careful on your way. When you come back next time, mother will make delicious food for you. Little Shish Tu looked at Qian Wen's attire and said, Brother Xiao Wen, are you going back to town to study? My second sister and I are going too. Let's go together. Qian Wen saw that Yu Xiaocao was not only carrying a bulky baggage, but also holding 3 small baskets on one hand and a bigger basket on the other. Thus, he went forward and took the heavy basket in her hand and said, It's a long way to town. If you carry so many things, you'll probably get tired soon. I'll help you hold the basket. No need, no need. When I'm tired, I can exchange with little Shish too. Yu Xiaocao clasped tightly on the basket and didn't let go, but she wasn't as strong as Qian Wen. So, he eventually snatched the basket from her hands. Xiaocaoao couldn't do anything about it, so she just thanked him. Speaking of Yu Xiaocao, she really wasn't suited to travel long distances. She had originally thought that her body had gotten much better after being nourished by the mystic stone water. She thought that she would be able to walk dozens of kilometers, but she had overestimated herself. The more she walked, the heavier the things in her hands became. It was getting more and more difficult for her to take the next step. Fortunately, Uncle Ma from the neighboring village had a donkey cart and was taking several people to town. Seeing the 3 children, Uncle Ma warmly greeted them, Do you guys want a ride? I'll take the 3 of you for the price of 2. The group of 3 rode on the donkey cart and quickly arrived in town. Qian Wen was worried about the siblings' safety and suggested in a gentle voice, Xiaocao, there are all sorts of people in town. How about you guys follow me to the academy first? I'll put down my belongings, and then take guys to find your older brother. Yu Xiaocao politely declined, No, thanks. My younger brother and I have been to town before, so we're familiar with the road. We shouldn't delay Brother Xiao Wen's studies any longer. Goodbye Brother Xiao Wen. Little Shish Tu waved at him and looked around with his big, round eyes. After Xiao Cao and her younger brother bid farewell to Qian Wen, she inquired about the direction to the general store and prepared to send the bamboo baskets over. The general store was located in a somewhat desolate area. When the shopkeeper saw the siblings bringing newly woven baskets over, he had a troubled expression on his face and said, "Xiaolian, you're sending baskets over again. It's not a busy season for agriculture right now, so bamboo wares aren't in demand. I still haven't sold off the ones that you bought over last time. I won't make it difficult for you this time and accept the products. But, you don't have to send any more over next time." Xiao Cao didn't correct the shopkeeper's mistake. She thanked the shopkeeper, and then quietly held her younger brother's hand as they walked on the street. She felt somewhat downcast. Although her father had hoped to earn some money by selling bamboo crafts, money wasn't the most important reason for him to weave bamboo wares. By weaving bamboo crafts, it seemed like her father wanted to prove something to himself, to prove that he wasn't a worthless person. It would be great if father's leg could recover soon. When they arrived at Junlong Embroidery Workshop, the boss lady warmly welcomed them. "Oh, Xiaolian, I haven't seen you for a few days, but your skin has gotten much whiter. You also seem to have gotten prettier. Girls really do change as they grow older." Xiao Cao had learned that after the previous emperor ascended the throne, he had once vigorously promoted the equality between men and women. Later, the policy was left unsettled due to various reasons. Nonetheless, the status of women had indeed improved. Women walking and shopping on the streets could be been everywhere. It wasn't uncommon for a woman to be a boss, like the boss lady of Junlong Embroidery Workshop. Xiao Cao felt somewhat glad to have transmigrated to this era. In the future, it wouldn't seem strange for her to do some small business and earn money to support her family. She needed to thank her fellow transmigrators for creating a relatively relaxed environment for her. Through the rumors she had heard about the retired emperor and the current emperor, Xiao Cao had confirmed that they were definitely transmigrators, just like herself. Since there were these two, there might also be others. She didn't have any major ambitions. She only wanted to quietly protect her own family and live happily as a little farmer girl. At times, she could come up with new ideas and earn some money. The saying of, "When people from the same hometown meets each other, their eyes will brim with tears of happiness," wouldn't apply to all fellow transmigrators. She didn't want to become someone else's cannon fodder. It seemed like she had to keep a low profile in the future. "Xiaolian's skills are getting better and better. You can probably surpass your mother soon. Oh, this time, the patterns are quite unique, and the color assortments are rather novel. For these 5 embroidered pouches, I'll raise the price and give you the same amount as your mother, 20 copper coins per pouch. If you make more of such purses in the future, I'll raise the price for you again." In the past, Xiaolian's purse cost 15 copper coins each. Thus, she had earned 25 copper coins more than before. As a matter of fact, Xiao Cao should also take some credit for this because she was one who designed the patterns. In her previous life, she was interested in art. If it hadn't been for her parents' accident, she might have entered the specialty classes in high school. After she took over the braised food store, she liked to draw flowers and plants in her spare time as a hobby. She hadn't expected that she would be able to use this skill to make money after transmigrating. After securely putting away the money, Xiao Cao took her younger brother to the woodworking shop. In the carpentry shop, that snobby worker from last time was manning the store. He was currently sitting in a chair with his legs crossed and dozing off. When he heard that the siblings were looking for Yu Hang, he stood up reluctantly and grumbled, "Looking for Yu Hang? Didn't that kid just go home around a dozen days ago? What a hassle." When Yu Hang came out, he was wearing the cotton jacket that Xiao Cao gave him before the new year. It had only been a little over 2 months, but there were already several holes in the jacket, revealing the white cotton inside. Xiao Cao was aware of the fact that her older brother was someone who cherished his own clothing and belongings, and thus his new clothes usually wouldn't turn out like this. When Yu Hang noticed that his little sister continued to glance at his clothing, his eyes flickered evasively, and he squeezed out a smile, when I was moving timber around, I accidentally caught my coat on a branch. If a branch poked a hole into your coat, it should leave a triangle-sized hole, right? How did it become little strips?" Little Shishtu asked doubtfully. He liked to climb trees and occasionally his clothing would also get caught on the branches. Yu Hang coughed fakely and said, "If I said a branch grazed my clothing, then it was a branch. Little children shouldn't have too much to say. Younger sister, how's father's leg injury right now?" "Father's injury is mostly healed, and he can even walk with crutches right now. Older brother, our family has already split and we also revamped the old residence. If you don't feel happy staying here, then come home with us. Now we don't have to deal with grandmother constantly scolding us or eldest aunt's sour comments. Yu Xiaoxiao could tell that the marks left on his clothing seemed to have been caused by a whip. In addition, every time she came over to see him, her older brother always seemed to have new injuries on him. Thus, she wanted to bring Yu Hang home. When Yu Hang found out that their branch had finally separated from the others, a true smile finally appeared on his face. However, when he remembered shopkeeper Zhang's ruthless personality, he knew that the man wouldn't let him leave easily. He recalled that the last time one of the apprentices, family members came to take him home, they were told they had to give up 20 taels to take him out. He couldn't help but frown at that memory. When they separated from the family, his stingy grandmother would definitely not give their branch a lot of money. In addition, they had to rebuild the house, buy furniture and purchase household wares. He was sure that his family had to take on some debt. As the oldest son of the family, he wasn't in a position to help them with their issues, thus, he definitely couldn't add to their troubles. With great difficulty, Yu Hang tampered down his desire to leave and slowly shook his head. The master at the shop treats me pretty well, and he already taught me a lot of carpentry skills. I want to stay here a little longer and it won't be too late to go home after I master this trade. Yu Xiaoxiao tried again to convince him, but Yu Hang stubbornly insisted on staying, so there was nothing more she could do. She stuffed a meat bun that she brought over into his hands and gave him 50 copper coins. Only after she did that did she silently leave. As he watched the slowly disappearing figures of his younger brother and sister, Yu Hang did his best to hold back his tears. He hoped that he could endure long enough to see his siblings again in the future. Older sister, where should we go now? Little Shish too felt somewhat down, as even he could sense something was off. Xiaoxiao pondered the question and then said, "It's still early right now, we should go to Junsho restaurant and see if third young master Zhou is there." When they got to Junsho restaurant, the manager told them that the young master had gone to the capital to oversee the details surrounding the opening of a branch restaurant. He was so busy that he couldn't even spare time for the condiment factory and could only have steward Zhou watch it. After leaving Junsho restaurant, Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and then took her little brother to look at the food market. Since they were growing vegetables at home, it was necessary to explore the food market. The market at Tanggu was on the most remote road in the town and was named North Market. At noon, the market didn't have much going on. Only a couple of stalls were open, and they were selling radishes and Chinese cabbages that didn't look very fresh. It was obvious that they had been stored in the cellar for a whole winter. Yu Xiaoxiao pulled her younger brother into a pickled vegetable stand and found that there wasn't much variety. There was a black-colored thick paste that faintly smelled of mold, a form of dried radish that had been salted, and a watery-looking salted Chinese cabbage. Compared to her previous life's supermarkets, which had more than 20 varieties of pickled and salted vegetables, this was quite a letdown. Xiaoxiao rubbed her nose and started to plan. Should she pickle some salted vegetables and leave them here to sell? However, even if she wanted to make some, she wouldn't be able to do so this year. The family stores of radish and Chinese cabbage were low. She wasn't even sure if there was enough left to pickle for her own family to eat. "Little girl, do you want to buy some salted vegetables?" The stall's shopkeeper was a 16 to 17-year-old young man. He greeted them with a friendly demeanor despite their shabby-looking clothes. Yu Xiaoxiao sheepishly replied, "I was just looking if you had any pickled cucumbers." "Pickled cucumbers? Is that also a type of pickled vegetable? You can pickle cucumbers?" the young man asked humbly as his voice carried an undercurrent of excitement. This pickled vegetable stand was opened by his mother when she was still alive. At that time, his mother was very skilled in pickling and salting vegetables. People from far-flung villages would come and buy a jar from her. His mother later fell ill and passed away, and he had only learned a few pickling methods. In addition, the taste of his pickles could not even come close to how tasty his mother's were. Gradually, the business in his stall declined. Zhang Yu felt anxious and angry as he watched his mother's life's work slowly declining in his own hands. "Ah, when cucumbers are in season, I'll make some pickled cucumbers and bring them over for you to taste. If you think they taste good, I was planning on placing them in your stall to sell." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled winsomely. Zhang Yu sighed heavily and said, "I'm afraid that my stall won't be able to last until then." Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and then said, "Ah, older brother. I'm called Zhang Yu, just call me by my name." Zhang Yu smiled somewhat bashfully. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and continued, "Zhang Yu, I have a few pickled vegetable recipes and they should taste pretty good. Do you know how to write? I can tell you them while you write them down. You can follow my recipe and see how they turn out." We're neither relatives nor friends, how could I possibly take your pickled vegetable recipes? How about this, if the pickled vegetables turn out good and sell well, I'll give you a portion of the profits. I need to pay rent and taxes, so I'll take 70% and give 30. What do you think? Zhang Yu was quite young but had a good head for business. Yu Xiaosao slowly shook her head and smiled to placate Zhang Yu, who had opened his mouth to speak. You need to account for the manufacturing and material costs, while I'm only giving you a recipe. I don't need 30% of the profits. How about we split it 20-80, you'll take 80% and only need to give me 20%. Zhang Yu couldn't tell what her recipes would taste like but inwardly promised that if the sales went well, he would give her a larger cut of the profits. He replied, when my mother was still alive, she had sent me to a private school for a few years, later on, anyway, I can handle writing down a few recipes. In her previous life, she had gone into the workforce early as her two younger siblings needed to pay for both schooling and boarding costs. There was a time when they had a very difficult time making ends meet. In an effort to save money, she had learned how to marinate several different types of pickled vegetables. Her younger brother and sister both said that pickled vegetables sold at stores couldn't even come 10% close to how good hers tasted. Even after they graduated college and had gone to different cities to work and settle down, they still asked her to make some pickled vegetables and mail them over. She recited the recipes that she was the best at and let Zhang Yu carefully write down the details. The types of recipes she gave were spicy and numbing dried radish strips, spicy young radish, Korean kimchi, spicy kelp strips, soybeans in wine, and pickled beans. Originally she had felt bad that the teenager's business was not going well and didn't want his stall to go bankrupt, so she was only planning on teaching him 2 types of pickled vegetables for the sake of it. But now since she was getting her own share, then it was fine to tell him more recipes. The good thing was that all of the condiments and seasonings, other than MSG, which the youth had never heard of, used in pickling vegetables could all be found at a general store or pharmacy. For example, star anise, fennel, Chinese cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns were all used by later generations as seasonings and spices. In ancient times, however, these were all medicinal herbs. It was only after the Emperor Emeritus and current emperor ascended the throne that these spices started being used as seasonings in food. These herbs were not very expensive. However, Xiaosao's family could barely feed everyone. In fact, using oil to cook their food was considered a luxury for them. Thus, it was natural that they would be reluctant to shell out money for these spices. Under Zhang Yu's recommendations, Xiaosao went to a relatively remote section of the food market and found a general goods stall where she could buy cheap condiments and spices. At noon, other than the shopkeeper with a beard like a mountain goat who was dozing off in a chair, not a soul could be found in the stall. This particular goods stall had very few articles for daily use. Inside the stall were 2 large vats and they distributed a smell of soy sauce and vinegar. When the 2 scents combined, it didn't smell very good. Next to the wall was a long table with many wooden boxes. These boxes contained the condiments that Xiaosao wanted to buy. Shopkeeper, how are these spices sold? Xiaosao asked worriedly as she rubbed at chest pocket which held an old embroidered pouch with about 100 or so copper coins in it. When the old shopkeeper heard her voice, he suddenly raised his head and sleepily blinked a couple of times. His mountain goat beard moved up and down as he said, do you want to weigh the spices separately or all together? How much would it cost to weigh the spices separately versus together? Yu Xiaosao asked after thinking a bit. If you're weighing them separately, Chinese cinnamon is 18 copper coins per ounce, bay leaves are 15 coppers, star anise 26 coppers, Sichuan peppercorn 20 coppers and fennel is 20 coppers. The old shopkeeper glanced at the 2 siblings and proposed, if you're buying larger quantities, it's generally more worth it to buy them separately. Yu Xiaosao gnawed on her lip and sheepishly smiled, then, I should probably weigh them all together, right? I just want 1 ounce worth of spices to use for a bit. Okay. The shopkeeper took out a square-shaped piece of rough straw paper and folded it into a tube shape and started to grab some spices. Xiaosao hesitated but then spoke up, shopkeeper grandfather, can I add the spices myself? After running a braised foods shop in her past life, she already knew the ratios of spices needed for her food by heart. Now that she was pressed for money, she didn't want to waste even the tiniest speck of spice. The old shopkeeper hesitated for a moment and his eyes scanned over the 2 siblings in their old and patched up attire. In the end, he nodded his head in agreement. Xiaosao followed the proportions she had memorized and carefully scooped out the spices from the wooden boxes. When the old shopkeeper noticed that she didn't try to play a small trick and take only the expensive spices, he smoothed his beard with a hand and inwardly nodded his head in approval. When she thought the weight was about right, Xiao Cao folded the tube closed and handed it to the old shopkeeper to let him weigh it. The shopkeeper's scale was similar to the ones used in a pharmacy. It was very small and could weigh things very precisely. The weight came out to be 1 ounce and 3 maces 1, which came out to be 25 copper coins total. Xiao Cao looked at the 2 large vats again and hesitated before she said, "Shopkeeper grandfather, I also want to buy some soy sauce and vinegar, but I didn't bring any containers with me." The old man grabbed 2 small bamboo tubes and smiled, "It's not a problem. Since you called me shopkeeper grandfather, then I'll let you borrow these 2 containers. The next time you come to buy spices, you can just return them to me. Now tell me, how much soy sauce and vinegar do you want?" She could tell that these 2 containers were goods that the shop was selling. Once soy sauce and vinegar went into them, it would definitely dye the containers a different color and also leave a smell behind. After being used, these containers likely couldn't be sold again. Xiao Cao's heart warmed up. She thought for a bit and almost blurted out, "Half a catty," but then she remembered that in ancient times half a catty was equal to around 8 ounces. After all, wasn't there a saying that said, "A half a catty is 8 ounces, which meant, there's not much to choose between the two." Thus, she hastily corrected herself, "Please give me 4 ounces of each." The price for the vinegar and soy sauce came out to be 5 copper coins total. She then calculated all of the transactions she had conducted today. Her mother had given her 20 copper coins for pocket money, and she had sold Xiaolian's embroidery for 100 copper coins. The embroidery silks cost 10 coins, and the spices and condiments were 30 coins. She had also stuffed 10 coins into her older brother's hands. After that, she still had 80 coins on hand. So it wasn't like she was a spendthrift, right? Growl. They had eaten breakfast early today. Even little Shish too, who was used to having only 2 meals a day, hugged his belly, which was rumbling in protest, with a distressed look on his small face. However, he didn't even suggest the possibility of buying something to eat. The food market had some booths selling breakfast that hadn't closed yet. Xiao Cao carefully held her condiments and walked over to the stalls with her younger brother. She bought a bowl of hot soup, took out her shepherd's purse pancake, and soaked a piece of the pancake in the soup for her brother. The soup they bought was just a plain Chinese cabbage soup and only had some salt in it as flavoring. On the surface, only a few drops of oil could be seen. In actuality, the taste of the soup was quite mediocre. However, it had been simmering on a small stove for a long time and mouthfuls of it easily warmed up the belly. The pancakes they had brought with them from home this morning had long become stone cold. By letting the pancakes soak in the soup, it was warmed up and became easy and comforting to eat. There was a little child, about 4 to 5 years in age, who was at the breakfast booth. He eyed the 2 siblings' delicious pancake with pure envy. He flailed an arm and complained at his father, "Father, I also want to eat that kind of savory, delicious pancake. Go buy one for me." The stall owner had noticed that the pancake contained verdant green vegetables. Perplexed, he asked, "Little girl, where did you buy that flatbread? How could there be green vegetables in this season?" Little Shish too ate the pancake in large bites and joyfully replied, "My second sister made this pancake, but it doesn't have green vegetables inside. We dug up some wild herbs in the mountains for the pancakes. My second sister is a very good cook, so no one else can make something as delicious as this. I want to eat the pancake, father, I want to eat wild herb pancakes, wah." After he saw the satisfied expression on little Shish too's face, the little fellow started to cry and sob pitifully that he wanted to eat it. Earlier that morning, Madame Lu had packed the remaining 3 pancakes for the 2 siblings to bring into town. The 2 of them had ripped off pieces of one of them to put in the soup, so there was still another whole pancake on the table. When Xiao Cao saw this, she hastily said, "We still have one more left. Older uncle, if you're okay with it, then take it to give to the little brother to eat." "How could I possibly do that? You 2 siblings won't have enough to eat then." The breakfast seller smiled awkwardly at the sister-brother pair as he quietly coaxed the little boy. "It's not a problem. We had already eaten breakfast before we came here and just wanted to drink some hot soup to warm up our bodies." Xiao Cao had seen that the little boy couldn't be calmed down. He had cried until a trail of mucus flowed down his nose, and his continued sobs produced tiny bubbles in it. She and her younger brother had eaten 1 pancake and drank a bowl of soup. That was enough to quiet their stomachs, and when they got home in the evening there would be supper to eat. Thus, she offered her remaining pancake to them. The food stall owner thought for a bit and then said, "Then I thank you. The soup that you two drank is free. Take it as a sign of my gratitude." A bowl of soup cost 1 copper coin. Every penny saved was a penny earned. After Yu Xiaosao thanked the stall owner, she left the food market with her brother. They went to a spot outside the town gates where Uncle Ma was waiting for them. His donkey cart was already full of people, and they were just waiting for the two of them. If Madame Lu found out that they had spent 30 copper coins on seasonings and condiments, she would definitely start lecturing them. They almost didn't have anything to eat at home, why would they buy seasonings? When they got home, Xiaosao pushed the gate open and carefully poked her head in to look. Xiaolian was in the middle of the courtyard doing embroidery. When she saw Xiaosao's sneaky movements, she burst out in giggles and said, "Xiaosao, what shameful thing did you do? Relax, mother isn't at home right now." After hearing that, Xiaosao entered the courtyard with relief. She smirked, "Who did something shameful? I just bought some condiments in town and was afraid that mother would lecture me for spending money recklessly. Here, this is the money that was left over after selling your embroidery. I told you earlier that you could spend the remaining money on whatever you wanted. How could buying seasonings be considered reckless spending?" Xiaolian casually took the money pouch and felt its weight. Surprised, she said, "How much seasoning did you buy? It doesn't feel like you used too much money." Her 5 embroidered pouches had previously been sold for a total of 75 copper coins. However, the leftover money in the pouch that Xiaosao given her had 5 coins more than the usual 75, and she could feel the difference. Xiaosao explained to her sister that the owner of the embroidery shop had given her a better price for the pouches, and then said, "Xiaolian, please don't tell mother that I bought these condiments. I have something I need them for." "What can't you tell your mother?" Yu Hai limped out of the room and grinned at his 2 adorable daughters. His leg had healed to the point where he didn't need to use crutches to walk anymore. Nothing. Father, do you know how to make this type of bamboo tube? When you have time, can you help me make 2? I still need to return what I borrowed to someone." Xiaosao deliberately changed the subject and handed over the bamboo tube that held the soy sauce to her father. "This type of tube is one of the easiest bamboo utensils to make, it won't be hard for me." Yu Hai sniffed at the bamboo container and laughed, "Soy sauce. If we had a caddy of fatty, streaky pork right now, we could make a bowl of red braised pork, then we really could eat to our heart's content." Ever since his biological mother had passed away, Yu Hai had never been able to taste red braised pork again. He cherished the memory of the taste of that dish. Xiaosao quickly snatched back the tube of soy sauce from him and emphasized, "I need to use these condiments, so you can't touch them." "Oh right, where did mother go?" "Next door to Auntie Joe's place. They had gotten a large order and need to get it done by tomorrow, so they asked our mother for help in killing the chickens." Xiaolian took the proffered condiments from her sister and put them in a hidden nook in the kitchen. Yu Hai called out towards little Shish too, "Son, come with father to help cover the vegetable fields with their blankets, our seedlings are growing quite well. After only 5 days, they've already sprouted to a height of a couple of centimeters. I have never seen vegetables grow this fast, even in previous years when the spring was warmer than this." Of course they grew quickly. She had watered them every day with the mystic stone water. Xiaosao rubbed her nose somewhat uneasily and said, "I'm going to visit Auntie Joe's house and see if they need any help." With that said, she escaped as quickly as a wisp of smoke. Madame Fang had gone into town earlier today to sell her chickens and eggs. In town, she found out that Lord Huang's father was going to have his 60th birthday celebration and needed around 30 chickens for the banquet. The steward in charge of buying food had made an order of 40 chickens and had asked her to get them all prepared today so they could be sent to the residence the next day. She had rushed back home after receiving the order. There were not enough people at home to help kill, pluck, and clean all of the 40 chickens in one afternoon. Additionally, her husband wasn't home. Madame Fang was afraid that her 3 children and herself would end up ruining this large order, so she asked Madame Lu to help. When Xiaosao got there, Zhou Linglong and her sister were in the kitchen boiling water. Madame Fang was holding a cleaver and about to kill a chicken. There were 5 or 6 roosters lying on the ground with their legs bound up. Her mother, Madame Lu, was next to a large wooden basin and was pouring hot water from a pail into it. Inside the basin were 3 slaughtered chickens that still had their feathers on. "Mother, Auntie Joe, I came over to help. Xiao Cao casually greeted them and frowned when she saw there was a bunch of chicken blood on the ground. Madame Fang picked up a chicken whose legs were bound and plucked off some feathers from its neck. Just as the knife was about to flash down, she heard a voice and looked over with a smile. "You got back, Xiao Cao. If I had known earlier you were also going into town, we could have gone together. Did you have a good time shopping in town? Auntie Zhou, do you not want any of the chicken blood left over from killing chickens?" Xiao Cao irrelevantly answered and regarded the dirt soaked with chicken blood with slight regret. Madame Fang hesitated in confusion and said, "Why would anyone want chicken blood? It's not even tasty." Xiao Cao blinked and replied, "You can eat chicken blood. If it's made well, there's not an odd smell or taste either. You need to eat blood to enrich blood, so chicken blood is very good at this. It can also relieve rheumatic pains, improve blood circulation, and open things up." I have never heard of chicken blood having all of those properties. Who did you learn this from, Xiao Cao? The knife in Madame Fang's hand wavered as she didn't know whether she should cut off the chicken's head at the moment or not. Xiao Cao rushed into the kitchen and asked Zhou Shanhu to grab her a basin. She placed it in front of Madame Fang and said, "Auntie Zhou, listen to me. If chicken blood is cooked correctly, it'll have a tender texture and be very delicious. You can use it together with tofu to make a soup, and it could also be stewed with cabbage. If it's stewed in a sauce, it'll be soft and smooth, and be extremely delicious. This child, you describe it so well that the saliva has almost come dripping out of my mouth. Okay, all of the chicken blood will be yours. When you finish cooking it, don't forget to bring your Auntie Zhou a bowl." Madame Fang nimbly wielded the knife to cut the chicken's neck open. The scarlet blood gurgled down into the basin. Xiao Cao felt as if she could see a host of culinary delights floating in front of her. She gluttonously wished that she could grab the chicken blood and start cooking now. 2 months had passed since the New Year celebrations. They couldn't even eat their fill of coarse grains, let alone get a taste of meat or fish. Living life like this had caused her cravings to go out of control. "What are you just standing there for? Didn't you come over to help? Go back home and grab the basin we used to wash vegetables in. We can pluck the feathers off faster this way," Madame Lu said in an indulgent yet slightly scolding tone of voice as she smiled at her daughter. "Okay." Xiao Cao assented and bolted out. Madame Fang looked at her cheerful steps as her figure got smaller in the distance and smiled. "Younger sister Muyun, your family's luck must have changed. Just look, ever since you guys moved out, your husband's leg has healed, Xiao Cao's body is healthy, and you haven't gotten sick again. You should relax a bit. In the future, your family will definitely do better and better. When some chicks hatch in spring, go grab a few and bring them home to raise. They can lay some eggs and nourish your children's bodies. You and your children have such thin bodies, ah." Madame Lu raised her head to gently smile at the other woman. After moving out, her smile appeared more frequently. She held in her laugh as her hands continued to pluck the chicken with practiced ease. Steam rose from the wooden basin and there was a slightly fishy smell in the air. When Xiao Cao had gotten back, she saw Madame Lu opening up the chicken's belly, pulling out the internal organs, and throwing them aside on the ground. She tentatively asked, "Are these all going to be thrown away?" Madame Lu shot her a glance and teased, "Do you really want to eat something so dirty and smelly? There's chicken poop in them. If you make it, you'll be the only one eating them. Okay, stop goofing off and go help me get the chickens that your Auntie Zhou slaughtered. I need to scald them, and you can be in charge of plucking the feathers. Xiao Cao, work carefully. If you do well, Auntie will give you 10 copper coins as payment." Madame Fang could tell that Xiao Cao was a practiced hand at this work and made her a promise. Madame Lu interjected heavily, "We're all fellow villagers and neighbors. There's no need to give us money for helping you. Also, she's a little child, how much help can she be?" Madame Lu looked over and discovered that her daughter's speed in plucking the chickens was not any slower than hers. In fact, to her surprise, the chickens her daughter plucked were even cleaner than hers. What a joke, of course Xiao Cao was good at this, just look at what she did in her previous life. Her braised foods shop had a chicken dish, braised roast chicken. Every day she needed to slaughter and prepare around 30 to 40 chickens. If she wasn't good at this, that would truly be an oddity. Xiao Cao looked around the room and smiled, "I don't need wages. Auntie Zhou, just give me the internal organs from these 40 chickens instead." "What do you want the internal organs for? You're not going to really take them back home to eat them, are you?" "Cower, mother knows our circumstances at home are not very good and that we usually can't taste any meat during most of the year. However, we still can't eat something as dirty as this. How about this? Next time I go sell my embroidery, I'll buy a caddy of meat and give you a great feast." The smile on Madame Lu's face gradually dimmed and a look of guilt and shame rose in her eyes. "Mother, don't worry about it, I really do have a use for these internal organs." Xiao Cao was inwardly surprised and flabbergasted. Didn't they all say that people in ancient times ate internal organs? Was it just a false rumor? Madame Fang smiled and tried to resolve the dispute. When children get older, they start having their own ideas. Younger sister Muyun, just let her try. Xiao Cao, the chicken blood and internal organs are all yours. I'll also give you money for your help. Xiao Cao shook her head and replied, "Auntie Zhou, I really can't take your money for the work. Last time when we had moved in and had a banquet, you and older sister Linglong were busy for the whole day helping us. You guys didn't even get to eat lunch. I'm only helping out a little. If I wanted money for it, isn't that too much of me? A relative afar is less use than a close neighbor. Neighbors helping each other out is the right thing to do." Madame Lu agreed. "Cower is right. Mrs., if you keep bringing up giving us money, I will go back home right now." Seeing that both the mother and daughter persisted in refusing her offer, Madame Fang no longer brought up the subject of paying them. It took the 2 adults and 3 children a whole hour to finish slaughtering and cleaning up the chickens. Yu Xiaocao's speed and abilities were even better than her mother's and was neck to neck to the old hand, Madame Fang. Madame Fang repeatedly praised her skills. Afterwards, Madame Fang went into the room to take out the cakes and pastries she had bought in town earlier that morning. She shoved them into Xiao Cao's hands and insisted that she bring them back home. The Zhou family sold chickens and eggs, and when it was the off-season for farming, her husband would peddle goods. They were the only family in the village who could afford to buy some sweets for their children to eat from time to time. Madame Lu held the wooden basin filled to the brim with chicken offal as she watched her daughter who held the pail with chicken blood in one hand and pastries in the other. She frowned and said, "Do you really know how to prepare chicken blood? Don't talk a big game and not be able to follow up, otherwise Auntie Zhou and her daughters will laugh at you." "Mother, stop worrying, when did I ever promise more than I can deliver?" Xiao Cao struggled with holding the chicken blood in one hand so she placed the string that tied the pastries together in her mouth. Her freed hand joined the other one in lifting the basin as she stepped forward quickly. When they got home, Xiaolian had already finished making the meal and was waiting for them before she started serving. Xiao Cao proudly shook the pail in her hand and smiled, "Don't start serving yet, I'm going to make something delicious to add to the meal." "What sort of good thing?" Little Shishtu stood up from his seated position and dashed toward her. After he saw the contents of the basin, he frowned in disappointment and said, "This is chicken blood. Second sister, you can't possibly be saying that this will be the tasty dish, right? What sort of expression is that? You don't believe your older sister. Once I finish making it, you don't get to have any." Xiao Cao glared at him, feigning displeasure. Little Shishtu remembered his older sister's out-of-the-ordinary culinary skills and backtracked immediately to apologize, "Second sister, I was wrong. Everything you make is top-notch. I'm just a wimpy little kid, don't lower yourself to my level, second sister. Go, buy a copper coin's worth of tofu from Erguzi's place." Xiao Cao cheerfully dispatched him out and entered the kitchen with the basin of chicken blood. Xiaolian followed her inside and said, "I'll help. What do you need me to do?" "Boil some water in the pot, I need to blanch the chicken blood in that." The blood in the basin had already started congealing into blood clots. Xiao Cao used a knife to cut a few lines to divide them into a few tofu pieces. She took out a block of blood and carefully cut it up into smaller pieces. She placed it into the boiling water to blanch and waited until it changed color before she ladled it back up. She was making spicy and sour chicken blood 1 foot. The family didn't have any pickled chili peppers, so she used the pickled vegetables her maternal grandmother had sent over as a substitute for the sour. After cutting the vegetables into tiny cubes, she started chopping up the dried chili peppers. She also sliced the ginger into thin strips and smashed some garlic heads to be used as well. Xiao Cao ladled a small spoonful of oil from the oil pitcher and put it into the pan. The cubed pickled vegetables, dried chili peppers, the julienne ginger, and smashed garlic were lightly fried in the oil to bring out the flavors. Afterwards, the chicken blood was lightly stir-fried in the aromatics. It was important not to overcook the chicken blood to not ruin the final texture. It had the tender mouthfeel of tofu but had a much better flavor than tofu. After thinking a bit, she made the decisive decision to add some vinegar to remove the fishy smell and also added some salt and soy sauce. After sautéing everything until it was mixed well, it was ready to plate. Smells so good. Little Shishtu ran all the way home after buying the tofu. He panted heavily but continued to inhale the smell and had a gluttonous expression on his face. Xiao Cao also made a tofu and chicken blood soup. The snow-white tofu floated at the top of the broth and the dark red color of the chicken blood was faintly visible. With the addition of chopped scallions, the green color of the herb contrasted beautifully with the other colors. It was a fragrant and visually attractive soup. Time to eat. Time to eat. Little Shishtu impatiently rushed towards the dining table but was pulled back by Xiao Cao. Don't be in such a rush. Come with me to bring some food over to Auntie Zhou. She had deliberately made an extra portion of each dish so there was enough for the Zhou family too. Little Shishtu pouted and held the spicy and sour chicken blood 2 feet in his hands as he walked and inhaled the smell of the food. Xiao Ao laughed and said, "You greedy cat. Be careful, other people might see you like this. How shameful." Little Shishtu closed his mouth, smiled, and with great difficulty managed to hold back his desire and said, "Second sister, who would have thought that chicken blood could be used to make something that smells so good? When our family used to slaughter chickens to eat, we would always throw away the blood, what a waste. Oh right, you had mother bring back the inner organs of a chicken, can't they be used to make food too? Of course. Are you brave enough to try?" Xiao Cao slanted her eyes at him as she faintly smiled. Little Shishtu emphatically nodded his head and said, "Of course. Of course I'm brave enough. As long as second sister makes it as tasty as the chicken blood, I'll eat it. What's there to be scared of? In your dreams, that will all be used to sell for money, how can I bear to let you eat it?" Xiao Cao wrinkled her nose at him and made a funny face at him. She then knocked on the front door of the Zhou residence. Coming. Oh, Xiao Cao, have you eaten yet?" Madame Fang had come to the door to see who was there. When she saw Xiao Cao and her younger brother, both with delicious-smelling plates of food in their hands, a look of surprise crossed her face. "Auntie Zhou, I finished cooking the chicken blood. Little Shishtu's holding spicy and sour chicken blood and I have the tofu and chicken blood soup. Have you and your family eaten yet? If not, then you don't need to make anything." Xiao Cao gleefully walked into the courtyard and gave the food to Zhou Linglong who had just walked out of the kitchen. The Zhou family had been busy earlier slaughtering chickens, so they hadn't had the time to make food. She had come at the right time. "Smells good. Did you really use chicken blood to make this food?" Zhou Shan, who was about the same age as Xiao Cao and slipped over to smell the food in awe as she showed an infatuated expression. Xiao Cao smiled and nodded her head, "Yes. Auntie, in the future when your family slaughters chickens, make sure to keep the blood and offal. I will teach you how to make them into delicious dishes. We have to go now, you can give the plates back to us tomorrow, Auntie." The Yu family ate a sumptuous meal that satisfied everyone's taste buds. The spicy and sour chicken blood not only had a rich and dense flavor of chicken meat, but also had the tender texture of tofu. Each bite was addicting and made them want to eat more. Even little Shishtu, who usually couldn't eat spicy foods, couldn't stop eating it as his tears and mucus traveled down his face. The tofu and chicken blood soup had a vibrant color and savory taste. It tasted exquisite and fresh, and the broth was full of rich flavor. The whole family praised it continuously. Even Madame Lu, who usually tried to leave good food for her children, couldn't help but drink an extra bowl. The large cauldron full of tofu and chicken blood soup, other than the large bowl that had been given to Madame Fang, had almost been nearly wiped out by Xiao Cao and her family. Little Shishtu had eaten so much that his stomach had bloated into the size of a small watermelon. He lay on the bed, contently groaning. Madame Lu was afraid that the little fellow had almost eaten until he was sick, so she sat on the beside and helped him massage his tummy. At the side, Yu Hai burped and smiled somewhat uncomfortably. "It's been a long time since I've been so full. Second daughter's culinary skills are truly remarkable. She can use something that other people throw away and make it into a delicacy." Madame Lu's face gentled significantly at the thought of her younger daughter. She said, "Ever since Cower hit her head and lost her memories, it feels like she's completely changed personalities. Not only has her body become healthy, but she's also no longer as cowardly and timid as before. In addition, she has a lot of new ideas and recipes. For example, yesterday we had advised her that there weren't any wild herbs to be found in this season but she stubbornly disagreed. It turns out she was right and she was able to dig up a lot of shepherd's purse. Changing is good. In the past, you and the children have suffered greatly at home." Xiao Cao's previous timid personality probably had an outside cause. It was I who was useless as I couldn't protect you or the kids. Yu Hai's eyes dimmed at the thought of his stepmother's callous, biased heart and his older sister-in-law's greedy and lazy personality. Madame Lu interjected hastily, "Don't say stuff like that. I and the children are still waiting to have a good life with you in the future." "Oh right, Xiao Cao also brought back that chicken offal. Do you really think she'll use them to make food? They're so dirty and stinky. I definitely am too afraid to try them." Little Shishtu flipped his body around, sat up, and giggled. Second sister had said earlier that she was planning on using that stuff to make food to be sold for money. Sell that for money? Has Cower gone crazy at the thought of making money? If other people eat it and end up having problems, then we would get in trouble with the law. As her father, you need to guide and watch over her. She absolutely cannot become someone who makes money off of the misfortune of others. Madame Lu frowned as she lectured worriedly. Yu Hai, on the other hand, was not in the least bit worried. He had been observing his second daughter these past few days and he knew in his heart that she didn't have any malicious intentions. He replied in a calm and unhurried voice, "The type of person that Cower is, shouldn't you as her mother know as well? You definitely cannot let her overhear such talk, it'll hurt her feelings. Don't worry, I believe that child's heart is in a good place, so don't worry over nothing." Little Shishtu nodded his head furiously and supported his second sister. "Mother, chicken offal may not necessarily be inedible. Just think, didn't we also throw away chicken blood in the past? But didn't second sister also use that to make something so delicious? I'm on father's side, I believe in second sister's abilities." Okay, you're both the good guys, and I'm the bad guy." Madame Lu's lips twitched slightly and she glared at the father and son pair before she left the room. In the rear courtyard, the twin sisters were currently next to the well cleaning up the chicken offal. Xiaolian lifted a bucket of water out of the well and pursed her lips when she saw her younger sister separating the chicken liver, gizzard, and intestines from each other. In the end, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure that these can be used to make something to eat? Were the condiments and seasonings you bought earlier supposed to be used this stuff?" Xiao Cao rolled her eyes and said, "Relax, have some faith in me. I am absolutely not wrong." She used a pair of scissors to cut open the chicken intestines and then used cold water to wash out all of the feces. When they were fixing up the rear courtyard, she had deliberately directed people to create a channel next to the well that connected to the outhouse's latrine pit. By having this, they could wash laundry and vegetables and the dirty water would just flow away. "Cower, what can I do to help?" Madame Lu couldn't bear to just watch the two sisters being busy and walked over. Yu Xiaocao smiled at her and said, "Mother, you came at the right time. Do we still have any coarse salt left at home? You can grab it and use it to forcefully scrub the inside of the chicken intestines. This will remove any weird odors from it. Use coarse salt to scrub. Are you sure you can sell this for money? When the time comes, I hope you can sell out because otherwise we won't be able to eat it and would have wasted all of these materials." Although coarse salt was cheap to buy in areas by the sea, about 1 copper coin could buy half a jar of it, Madame Lu was used to being frugal and couldn't help from warning her daughter. Xiao Cao pouted her lips and said, "Mother, relax, my methods are given to me by the god of fortune and they definitely won't fail." After the little girl used the god's name as a rebuttal, Madame Lu didn't say anything more and squatted down to scrub the chicken intestines clean with salt. She was very thorough in her work as she was afraid that if they weren't clean, she'd end up causing more problems for her daughter. Xiao Cao started to fully concentrate on preparing the chicken liver and gizzards. The most important part when cleaning the liver was to cut off the gallbladder on top. This was delicate work because if you weren't careful, it was very easy to cut into the gallbladder and leak out its contents. With the spillage, the liver would have a bitter taste that would influence the taste of the final dish in a bad way. Luckily, she had more than 10 years of experience from her past life in preparing this and could even do it in her sleep. The gizzards, on the other hand, were slightly more troublesome as she needed to cut them open, wash out the feces, and then cut off the inner layer of yellow-colored film. However, this yellow chicken gizzard lining was an important medicinal ingredient and was also called fowl's inner gold. If a child had indigestion from eating too much, the sun-dried fowl's inner gold could be ground into a powder and taken. After taking it, the digestive problems would go away. Xiao Cao was an expert in peeling off this membrane. Out of the 40 chicken gizzard linings she had to take out, every single one was intact and not a single rip could be seen. After the chicken intestines, liver, and gizzards were all cleaned, Xiao Cao told her mother to go rest. She then pulled Xiaolian into the kitchen with her. The plan was to finish braising all of these meats tonight and then go into town the next day to see if she could sell them. You want to sell this in town? The townspeople are snobbish and picky. If they found out that you had made these dishes out of the innards of a chicken, they would probably beat you to death. In my opinion, you should try your luck at the docks instead. First of all, we live closer to the docks as it takes less than 2 hours to walk there. Second, the people who work there, such as the fishmongers and dock porters, all wake up early. Most of them either bring their own breakfast from home or buy something. These people don't have high expectations for their food. As long as it tastes good and the price is reasonable, they won't think anything of spending a couple copper coins for food. Xiaolian had overheard her eldest maternal aunt describing her small business on the docks and proposed this idea to Xiao Cao. Xiao Cao thought for a bit and then nodded her head, okay. You are right, it's very lively and bustling at Tanggu docks. There's a decent market for food even if we only count those dock workers. We'll go there tomorrow to try our luck. The two sisters went into the kitchen and lit the fire to boil water. After the water reached a boil, they first blanched the chicken to remove any odd odors. Next, they needed to make the seasoning sauce. Whether or not a braised dish tasted good depended heavily on its sauce. There were 3 general types of seasoning sauces for braised food: red sauce, white sauce, and yellow sauce. In her past life, Xiao Cao had received the authentic recipes for the sauces from her shop's boss. All of the sauces were her proprietary specialties. She thought for a bit and then asked Xiaolian, "Xiaolian, give me a couple more coins, I need to go to Dr. Yu to buy some herbs and then I'll come back." At the beginning of spring, Dr. Yu had returned to the village with a young boy around the age of 10. It was said that this boy was his grandnephew or some sort of relative. Xiao Cao had already returned the medicine trunk with all of the money she had earned during the fall and winter back to him. The villagers were also relieved. Although most people had recognized her medical skills, fellow villagers still preferred to have an older doctor to take care of them. Medicinal herbs. Can you really cook with those? Xiaolian asked, perplexed. Xiao Cao grinned, of course. Don't the more wealthy families often eat ginseng chicken and Angelica sinensis stewed with chicken? Don't those dishes contain medicinal ingredients? Xiaolian muttered under her breath, how can we compare to those rich people? However, she still went back to the room and took out the embroidered pouch Xiao Cao had returned to her that afternoon and placed it back into her younger sister's hands. The medicinal herbs that Xiao Cao needed were all very common ones and, thus, were cheap. She only spent 10 copper coins on a bunch of different types. After she got home, she started to make the sauce. Since the weather was cold now, she made sure to blend a large portion of the seasoning sauce. The seasoning sauce of a braised dish could be used multiple times as long as it was stored properly. In fact, the more times the sauce was used and the longer it fermented, the better the taste and quality. This was because the percentage of soluble proteins in the sauce increased as time went by. This was also the reason why the braised dishes made with older sauces had a more mellow and rich taste compared to the newer sauces. Xiao Cao started measuring the ingredients. Her recipe required 20 grams of star anise, 20 grams of Chinese cinnamon, 50 grams of dried orange peel, 20 grams of Sichuan peppercorn, 15 grams of fennel, 20 grams of bay leaves, 15 grams of licorice root, 100 grams of dried hot chili pepper, 150 grams of scallions, 150 grams of fresh ginger, 1 caddy of yellow wine, 400 grams of soy sauce, 200 grams of salt. Author's note, please don't try to make this at home, this is a simplified recipe. When Xiaolian saw 40 copper coins worth of materials being wrapped into a cheesecloth and being thrown into the basin, she hastily said, is it okay to make so much on the first try? What if it turns out bad? There won't be a problem with it. Xiao Cao interrupted her firmly. Perhaps her confidence made Xiaolian feel more confident since she didn't make any more comments and only followed Xiao Cao's instructions in increasing or decreasing the heat on the stove. Smells so good. Mother, do you smell it yet? This must be the smell of second sister's finished awful dish. I'm going to go look. Little Shish too, who had been laying on the bed digesting his food, was like a police dog who had smelled something interesting. He scrambled off the Kong bed, hastily slipped on his old and worn cotton shoes, and bolted out the room. He ran so fast that he almost tripped on the threshold of the door. Madame Lu could only laugh and shake her head. This child, Shishtu's father, let's go look too. Yu Hai was also bursting with curiosity, so he nodded his head and put on his shoes quickly to go to the kitchen. The 40 portions of chicken offal had been stewed together in one big pot and was simmering merrily at low heat on the stove. Little Shish 2 waited impatiently at the side of the stove, his eyes flickering with a feverish, excited light. He resembled a little puppy who had spotted a juicy, meaty bone. All he lacked was a wagging tail and a lolling tongue. Xiao Cao felt that the time was about right and opened the lid. She ladled up some chicken intestines and blew on them a couple of times before offering them to the little fellow's mouth. Little Shish 2 shook his head in refusal. "This will be sold for money, I shouldn't eat it. It's just a small bite, we don't need to save it." Xiao Cao forcefully pushed the food into the little boy's mouth. The braised intestines had a delicious flavor and the texture was very crispy, which gave it a very good mouthfeel. The little fellow closed his eyes in bliss and carefully chewed on the food as he wanted to savor the flavor as long as possible. Xiao Cao also gave everyone else a share to let them all have a taste. Yu Hai and Xiaolian very willingly opened their mouths to eat it. Madame Lu, on the other hand, was much more hesitant. She asked her husband doubtfully, "How's the taste? Does it smell or taste bad?" Xiao Cao didn't know whether she should laugh or cry and said, "Mother, do you really think my cooking is that bad?" Yu Hai soothed her ego by nodding his head profusely. "Delicious, very delicious. You really can't tell these are chicken intestines. They have the flavor of chicken. No, they're even better than your red braised chicken pieces. Yes, if you're going to sell these, there will definitely be people who'll want to eat it." Xiaolian also vigorously nodded her head to express her agreement. Xiao Cao also took a taste herself and slightly frowned and said, "Too bad we don't have any MSG or bone broth. The taste is not as good as it could be. However, it's still quite good." Once Madame Lu saw that everyone was praising the food ceaselessly, she got the courage to try a mouthful. As soon as she put it in her mouth, the fragrant and dense flavor stunned her. Is this really the flavor of those dirty chicken intestines? This is truly too inconceivable." Xiao Cao also put the leftover chicken blood from the previous night into the stew. After braising it together, she was planning on selling it together with the chicken offal. "How much should I sell one catty for?" Xiao Cao somewhat worriedly talked to herself. Yu Hai gave her a very good idea. The dock workers could usually earn around 30 to 40 copper coins a day. When business wasn't as good, they could still get more than 20 coins. The braised food that Xiao Cao made still had the taste of meat even if it was made with chicken offal. If she sold it by the catty and the price was low, then she wouldn't make much money. On the other hand, if the price was high, then no one would buy it. However, if she split into small packets of food and sold it for 1 copper coin a packet, then the workers definitely wouldn't care about spending 1 to 2 copper coins. After all, it was food that had meat in it and was tasty and cheap. How could it not sell? Xiao Cao felt like she had reached the light at the end of the tunnel and regarded her father with gleaming and admiring eyes. She had to admit, her father really had a head for business. Yu Hai felt his pride swell when he saw his daughter's worshipful gaze. He chuckled as he went to find some oiled paper. The whole family worked together to make 60 little portioned packets of the braised chicken offal. Each packet had some intestines, liver, and gizzards. The chicken blood was not easy to pack into the oiled paper, so instead they put it all into a jar. When they were selling the food, they could add a little chicken blood to each portion. This way, the portion size of each 1 copper coin packet wouldn't be small. That night, Xiao Cao was so excited that she tossed and turned on the Kong bed for a long time but still couldn't fall asleep. It was only after about 3 in the morning did she finally doze a little before she woke up at dawn. When Yu Hai saw the dark circles underneath his younger daughter's eyes, he laughed and teased her, "Still inexperienced, huh? Aren't you super confident in your own skills, What are you worrying for? Hey, do I look worried, I was excited, okay." After finishing breakfast at the crack of dawn, Xiao Cao refused her father's offer to come with her. Instead, she brought along the equally excited little Shish 2 and started walking in the direction of the docks, with a large basket holding their goods. As the rays of the early morning sun shone upon the docks, the area was as bustling and lively as before. The sounds of hawkers advertising their wares, shouts, and work chants, wove together again. A cargo ship from far away had just reached the shore and the dock workers were in full swing unloading the goods. This was her second time coming to the docks. As before, Xiao Cao took in the sights and sounds of the scene with an interested curiosity. "Second sister, where should we go to sell our braised food?" Little Shish 2 had a lot of confidence in his sister and was eager to get started. Xiao Cao thought a bit. The dock workers and fishermen most likely had brought food from home with them. However, in the chilly air of dawn, most of them still needed to drink a hot bowl of soup to warm themselves up. Therefore, she walked towards a row of low straw sheds with her basket in hand. The stalls here sold porridge, hot noodle soup, or steamed buns fresh from the stove. There were also people like her with baskets on their arms, selling some small appetizers from home or some pickled vegetables. For example, Xiao Xiao's eldest maternal aunt was one of these people. Is that Xiao Xiao? Ah, I didn't get the wrong person, right? Eldest aunt greeted the two siblings warmly when she saw them with a loving smile on her face. Eldest aunt, little Shishtu impatiently shouted, Eldest aunt, my second sister made some delicious meat and vegetable dishes and we're going to sell them at the docks. Second sister's food is really good. Eldest aunt, eldest cousin, do you want to try some? Eldest aunt shook her head, you're going to sell your food, so we won't try any. However, a dish that contains meat can't possibly be cheap, right? It might be hard to sell here. If you guys want to talk, go to the side and talk. All of you standing here will ruin my business. Behind them was a place that sold hot noodle soup under a makeshift shelter. Under the awning was a couple of shabby-looking tables and chairs. The single woman manning the area, who had crankily interjected, had high cheekbones, thin and sparse eyebrows, and a pair of narrow eyes. Auntie, I'm only selling a couple of side dishes and won't be competing with your business, could I possibly? Xiao Xiao knew that the workers who had the money to buy noodles would definitely not be so stingy that they couldn't afford a copper coin to try a braised dish. No, leave, you're hindering my sales right now. Can you afford to pay me back? The woman with the high cheekbones glared at them in disdain from the corner of her eyes. The expression in them showed that she regarded them as beggars. Eldest aunt pulled Xiao Xiao, who had wanted to say something, away and softly said, let's go. This woman is infamous for being difficult. You can go to Grandpa Lu's booth and try there. His family also sells noodles. Just as they were talking, the dock workers had been let out for a break. A sea of dark-colored heads started rushing this way. When eldest aunt saw the group of men coming over, she hastily said to the two siblings, right now is the time to sell food and snacks. You two need to quickly start advertising. Do you guys know how? Do you need me to help you? Xiao Xiao shook her head in refusal and said, eldest aunt, you should go back to your own work. Before we came here, our father already told us on how to advertise to customers. After eldest aunt left, the two siblings went over to the front of a stall with an old man who had kind-looking eyes. They politely asked, Grandfather, can we sell our appetizers next to your booth? This old man was the same Grandpa Lu that their eldest aunt had spoken about earlier. He was someone who was very easy to talk to. He felt sympathy for the two siblings, who had to sell things at such a young age, and easily agreed to their request. The two siblings found a spot next to the stall and smiled at each other. Little Shishtu immediately started to shout, 1 copper coin for a meat dish, only 1 copper coin for a meat dish. Excuse me, older uncle who has some food from home, buy a packet of this meat dish and try some. If it's not tasty, we'll give your money back. Oh what, there's someone selling a dish with meat in it. For only 1 copper coin a portion. Are they stupid? Meat is so expensive right now. If they're selling it for 1 copper coin, won't they be losing instead of making money? A copper coin's worth of food with meat would probably not be enough to even get stuck in my teeth. Forget it, us brothers should go buy some salted, pickled vegetables to eat instead. Although little Shishtu's advertising had stirred the interests of many of the dock workers, of the people who came over to look, none of them actually bought any. Little Shishtu started to feel anxious and looked at his sister and said, older sister, what should we do? This food is so delicious, why won't they buy any? Xiao Xiao had long predicted that this type of situation might happen. Most people needed some time to pass in order to get used to something new. She thought and then opened the basket and unwrapped one of the oil paper packets containing food. She borrowed Grandpa Lu's knife that was used to cut noodles and sliced the chicken offal into small bites. She walked up to a man who was eating noodle soup and smiled, older uncle, try my meat dish. It's completely free. If it doesn't taste good, then you won't be losing anything, right? The man hesitated for a second and was about to take the proffered bite of chicken gizzard when he was stopped by one of his companions next to him who said, don't. Old How, who knows whether or not she's a swindler? If you eat it, she might insinuate that you owe her money and then what will you do? When the man heard that, he withdrew his hand. Little Shishtu's eyes opened wide in worry and anxiety. However, Xiao Xiao was as cool as a cucumber. A bright smile graced her face as she said, older uncle, just look at me and my little brother. We're tiny and there's no way we can fight against even your finger. How could we possibly swindle you? Old Howe stroked his chin and decided that the little girl was right. If he said that the food didn't taste good and refused to give them money, then they'd be out of luck. The money was in his own pouch, and there was no way the two children could steal it from him, right? He took a bamboo skewer from Xiao Cao, speared a piece of chicken liver, and carefully chewed it after he popped it in his mouth. The mellow and savory flavor of the chicken liver slowly spread across his mouth, and his eyes started shining in delight at the taste. Good, so good, it really is incredibly delicious. Is it just 1 copper coin? Give me a portion. Old Howe fished a copper coin from his pouch without any hesitation. His companion shook his head and said, is it really that delicious? 1 copper coin's worth is not going to get you much. Old Howe, you've been had. Little Shish Two glared fiercely at the other man and said, my father had told us that it is important to be honest when we're doing business. This our first time selling something, so we wouldn't do something as stupid as to ruin the trust of others. Xiao Cao took out a packet of pre-wrapped food from her basket and said cheerfully, that's right, that's right. In the future, we'll continue selling 1 copper coin's worth of meat dishes, and the types of food we bring will rotate constantly. We definitely want to keep our good reputations. Older Uncle Howe, here's your braised appetizer dish. With the alluring taste of the food still lingering in his mouth. Old Howe ripped into the packet of oiled paper impatiently. He found that inside the packet was not only the dish that he had tried, but that there were also other varieties available. All of the food combined together was enough to fill about half of a small bowl. He took a little taste of everything and discovered that even though the textures were all different, every single bite was tasty and delicious. Is this called braised food? I have never heard of it. Quite good, it's delicious and a good deal. Give me another portion, I need to bring some back to give my wife and children a taste. Old Howe mixed the rest of the braised chicken offal into his bowl of noodle soup. The addition of the meat had made the noodles that had tasted heavily of beans immediately taste better. Okay, Xiao Cao took the copper coin and then took out another pouch of braised chicken offal. She even ladled up a spoonful of braised chicken blood from her jar and placed it into Old Howe's bowl and said, this blood tofu is too soft and tender. If I put it in the oiled paper packets, it would have gotten smushed into smithereens. It's better for me to add some on top of your noodles. Wow, this is such a great portion size for 1 copper coin. Old Howe felt like he was the one taking advantage of them. The people around them all saw Old Howe praising the food endlessly as he scarfed it down bite by bite. 1 copper wasn't a lot of money to them, so they all lined up, one after another, to buy a portion to taste. A couple of them put the food into the flat cakes they had brought from home, while others put it directly into the vegetable soup they bought. A few other people bought some warm steamed rolls and ate it with the braised food. Many people discovered that the food was tasty and came back for a second helping. Even the cheapest meat sold at the markets was priced at more than 10 copper coins a catty. 1 copper coin could, at most, get you 2 small slices of meat. The food that the little girl was selling not only tasted better than the food they had at home but also had a decent portion size. It was a good deal. Without much effort, Xiao Cao had sold off 40 portions of braised food. The money she had spent on seasonings had been earned back, so Xiao Cao was as happy as a clam. Next to her were a few people who had come by late and were afraid that they had missed out. It's so loud over there, what's going on? If someone's causing trouble, don't blame me if I have to expel them from here. The foreman was at the only shack in the area that sold stir-fried dishes. He had ordered a few of their house specialties and politely poured the steward a cup of wine. Sir, I'll go over there and look. The foreman always had a few errand runners next to him. The man ran towards the area that was wreathed by people. Steward Liu, the conditions here are too simple and crude. A little further from here is a small market and there are a couple of restaurants there that have decent food. How about? The foreman looked at the few dishes in front of him and felt they looked quite pitiful. He was afraid that the manager would not be satisfied with the area's offerings and would not do business with him in the future. Steward Liu shook his head and said, the cargo I have right now is urgently needed in the capital. I can eat any time, so it's more important to get the cargo loaded before we discuss other things. All right, don't worry, Steward Liu, I promise that I can get all of the cargo loaded before 1 in the afternoon. The foreman raised his wine cup and toasted Steward Liu. Steward Liu was a steward for a well-known, wealthy merchant in the capital. If he took good care of him, then in the future, the Liu family's monthly business would all go to him and not get taken away from his arch-business rival. Sir, there's no one causing trouble. There's a little girl selling a copper coin's worth of braised meat dishes. All of the others said it's very good, so I also bought a portion back. You and Steward Lu can try some. The errand runner was perceptive and had dipped into his own pockets to show respect to his boss. If he took good care of his boss, then wouldn't he get more benefits in the future? What kind of food can 1 copper coin buy? What kind of meat? Is it edible? The foreman grumbled as he took a bite. The taste was really not bad. Steward Lu, this braised meat dish is quite delicious. It actually tastes better than the food at the restaurants in the markets. Do you want to try some? As the chief steward of a large merchant household, Steward Lu had tasted all kinds of dishes. However, when he picked up a piece of chicken gizzard and put it into his mouth to eat, the expression on his face softened immediately. He had traveled extensively as a part of his duties, but he had never eaten something as delicious as this before. Steward Lu casually asked, "From what I can tell, this is neither pork nor beef nor lamb. It seems to have the flavor of chicken, but I have never encountered food made this way before." Not bad, not bad. The taste is also very palatable. When the foreman noticed that Steward Lu ate several bites of the food in a row and seemed to want to continue, he hurriedly directed the errand runner, "It's hard to find something that Steward Lu likes. Go buy 2 more portions now." Steward Lu didn't stop them and a satisfied look crossed his face. The foreman smirked inside. "It looks like this big customer is finally mine. Sir, the 1 copper coin's worth of braised meat dish has all been sold out, however, I brought over the little girl who was selling it. Her basket still has some blood tofu left. She wants to know if you want any." Was unable to buy the braised chicken offal and huffily came back. "Blood tofu, is that the dusty brown lumps that's in here? Didn't know it was called blood tofu. It's more tender than tofu and the taste is much better too." Steward Lu lightly picked a piece of the braised chicken blood in his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth with avid pleasure. Since he could tell Steward Lu liked it, the foreman turned and spoke to Xiao Cao, "I want the rest of the blood tofu in your jar. If I give you 10 copper coins, is that enough?" Xiao Cao grinned winsomely and shook her head. "Foreman uncle, it's not worth that much. I at most have about a bowl's worth of blood tofu left. Just give me 2 copper coins and it's a done deal." Steward Lu glanced over and said, "I would have never expected that something so inexpensive could taste so exquisite and delicious. What is this blood tofu actually made of?" Xiao Cao thought a bit and then replied, "Steward uncle, are you able to accept foods that are not commonly eaten?" Steward Lu guffawed and said, "I'm in charge of a lot of business and travel all the time. What haven't I eaten before? In southern Guangdong, I've even eaten mice and vipers. Oftentimes what sounds scary to eat actually tastes just fine. Tell me, little girl, you can't scare this old man." Xiao Cao was now relieved. She nodded and smiled. "I didn't expect that Steward uncle is also a big eater. To be honest, my blood tofu is created using a secret method to braise the chicken blood. Although it doesn't look elegant, the taste is still pretty good. Chicken blood, I didn't even smell a trace of blood when I ate it. Yet the tofu is still so smooth and tender. Wonderful, wonderful." Steward Lu didn't slow down his eating speed as he talked. He had heard that the people of Jinling used duck blood to make soup but didn't expect that chicken blood could also be consumed. When the foreman saw that Steward Lu was happily eating the blood tofu, his heart settled back down with relief. He took out 5 copper coins and gave it to Xiao Cao. "Here, the remaining money is to reward you. In the future, will you still be selling blood tofu at the dock?" Xiao Cao also didn't act too formally. She smiled as she took the copper coins and said, "In the future, I will still be selling meat dishes for 1 copper coin with my little brother. However, I might not be selling blood tofu. But foreman, don't worry. The taste of my meat dishes won't be worse than my blood tofu. Xiao Cao, your eldest aunt had told me that you were selling things here, so I came to find you." Xiao Cao's eldest uncle, Lu Pei, walked towards her in large strides. He asked with concern, "Did you eat breakfast yet?" "Eldest uncle found work today, so I came to invite you and Shish to eat white steamed buns." "Eldest uncle, we already had breakfast before we came here. You didn't eat yet, right?" "Oh right, I still have half a portion of some braised food." "Why don't you eat that with a flatbread?" Xiao Cao knew that whenever eldest aunt came here to sell things, she would always bring food for eldest uncle. Therefore, she stuffed the remaining free samples of braised chicken into Lu Pei's hands. "This is what you're selling? It smells very fragrant. I can just eat flatbread with pickles. Why don't you sell the rest of this?" When Lu Pei smelled the fragrant dish, he secretly swallowed his saliva. But he wasn't willing to take advantage of his niece. Xiao Sao didn't take back the paper pouch that the braised food was in. She blinked her eyes at her eldest uncle. My business went pretty well today. The braised food that I had brought here has all been sold out. How can I sell half a portion of a dish? It's not like I can split a copper coin in half. Eldest uncle, go do what you need to do. I will go to the market and have a look. After she finished speaking, she pulled her little brother's hand and ran away. When the foreman saw the scene, he laughed. Brother Lu, she is your niece. The meat dishes she sells for 1 copper coin taste good. Even Steward Lu from the capital felt that it tasted good. If you don't want it, then you can just sell it to me. All the braised food that he had bought earlier had entered Steward Lu's stomach. He only had 2 bites of blood tofu. Now, he craved it. Ah, foreman's son, what are you saying? If you like it, you can just take it. Why are you talking about buying or selling? In order to work at the docks, they must first be inspected by foreman's son. If they had a good relationship with foreman's son, then it would be easier to find a job in the future. Foreman's son was very pleased with Lu Pei taking the high road. He ate the rich and delicious braised food when he suddenly said, "Didn't your nephew come with you a few days ago? Did he come with you today?" The young man looks tall and strong. He seems like he has a lot of strength. Once he has eaten, let him help with unloading too. The person that foreman is talking about was the son of the second branch of the Lu family, Lu Jiwei. Because of his young age, the foreman usually didn't like to hire him. It was common knowledge that a worker could earn 20 to 30 copper coins in a day from loading and unloading goods at the dock. When Lu Pei heard what foreman's son had said, he was overjoyed. He repeatedly said, "Thank you, foreman's son. My nephew has also come today. Don't worry, that kid is used to doing manual labor. He is very honest, and he definitely won't disappoint you. What are you thanking me for? In the future, make sure your niece leaves a meat dish behind every day. Just eating a little isn't really satisfying. But don't worry, I will pay for what it's worth." Steward Lu had left after eating and drinking his fill. Foreman's son was now happily eating and drinking and felt very satisfied with the food. The Tanggu docks had a moderately sized market. On every 3rd, 6th, 9th, and 15th of a month, as well as New Year's, the people from the nearby villages would come and sell their own products or buy goods that they needed. Although it was called a market, it felt more like a street than a market. On both sides of the market, there were short houses made of grass. Occasionally there would be an eye-catching brick house. But whether it was a house made of grass or brick, it was only open when the market was open. Usually, their doors would be tightly closed. Today was February 16th, and it was a market day today. Even though the market was small, there were still quite a bit of people here. On both sides of the street, the houses towards the front had become a simple vegetable market. Some people carried their frozen radishes and cabbages for sale on their shoulders, while others carried varieties of chicken, duck, and eggs they had raised to sell. There were also street vendors who sold daily necessities. All of these vendors tried their best to attract customers. The sounds of people selling their products, bargaining, and even the sound of gossipers talking all wove together and made it a lively scene. Xiao Sao held her little brother's hand and walked through the crowd. But, from time to time, they would sway unsteadily from being squeezed by the crowd. "Xiao Sao, shish too, did you come here by yourself? Is it because there's nothing to eat at home?" What a coincidence, before they walked very far, they met another acquaintance again. The person who had just spoken was Xiao Sao's grandfather. Following behind him was her uncle, Yu Dashan, who was carrying a fishing basket. Although Xiao Sao was dissatisfied with her grandfather and her inarticulate uncle, she didn't harbor any malice towards them. She gave them a faint smile and replied, "No, Shishtu and I just came here to take a look." Old Yu looked at his grandson and granddaughter who had become somewhat alienated from him. He thought about how his second son had left the house with practically nothing. If it wasn't for the relatives who had sent money to his son and the villagers who had aided him, they probably wouldn't have a house to live in such a cold day. Thinking back to that, he couldn't help but feel guilty. After thinking about it, he turned around and took the fish basket from Dashan. He poured the remaining 10 small yellow croakers that they couldn't sell into Xiao Sao's basket. Old Yu stroked little Shishtu's head using his fishy hands and said, "Take these fish home to eat. Do you have any money on you? If you don't, Grandpa can buy you what you want." Yu Dashan's mouth moved as he glanced at his father. But in the end, he didn't say anything. These days, without the fishing expert, Yu Hai, they had caught fewer and fewer fish. In addition, the varieties of fish they caught had also dwindled. They had lost quite a few regular customers in town. Now, their business was getting worse and worse. Every time they brought home money, Madame Zhang would complain that it was too little and that it was not enough for the family's expenses. The money they had earned by selling fish this time was the lowest amount they had earned. If they also bought things for the children, he was afraid that they'll never hear the end of it when they returned home. When he saw Xiao Xiao sensibly shaking her head and heard her say, "Grandfather, there's no need. We brought money with us," he felt relieved. At home, his mother kept harping on about money, and his wife talked too much. All of this made him feel very annoyed. After saying goodbye to their grandfather, Xiao Xiao continued walking forward. Suddenly, she was attracted to a pork stall in the distance. She pulled little Shishtu and walked over. The swarthy and plump butcher had a tangled and coarse beard. His eyes were especially big, which made it seem like he was glaring at people whenever he looked at them. He appeared to be quite fierce-looking. However, the people who knew him all knew that Butcher Wang was famous for being a good person. Whenever he sold meat, he never gave the customers less meat or change. He even gave his regular customers some things that are of little value. His reputation was quite good in the nearby villages. "Little girl, are you buying meat?" Butcher Wang knew that his appearance often scared children and made them cry. So, when he saw the sister and brother pair, he hurriedly showed them what he believed to be a kind smile. He also softened his voice as he called out to them. But he didn't know that this kind of expression made him look even more fierce. Little Shishtu was scared by the butcher and hid behind his second sister. But after thinking about it, he stepped forward and walked in front of his sister. At home, he had boasted that he would protect his sister well. However, from his clenched fist, trembling body, and reddening face, it was obvious that he was about to cry. Everyone could sense his fear and nervousness. When Butcher Wang saw that his smile produced the opposite of his desired result, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. But he didn't forget to praise little Shishtu. "Little guy, you are very brave. You know how to protect your sister. You really are a young man." From his manner and tone, Xiao Xiao determined that this man was a blockhead who had a mean-looking face but a heart of gold. She held her brother's shoulders and ruffled his head, smiling as she said, "Uncle is praising you, aren't you going to quickly thank him?" Little Shishtu bashfully lowered his head. In a small voice, he replied, "Thank you for your praise." "Good child, what a good child, what do you want to buy? Uncle will give you a discount." Butcher Wang laughed out loud, his voice was loud and clear like the rumbling of thunder. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the meat in the stall. She saw that what was remaining was less than 2 catties of a moderately sized, not too fat and not too thin leg meat. There was also some fatty oil, a few pig bones, and a large pig head. Her line of sight was instantly attracted by the pig head. She proceeded to ask, "Uncle, how is this pig head sold? Do you also sell pig liver, pig heart, pig stomach, and the large intestines of pigs?" During this time period, almost all the pig heads were used as a sacrifice to the gods. Very few families in the villages would eat them. The main reason that people didn't eat pig heads was that they disliked the distinct flavor of the pig heads. If the flavor isn't properly taken care of, then the oil, salt, firewood, and the grains they used would be wasted on the pig's head. But since both the 12th lunar month and the first month of the lunar year had passed, no one had been interested in the pig head. After hearing her questions, Butcher Wang asked her with good intentions, "Little girl, why does your family want a pig head? What are they planning to do with it? Pig heads don't taste good. Why don't you buy some pig bones and make a stew with it? I can sell you the pig bones for a cheaper price. As for the pig liver and pig hearts, it has been all sold out. The filthy and smelly pig stomach and pig intestines have either been thrown out or fed to the dogs. Is your family raising a dog?" Just as she had expected, the people from this time period didn't have a method to cleanse the dirty and smelly internal organs of animals. Because they didn't have a method to cleanse it, they didn't dare to eat them. However, the pig stomach and pig intestines tasted delicious after being braised. In addition, the braised pig head dish was one of the most popular braised foods her shop had sold in her previous life. "Uncle, I also don't know what they're going to do with those items. It was my father who had told me to buy those items. How much does the pig head cost per catty? Also, please give me all of the pig stomach and pig intestines." Xiao Xiao pointed at the pig head with a smile, confidently asking him to sell her those items. Butcher Wang nodded his head and said, "There's no need to weigh the pig head. Pig heads are usually sold after the buyer and seller comes to an agreement. A pig head usually costs 8 copper coins. But since it's off-season right now, I'll sell it to you for 6 copper coins. The pork stomach and intestines haven't been thrown away today. I'll give them to you for free if you want it. Wow, a pig head usually weighed around 7 to 8 catties, but it was only sold for 6 copper coins. It was so cheap that it was almost ridiculous. What's more, the pig stomach and intestines were offered to her for free. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that she had gotten a huge deal for this trip. Thinking about her long-term business, she suddenly asked, "Uncle, seeing that there aren't many things left in your stall, your business must be doing good. How frequently does your family to kill a pig?" Butcher Wang laughed out loud and proudly replied, "Thanks to the blessings from the villagers, my meat stall business has been doing well. Almost every time the market opens, we kill one pig. At other times, we are busy catching pigs in the village." Yu Xiaoxiao earnestly asked, "The next time you kill a pig, can you leave me the pig blood, pork tripe, and pig intestine? I can give you the money for it." Butcher Wang was very curious and puzzledly asked, "What do you want these things for?" "Little girl, these things are both smelly and dirty. They really don't taste good." Yu Xiaoxiao mysteriously smiled and said, "I know, but I have a use for them. How about this? I will place an order on those items for 2 copper coins. You usually throw those things out, but if you sell it to me, you will earn an extra 2 copper coins." Butcher Wang's business was pretty good, so he didn't care for an extra 2 copper coins. He smiled and said, okay, I will keep those items for you. But you don't need to pay for it. Consider it as a gift from this uncle. If your family needs to buy meat in the future, just remember to take care of my business. That will be enough. Do you want me to use straw ropes to tie up the pig head for you? I will also go to the house to get some pork tripe and pig intestines for you. Butcher Wang didn't forget to get some rice straws to carefully make a cushion inside Xiaoxiao's basket. He feared that the pork tripe and intestines will dirty the fish on the bottom of the basket. Xiaoxiao allowed him to also put the pig head inside the basket. She considered this to be a rewarding journey because she had profited a lot. After that, she spent another 10 copper coins to buy a jar of soybean oil. The basket was stuffed to the brim with items, so it was quite heavy. Little Shishtu picked up a wooden stick from the roadside. Utilizing the stick, both the older sister and younger brother carried the basket together. On their way home, they walked and took occasional breaks from carrying the basket. Because of this, they didn't get home until it was afternoon. They had just walked to the entrance of the village when they saw a familiar figure pacing back and forth. The small shadow underneath its foot followed the figure as it wandered back and forth. When the little roe deer saw the sister and brother, it took the initiative to run over to them. First, it ran over to Xiaoxiao's feet and acted like a spoiled child, rubbing its head against her leg a few times. After that, it ran over to little Shishtu to play with him. "Ha, Tiny, we haven't seen each other for half a day, did you miss me? Our Tiny is the most sensible for coming over and greeting us. Second sister, I'm afraid that we don't even know where your little glutinous dumpling has run off to. Father is right, it's hard to get a stray kitten to become close to you." Little Shishtu held the little roe deer as it licked his face. His face was covered in saliva, but he was still taking pleasure in it. The mini golden kitten that the little divine stone had taken the form of was very proud and haughty. It didn't pay heed to anyone from the family besides Xiaoxiao. Little Shishtu wanted to get closer to it, but he was scratched by its claws, leaving behind a few red marks. Little Shishtu loved the kitten, but he also feared it. Thus, he would always make sour remarks about it. Xiaoxiao found the situation to be rather funny. She pinched little Shishtu's face and said, "What? Has little glutinous dumpling offended you again? You really are too much for holding a grudge against a kitten." Ever since the little divine stone had a physical form, it would bring its real body, the multicolored stone, out to look for the spring water with the most amount of spiritual energy in the forest. Every day, it would leave early and come home late. It would soak in the spring water for the entire day and obediently return home at nighttime. Xiaolian, who had been pacing around the entrance of the village for a long time, gasped for breath as she ran over. She took over the basket from her siblings and was astonished when she felt the weight of the basket. When they went out, the basket wasn't this heavy. So, when Xiaolian felt the weight of the basket, she thought that they didn't sell any of the braised chicken giblets. She comforted her younger siblings, "Tonight, there will be a lot of fine food. The small piece of chicken gizzard that we tasted yesterday was tasteless. But tonight, you'll be able to eat your fill. Little sister, thanks to your blessing, our dinner will be more sumptuous than the New Year's. Xiao Xiao was just about to lament about her appetite when little Shishtu was unable to wait any longer. He noisily shouted, "Eldest sister, all the braised food dishes we have brought there today were sold. We didn't even have enough to sell. Guess how much money we have earned. Quickly guess." "You sold everything." Xiaolian opened her mouth in surprise. "Do I really need to guess? I was the one who had divided the servings of braised food. When I was dividing them up, I counted a total of 60 servings. So, it would be 60 copper coins at most, since it only cost 1 copper coin each. But, did you guys really sell everything?" When Xiao Xiao saw the uncertain expression on her sister's face, she giggled. She replied, "We sold everything in less than half an hour. We didn't even have enough to sell. Many people, who either bought or didn't manage to buy our food, asked me if I would still be selling tomorrow. Even a steward, who had come from the capital, praised the taste of our braised food." "That's great. But unfortunately, Auntie Joe's family doesn't often have the chance to kill that many chickens." On one hand, Xiaolian was very happy with the results from today. But on the other hand, she felt regretful because it was just a one-time business opportunity. However, she quickly pulled herself together. She weighed the heavy basket in her hand and asked, "Little sister, what did you buy? You didn't spend all of the 60 copper coins that you earned, did you? No wonder mother always says that you can never save any money." "I didn't. I only spent 16 copper coins. This time, we have earned back the money that we spent. In the future, we will only be gaining profits when we sell. When we have enough money later, we should also make a hut at the docks, selling all kinds of braised food." Xiao Xiao patted the place where her purse was placed. She was confident in her braised food business. "Xiaolian, Xiao Xiao, and little Shishtu, where did the three of you come from?" The village idiot's wife had her eyes fixed at the heavy basket in Xiaolian's hands. She was full of laughter when she asked. The village idiot's wife was a famous gossiper in the village. She and Madame Li were quite a pair since their ability to gossip were on par with each other. Xiaolian didn't want to pay her any attention. In a perfunctory manner, she replied, "Little sister had said that she wants to take a look at the dock. So, I made little Shishtu take her there. Auntie, my little sister, and brother haven't even eaten breakfast yet. We will be going first." The village idiot's wife looked at the three siblings' backs as they hurriedly left. Her mouth twitched and scoffed, "You brought a basket to play at the dock. I don't know what kind of good things are in that basket. By the way, didn't Li Guiwa complain that the money her father-in-law and husband brought home was less than before? Could it be that old Yu secretly gave his fish to the siblings? No, I have to go and tell her." The village idiot's wife went to find Madame Li, adding oil and vinegar as she told her the story. When Madame Li heard the story, she became extremely angry. Good, no wonder they were earning less and less money from selling fish recently. It turned out that they have been supplementing the second son, that group of rubbish and invalids. Xiao Xiao and her siblings had just reached home and hadn't even put the content of the basket in their kitchen, when Madame Li arrived right behind them. She boldly and confidently kicked open Xiao Xiao's family's front door. If their front door wasn't newly built, it would have probably been broken by Madame Li's kick. She hadn't even entered the door when her pheasant-like voice loudly shouted, "Second brother-in-law, come out. We have already separated our households, yet you're still clinging on to the old man, trying to suck his blood dry. Do you still have a conscience? Quickly bring out what you have taken from him." Yu Hai, who was making bamboo utensils in the courtyard, was stunned and at a complete loss about what she was yelling about. He replied, "Eldest sister-in-law, you can't make irresponsible remarks. After separating our branch, I haven't taken anything from your family. When you accuse other people, you need evidence. Humph, you didn't take money or things from the family. Then how did you build this house? How did you build those pieces of furniture? Don't tell me that all of that was supplemented from second sister-in-law's family. We all know the situation with the Lu family. How are they able to give you a dozen or more taels of silver? Do you want evidence? Good, the items in that basket are evidence." Madame Li looked around the courtyard with her triangular eyes. Then, as if she had gotten evidence that she could use against them, she pointed at the basket that Xiaolian had just put down while coldly sneering. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao's family lived some distance from the fishing village. There were only 2 to 3 families living nearby. Otherwise, with Madame Li's loud voice, it would have attracted a crowd of people to come here and watch the show. Even so, their neighbor from the west side, Madame Mao leaned in front of her front door, trying to eavesdrop on what was going on. Madame Fang also came over and tried to convince Madame Li in a low voice. Fortunately, today was the day that Madame Lu went to town to help people wash their clothes. Otherwise, she would have been angered by Madame Li's words. Xiao Sao, who had been drinking a bowl of warm boiled water, poured the water on the ground when she heard Madame Li's accusations. The warm water had almost landed on Madame Li's foot. Xiao Sao bluntly said, "Do you want to calculate? Okay. Then let's carefully calculate, disregarding everything else. Just the money earned from the game that my father hunted in the mountains and sold were worth more than 10 taels a year, right? I won't mention anything too long ago, so let's calculate it from when little Shishtu was born. In the 6 years since Shishtu was born, my father has given grandmother at least 60 taels of silver. After subtracting 2 taels each year for expenses, there should be at least 50 taels remaining. Furthermore, there was still the money earned from selling fishing. Even after using them for daily expenses, there should still be some money left over. Yes, we have spent over a dozen taels for my father's injury. Let's just round it up to 20 taels. Then there should still be around 30 taels remaining at home. When we were separating from the family, how much did we get? When we separated our branches, it was as if you were trying to get rid of beggars, giving us only 2 taels of silver. The house we lived in was broken and water easily leaked in. The food that we got from splitting the household wasn't even enough to eat for half a month. What is 2 taels of silver enough to do? If it's not for my maternal grandmother borrowing some money for us and all the uncles from the village helping us rebuild the house, we would still be living in that run-down house that has cracks and leaks rain. Are you saying that grandfather is giving us money? Even if other people don't know how much they earned from selling fish every day, but wouldn't eldest uncle know? If grandfather takes his hard-earned money to supplement us, would eldest uncle not complain? Wouldn't he tell you? After being rebuked by a little girl, Madame Li's face turned from red to pale. However, she couldn't defend herself and refute her claims. She was right, her father-in-law might feel sorry for his second son, but her husband was always there when he went fishing and selling fish. If the old man had subsidized them, her husband might help him hide it once or twice. However, if it continued for a long time, he would definitely have some complaints. Then, what about the basket that was full of things that the village idiot's wife was talking about? With her brother-in-law's current situation, it was impossible for him to buy so many things. When Madame Li thought up to this point, she was immediately full of life again, like she was cockfighting. Are you saying that father-in-law didn't supplement you with anything? Then what is in that basket? Weren't you just crying about how you didn't even have enough to eat? Then where did you get the money to buy so many things? If you have the guts, open the basket and let this old lady have a look. Just what is inside? Xiao Sao sneered and asked wickedly, "Eldest aunt, are you sure you want to take a look?" Of course, I want to take a look. That is the evidence that father-in-law is being partial to your family. Madame Li jumped as she hooted and the fats on her face trembled along with her movements. Her face right now looked really similar to the pig head that Xiao Sao bought today. Okay, if that's the case, I will fulfill your wish. Xiao Sao bent over and opened the basket. She took out the pig head from inside the basket and using some force, she threw it at Madame Li. Madame Li only saw a black shadow flying at her, so she subconsciously reached out her hands and caught it. She lowered her head and looked at the thing she was holding. Oh my mother! An ugly pig with its eyes rolled to the back of his head so only the whites of his eyes were showing. It was staring straight at her. Ah! Madame Li screamed as she quickly threw the pig head away. Didn't you want to see it? I'll let you look. Take a look. Xiao Sao was thinking, if it weren't for Madame Li who had pushed the original host of the body to death, perhaps she wouldn't have transmigrated. Maybe, the Lin Xiaowen from the modern world wouldn't have died. As she thought about it, the resentment in her heart increased greatly. She grabbed the stinky pork tripe and pig intestines and threw them directly at Madame Li's face. Right after Madame Li threw the pig head away in a panic, she suddenly felt a long thing fall on her shoulders. Her head and chest had also been hit by something soft. Immediately a horrendous stench arose, like the smell of a pigsty that hadn't been cleaned up, and the scent assaulted her nostrils. When she could finally clearly see what was on her, she acted as if she had stepped on a bunch of hot coals. She jumped in fright and screamed as if she was a pig at slaughter. Words just blabbered out of her mouth in an unending stream, and she felt like something had exploded near her ears as she continuously retreated. You need to die, need to die. I am your eldest paternal aunt, yet you dare to pelt me with such disgusting things. Do you no longer believe in the young respecting the old? If you can treat me this way, then the next time you will treat your grandmother this way. I want the entire village to know how Madame Lu has taught her kids. Madame Li lowered her head to look at her clothes that were made dirty. The acrid smell of pig feces on her body repeatedly assaulted her nose and made her stomach roll in nausea. She almost fainted at this moment. Xiao Cao smiled sweetly at her. Eldest aunt, how did I not show you proper respect? You said you wanted to see what was in our basket, and I was afraid that your eyes weren't so good due to your age, so I especially delivered the things in front of you to let you see them more clearly. Now that you see what they are you still going to say that grandfather is secretly giving us money on the sly? Without waiting for Madame Li to reply, Xiao Cao continued after increasing the volume of her voice, eldest aunt. There was one thing you said correctly, our family really doesn't have much at home. Today I brought my younger brother to the docks because I wanted to see the markets over there. I wanted to find out if I could pick up any vegetables on the ground that other people didn't want or other food like that. Uncle Wang, who's the butcher in town, saw that we were pitiful and gave a pig head to us. As for the pig tripe and pig intestines, little Shishtu and I picked them up from the ground to see if we can eat them after washing them clean. As long as we don't die from eating them, does it matter if it smells a little? It's still better than starving to death. Our family is already at this point in our lives, so why would eldest aunt claim that our grandfather is subsidizing us? Do you really want our whole family to die? If my whole family dies of starvation or from freezing to death, will that make you happy? After tasting the steamed stuffed buns that Xiao Cao had sent her family earlier, Madame Mao's opinion of Xiao Cao and her whole family was quite good. At the side, she idly commented, "This is the first time that I've heard of an older sister-in-law forcing her younger brother-in-law's entire family to die in the entire Dongshan village. Madame Li, if you really want to do this, you'll be famous all around the area." Tisk, 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 just look, the children are so hungry that they're willing to scavenge something so disgusting and smelly to try to eat. The expression on Madame Li's face changed instantly. Her son was only 2 years away from talking about marriage and finding a wife. If word came out that she had forced her younger brother-in-law's family to death, who would let their daughter marry her son? Madame Li's mouth opened and closed a few times as if she wanted to say something. The usually gentle and easily persuadable Madame Fang glared at her as if she was her worst enemy. Madame Fang tenderly drew little Shishtu into her arms and wiped the tears in her eyes, and said, "Poor children, you guys can't eat those things. Quickly throw them away. If there's really nothing at home to eat, then I'll lend you guys a few caddies of grain to eat." Yu Hai felt a pang in his heart and a complicated look crossed his face. He lifted up his head and let the tears in his eyes slowly disappear. He glanced at Madame Li and said, "Eldest sister-in-law, I can make an oath to the heavens that I have never asked my parents to give me money. Father also has never subsidized us on the sly. When we split our families, I had made it clear, no matter how poor we became or how difficult our lives were, even if we had to beg for food, we would never ask a single thing from the rest of the family. You have seen what is in the basket, if there's nothing else, please go back home." Madame Li had made a fuss for nothing, so she flung her handkerchief down on the ground and left the place covered from head to toe in grime. She needed to find the village idiot's wife to settle the score for giving her bad information. There was no such thing as a secret in a small fishing village. Before long, word that Yu Hai and his family were desperate enough to gather food that was as smelly as pig poop traveled throughout Dongshan village. Yu Hai's eldest uncle, Yu Lichun, went over to the Yu family's main residence in a towering rage. He screamed and shouted at old Yu in fury, "This wife is a stepmother, so does that mean you've also become a fake father too? Dahai is your own blood and flesh. Do you guys want Dahai's whole family to forfeit their lives? If that's so, then you are no longer my younger brother." With a dark expression on his face, old Yu called Madame Li over to scold her profusely. He then told his youngest daughter to bring around 10 caddies of millet and 10 caddies of sweet potato starch to his second son's family. Naturally, Yu Hai didn't take any of it. He had already said that he was not going to take even one iota from the Yu family, and they weren't desperate without anywhere to go. Thus, in order to avoid anyone calling them hypocrites, even when old Yu personally came over to discuss the matter, he maintained his current stance on the matter. After Yu Xiaocao used the pig head and extremely smelly offal to frighten Madame Li into leaving, she immediately started to work on cleaning and preparing the ingredients. It was time to make more braised food. Xiao Sao, are you sure that you can use this stuff to make food? Don't waste your time and seasonings if it's not going to work. Madame Fang reminded her warmly. The rest of the members of the Yu family had long gotten used to her ability to turn trash into treasure, so they didn't say anything. Madame Mao had actually brought over a small portion of sweet potato starch and some wild herbs that she had dug up today and said, quickly stop trying to prepare those things. Listen to your auntie and throw them away, okay? In the future, if there's nothing to eat at home, just go to my place and borrow some. Once the sweet potatoes are harvested, you can return what you ate. Who doesn't have a difficult time now and then? Throw it away, throw it away. As she talked, Madame Mao enthusiastically pulled the tripe from Xiao Cao's hands and turned to head out of the room to throw it away. Xiao Cao started sweating in anxiety. This was the money-making method that she had racked her brains for. If they threw away her ingredients, then how could she sell more of her braised foods for a copper coin a portion tomorrow? She had promised people at the docks. Seeing that his second daughter was almost bouncing in anxiety, Yu Hai hastily limped forward and took the pig offal from Madame Mao and smiled, "Neighbor, our family hasn't gotten to the point where we will starve to death. Thank you for your good intentions. Xiao Cao has use for this pig tripe as she heard from someone that there's a remedy that can be used on my leg with these." Madame Mao glanced at his leg, suddenly realized something, and said, "Ah. So it was supposed to be used for the leg no wonder. If it really could fix your leg, then it doesn't matter how stinky it is, you just have to endure it. Okay, I'll bring the sweet potato starch back home, but you guys can keep the wild herbs so you can make a soup tonight. Xiao Cao, if you want to gather more wild herbs tomorrow, find me, I know a spot where there's a lot of shepherd's purse around." Xiao Cao promised the outwardly cold, inwardly warm-hearted Madame Mao as she sent her off. Madame Fang still stayed behind to say, "Xiao Cao, your mother's not home right now. Let me help you prepare these things." When Xiao Cao saw that there was no way she could persuade the older woman otherwise, she washed out the contents of the offal and cut them into sections. She instructed Madame Fang to turn them inside out and use coarse salt to scrub thoroughly. This helped to remove any lingering odors and excess fat. Madame Fang didn't act as if she thought it was disgusting and rolled up her sleeves and got busy. Yu Xiaocao then taught Xiaolian how to prepare and clean the pig tripe. She herself prepped the pig's head. The first step was to let the pig head steep in clean water for some time, scrub off any dirt on the outside, and remove hairs until it was completely clean. Next, it had to be boiled in a pot for about 15 minutes and inspected to see if there was any hair left on the head. At this point, a rough brush was used to energetically scrub the whole surface until it was absolutely clean. Yu Hai had actually volunteered to take on the task of scrubbing the pig's head. Before he had injured his leg, all of the villagers would ask him to help whenever they were slaughtering a pig. The reason was twofold. On one hand, he was strong and had a lot of strength. On the other hand, he had learned how to slaughter pigs on his own and really knew how to deal with the hair on the animal. When Yu Xiaocao saw that he was as good as she was able to give him the task with relief. After making sure the pig head was clean, it was time to cleave it open and take out the innards. This work was naturally also given to Yu Hai. On the side, Xiao Cao pointed out where he needed to cut and clean out any junk, such as the ears, the corners of the eyes, the lymph nodes, and nasal polyps. Then, the brain was taken out and placed carefully in a bowl to be used later that night. It could be used to make a stew for the whole family to eat. Yu Hai removed the bones from the pig head in a practiced motion and split them into 5 to 6 pieces. The bone pieces were then put into cold water and washed carefully to remove any debris and bloodstains. This would prevent any odd tastes from seeping into the braised pig head dish, which could ruin an entire pot. After that, Yu Xiaocao took over. She took the cleaned pig head and put it into boiling water. After blanching it for about 20 minutes, she took it out again and washed it clean. Then she took the blanched pig meat and placed it into a new pot with clean water along with the bones from the head. The combination was boiled, and she skimmed off any foam that appeared until it was about half cooked. Then, she put the meat in the braising sauce she had simmered yesterday and let it slowly stew until the meat was tender and soft. In addition, the meat was also put into the master sauce to allow it to incorporate some more flavors. As the pig head meat slowly stewed, a rich smell of meat gradually spread from the courtyard out into the open. Even the Qian family home, which was about 200 meters away, had been enveloped in the savory scent of braised pig heat. Qian Wu was in the courtyard cleaning rods when he deeply inhaled the smell. He managed to swallow down his saliva with difficulty and said, "Smells so good. Mother, did you smell it too? It's not the New Year's, nor is it a holiday. Which family is cooking meat right now? Madame Mao had also smelled it and thought about the neighbors in the area. Other than Hunter Zhao's family at the foot of the mountain, who often ate meat because he was skilled at hunting, there was only Madame Fang's family, who she didn't get along with, that could possibly be the source of the smell. Could it be that Madame Fang had a guest come over and they slaughtered a chicken for them? But that seemed wrong. It didn't smell like the aroma of chicken meat. As for Xiao Xiao's family, Madame Mao completely skipped over them. They were so poor that they usually couldn't eat enough. How could they possibly have any extra money to buy meat? You glutton. The next time your older brother comes back for his break, I'll buy some meat and stew some for you two to eat. Where are you going? Be more obedient and don't make your mother lose face by going to the Zhou family. Hunter Zhao lived a bit farther from them, so it was quite unlikely that the scent of their cooking would waft to here. Thus, there was only one family where the smells could come from. Actually, there wasn't any truly large conflicts between Madame Mao and the Zhou family. It was simply that one family raised ducks while the other raised chickens, and the Qian family's ducks and duck eggs were not as popular as the Zhou family's chickens. In addition, the head of the Zhou family liked to peddle goods during the farming off-season and made a lot of money from that. Madame Mao felt it was a bit unfair, and she never learned how to mince her words. After a few encounters, the relationship between the two families slowly cooled and drifted apart. Qian Wu threw down the stick that was in his hand, dashed out of the gate, and said, "I'm not going to older brother Wen who is home, I want to find little Shishtu to play." When Qian Wu arrived at the gates of the Yu family's residence, he discovered that the smell of meat was stronger here. Even the red braised pork that his mother made during the New Year's didn't smell as mouth-watering and tantalizing as this. He deeply breathed in the air through his nose and set foot into the courtyard. "Little Shishtu, can you smell this? It smells so good," Qian Wu shouted as soon as he entered the residence. Little Shishtu bolted out of the kitchen and grinned, "Older brother Xiao Wu, you have a good nose. The pig head meat has just finished braising and you ran over. Come here, come here, come here. My second sister will cut a piece of piping hot braised pig head meat and let you satisfy your craving." Wow, so the smell of meat was actually coming from your family. What's going on today for your family to make meat to eat? Qian Wu almost let some drool slip out of his mouth and onto his jacket. He used the back of his hand to wipe his mouth, but his feet didn't move at all. Although he was gluttonous, he also knew that Shishtu's family didn't have an easy life. Meat was expensive, and if they felt it was too precious to eat, what would it mean if he butted into this? However, little Shishtu grabbed his hand and pulled him into the kitchen enthusiastically. The little boy pointed a finger at the piping hot braised pig head meat that had just gotten out of the pot and smiled, "Arriving early can't beat coming at the right time. Come, try a little of my second sister's talents." In actuality, little Shishtu was being devious. He wanted Qian Wu to be the first guinea pig. After all, whenever he thought about the way the pig head looked before it was braised, he felt a little scared to try. The braised pig head meat was rosy red and had an enchanting smell. The meat looked tender and tasty, fatty without being greasy, and had all the qualities needed to evoke a sense of hunger and yearning from any customer. Xiao Xiao seemed to have seen through little Shishtu's plan and smiled knowingly at him. She cut off a small piece of pig head meat from the corner and stuffed it into Qian Wu's mouth before he could say anything. As soon as it hit his mouth, an explosion of savory flavor and richness occurred. It was so delicious that Qian Wu almost cried tears of joy. It was too delicious. He had never, in his entire life, eaten meat that was as delicious as this. Xiao Xiao's cooking talent had to be better than his mother's abilities by at least 100 times. It would have been perfect if she was his younger sister. Then he could frequently taste the fruits of her talent. Little Shishtu stared intently at the multitude of expressions that crossed Qian Wu's face and eagerly asked, "How is it? Does it taste good? Does it have any odd flavors?" Qian Wu forcefully grabbed onto little Shishtu's hand, holding back tears of happiness in his eyes, and replied with complete earnestness, "Shishtu, the two of us should switch lives. You can be my mother's son. Didn't you always want to have a little sister, right? I have a little sister just waiting for you at home. I, on the other hand, will go to your family and be Xiao Xiao's younger brother." A couple of imaginary black lines appeared above Xiao Xiao's head. Hey, first of all, Qian Yifang is older than little Shishtu, and thus, she couldn't be his younger sister. Furthermore, Xiao Wu, you brat, you're also older than me, the Honorable Xiao Xiao, by a year, okay. How is it possible that you have the nerve to say such shameless things? Madame Fang had been helping them prepare the pig intestines, and as she was bringing the basin into the kitchen, she heard Qian Wu's childish suggestion and couldn't help but pffft and laugh. Woozy, if your mother heard that you wanted to sell your younger sister and leave home for the sake of eating food, she'd probably beat you until your leg broke. Xiao Xiao's cooking is seriously too good. In this lifetime, no, in my previous lifetime and the lifetime before that, I swear I have never eaten meat that has tasted as good as it did today. Shish 2, what did you say it was? Is it called braised pig head meat? Does it use the meat from a pig's head? That can't be right, right? A pig's head is such a disgusting looking thing, how could it possibly be made into something so tasty? Qian Wu shook his head until it resembled a rattle. He clearly didn't want to believe that the meat he ate came from a pig's head. When little Shish 2 saw Qian Wu's reaction to the meat, he hastily cut off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He had believed that the braised blood tofu and braised chicken offal he had eaten yesterday were the tastiest dishes on earth. Who would have thought that the pig head, which everyone avoided like the plague, could be braised into a dish that was even more delicious than braised chicken offal? After being braised, the meat from a pig's head had the perfect ratio between fatty meat and lean meat. When eaten, the taste of pig's fat and seasonings melded together into an explosion of flavor. The savory taste seemed to permeate into all corners of the mouth and made people feel so happy that they could have almost died. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Xiao picked a piece that didn't look very pretty and cut it into enough pieces to fill a plate. She let everyone taste a small bit and also used a pair of chopsticks to try her own handiwork. She placed a small piece into her mouth and carefully chewed it. The taste was good and seemed to be authentic. In her previous life, she had almost gotten sick of eating braised food since that was all she made in her store, but she had never gotten tired of eating braised pig head meat. Because of that, she had gained a decent amount of weight from it. In the beginning, Madame Fang was too scared to give it a try. However, after seeing how everyone was enjoying the food with immense pleasure, she picked up the smallest piece of meat with a pair of chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. Immediately, her eyes began to shine with amazement. The taste of this meat, was more flavorful and delicious than her best dish, stewed pork shoulder. Wherever Xiao Xiao learned this dish from, it was truly awesome. Xiao Xiao, how did you make this braised pig head meat? I want my mother to learn from you, is that okay? Qian Wu ate the meat deliciously as the flavor and oils from the meat filled his mouth. He ate the pig head meat in large bites and didn't forget to sing his praises and talk. Little Shish 2's eyes immediately became wide, and he said, second sister's culinary skills have all come from the gods in her dreams. She can't tell other people. If the god blames her for spreading his secrets and decides to take her abilities away, then you will never be able to eat something as delicious as this again, even if you wanted to. Madame Fang thought that was just something that the children made up. She reckoned that Xiao Xiao had learned a secret recipe from someone and was told not to make it public. Thus, she decided not to ask to be taught as well. However, Qian Wu had completely believed what little Shish 2 told him. Just think about it, in the past, Xiao Xiao had a very weak body and it was considered a good day when she could get out of bed. How was it possible that she could be able to learn cooking from someone? Also, no outsiders had gone through the village recently. If a god hadn't taught her, then where would she get these skills? After thinking about it, Qian Wu nodded his head furiously and said, I won't let my mother come here to learn then. Xiao Xiao, in the future, whenever you make some new type of food, please don't forget to save a portion for me. I won't be a freeloader either, I can help you gather wild plants, steal eggs from wild birds, and when it gets warm again, I can also dig up some clams. It's a deal. When there's something good to eat, I'll have little Shish 2 grab you then. Xiao Xiao didn't add any more pieces of the pig head meat to the depleted plate. After all, the braised meat was supposed to be sold tomorrow at the docks. After making sure that the braised pig head meat had been done correctly, Xiao Xiao started to braise the intestines and tripe. Braised intestines had a delicious taste, tender and soft texture, savory and rich flavor, and had a really good mouthfeel. Braised pig tripe had a sweeter taste, a silky texture without being mushy, and was chewy. Both of these were very delicious and tasty types of braised dishes. After all of the braised dishes were finished, the whole family all thought that each type had its own characteristics, but they were all considered to be very delicious. When Madame Fang was about to leave, Xiao Xiao made sure to put some braised pig head, intestines, and tripe all together on one plate to let her bring some back home. Madame Fang knew that the purpose of making all of this food was to sell it at the docks, so she stubbornly refused. However, Xiao Cao told her that the ingredients were all bought by the money she had made from selling the chicken offal. If Madame Fang didn't want the meat, Xiao Cao said that she would give her money instead. It was only after hearing that did Madame Fang take the plate of food back home. That night, after Zhou Dekang and his son came back from peddling goods all day, the two of them almost ate the entire plate of braised foods. They praised it endlessly and even wished that there was more for them to eat. They repeatedly told Madame Fang, "Such a delicious set of meat dishes, in the future, you should buy more to eat at home." Madame Fang laughed but didn't let out Xiao Cao's secret. The village wasn't very big. If Madame Li and Madame Zhang found out Xiao Cao's culinary talents, the two of them would definitely come over to make trouble. Neither of them would ever tolerate the second branch of the family doing well. The next day, Xiao Cao and her brother brought the extremely heavy basket to the docks. When they got there, Foreman Sun, who was directing the flow of workers transporting cargo and goods, spotted them immediately with his eagle eyes. He shouted in a loud voice at the dock workers, "Brothers, work hard. After you guys are done transporting the goods on this boat, you all can rest and eat breakfast." The brother and sister pair who were selling a portion of a meat dish for 1 copper coin yesterday are here again. The workers who had tried the braised chicken offal yesterday all felt their spirits rise and their enthusiasm for work increased significantly. In addition, the men who were unable to get a taste of the braised foods yesterday also became more energetic. They wanted to finish transporting the cargo before the other men in order to queue for the food and try the meat that their fellow workers had been praising without end. The owner of the cargo ship had been shipping goods for decades, but he had never seen dock workers work so quickly before. He felt puzzled inside and curiously asked what this 1 copper coin for a portion of meat was. Foreman Sun was an old acquaintance of this cargo ship master. He knew that if this cargo ship owner put in a good word for him for the merchant who sold the goods, it would help his business a ton. He quickly invited the owner of the ship to eat at the only shack in the area that sold stir-fried dishes, and had Erzi call the two siblings over and said, "Little girl, can you give me 10 portions of the braised meat from yesterday, and also give me 2 copper coins worth of blood tofu?" "I'm sorry, Foreman Sun. I brought over a different type of braised food, and I don't have any blood tofu today." Foreman Sun felt very disappointed when he heard Xiao Cao's reply. He had been counting on this delicious yet cheap braised food to give him some face and reputation. The owner of the cargo ship was a bit unsatisfied that Foreman Sun had invited him to eat at such a crude and lowly place. He thought a bit and decided that next time he should recommend Old Six to take the job of unloading the goods. However, at this point, he heard a young child cheerfully reply, "Foreman uncle, today's braised foods are even better than yesterday's. I have some crispy slices of pig ear, tender and fatty pig lips, delicious and savory pig offal, and the chewy and fragrant pig tripe. I guarantee you won't regret trying these after one bite." When the master of the cargo ship saw little Shish too, who seemed to be almost the same age as his youngest grandson, he naturally started to miss his youngest and most beloved grandson. Although little Shish too was dressed entirely in patched and ragged-looking clothes, his face was washed completely clean and he had an incandescent and sweet smile on his face. The shipowner, who spent most of his time on the sea shipping cargo, looked at little Shish too and smiled, "Little fellow, you have quite a nimble mouth. After hearing you advertise your wares, the gluttonous monster in me is suddenly quite interested." Foreman Sun felt vindicated and interjected strategically, "Little girl, give us 2 portions of everything your younger brother recommended. If we like what we eat, we will also give you an additional reward." The braised foods that Xiao Cao brought over this time had been packed together in small portion sizes again. Other than that, she had also packed a few individual packets in anticipation of any special requests from those who ate the food and only liked one of the types. "Okay," Xiao Cao agreed in a ringing voice. One by one, the braised dishes were set out. First was the pig ear ribbons that were tossed in a mix of scallions, garlic, and chili oil. The dish had a beautiful scarlet color that raised the appetite. In addition, the pig ear meat glistened under the light and was delicious looking. Then there was the pig offal that had a rich, fatty taste without being greasy. Last, there was the pig tripe that had been sliced into thin sheets and seemed savory and delicious. Xiao Cao had especially borrowed a couple of plates from the stall's owner and carefully arranged the food. Although there wasn't a large portion of food, the smell and appearance of the dishes immediately gave people an appetite. The owner of the ship had grown up in a rural area by the water, and was the type of man who loved to drink alcohol and eat meat. After traveling extensively all these years, this was the first time he had eaten something that was as delicious and as inexpensive as these meat dishes. As he ate from the food, he felt as if he had entered heaven. Before long, over half of the food had been polished off by the old man. On the side, Foreman's son continued to toast with wine, but he only ate from the stir-fried vegetable dishes. He didn't forget to look at Xiao Xiao in the eye meaningfully to hint, "Don't forget to leave me a portion, okay? Boss, there's another boat that's about to reach the shore. We should head over quickly and not let old Six take away the business from us," Erzi shouted loudly as he ran over, panting heavily. The master of the cargo ship also knew that the goods on his ship would be completely unloaded very soon. He looked at Foreman's son and said, "Go and do your work, okay? No need to attend to me anymore. Don't worry, in the future when I have business, I'll make sure to take care of you." After receiving his desired result, Foreman's son contentedly jogged towards the docks by the sea. Wherever there were people, there would be vagrants. Similarly, wherever there was business, there would be competition. Since Tanggu's docks were flourishing and busy, it was natural that there wasn't only one team of dock workers that worked to unload cargo. On the docks, there were at least 10 teams who worked on loading or unloading cargo from the ships. The largest groups were run by Foreman's son and Old Six. At their largest, there were at least 100 or so dock workers working under these two foremen, and they could load or unload 5 to 6 ships at the same time. Thus, the biggest customers were monopolized by these two men. Naturally, these two men regarded each other as their competitor. Their struggle wasn't out in the open, but behind the scenes, the two of them fought over business. Foreman's son had consecutively acquired the business of 2 big clients over the past 2 days with the help of a little girl's food. He was as happy as a clam and started to ponder whether he should carefully bring this little girl onto his side. The dock workers worked like madmen. Originally it would have taken them around an hour and a half to finish unloading the ship they were working on. However, today they had managed to finish it in less than an hour. The owner of the cargo was amazed and thought that this team of workers were more efficient than the others. Due to that, the man decided to ask for this team the next time he needed his goods to be loaded or unloaded. Inadvertently, Xiao Xiao had helped Foreman's son retain another customer. "Xiao Xiao, give me 2 portions of your meat dish today. Yesterday evening, I had brought some of your braised food home to the family, and my 2 children really loved eating it. My wife even complained, asking me why I didn't buy more of this inexpensive braised food and bring it home." Her first customer from yesterday, Old Hao, had rushed over to greet her today. His whole body was dripping with sweat, but he couldn't be bothered to wipe it off. "Okay, 2 portions of braised food, shish 2, take his money." Xiao Xiao had noticed that there was a sea of people running towards her behind Old Hao and quickly gave her little brother some work to do. "Okay, Uncle Old Hao, 2 portions will be 2 copper coins." Little Shish 2 stretched out his hand and grinned until his large eyes formed into crescent shapes. He looked like the prime example of an auspicious little boy who brings good fortune. Old Hao happily paid the money and took the 2 oil paper packets from them. He then went to buy 2 steamed rolls and put the braised food between the rolls, eating them in large bites. When he opened the packets, he found out that the braised food today was different from yesterday's packets. In fact, the food from today tasted even better and more delicious than yesterday's. A hint of regret ran through him. He should have bought an additional portion earlier. He looked back to see where the 2 siblings were selling their braised food. At this point, the small statures of the 2 children had long been dwarfed by the sea of people around them. If he tried to squeeze in right now, it was unlikely that he'd be able to buy more. Old Hao sighed and started to slowly take small amounts of the braised food to eat, as if he was afraid that he would miss out on savoring the flavor if he ate too quickly. "Xiao Xiao, I want a portion. Shish 2, shish 2. Take my money first, haha, make sure you hold on to those 2 copper coins. I want 3 portions, make sure to leave me 3. You guys are all animals, don't take it all away, I didn't get to try any yesterday. I just paid, give me a portion." "Hey, Hughesy, why are you pushing so hard? You almost pushed the little girl onto the ground." Little Shish 2's hands started to ache from all of the money he had to take. He felt like there were countless hands just pushing copper coins to him. Afterwards, he couldn't even tell exactly who gave him money. He frowned and puffed up his face due to his inward distress. Luckily, the vast majority of the dock workers knew the ways of the world, and none of them cared too much about 1 or 2 copper coins. Thus, no one made any trouble for the 2 of them. Fortunately, they had prepared more braised food today than yesterday. After the workers all finished their rush to buy, they still had around 10 portions of braised food left in the basket. Because they had some manufacturing problems, the portion size of one packet was slightly smaller than yesterday's. However, it was still enough to fill about half the volume of a small bowl and was definitely enough for one person to eat with their steamed buns. The passenger ship had already reached the store. After all, this area was close to the town and markets. The passengers who disembarked from the ship looked around with curiosity at the bustling scene around them. There's a lot of people surrounding that area, what's going on over there? Ah, Yunshi, go over and check out the situation. The person who spoke was an old man with a head full of white hair and a hale, ruddy complexion. He had a full mustache and beard, and his eyes seemed to shine with wisdom. Every move he made was imbued with an elegance that seemed to attest to his scholarly position. However, at this moment, the old man seemed to have a hankering for gossip, which was a bit at odds with his outward appearance. The person whom he called by the name, Yunshi, was a young boy around 10 years old. He wore a long, white-colored robe with a light blue-lined jacket over it. His small face was delicately pretty and at first glance could be taken as male or female. His good-looking lips were pursed into a straight line, as if he felt helpless regarding his grandfather's penchant for gossip. Although he personally had no desire to squeeze into a bunch of rough workers to find out what was going on, he understood his grandfather's personality quite well. If he didn't find out, his grandfather would not give up until he got all of the details. The 10-year-old youth strolled steadily at a speed that was neither fast nor slow towards the crowd of people. Teacher Yuan, you must be tired after traveling so far. There's a horse-drawn carriage over there, please come this way. A man came over who was dressed from head to toe in ornate and expensive clothing, as if he wanted to make sure everyone around him knew he had money. Yuan Xinian was a famous scholar from the previous dynasty. In fact, the last emperor of the Yuan dynasty esteemed him for his scholarly achievements and had invited him several times to come to the imperial palace to teach the imperial princes. However, these offers had all been politely declined with the excuse of poor health. Later on, when the country fell into turmoil and the future was uncertain, he had brought his family to live in seclusion deep in the mountains and had lived in hiding for a few years. After the Great Ming dynasty was established, the current Emperor Emeritus had admired his capabilities and had asked him time and time again to leave his mountain and become an official. However, the old man had refused and could not be easily found. Afterwards, he was moved by the Emperor Emeritus's persistence and sincerity, and so, he recommended his knowledgeable and experienced son, who was in no way inferior to him, Yuan Guoan. He would later become the person who would always clean up the Emperor Emeritus's messes from behind, the man who was only under 1 but above 10,000, the upright and meritorious Prime Minister. When the Great Ming dynasty was first established, the Emperor Emeritus, who was still emperor at that time, was obsessed with making war on all borders. If he didn't have the illustrious Prime Minister as his left hand and the unshakable imperial tutor as his right hand, it was likely that the Great Ming dynasty would have fallen apart. After the current emperor ascended to the throne, Prime Minister Yuan was given the title of a duke with unlimited succession rights. In an instant, he had become the most favored official in the court and had no opposition. On the other hand, the famous scholar, Yuan Xinian, had just reached the age of 70, but had long gotten used to his current leisurely life. In the small town of Tanggu, he had established the Rongshuan Academy. At first, he would teach classes every day, take care of his garden, and had a comfortable and leisurely life. Later on, as word got around about the quality of his teachings, more and more students enrolled. Many high-ranking officials from the capital did every possible method they could to use their connections to let their children enter the school. As the academy's student population grew larger and larger, the operations became larger and larger. Furthermore, a lot of famous scholars recommended themselves to the academy to become teachers, among them included his former disciples. When great scholar Yuan noticed that Rongshuan Academy had almost veered from his original vision, he set down a series of stringent requirements for admission. If you wanted to enter the academy, it was possible. However, you either had to pass a series of difficult admission exams or catch his eyes with your talents and potential. Otherwise, it didn't matter what position you had, or how much money you had, this old fellow would still not allow admission. Although Yuan Xinian was outwardly in appearance the perfect example of a famous scholar, in his bones he was actually a mischievous old urchin. He had an insatiable curiosity and loved to keep up with gossip. In addition, he loved to eat good food. Few people knew about this aspect of him. Otherwise, the parents who wanted their kids to enter the academy would search high and low for delicacies to tempt him. It would truly become chaotic. Parents who would think of any possible method to fawn on great scholar Yuan for the sake of their children's futures could be found everywhere. For example, the fat man dressed in glittering gold at the docks was one of them. Great scholar Yuan frowned and secretly rolled his eyes. He coldly snorted and said, "Didn't I say that I didn't need anyone to meet me at docks, Shopkeeper Jin, you are publicly going against my wishes right now." Inside he was roasting the man. "You dummy, how about you use gold to build a suit of armor for yourself? This old man's eyes aren't very good, do you want to blind me with all of the gold on your body?" The round and plump shopkeeper Jin's attempt at flattery had gone awry. Immediately, sweat started to roll down his fat and pudgy cheeks. For the past 6 generations, the Jin family had all been merchants. Although they had a lot of wealth and material goods, they were still considered within the lowest classes of citizens in the 4 classes: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. After the current emperor ascended to the throne, he had issued an ordinance that improved the status of merchants in society. The children of merchants could also participate in the imperial examinations. Shopkeeper Jin was overjoyed at the unexpected good news and wanted to hire the best tutor for his son, who had been clever and intelligent since childhood, so he could break away from a merchant's fate. He had heard that Tanggu town had Rongshuan Academy, which had been established by a great scholar from the previous dynasty who was wise and knowledgeable and conversant in things of the past and present. In addition, the current dynasty's prime minister had been raised and educated entirely by the founder. Shopkeeper Jin had brought his son on a long journey to get to Tanggu town. To his delight, his son had passed the academy's entrance examination in one try and had formally become a student at the academy. However, something bad quickly happened. Shopkeeper Jin felt his son had it difficult having to live so far away from home to go to school. In addition, he was afraid his son would feel wrong since this was the first time his son had ever left home. So, he had redone his son's dormitory room at school to be full of luxurious materials and furniture. Everything had been switched to the best that money could possibly buy, even the inkstones and pens were expensive antiques. In the academy, there were very few who had seen such items. When Teacher Yuan, who had a moody personality, found out about all of this, he sent Shopkeeper Jin's son out with a remark: "The academy is a place for learning and studying, not a place to take a vacation at. If you're afraid your son can't bear any hardships, then bring him back home to live comfortably instead." Shopkeeper Jin was stunned silly. He was counting on his son to bring honor and glory to the family, but who knew after entering the academy for a few days, his prospects had been ruined by his own mistake. His son had been so angry that he didn't eat and drink for a few days in a row and only laid in his bed. Shopkeeper Jin was so remorseful over his mistake that half of his head had turned white overnight. In order to not be the cause of his son's ruin, Shopkeeper Jin every day without fail would go and see what he could do to remedy his mistake. However, there were very few opportunities to see Teacher Yuan. Before a few days had passed, the academy had closed for the yearly holiday. Teacher Yuan had brought his grandson back home to visit family. However, Shopkeeper Jin was unwilling to give up, and didn't even go home to celebrate the New Year's with his family. He stayed at Tanggu town in hope that he could find an opportunity to redeem himself. For the whole first month, he stayed at the docks of Tanggu town, waiting and hoping that Teacher Yuan would be able to see his sincerity and give his son another chance. Finally, he had an opportunity. However, he never would have thought, he apparently had made the scholar unhappy again. Shopkeeper Jin was so anxious that he wanted to hop around in frustration, but he didn't know what he could do to remedy the situation. As he was worrying himself sick at the side, Teacher Yuan's grandson, Yuan Yunshi, slowly came back and spoke to his gossipy grandfather. "It's nothing really, just someone selling something called braised food." Braised food. It's a type of dish. I've never heard of it. Does it taste good? There are so many people waiting to buy some, the flavor must be good. Yuan Xinian's eyes suddenly glowed in excitement when he heard there was a new type of food to be tried. It instantly destroyed his elegant and scholarly temperament and showed him as a crazy and fanatical glutton. Shopkeeper Jin, who was in the midst of worrying about how to get great scholar Yuan to like him, hastily interjected, "Teacher Yuan, please find a place to sit and rest for a bit, I'll go see what's going on." His exceedingly fat body, which looked like a gold-colored ball, bolted quickly towards Xiao Cao's side. He said, "Little girl, the braised food that you're selling right now, I'll take all that's left." At this moment, Xiao Cao only had a few individual packets of braised dishes left in her basket, and she had previously promised Foreman's son that she was going to leave one pack for him. Thus, she only had a portion of pig ear ribbons, a portion of pig lips, and 2 portions of pig intestines. Okay, that will be 4 copper coins. Xiao Cao swiftly used a piece of oiled paper and packaged all of the braised foods together. Little Shishtu stretched out his hand to receive the money. Shopkeeper Jin was stunned for a moment. 4 copper coins. He had invited great scholar Yuan to eat food that cost 4 copper coins. Wasn't that a little too shameful? This was not showing the proper respect to great scholar Yuan. What should he do? Teacher Yuan was still waiting for him over there. Ah, why did he take this upon himself and volunteer to run an errand like this? Excuse me, do you still want these braised dishes? Xiao Cao had noticed that when the man was reaching for the money from his purse, he had acted as if someone had paralyzed him and froze. She had inquired quietly as she was a bit confused and perplexed by this change in demeanor. Little Shishtu made an "I understand everything" expression, and he stated sympathetically, "Older sister, do you think this fat older uncle had gotten his money stolen? I heard that the docks have pickpockets around. Second sister, he's quite pitiful, how about we give him a portion of braised food free of charge for him to try?" A few dock workers in their surroundings who had arrived late and hadn't bought any braised food repeatedly asked the man, "Sir, do you still want it?" Xiao Cao, if he doesn't want any, then sell me a portion, here's the money. Shopkeeper Jin clenched his jaw and stamped his foot. Who said I didn't want it? Don't you still have some left in the basket? Give me all that's left. Xiao Cao hastily replied, please don't take offense, these couple of portions have already been reserved by other people. I really only do have 4 portions left, so I'm really sorry about this. I'll be coming over every day to sell my braised food. The price of 1 copper coin per portion is my family's specialty. If you enjoy eating it, sir, then please come back again. Shopkeeper Jin was afraid that Teacher Yuan would lose his patience from waiting too long, so he took the packet of braised food and threw a silver piece that was worth about 100 copper coins to them. He turned and bolted away, as if something had scorched his butt. Xiao Cao held the silver piece and pondered what to do since they likely didn't have enough money from selling food today to give the man his change. When she saw that the fat, glittering man had left, she swiftly called out, "Hey, hey! I haven't given you your change yet. No need to give me change, take the rest as a reward for you." This type of silver piece was usually used by shopkeeper Jin to reward lower-ranked servants in his residence. In his eyes, this piece was of no more value than a copper coin was in ordinary people's eyes. Yuan Xinian and his young grandson had already sat down at a nearby noodle stand that was run by the Wang family. They had ordered 2 bowls of plain noodles and were slouching as they waited for shopkeeper Jin to come over. What's taking him so long? What if it got sold out? You brat, you know how much your grandfather, love to eat, yet you didn't even bother to buy a portion to let me have a taste, HMPH. If I'm unable to try this braised food, then just you wait. At this point, Yuan Xinian had completely shed his scholarly persona and was starting to resemble a stubborn old urchin more and more. Yuan Yunxi managed to resist the urge to roll his eyes at his grandfather and silently sighed inwardly. However, he felt like the little girl who was selling braised food sounded somewhat familiar. It's here, it's here. Yuan Xinian immediately sat up straight and changed his posture. Once again, he resumed the outward demeanor of an elegant and mysterious scholar. The corners of Yuan Yunxi's mouth twitched as he looked down. Shopkeeper Jin had a bright smile on his face as he borrowed a bowl from the noodle stall and politely placed the braised food one by one into it. He then asked, "Sir, would you happen to have any sesame oil? Adding a little bit of sesame oil should help make the flavor even better." Xiao Cao, who had chased after the man to give him the change, overheard their conversation and smiled. "That's a good idea, if you add a little bit of sesame oil and then put a couple pieces of garlic on top, it will definitely be more delicious. Sir, I have your 96 copper coins as change right here." Teacher Yuan lightly glanced at the copper coins in her hand and said, "He already said that you can keep the change, so just keep it for yourselves. In any case, this man is so wealthy that even a larger bit of money wouldn't be of a concern to him." Shopkeeper Jin inwardly quivered in fear. How did he manage to offend this imposing old man again? Was there something wrong with having a lot of money? If Teacher Yuan was willing to accept his son again into the academy, he would gladly disperse his family's wealth and live a poor and impoverished life. "Ah, Teacher Yuan, they don't have any sesame oil here, let me go somewhere else to find some." Shopkeeper Jin took a hold of this opportunity to escape from this awkward situation. He managed to find a stall that sold stir-fries and threw them another silver piece to take the rest of the sesame oil that the stall had left, which was about half a small bottle's worth. When Xiao Xiao noticed that both the brightly clothed fatty and the elegant old scholar were people who lived lives where they didn't have to do much on their own, she naturally started to crush the garlic heads with a practiced air and seasoned the braised foods with sesame oil. Then she said, "Please eat." Okay. Yuan Xinian used his entire willpower to restrain his hungry desire and unhurriedly stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a piece of sliced pig ear. He then slowly placed the piece of food into his mouth. Yuan Yunxi, who was next to the old man, once again stopped himself from rolling his eyes. No one understood his grandfather as well as he did. Had there not been other people present, which made the old man aware of his status, he would have long started wolfing down the food in front of him. However, for some reason, this little girl seemed a bit familiar to him. Before Yuan Yunxi had finished his silent sarcastic soliloquy, he saw that his disappointing grandfather had already thrown away his dignified, reserved air. There were tears in the old man's eyes, and his mouth never stopped moving. The chopsticks in his grandfather's hands picked up food as if it was a machine driven by an electric motor, and it delivered the braised food into his mouth at lightning speed, as if he was afraid someone would start fighting him for it. "Old grandpa, you should slow down a little. You need to carefully chew the slices of pig ear in order to really taste the food." The kind-hearted and adorable little Shishtu felt sympathy rise in his heart when he saw the great scholar stuffing his mouth full with the braised food. This old grandpa must not have had the taste of meat in a long time, right? He looks so hungry and gluttonous. Great scholar Yuan, with the help of little Shishtu's kind reminder, realized that there were people around him. However, in his eyes, his outward appearance and reputation were not nearly as important as fully enjoying delicious food. But, he was also aware that throwing away appearances altogether may not be a very wise decision in the end. Gradually, he slowed down his eating speed, and he began to chew each bite thoroughly before he swallowed. As he continued to eat, he slapped the table in praise and said, "Little girl, is this called pig ear ribbons seasoned in chili oil? So fantastic, bright red color, soft and bouncy texture, savory spiciness, dense flavor. What about this one, what is it called?" "That is called braised pig intestines." Xiao Xiao's voice sounded exceptionally clear and bright as she replied. Yuan Xinian picked up a piece of the pig intestines and delivered it into his mouth. He slowly tasted the food and continuously nodded his head. Rich and flavorful taste, chewy and soft texture, fatty without being greasy. This is something a person can eat every day without getting sick of it. Very good, very good. Braised pig intestines, So you used animal offal to make it then? Esteemed gentleman is wise. I used the intestines from a pig and many different types of seasoning to braise it into this. It has a savory taste and luxurious flavor, and it's a type of dish that goes very well with alcohol. Braised pig intestines are very versatile. You can eat it cold with seasonings, you can also stir-fry it at high heat, and it can even be used to simmer soup. Every single way has its own unique taste and flavor. When Xiao Xiao noticed that the man didn't seem to reject the concept of eating offal, she excitedly introduced the ingredient with its myriad cooking methods. Shopkeeper Jin was originally going along with the gentleman's judgment and continuously moved his head. However, when he heard what it was, he suddenly froze and his chin almost fell to the floor. Pig intestines. He had actually invited great scholar Yuan to eat the intestines of a pig. He was finished. His son's chance at regaining admission to the academy was definitely lost now. Arg, how could his son have such a fool of a father? Shopkeeper Jin wished he could just slam his head on the table and die at this very moment. Good. This old man had previously heard the Emperor Emeritus reminiscing about the food from his hometown. His favorite dish was spicy pig intestines. When I heard how he deliciously described the food, how soft and delicate, how much the mouth filled with its incredible flavor, listening to it made me want to drool. Oh, it almost just dripped straight out. Ahem. When the young and accomplished Yuan Yunxi saw how his grandfather forgot his decorum when he waxed continuously about food, he coughed a few times in an effort to remind the old man of his status. Yuan Xinian's eyes widened into round circles, and he resentfully complained, "Why are you coughing right now? Food is the god of the people." In fact, the Emperor Emeritus himself had once said, "One cannot function on an empty stomach, missing a meal will make one anxious." What's wrong with talking about food? Is it shameful to like eating good food? You brat, get away from me, so I don't have to see your face. HMPH, what a spoil sport. You wouldn't be that person, when Yu Xiaoxiao got a better look at the pretty young man's face, she instantly recognized who he was. However, she couldn't quite remember his name. You must be the friend of third young Master Zhou, right? Did you just disembark from the ship? Yuan Yunxi could finally recall where he had seen that little girl. He smiled faintly and said, Miss Yu. Good grandson, you know this young lady. How come I've never heard you talk about having a friend who can cook so well? Yuan Xinian gave his grandson a pointed look and then turned to face Yu Xiaoxiao with an unexpectedly friendly smile. Young lady, your braised pig intestines are quite good, where's your ancestral hometown? Are you also from the same hometown as the Emperor Emeritus? Do you know how to make the delicious and flavorful pig head meat too? Yuan Yunxi's delicate eyebrows came together in a frown and his whole face had a helpless expression on it. Yu Xiaoxiao had been greatly amused at the interaction between this old rascal of a grandfather and his elementary school-aged grandson. She had been watching the two squabble with delight when this unexpected question sent a chill down her spine. Her smile froze for a split second, and she immediately shook her head. My ancestors for generations and generations have all lived in a nearby small fishing village. They all relied on fishing to make a living. My family is a bit poor, so I had to figure out how to make food from things that other people won't eat. This is how I came up with the pig ear ribbons and pig intestine dishes. I'm a nobody really, so how could I be from the same hometown as the Honorable Emperor Emeritus? She was already certain that the Emperor Emeritus was a transmigrator like her. Only a transmigrator would change history and establish a great Ming dynasty that was completely different from the one she remembered in her past life. Ah, what a joke, she had long planned on making a fortune quietly and had no desire to make herself a target. She did not want to get entangled with that well-known transmigrator from her own world. On the other hand, little Shish too, who was next to her, replied proudly, my second sister's braised food is the best. Old gentleman, we had already sold out of the braised pig head meat you were talking about. However, these pig lips are also pretty good. They're fatty without being greasy and are full of savory flavor. If you don't believe me, please try some. Ha ha, good, little fellow, you have quite the silver tongue. How old are you? Have you started to learn how to read? Yuan Xinian lifted some of the vegetables and noodles out of the bowl and pushed some of the pig lips into the bowl. He mixed them together and started to eat the noodles and braised food in large bites. Little Shish too grinned, I'm 6 years old, and my second sister told me that after she makes some money from selling her braised food, she'll send me to school in town to study. Our village is too poor and there isn't a school there to attend. However, our next-door neighbor, Brother Xiaowen, often comes back for vacation and teaches me and Brother Xiaowu how to recognize words. I already know how to write my own name and I can read about 156 characters. Oh, sounds like you know quite a few characters and can write your own name, that's good. Can you write your name and let this old man take a look at it? Great scholar Yuan apparently was interested in this young child. It had been almost 2 years since his academy had started having beginner classes for the purpose of instructing clever and bright children in the area. Little Shish too confidently dipped a fingertip into some water and wrote his name in large, broad strokes on the wooden table, Yu Fan. Yuan Xinian ate his braised food with obvious pleasure as he intently watched the little fellow write. When he saw that the boy's handwriting had character and style, he smiled, not bad, that child did a good job in teaching. Yu Fan, do you want to come with me to Rongshuan Academy to study? Shopkeeper Jin was listening to their conversation at the side and his heart filled with envy and jealousy. This little fellow was quite fortunate. He had an older sister who was talented at cooking. Despite the fact that the boy only knew how to write his own name, great scholar Yuan had personally recruited him into the academy. His son, on the other hand, wasn't the most talented person but he had relied on his own abilities to test into the school. It was only because of him, so many regrets, he regretted his previous actions so much. Little Shish too blinked a couple of times and then beamed a smile, old mister, thank you for your good intentions. However, we don't have enough money saved up to pay for my tuition. After we have enough money, then I'll go into town to find you. Shopkeeper Jin hurriedly reminded them, Teacher Yuan is a famous scholar in our times. The Rongshuan Academy that he established is one of the best schools in our whole great Ming dynasty. There are many people who want to enroll but have not been accepted. Little fellow, don't miss this opportunity. Wow, sir, you are truly too incredible. In the future, I want to be like you and become someone that other people respect. Little Shishtu exclaimed in admiration as he looked at Yuan Sinian. For the first time in his life, the clever and bright little boy had found someone who he admired greatly. Ha ha, little fellow, what's the point of being like me? Don't you want to become a high-ranking official so that your parents and siblings will never be looked down upon or bullied again? Yuan Sinian guffawed as he was in a good mood. Speaking childishly was the best way to manifest the inner child in one's heart. Little Shishtu's round face creased in worry from the inner turmoil in his heart and said, "Then, from what you're saying, becoming an official is also not bad. I want to become someone like you, where everyone respects me, but I also want to become a high-ranking official and make sure my parents and siblings live comfortably. Would that be too greedy of me?" Yu Xiaoxiao thought his words were too funny, knocked on his head, and said, "You haven't even entered the academy yet and you're starting to think this far in the future. The reason I wanted to send you to school was to let you become a cultured and educated individual. Do you think becoming a government official is that easy? You need to pass many rounds of imperial examinations. Just look at younger uncle, he's already studied for more than 10 years and he hasn't even passed the county-level exams. If you have a larger head, then you'll have to wear a larger hat. Don't become too arrogant, otherwise when you fall it will hurt more." Yuan Sinian placed down his chopsticks. After eating all of that meat, he was pleasantly stuffed, and he stroked his beard in contentedness. He smiled and said, "Little fellow, what your older sister says has some truth in it. However, as people, we should always have a goal and dream to shoot for. Naturally, it needs to be a realistic goal. Idle daydreams and overambitious targets are not a good idea. Alright, it's getting late, we should set out again. Little girl, I always keep my promises. You can send your younger brother to the academy earlier as the school can waive some of the fees and expenditures for the students who receive excellent grades. In addition, we often reward books, writing brushes, and inkstones too. I'd like to say again that the taste of your braised food is really quite good. I'd like to eat it again in the future." When shopkeeper Jin saw great scholar Yuan getting up to leave, he hurriedly came forward and politely helped him carry the luggage. He thought that teacher Yuan's mood seemed to be pretty good, so he worriedly opened his mouth and said, "Teacher, everything was my fault. My family has been merchants for 6 generations, and I only had a son in my middle age. Thus, I dote upon Zuer too much. I will change, in the future I will definitely change. Ever since Zuer has been expelled from the academy, he doesn't eat or drink anymore and almost died this past winter. Can you, possibly give him another chance?" Yuan Sinian silently looked at the gilded and magnificent carriage in front of him and faintly glanced at him from head to toe. He then said, "One cannot achieve glory and triumph without having been through trials and tribulations. Being a scholar has always been a hard and unprofitable job. It's easy to be extravagant after being frugal, but it's hard to become frugal after becoming accustomed to luxury. I can give you another opportunity, but if Jin Wenjuo is unable to become accustomed to hardships, then it's better to leave now than later." He can. My Zuer can definitely bear hardships. Thank you, Teacher Yuan, thank you." When shopkeeper Jin saw that his efforts had finally produced the result he desired, tears immediately streamed down his face. He was so happy that he couldn't contain his glee as he repeatedly thanked the scholar. The happy and content shopkeeper Jin took the stuffed great scholar and left the noisy and bustling docks. Neither of them could forget that little girl who sold braised food at the docks. She was the one who had given them their heart's desire and allowed them to obtain happiness. Thus, great scholar Yuan Sinian became a frequent visitor at the Tengu docks. He would often take a 2-hour cart ride from the town to the docks to fight over food with the rough dock workers. Naturally, Xiaoxiao wouldn't let him really squeeze and elbow the workers to buy braised food. After all, he was also her younger brother's teacher. "Father, Mother, we met Brother Xiaowen's respected teacher from the academy today. He agreed to let me enter the school to study." Little Shishtu was excited the entire way home and incessantly asked Xiaoxiao if he could really go to town and study at the school. Was this real? He asked so many times that Xiaoxiao thought it was simultaneously hilarious yet sad at the same time. Yu Hai was in the middle of chopping firewood and stopped at this moment. He came up, took the heavy basket from his daughter's hand, and then ruffled his son's hair. The smile on his face was full of helplessness and guilt. "Shishtu, Father knows you really want to study, but our family's current circumstances are not good enough to allow you to. You're still young right now, let's wait until next year to go to the academy, is that okay?" Their next-door neighbors, Old Qian, oldest son had gone to the town's most famous academy and passed the entrance exam. This was no longer considered news in Dongshan village. It was said that Rongshuan Academy had already taught 2 students who had received the top score, 1 second-place candidate, and 1 third-place scholar in the Imperial Palace examinations within its first 10 years of operating. All of the villagers said that the Qian family had gotten their chance to produce a high-ranking official. Luckily, the Qian family also raised about 200 ducks at the time of his admission. By selling duck eggs and duck meat to the restaurants in town, they were able to make some money. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to afford the tuition, which was almost 1 tael a month. The vast majority of families in the village made nowhere near that much. Having an extra tael for the family to spend was one thing, but their current circumstances were so dire that, had it not been for Xiao Cao selling braised food for the past 2 days, they would be scrambling to find 300 copper coins. Ah, he was such a useless father as he couldn't satisfy his child's desire to go to school. Xiao Cao noticed that her father was blaming himself, and so, she stepped forward to pull gently on his arm. She smiled. The headmaster of Rongshuan Academy liked the taste of this daughter's braised food today. He had promised us that we can hold off on paying the fees for now and then give them what we owe once we earn the money. The headmaster also said that the academy tests its outstanding students from time to time and can even waive the tuition fees for those who do well. The tests occur every 3 months. As long as little Shishtu studies hard, all we need to save is about 3 months' worth of tuition for him. Don't be worried, father, once your leg is completely better and we're past the season when the animals are giving birth, you can go hunting to subsidize the family again. In about a month, our vegetables will also be ready to go to market. Won't we soon make enough to get 3 months' worth of tuition? Yu Hai rubbed at his leg that still couldn't take too much weight and lightly sighed. After getting it massaged every day by Xiao Cao, his leg had already recovered immensely. Now he didn't need to use crutches to walk anymore, and he could also do some regular work around the residence. Previously the town doctor had told him that the leg cannot be saved, which made him almost want to die. To be able to have his leg recover up to this much, even the doctor from Tongren Medicine Hall felt that it was a miracle. He should really be content with his situation. But, to have his leg fully recovered, to be able to hunt in the mountains, that was his true heart's desire that he couldn't help but wish for. When Xiao Cao saw that her father had lowered his head and was thinking deeply about something, she turned her attention to little Shishtu. She rubbed at his little face that was gradually gaining some flesh and grinned, "Our little Shishtu just needs to wait a few more days. After I make more money, I'll make you 2 new pieces of clothing and then you can attend school with a spanking new wardrobe. When our next door neighbor brother Xiao Wen gets back, we can ask him what we need to prepare for the academy. We definitely can't let little scholar Yu Fan get bullied there." Little Shishtu was apparently very pleased with the nickname, Little Scholar Yu Fan, and laughed happily. "Second sister, you don't need to prepare anything. I heard brother Xiao Wen talking about it. The academy has a place for its students to live and a place for them to eat. You also don't need to make new clothes for me. The people at the academy only despise those who are inelegant, not those who are poor. As long as I do well there, no one there would dare to slight me." They laugh at those who are inelegant but not the poor. Is that a phrase you had learned from brother Xiao Wen? Little brother, you've also seen how good our business is. Don't you think making you a couple of new clothes is a drop in the bucket now? No need to talk more, just bring out our purse and count how many coins we got today. While they were walking back home, the little fellow had felt the heavy purse the whole way back. The jaw-splitting grin on his face seemed to be permanently there, and he looked like a little money grubber. Madame Lu and Xiaolian put down their embroidery and took the basket that held the pig head meat and intestines. They smiled at Xiao Cao. "Go rest a bit. Let us do the cleaning, okay? Relax, although we may not be able to help you with creating the seasoning, but we can definitely be your assistants in everything else." Xiao Cao was also happy to let them do the hard work and gleefully counted the money with little Shishtu. Their haul from today was clearly much better than yesterday's. They managed to sell all of the braised food for a total of 130 copper coins. If they added the mace of silver that shopkeeper Jin had given them, then they had earned more than 200 copper coins today. At the docks today, she had asked about the prices of items in town. A bolt of homespun cloth at the market sold for around 234 copper coins. If they got little Shishtu a few feet of cloth and then about half a caddy of cotton to make 2 pairs of cotton-padded clothes, it shouldn't be a problem financially anymore. However, they currently didn't have enough money to buy the 4 scholarly essentials of ink, brushes, paper and inkstone. She had heard that those things were quite expensive. Apparently, they needed to work hard for a few more days to make it. Xiao Cao stared blankly at the pile of copper coins and was racking her brain for other ideas to make more money. Second sister, can the small yellow croakers we caught yesterday be braised into something that we can sell? The older uncles at the docks had all asked me whether we would be selling braised food in the afternoon. Little Shish too was also trying to think of solutions for the same problem that bothered Xiao Cao. Having a daily income of 200 copper coins had given him a taste of sweet success. If they continued on their trajectory, after 5 or 6 days, they would have enough to pay for his tuition fees. With a stable income at home, he could also study at the academy with ease. It was a pity that they could only buy 1 pig's head and 1 pig's worth of offal from the market a day. Those ingredients didn't make enough braised food to last for the whole morning. Small yellow croakers. She actually knew quite a few methods to prepare this fish, such as dry fried small yellow croaker, salty and crunchy small yellow croaker, sweet and sour small yellow croaker. These types of dishes were all very delicious, but they took a lot of time and effort to make. In addition, they needed to spend money to not only buy the small yellow croakers but also the seasonings and oil used in the recipes. If they were sold for a copper coin per 2 pieces and they subtracted the manufacturing costs, she'd bet that they wouldn't make much profit. Oh right, she knew another method of making pickled fish, which only needed ordinary small fish. There was a pond behind their house, which had an abundance of resources that she could take advantage of. She remembered that Qianwu and Little Shish too had caught many palm-sized crucian carps and sharp belly last time and brought them back to make soup. The little crucian carps and sharp belly had a lot of small bones, but the bones would become soft when made into pickled fish. So the bones could be chewed and eaten together with the meat. Yes. That was it. But, is there any way to catch a large number of small fish? Yu Xiaocao couldn't help but worry again. Suddenly, Little Shish Tu's joyful screams sounded beside her ears. Quickly look. There's a wild bird drinking water from our water tank. Xiao Cao looked up and saw a snow-white bird with slender, long legs. It stood on the edge of the water vat and leaned forward to drink water in the vat. In early spring, the weather was gradually becoming warmer. These past few days, there had been unknown birds visiting their home to borrow water from the vat to drink. The little divine stone had once proudly told her that the wild birds were attracted to the spiritual energy in the bathing water inside the water tank. Regardless of whether it was an animal or plant, spiritual energy was a good nourishment for them. However, if the concentration of energy was too high and the organism was too young, it would be overpowered by the energy and explode. Yu Xiaocao's eyes suddenly lit up at that thought. Didn't that mean that if she used the little divine stone as bait, she would be able to lure a school of little fish? Stinky master, bad master. You're going to use me as a bait again. I won't let you off. Out of nowhere, a little golden kitten suddenly jumped onto her shoulder and fiercely snarled at her. After it acknowledged its master, Xiao Cao and the little divine stone's minds had become interlinked. So, the little fellow could immediately sense all her thoughts. All right, I won't use you as bait anymore. Xiao Cao hastily pacified the angry kitten, but, little glutinous dumpling, you'll have to help me think of a way to lure the small fish into the trap. The little divine stone snorted proudly and said, there's no need for me, this celestial stone, to personally do anything. Isn't my bathing water the best bait? As for how to use it, do you really need me to answer such a stupid question? After hearing its words, Yu Xiaocao immediately stuffed the 200 copper coins into her purse and told Madame Lu to put it away safely. The remaining money was left as pocket money for family expenses. After that, she pulled Little Shish Tu into the kitchen and filled a jar with mystic stone water. She went to Yu Hai and asked, Father, do we have a fishing net at home? Fishing net? No. What do you need it for? Yu Hai soaked the pig head in the water from the vat. The water from the vat had the spiritual energy from the little divine stone, which enhanced the taste of the braised pig's head. Xiao Cao smiled mysteriously and said, of course I'll have a use for it. I just thought of another way to make money again. Just wait and see. Yu Hai stretched out his hand, which he had touched the pig's head with, and wanted to pinch her nose, but Xiao Cao nimbly dodged him. He smiled and said, what kind of net do you want? I can just make it for you right now. Yu Hai didn't have much to do, so he would often help the villagers weave some fishing nets at home. Thus, their family naturally didn't lack nets. Xiao Cao instructed him heat a bamboo strip until it turned into a circular shape and fasten it onto a bamboo pole. After that, attach a fishing net onto the round bamboo strip to form a pocket. A simple net was formed. Are you two going netting? It's quite hard to catch the big fish in the pond behind the house, so be careful and don't fall in. Do you want father to come with you guys? Yu-Hai saw the kids going out of the backyard and worriedly cautioned. No, we're just experimenting first. If we succeed, then we'll ask for father's help. Xiao Xiao's voice sounded from behind the house, while little Shishtu also made an elated cry. When the sister-brother pair arrived at the pond, Qian Wu, who was tending the ducks by the river, saw them and swiftly rushed over. He asked, Xiao Xiao, how come you have time to play by the river today? Little Shishtu acted like a little adult and said, go. Do you think we're like you, who only cares about playing? We're here for serious business. Go away, don't delay us from catching fish. Catching fish, I'm really good at that. Let me help you. Qian Wu immediately forgot about his task of tending the ducks and shamelessly insisted on helping. Xiao Xiao was worried about other people discovering the secret in her jar, so she smiled and refused. Xiao Wu, if Auntie Qian sees you leaving the ducks aside and playing by yourself, your ears will definitely suffer some pain. You should just go back to tend the ducks. Qian Wu touched his ears, pouted, and sat on the shore, feeling aggrieved. He smacked the water with the bamboo pole in his hands to vent his anger, which scared the ducks to flee in all directions. Madame Mao saw this scene and shrieked, Stinky brat, I told you to tend the ducks, not to send the ducks away. If the ducks are too scared to lay eggs, you can anticipate being spanked. Qian Wu touched his butt, and then reluctantly looked at the siblings who had walked far away. He sighed heavily and resigned to his fate of tending the ducks. Xiao Xiao chose a hidden area, put the crock into the water, and anxiously looked at the surface of the water. This jar was the place where little divine stone often bathed. Thus, it had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy over time. After the jar was placed in the water, the energy inside gradually overflowed. In a short time, ripples began to appear on the surface of the water. Second sister, quickly look. A lot of small fish are swimming over. That's so amazing. What kind of bait do you have in the jar? It works so well. Little Shishtu tried to suppress the joy in his voice and whispered. His voice didn't frighten the school of fish that were gathering over. On the contrary, more and more little fish were gathering due to the overflow of spiritual power. They all swam towards the mouth of the jar in succession. When Xiao Xiao placed the jar in the water, she had only submerged a small portion of the opening in the water. Although the fish had followed the spiritual energy over, they were unable to enter the crock. Thus, they were eagerly flapping their tails and swimming around the crock. As more the fish gathered, the more densely they surrounded the jar. Xiao Xiao lifted the net in her hand and gently scooped towards the place with the most fish. If it was like before, the fish would had already scattered in different directions. However, they were attracted by the spiritual energy and ignored the looming danger. They opened their mouth as if they wanted to absorb more of the pure energy. Xiao Xiao slowly raised the net in her hand from the bottom of the water. In the net that had a diameter of 30 centimeters, there were dozens of small fishes, including grass carp, crucian carp, and sharp belly, but most of them were still grass carp and crucian carp. The bigger ones were around half a catty, while the smaller ones were only about the size of little Shishtu's small palm. Wow, so many fish were caught in such a short time. Wasn't that too easy? Second sister, let me try. Little Shishtu took the bucket over and received the fish that Xiao Xiao had caught, and was very eager to try. Xiao Xiao put the net into the little guy's hand and laughed, move slowly when you're netting the fish. I'll go bring another bucket over. If we catch more fish, we'll have something to sell tomorrow afternoon. Little Shishtu lifted the net enthusiastically and carefully extended it towards the school of fish. He asked in a low voice, older sister, these fish have a lot of bones, so I'm afraid that people might find it too troublesome to eat. It might not sell well. Don't worry, I have a plan. Xiao Xiao looked at him with a gaze that read, believe me, and then left with a smile. When she came back again, more than half of the bucket was already filled with fish. The water in the bucket also came from the water vat, so there was also spiritual energy in it. So, the fish were still very lively even when they were squeezed together in such a narrow space. The siblings had caught 2 full buckets of fish in less than 2 hours. During that time, a fish that was half a meter long had also appeared. Unfortunately, their net was too small. They had caught the fish's tail, but the big fish had escaped with a swing of its tail. The siblings felt that it was rather regretful, since they would have been able to eat an extra dish for dinner if they had caught the fish. When they returned home, the Yuhai couple and Shaolian had already finished cleaning the pig's head and intestines. Madame Lu pointed at the remaining pot of pig blood and asked, "We didn't know what to do with this, so we didn't dare to touch it." Yuhai, on the other hand, looked at the siblings with amusement and exclaimed, "Oh! There's quite a lot in the buckets. How many fish did you guys catch? Let me see, are we eating it for dinner?" However, little Shishtu excitedly said, "We're not going to eat these fish ourselves. We're selling them." Second sister said that she could solve the problem of the fish having too many bones. "Father, look, we caught a lot of fish." Yuhai went over to take a look and saw that it was really true. He had originally thought that the kids were just going to play when they asked him to make a net for them to catch fish. He hadn't expected that they would bring back 2 buckets of fish 2 hours later. Looking at the densely packed fish heads in the bucket, there must be a lot of them inside. "Oh, there's really quite a lot. How did you guys catch them?" Yuhai was stunned. Even if he was the one who had cast the net, he still wouldn't be able to catch so many fish in such a short period of time. "How did the kids do it?" Little Shishtu swiftly answered, "It's second sister. Second sister made a new type of bait that attracted all the fish. All we have to do was to catch the fish with the net on the shore." Yuhai looked at his younger daughter with a complicated gaze. His daughter was becoming more and more capable. As her father, he felt both proud and ashamed. Xiao Sao looked at the sky and said, "Why don't we clean the fish first? We might be able to rush to the docks and sell them before dinner. We can work on the pig's head and intestines later in the evening." The family worked together to scrape the gills, take out the intestines, and clean the fish. Little Shishtu couldn't do this work, so he continuously fetched water with a small basin and helped them clean the small fish with the water. They had really caught a lot of fish this time. There was a full tub. However, Xiao Sao didn't have time to be happy about this. She pickled the cleaned fish with salt. "What's next?" Shaolian finally had time to catch her breath and asked with a happy expression on her face. "It needs to be cured for about 30 minutes, and then we need to prepare it to be fried." Xiao Sao smelled the fishy smell on the hands and rushed to clean it with water. After being busy for the entire day, she felt somewhat hungry. She dug out a hot-baked sweet potato from under the stove, which was specially prepared for her every day. Madame Lu felt slightly worried. "We need to fry it with oil. Do we have enough oil at home? Should I go borrow some from your Auntie Joe's house?" Xiao Sao thought about it and said, "Yesterday, we didn't use much of the 1 caddy of soybean oil, so it should be enough. But we need white sugar to make pickled fish. It might be too late to buy it now. I wonder if Auntie Joe has some." The Joe family was known as one of the more well-off families in the village. The husband was a capable earner outside, while the wife had also earned a decent amount of money by raising chickens. Madame Fang was never harsh and strict towards her children. If they wanted to borrow sugar from someone in the village, her family was probably the most likely to have it. Madame Lu took off her apron and smiled, "I'll go ask." "About how much do you need?" Xiao Sao replied, "It's just seasoning, so a small handful is enough." "A small handful? Cower, you don't know about the price of white sugar, do you? 1 caddy cost 260 copper coins. The small handful that you want is probably dozens of copper coin. Although your Auntie Joe indulges her children, she won't buy so much of it." Yuhai couldn't help but remind her. Xiao Sao stared at him in shock. "What? Sugar is that expensive? Oh my, an ordinary household seriously wouldn't be able to afford that." Madame Lu rolled her eyes and laughed. "White sugar isn't something that commoners eat. What kind of fish dish are you making? It needs such an expensive condiment. Will you even be able to get a profit?" Xiao Sao looked at the 100 or so fish pickled in the pot and made the calculation in her mind. If she sold each fish for 1 copper coin, she would be able to earn 60 or 70 copper coins without a problem. However, without seasoning the pickled fish with sugar, it wouldn't taste as good. If she put a little less, it should be okay. "Mother, I'll go to Auntie Joe's house with you." Xiao Sao took a few bites of the sweet potato in her hands, and then stuffed it into little Shishtu's hand. She stood up and followed Madame Lu out the front door. After walking around 300 meters from their house, they knocked on the Joe family's front door. A handsome youth, who was 12 or 13 years old, opened the door. He had a healthy tan and a pair of crescent-like eyes. The corners of his lips were curled up slightly, which gave off the impression that he was smiling even when he wasn't. He appeared very likable and eye-catching at first glance. "Wenhua, why didn't you follow your father to sell goods today? Madame Lu was slightly surprised to see the teen and couldn't help asking. Zhou Wenhua coughed a couple times and a heavy breathing sound came from his chest. He suppressed the itchy sensation in his throat, swallowed his saliva, and said, "When I came back yesterday, I took off my clothes because I felt hot. As a result, I caught a cold and didn't feel very well. So, my father told me to rest at home for a few days." Cough, cough, Auntie Yu, little sister Shaolian, are you guys looking for my mother? Madame Lu asked with concern, have you seen a doctor yet? Don't drag a minor illness into a major illness just because you have a good constitution. Doctor Yu had already checked on my condition and opened a prescription. I've taken 2 doses of medication and feel a lot better now. Cough, cough, mother. Auntie Yu and little sister Shaolian is looking for you. It seemed like Zhou Wenhua firmly believed that she was Yu Shaolian, so Xiaoxiao just smiled and didn't correct him. Madame Fang came out of the house and saw the mother-daughter pair. She smiled and said, "Xiaoxiao, you came back from the docks. How was business today? Your braised food tastes so good, so there must be a lot of customers." Wenhua, this is little sister Xiaoxiao, not Shaolian. Xiaoxiao has a slightly paler and smoother complexion than Shaolian. She's also a little shorter. If you don't look closely, it might be hard to distinguish them. It's also reasonable for you to make a mistake. Zhou Wenhua touched the back of his head in embarrassment for recognizing the wrong person. His mouth that smiled frequently curled up and he said, "So it's little sister Xiaoxiao ah." In the past, little sister Shaolian was always the one who came with Auntie Yu, so I thought it was her. I heard from Shanhu that your health has gotten better now. Congratulations. The 12 or 13-year-old youth was already such a good speaker. As expected, he had the quality of a good salesman. Xiaoxiao smiled at him and said, "The last few times I came, brother Wenhua wasn't at home. It's inevitable for you to have mistaken since it's the first time we've met. Sometimes, my mother also mixes us up when she isn't paying attention. Well, there's nothing I can do since we have the same face." Zhou Wenhua was amused by her seemingly helpless expression. His chest had felt stuffy due to his illness, but he felt a lot more comfortable now. "Auntie Zhou, do you have any sugar at home? I want to make a new dish, but I'm lacking a few condiments." Xiaoxiao looked at Madame Fang expectantly, fearing that she would say no. If they really didn't have it, then she probably wouldn't be able to make the pickled fish today. Madame Fang smiled and said, "What a coincidence. If you came a day earlier, then we really wouldn't have any. Yesterday, when your Uncle Joe came back from selling goods, he got 40 or 50 copper coins worth of sweets for the children. Since he had the money, he might as well buy more meat, or white rice and wheat flour. But, he bought that expensive stuff instead. Linglong, bring the remaining sweets from yesterday for little sister Xiaoxiao to try." Though Madame Fang was complaining, there was a hint of smile in her eyes. To Madame Fang and her husband, it didn't matter if they had to suffer a little, but they couldn't let their children be like their younger selves, inexperienced and ignorant. They didn't want them to be treated like country bumpkins when they go to town. Xiaoxiao took a look at Zhou Linglong's hands and realized the so-called white sugar were chunks of sugar similar to that of rock sugar. No wonder it cost 1 copper coin per piece. She chose an egg-sized piece of sugar from the pack. It was about an ounce of sugar, which would cost around 15 or 16 copper coins. She smiled and said, "Auntie Zhou, I want to use the sugar to make food, and then sell it at the docks. How much was this chunk of sugar? I can't let you guys suffer losses when I'm making money." Madame Fang looked at her and smiled, "With our family's relationship, why are we talking about money? Your brother Wenhua isn't feeling well and doesn't have any appetite. Yesterday, he ate the braised food that I brought back and had endless praises for it. He even ate another bowl of rice. When you complete your new dish, just make sure to send Auntie some." Xiaoxiao thought about it and nodded, "All right. Even if you don't say it, I won't forget to let you guys have a taste. Thank you very much then. It's getting late, so I need to go back to fry the fish." On the way back, Madame Lu didn't say anything, but inwardly muttered, "Although the fish didn't cost any money, the seasonings and oil cost at least 30 or 40 copper coins, would we really be able to make a profit?" Upon returning home, Xiaoxiao first prepared all the necessary seasonings and ingredients. When the fish was almost done being salted, she poured in half a caddy of soybean oil in the cauldron on the stove and heated it up. She sprinkled some water into the pot when smoke began emerging from the pot. This would remove the fishy smell in the soybean oil. Then, put out the fire under the stove and wait until the heat of the oil was reduced to 70% hot. At that time, put in the salted fish and fry them one by one. The stoves in the countryside usually had 2 cauldrons, one on each side. Normally, one was used to cook dishes, while the other was for steaming rice. Xiao Xiao put the chopped scallion, ginger, and garlic into the other pot and spread it out evenly into a layer. The fried fish was placed orderly on the bottom of the pot, with the bigger ones on the bottom and the smaller ones on top. After taking out half of the oil that was used to fry the fish, put the remaining oil into the fried chili shreds and stir-fry to get an aromatic scent. Then, add in vinegar, sugar, yellow wine, scallion, ginger, garlic, pepper, fennel, Chinese cinnamon, and other spices. After that, she sprinkled some soy sauce in it. Seeing that there wasn't enough water in the soup, she added an appropriate amount of mystic stone water inside and cooked it on high heat. When the soup was ready, she poured it onto the fish in the other pot and covered it tightly with the wooden lid. She had even specially instructed little Shishtu to pick up several rocks to put on top of the lid. After it was simmered over low heat for about 30 minutes, she extinguished the fire under the cauldron and opened the lid to let it cool down. The pickled fish tasted the best when it was cooled. Xiao Xiao picked out several smaller ones and let her parents, Xiaolian, and little Shishtu taste them. The pickled fish had a savory and sweet taste that also had a hint of spiciness. It brimmed with the fragrance of the oil. After being fried and stewed, the bones in the fish had already become so soft that they just melted in the mouth. Even the fish's head could be chewed and swallowed without any problem. No parts of the fish would be wasted. It's pretty good. Delicious. Go and give some to your Auntie Jo. Madame Lu couldn't bear eating another fish after she tried one. All these fish needed to be sold for money. Xiao Xiao filled a plate with over 20 pieces of fish and told little Shishtu to send it over. She got a ceramic jar and put all the remaining fish inside. She had to rush to the wharf and sell all the fish before the dockworkers went home for dinner. Xiaolian saw that she had been busy selling and cooking food all day long and didn't even have time to rest. Thus, she said, "Little sister, why don't I go to the docks with little Shishtu?" Xiao Xiao had gotten up early in the morning and rushed to the docks. When she finished selling the braised food, she went to the market to buy pig's head and other ingredients and seasonings. She didn't even have time to catch her breath when she got home and went to catch fish. After that, she cured the fish to make pickled fish. Thus, she must have been really tired today. Considering the fact that she would have to walk for nearly 2 hours, she seriously didn't know if she could make it. These past couple days, little Shishtu was already familiar with the selling process, so there probably wouldn't be any problems. However, she was still worried and reminded them. For the bigger fish, sell them 2 for 1 copper coin. Try to sell the bigger ones first. Later, if the smaller ones don't sell very well, then sell 3 for 1 copper coin. Anyways, just try to sell as much as possible. Little Shishtu confidently said, "Don't worry. I will definitely accomplish my mission." After watching Xiaolian and little Shishtu leave, Xiao Xiao didn't rest either. She had to braise all of the cleaned pig's head, pork tripe, and pig intestines in order to sell them tomorrow morning. Seeing that the pig's head and marinade were already in the pot and just needed to be simmered over low heat, Madame Lu urged her daughter to quickly go rest. "I can take care of the rest. In the future, you just need to be responsible for the preparation of the marinade. We can take care of the rest. You don't have to do everything yourself. Your health just got better, so don't tire yourself out." Xiao Xiao nodded and said, Okay. I know mother is better at controlling the fire than me. I'll just be a supervisor then." When she went out of the kitchen, she saw her father making a new net pocket. So, she went closer and said, "Father, it's still early, so why don't we go catch some more fish in the pond?" Yu Hai was slightly interested, but he looked at her with concern and said, "Aren't you tired? You should go back to your room and rest for a while. As for fishing, I'll go try it out tomorrow morning." Based on her observation these past few days, Xiao Xiao had noticed that her family had the typical, strict mother and loving father, combination. Generally, Madame Lu took on the bad cop role and was responsible for disciplining and rebuking the children. On the other hand, Yu Hai was the one who pampered and spoiled the children, especially Xiao Xiao. He rarely refused her requests. Xiao Xiao hastily acted like a child shamelessly. She went up to him and shook his arm, while saying, "Father, I'm not tired. Moreover, I just need to prepare the bait and put it into the pond. You can do the rest. You're one of the best fishermen in the village, so you're definitely better at catching a few fish than me. Let's go. We can catch some more fish and raise them in the empty water vat in the backyard." Tomorrow afternoon, we can make more pickled fish and sell them. Yu Hai couldn't reject her pleading. Without Madame Lu's knowledge, he stealthily took Xiao Xiao to the pond via a shortcut in the backyard. Their backyard wasn't as good as their foreyard. It was surrounded by a fence that was made with bamboo and branches. On the fence, a back door was specially opened for easy access. Xiao Xiao specially got some bean flour and mixed it with vegetable oil. Then, she cut it into small dices to serve as bait. Little Shish too was still young and naive, but her father was an experienced fisherman. She couldn't let him know that she was luring fish with the mystic stone water. From her room, she got the earthenware jar, which the small multicolored stone laid in. The little golden kitten was lying beside the jar and stretching its back. When the little divine stone saw her, it grumpily said, "What are you doing now? I can't believe you using such good mystic stone water to catch fish. You're just recklessly wasting such a heavenly gift. You're going to be struck by thunder." Xiao Xiao made sure no one was around and said, "Little glutinous dumpling, what's there to be afraid of? Don't I still have you? Aren't you the celestial stone that Goddess Nua meticulously smelted? Doesn't the god of thunder and goddess of lighting have to give you some face? Let's go, don't you like to swim? I'll let you swim to your heart's desire when we get to the pond." "No, don't directly put me into the water. That might attract unknown species. Don't you just need some small fish? It's enough to just use the water in the jar." These past few days, little divine stone had gone to the depths of the mountains and chosen a deep pond with pure spiritual energy to cultivate. However, it hadn't expected that it would attract wild animals in the mountains. A python had dived into the deep pond and almost swallowed its body. Little divine stone was afraid that Xiao Xiao would directly throw it into the pond. If it got swallowed by a duck or fish, wouldn't it have to take a one-day tour in the animal's intestines? That's so dirty and stinky. No way, it doesn't want to. Xiao Xiao fastened it onto her wrist again and asked softly, "Is this how my father's leg will be like from now on?" The little golden kitten flew to the top of her head and laid on top like it was a hen resting in its nest, and then proudly replied, "You're looking down on this divine stone's abilities. Your father's leg will get even better." However, the damage to the veins and bones were too severe. So, a full recovery is impossible. In the future, he might walk with a limp, but it won't be too obvious. When Xiao Xiao arrived at the backyard with the fish bait in the mystic stone water jar, Yu Hai was already waiting there. Considering the inconvenience of his legs, the father-daughter pair chose a relatively lower slope and went down to the pond. While Xiao Xiao placed the bait into the pond, Yu Hai was slightly concerned and asked, "Cower, what if the jar floats away like this? Let's tie a rope on the mouth of the jar." "I'll go get a rope." Xiao Xiao thought that he had a point, so she stood up and wanted to run back to the house. However, her father stopped her by saying, "You don't need to go back, wait a moment." Yu Hai pulled several withered and yellow weeds from the pond and rubbed them together with his dexterous hands. A long grass rope was swiftly formed within his hands. Xiao Xiao inwardly marveled, don't underestimate the wisdom and ability of ancient people. With the rope and her father's help, Xiao Xiao placed the jar farther away. She held the net in her hand, ready to catch fish. In the afternoon, Xiao Xiao and younger brother had caught hundreds of fish in less than 2 hours. Yu Hai had initially thought that she had a new and good method of fishing. But, when he was a child, he had also placed bait in a jar for fishing. Even after fishing for the whole morning, it wasn't always possible to catch more than a dozen fish. Was this how his daughter caught fish at noon? In the midst of his doubts, the fish nearby sensed the spiritual energy and swam towards the ceramic jar one after another, as if they were on a pilgrimage. It was impossible to drive them away. Seeing that there were more and more fish gathering, Yu Hai was stunned inwardly, this was too incredible. While he was hesitating, Xiao Xiao had already picked up the net and carefully scooped up the fish. Oddly enough, when the usually nimble fish actually didn't escape when the net approached them. Each time his daughter lowered her net, she was able to scoop up several fish. Yu Hai stared absent-mindedly at his daughter's pretty little face. He recalled how she seemed like a completely different person ever since she hit her head last summer. There were always endless ways to make money in her mind. After they split from the main family, she first planted vegetables in their yard. Originally, he pitied his daughter and couldn't bear to reject her. Thus, with the mindset that they would only waste a few bags of seeds and not wanting to disappoint her, he did his best to support her. As a result, the vegetable gardens in front of the house were covered in green in just a few days. The greens with a short-term growing period such as spinach were almost as long as his finger. Tender green buds had also already sprouted for vegetables with a long-term growing period, which was extremely gratifying. After that, she made braised food, specializing in braising things that others didn't eat or didn't want. Chicken innards, pig intestines, pig head meat. Today, she had even brought back pig blood to make something called blood sausage. He thought of the braised pig brain from the other day, which was something really disgusting to look at, but she had actually turned it into a supreme delicacy. Now, she used small fish with a lot of tiny bones that nobody else ate to make the incredibly crispy and tender pickled fish. Her method of fishing was the most astonishing part. What was in the jar to make all the fish do the opposite of their usual habits and actively gather over? Even a novice fisherman would know that this kind of phenomenon shouldn't exist. What had his daughter encountered when she was injured and unconscious? Could it be that what she said about meeting the god of fortune at the palace of hell was true? Did she really get golden hands after receiving luck from the god of fortune? However, Yu-hai didn't suspect that his daughter's soul had changed. Wasn't it even more unbelievable to reincarnate in another person's body than to visit the palace of hell and drink Granny Meng's soup by mistake? No, he couldn't let anyone else know about his daughter's abilities. If someone with devious intentions found out, they would definitely catch her and burn her alive, as if she was a monster. His precious daughter, who had been plagued by misfortunes since birth, had been on the verge of death numerous times. As her father, he hadn't fulfilled his duty and failed to protect his family in the past. Hence, from now on, he had to serve as his daughter's protective umbrella and get rid of all possible dangers for her. Cower, in the future, just let father do the fishing after you prepare the bait. When you go sell braised food in the morning, I will go catch the fish and your mother can clean them. So, you can make the pickled fish when you get home in the afternoon. Doesn't that save a lot of time? Yu-hai suddenly said. Xiao Cao briefly stopped the actions of her hands, which were scooping fish. She could feel Yu-hai's gaze lingering on herself for a long time. Hence, it was inevitable that she felt somewhat nervous at that time. She knew it would be hard to fool her father, so she had already thought of an explanation within her mind. But, she was worried about whether he would believe her. She hadn't expected that even after Yu-hai witnessed this strange scene, he didn't ask any questions and took up the task of fishing in the future. He had such an unimaginable trust and love for his daughter. Xiao Cao felt so moved that she almost wanted to cry. She smiled slightly, nodded her head heavily, and said, "Okay. Everyone says that father is an excellent fisherman, so you're definitely better at fishing than me. Well, I'll leave the hard work to father then. We're a family, so there's no need to mention that. In terms of hard work, you're the one who have been working the hardest these past few days. I don't even know what this family would be like without you," Yu-hai ruefully sighed. Indeed, Xiao Cao's major change was what kept the family intact. He had a young son and a sickly daughter. His wife was capable, but disease-ridden. Furthermore, he was considered a half-cripple. If it hadn't been for the great change in Xiao Cao, Xiaolian wouldn't be able to carry such a mountainous burden alone. Fortunately, the heavens didn't abandon them. They gave his wife and daughter a healthy body, while also letting his leg gradually recover. They also bestowed his daughter with the ability to survive. A joyful smile appeared on the corner of Yu-hai's mouth. He waved the net in his hands and scooped up the fish in a swift, accurate, and steady manner. His speed was a lot faster than the inexperienced Xiao Cao. The net in his hands was relatively sturdier, so they were able to catch a big fish that weighed 5 catties. By sunset, the father-daughter pair had returned with fruitful results. Xiao Cao tottered with a bucket full of small fish as she walked under the golden sunset. The reflection of the sunset caused her little face to appear flushed, while her eyes were tinted with a gold color. Yu-hai carried 2 buckets full of fish and limped behind her. From time to time, he would ask, "Are you tired? If you can't carry it, give it to father. My left hand is still empty. I can carry it." Xiao Cao carried the bucket with a broad smile. Although her shoes got wet due to the swaying of the bucket and the heavy bucket in her hands hurt her arms, she was still very happy. Today, the distance between her and her father seemed to have drawn closer. Their originally weak affection seemed to have gradually gotten stronger because of her father's safeguard. Madame Lu, who had already finished braising the pig head and large intestines, finally noticed that the room was empty when she went to call Xiao Cao for dinner. The Kong bed was cold and the quilt was neatly folded. Just as she was wondering where her daughter went, she heard the laughter of her husband and daughter from the backyard. Madame Lu went around the house and saw the father-daughter pair coming in with buckets in their hands and a broad smile on their faces. She couldn't contain the hint of smile in her eyes, yet she said, "Cower, didn't I tell you to rest? Why did you go fishing again? Husband, you too, don't you know how to care for the child? Don't tire out our daughter." "Mother, I'm not tired. Besides, I didn't do much and just sat on shore and played. Father was the one who caught all these fish. Look, we also caught a big fish. We have an extra dish for dinner." Xiao Sao grinned proudly. Madame Lu smiled helplessly and walked over to her. She took the bucket in Xiao Sao's hands and poured the contents into the cracked vat in the backyard. After that, she lightly tapped her forehead and said, You're risking your life for money. Are you hungry? Let's not wait for Xiaolian and Shishtu and eat first. Let's wait until they come back and eat together. They will be back soon. It's more lively when the whole family eats together. I'll go make a fish head stew and braised fish fillet. Let's eat a good meal tonight." Within her heart, Xiao Sao had gradually regarded this place as her home. She believed that with her own efforts, this family would surely get better and better. In the evening, the whole family sat around a round table. They were drinking delicious fish head stew and eating fragrant braised fish, while happily talking about their results for today. Second sister. At the beginning, when we were selling the pickled fish, everyone just looked at the fish and was unwilling to buy them because the fish were too small. So, I took a small one and ate it in front of them. I told them that the fish bones had become very crispy and tender, so it was all right to eat them. After that, they were finally willing to take out money and buy them. Little Shishtu drank a big mouthful of the fish stew and felt extremely pleased in his heart. A month ago, the crude grain pancakes had never been able to satisfy his hunger. When had he ever lived such a good life, to be able to eat fish every day? At the beginning, I was really worried because they didn't buy much. Fortunately, those who bought the pickled fish all said it was very tasty. Many of them also bought another one to take home for their children to eat. Uncle Hao bought 5 servings at once. He ate one himself and took the rest back home. He said that there was a lot of work at the docks recently, so he wanted to spend the money that he had earned on his family. With such cheap and delicious food, if he didn't buy some back, he will be scolded by Auntie Hao. Little Shishtu's crisp voice filled the entire room, while everyone looked at him with a smile. Happiness was really just that simple. More than 100 fish were completely sold out in less than 30 minutes. The leader of another group of dockers, Brother 6, also bought 5 servings. Foreman's son almost fought with him in order to get the last portion of pickled fish. Little Shishtu proudly said, "So, I divided the last serving of fish and gave a free fish to each of them to put an end to the fight." Second sister, I'm really clever, right? Xiao Sao tapped the tip of his nose and praised him, yes. Our family's Shishtu is the best. You're only 6, but you're already so smart. It's no wonder that teacher Yuan, who has such discerning eyes, likes you. Little Shishtu felt even more proud of himself and kept chattering endlessly. In the end, he squinted his smiling eyes and said, "Second sister, guess how much money we earned at the docks today?" Guess. Xiao Sao was very clear about the quantity of fish they had. But, she deliberately frowned, pretended as if she was thinking very hard, and intentionally guessed the wrong amount, 50 copper coins. At most 60 copper coins. Little Shishtu couldn't restrain his excitement and immediately reported today's earnings. "No, you're wrong. It's 1 tael and 78 copper coins. Look, this is 1 tael. It's my first time seeing so much money. The shiny silver is so beautiful." The little fellow impatiently took out the purse that he had been holding in front of his chest. He took out the piece of silver and put it on the table. The family gathered around and looked at the money with a surprised expression. Xiao Sao wondered, "Xiaolian, Shishtu, did you guys meet a tycoon this time? To pay you 1 tael, he's even more generous than Fatty Jin from this morning." Little Shishtu was very pleased with himself as he touched the silver bits. His eyes were narrowed as he smiled. "Second sister, what's a tycoon? Is it edible?" Xiaolian glanced at him and said, "Let me explain instead. As soon as we reached the docks, we encountered the son of the county magistrate. He had even mistaken me for you. Young Master Wu had gone to the docks to pick someone up. He tasted our pickled fish and thought that it tasted very good, so he packed some to go. However, he had come out in haste and didn't bring any loose change. He also didn't bring a manservant with him, so he just gave us a piece of silver. I told him that I didn't have enough change for him, but the ship he was waiting for had arrived. Thus, he told us to just keep the change. Hee, we sold 5 servings of pickled fish for 1 tael. It would be great if we can encounter such a foolishly generous spender every day. It was unknown where little Shish 2 had learned the term, foolishly generous spender, but he had used it in quite a fitting situation. Madame Lu scolded him jokingly, "You little money grubber. You were lucky to have met 2 generous, wealthy people today." But, this lucky encounter was like a pie in the sky. "Do you really think it will happen every day? I'll keep this piece of silver for you. In a few days, when you go study in town, you can also go pay the tuition." Since the first month's schooling fees had been taken care of, little Shish 2 felt even more elated. He was so lively for the entire night that he couldn't even fall asleep. After dinner, Xiao Cao took Madame Lu and Xiaolian and taught them how to make blood sausage. She had already sliced up the clotted pig blood and boiled a large bowl of plain pork broth with various seasonings. After it cooled down, she added it into the pig blood. After that, she put in chives and stirred it evenly. Afterwards, she stuffed it into the clean small intestine and tied it securely with a string. Xiao Cao had purposely saved the pig's small intestine by instructing her mother not to put it in with the rest of the braised food. After stuffing the blood sausages, cook it in plain water and then stew it on low heat for 15 minutes. When it was ready, soak it in cold water until it cooled down. When cooled, remove the string before eating. The method of making blood sausage was relatively easy, and the taste depended on the combination of seasonings used for the plain pork broth. However, Madame Lu and Xiaolian were both people who constantly worked in the kitchen. Thus, they had swiftly mastered the ratio needed for the seasonings. She drank a cup of highly concentrated mystic stone water before bed and had a great sleep. On the next morning, Xiao Cao felt energized and refreshed. The fatigue on her body had been swept away. Today, she needed to bring a lot more food to sell at the docks. In addition to the braised pig head, large intestine, stomach, and blood sausage, there was also over 100 small fish. In the past 2 days, according to Xiao Cao's observation, there would be at least 200 to 300 dockers transporting goods on the docks. Grandpa Lu, who sold noodles, said that February and March were the busiest months at the docks. Most businesses didn't transport goods in December and January. The New Year celebrations was one of the reasons. The other reason was because the coastal waters of the northern regions were frozen, making it difficult for ships to sail. So, in February and March, when the weather was warming up again, the merchants began transporting goods that they had accumulated over the winter from the south to the north. Her 1 copper coin braised food was delicious and cheap, so she wasn't worried about not being able to sell them whatsoever. "Cower, father will go borrow a handcart from your Uncle Qian. Today, let's go to the docks together." Yu Hai saw that the braised food and pickled fish had filled 2 baskets and looked quite heavy. He was afraid that the 2 kids would be tired, so he suggested. Xiao Cao called for the little divine in her mind, "Little glutinous dumpling, can you hear me? What do you want? I'm sleeping, so stop bothering me." The little divine stone grumpily said. "I'll just bother you for a moment with a question. With the current condition of my father's leg, can he walk for a long time?" Xiao Cao felt somewhat worried and asked. Little divine stone HMPHED and said, "His leg, veins, and bones have all grown well. More exercise is beneficial to his recovery process. Don't worry, it's fine for him to go to the docks." Madame Lu, who was beside him, asked with concern, "Is your leg okay? Don't people say that it takes 100 days to recover after injuring the veins and bones? It hasn't even been a month yet, will you really be alright?" Yu Hai kicked his left leg and said, "It's my own leg, so I'm very clear about its condition. As long as I don't do any heavy labor, it should be fine. I'm just pushing 2 baskets while walking, so it's alright." Under his insistence, Madame Lu had no choice but to let him go. When they were leaving, she reminded Xiao Cao to help her father push the cart and don't let him do too much work. The handcart was a wooden wheelbarrow. Yu Hai hung the cart's rope on his shoulder and firmly held onto the handles with his strong hands. He strode forward as he steadily pushed the handcart. Despite his limp, his legs were longer than Xiao Cao's, so his 1 step was 2 or 3 steps for her. Xiao Cao could barely catch up to her father, let alone help him push the handcart. Yu Hai, who was used to doing hard labor, had been idling at home for nearly a month and felt that his bones were rusting. He finally had the chance to help out, so his whole body was naturally full of energy. He turned around and saw his daughter panting for breath, so he stopped and said with a smile, "Come up, father will push you." Xiao Xiao hastily shook her head and said, "Father, I can walk myself. Your leg hasn't fully recovered yet and you're also pushing a cart full of braised food." Before she had even finished speaking, her father had already lifted her up with one arm and placed her on the wheelbarrow. Although she had been carried several times in the past half of a year since she had transmigrated, it was the first time that he had slipped her under his armpit and lifted her up. Xiao Xiao felt slightly embarrassed and looked around to make sure no one saw it. "Ha, do you really think that you can tire me out with that weight of yours? Cower, you need to eat more. You only have bones on your body and there's barely any meat." Yu Hai's heart ached and felt remorseful as he nagged. In his mind, he planned to buy some white rice and wheat flour back for the children after they finished selling today's braised food. It was the children's growth period, so they shouldn't eat coarse grain flatbread all the time like them. Being escorted by her father, Xiao Xiao walked for a while, and also sat on the cart that her father pushed for a while. When they were resting on the road, she eagerly helped massage her father's left leg and asked little Divine Stone to quickly help relieve his fatigue. It was still early when they arrived at the docks. "Good morning, Grandpa Lu." Xiao Xiao cheerfully greeted the kind and gentle old grandfather. These past few days, her business had been booming, so it was inevitable that some people were green with envy, especially those who sold pickled vegetables and stir-fried dishes. From time to time, they would make jealous remarks, but Xiao Xiao was too lazy to argue with them and just ignored them. Grandpa Lu was the only one who was kind to her from the beginning to the end. He would always warmly bring a stool over and let the siblings rest on it. Grandpa Lu, who was working hard on kneading the dough, heard the sound and looked up. He smiled and said, "Oh, it's Xiao Xiao. You came pretty early today. Are you tired? Come sit down and rest for a while." "Oh, little Shish too didn't come with you today." "No, my father came with me today." Xiao Xiao smiled as she pointed to Yu Hai, who was parking the handcart by the roadside. Old Lu looked at Yu Hai, who had limped over. A sense of realization flashed in his mind. It's no wonder that they would allow two young children to come and sell things. It turns out that their father's leg. Xiao Xiao's father, quickly come and rest. You must be tired after walking such a long way. Grandma Lu came out of the shack and greeted him warmly. Yu Hai was stunned for a moment, but he immediately smiled and thanked them. "Thank you. You must be the Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu that Xiao Xiao often mentions. I must thank you two elders for taking care of them these past 2 days. Many thanks, many thanks. No need to thank us. Xiao Xiao and her younger brother are both very capable. Ever since she came here, my noodle business has been doing much better." Old Lu wiped his hands and exclaimed. He was right. In the past, there wasn't anything good to eat at the docks. Thus, most of the workers on the docks usually brought food from home. At most, a few people would pool in some money and buy some pickled vegetables to eat together. However, most people wouldn't even come to this side at all. Ever since Xiao Xiao's 1 copper coin meat dish became popular among the dockers, many people who had bought the meat dish would also buy a bowl of hot noodles from the nearby noodle stall. It was much better to eat a warm bowl of noodles with meat dish than to eat the hard-to-swallow dried rations. Other than the noodle stalls, the business of the steamed buns stalls nearby had also gotten a lot better. However, those who sold pickled vegetables were full of resentment. With Foreman Sun's help, Xiao Xiao's eldest uncle and eldest cousin from the Lu family were able to find work every day. At times, they would also bring her second uncle with them. They earned over 100 copper coins per person every day. Eldest aunt also stopped selling pickled vegetables since she wasn't able to make much money from selling them anyways. Seeing that her father was chatting fervently with Grandpa Lu, Xiao Xiao stood up and strolled around. During these past couple of days, she had been focused on earning money and hadn't had the time to tour the docks. Tanggu docks had only begun to develop in the past few years after the current emperor ascended the throne. When the current emperor was still a teenager, he had liked venturing in the seas. He had also personally supervised the making of ocean-going vessels. After he ascended the throne, he vigorously developed ocean shipping and formed a strong navy to combat pirates and protect the shipping vessels. As a result, the shipping industry had flourished in the past 5 or 6 years. As the closest docks to the capital, the development of Tanggu docks was naturally a matter of course. But, it was still a rather new wharf. Although it was big, it looked very simple and many of the constructions hadn't been completed. However, merchants with foresight seemed to have set their eyes on the docks. Allegedly, the Zhou family had already selected a location near the docks to build a branch of Junshou restaurant. As Xiao Sao wandered around, she had walked far from Grandpa Lu's noodle stall and arrived at the place where the dockers were hired. It was the most lively here every day before dawn. Over 100 short-term laborers would gather here, waiting to be selected by the foreman. However, at this time, people were already busily working on the docks, so there was barely anyone here now. "Hey, your name's Xiao Sao, right?" Several guys, who appeared like good-for-nothing rogues, blocked her path. Xiao Sao looked around and frowned inwardly. She warily looked at the guy with a face that says, "I'm a bad guy," and asked, "What can I do for you?" The leader, who wore a cotton-padded jacket that was 70% new, had his hands tucked in his sleeves and coldly stared at Xiao Sao with his rat-like eyes. With a crafty smile on his face, he said, "I heard that your 1 copper coin meat dish is selling pretty well at the docks. It's nothing special. It might seem like I'm selling a lot, but we sell it for a cheap price and don't get much profit. So, we don't earn much." Xiao Sao didn't believe he was here to congratulate her on her prospering business, so she secretly stayed alert. Behind the rat's eye, a skinny guy with a protruding mouth and ape-like chin jumped out and shouted, "Who cares if you earn any profit? You're selling things on our brother shark's turf. Did you pay respect to the boss? Did you pay the protection fee yet?" Xiao Sao understood very clearly now. Her business had been doing too well these past 2 days and caused others to become envious. Thus, people had come to extort money. She looked around and moaned in her heart. She couldn't find a single person nearby at this time. What should she do? Protection fee. I'm new here and haven't heard anything about needing to pay a protection fee in order to do business on the docks. Xiao Sao stalled for time as she tried to think of ways to get away from this group of scoundrels. The man who was known as Brother Shark showed a thug-like smile and said, "Just because you didn't hear about it, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Stop with the bullshit and give me the money." Okay, I'll pay. How much do I need to pay?" Xiao Sao showed weakness in order to lower her opponent's guard. Brother Shark and Skinny Monkey looked at each other triumphantly, and then demanded an exorbitant price, 10 copper coins for a day. "If you're paying monthly, we'll just take 200 copper coins per month." *T. 200 copper coins. Even the best business on the docks wouldn't be able to pay 200 copper coins a month for a protection fee. It seemed like these local bullies only aimed at her. Xiao Sao pretended to be terrified, glanced at the location of the pier and her father, and inwardly measured the shortest distance to get there. With a sobbing tone, she said, "Big brothers. This little sister has just arrived today. I haven't even opened my business yet, so where would I get 10 copper coins to give you? How about, after I finish selling the meat dishes today, I'll pay the monthly fee all at once. What do you guys think?" Skinny Monkey moved closer to Brother Shark and whispered into his ear, "This brat came with a tall and strong-looking man today. If we let her go back, it will be over then." These guys were lazy good-for-nothing punks around the docks. They usually bullied the weak and feared the strong. They also occasionally engaged in petty theft. They had extorted money from nearly all the old, weak, women, and children who sold goods on the docks. Most of the peddlers had come from nearby villages, so they didn't dare to speak out against these local hoodlums. There were some bailiffs who maintained order at the docks. However, these local rogues always acted very good when the bailiffs patrolled the area. They would hide in some unknown corner and only come out when the bailiffs were gone. Thus, most of the people who were blackmailed would just spend some money as a way to buy peace. This group of hoodlums had heard from an unknown source about the Yu siblings' recently booming business. They had planned to wait until the siblings finished selling their food, and then rob all their money by coaxing and threatening them. But, they hadn't expected that an adult would come along today. Moreover, he was tall and strong and didn't seem like someone they could bully. Hence, they changed their plans, stopped the little girl, and tried to extort as much money as possible. "How much money do you have on you? Give them all to me," Brother Shark fiercely demanded. Xiao Sao shook her head timidly and quietly moved to the side. As if she was about to cry, she said, "My father has the money. I don't have a single penny on me. Big brothers, please let me go. I really don't have any money." As she spoke, she suddenly squatted on the ground and grabbed some sand. She threw it at the hoodlums' faces, and then hastily ran towards the docks with all her might. She used all the strength in her body, while only thinking about one thing: run, run. As long as she ran to a crowded place, these rascals wouldn't dare to be so reckless. However, reality was cruel. With Xiao Sao's short legs, how would she be able to outrun several adult men? It only took a few steps for them to catch up with her. Being surrounded once again, Xiao Cao felt vexed and cursed in her heart. Damn it. It seems like she couldn't avoid getting a beating. Brother Shark, who was supported by Skinny Monkey, rubbed his eyes with one hand and started swearing. Earlier, Xiao Cao had thrown all the sand at his face, so he couldn't see clearly now. Damned brat, you're refusing a toast and asking to be forced to drink a forfeit. Go and teach her a lesson. Brother Shark's eyes were in pain, so he kept tearing up and couldn't see anything. Thus, he angrily shouted. Yo, mother, save me. At the beginning, Brother Shark was very proud and confident. That damned brat actually dared to throw sand at me. She needs to be taught a lesson. Something wasn't right. Why do the screams sound so familiar, as if they were coming from his group of buddies? What was going on? Brother Six, beside him, Monkey's stuttering voice could be heard and his hand that was supporting him was also shaking incessantly. After Shark issued the order, Xiao Cao immediately held her head and squatted down. She was waiting to feel the pain on her body, but the punch and kicks that she had anticipated didn't happen. She curiously looked up upon hearing a series of screams and noticed that the hooligans were all lying on the ground, wailing in pain. She blinked a few times and looked at the tall figure in front of her, broad shoulders, slender figure, half-old clothes that couldn't hide his charisma. Wow, was this the legendary scenario of a hero rescuing a beauty? Cough, okay, it was more of a hero rescuing a little girl, right now. Brother Six, she saw Skinny Monkey shaking like a quail, and he was so scared that he just hadn't peed his pants yet. She was even more curious about the identity of the hero who saved her. Xiao Cao stood up and watched as the hero kicked them one by one and sent Skinny Monkey and Shark flying. She worshipped him even more within her heart. The pain in his stomach caused Shark's tears and snot to all flow out. His tears finally washed out the sand in his eyes. He blinked his red and swollen eyes vigorously and finally saw the person who had come to fight for justice. Enduring the pain, he hastily got up and weakly called out, Brother Six. The man who was called Brother Six didn't have any expression on his cold face. He stared at him with an icy gaze that could almost freeze a person's blood. Brother Shark felt a chill run down his spine and collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Who didn't know Brother Six on the docks? He used to be a beggar who had taken food from vicious dogs when he was a child. At the age of 10, with a fierce force, he killed a wolf with his bare hands. At 16, the youth called Luzi One, with several brothers of beggar origin, had defeated the tyrant on the docks and opened up the path to his own career. With his ability, he was able to monopolize the docks. But he wasn't greedy and only held on to several important customers. He left the rest to be divided by the other foremen. Later, Foreman Sun gradually accumulated his own network and got rid of a lot of the smaller forces. Over time, the current situation was formed. Nevertheless, on the docks, the words of the man, who was respectfully known as Brother Six, was even more powerful than the bailiffs. Even the bailiffs had to give him some face. The hoodlums on the docks had been beaten up by him in the past, so they were so scared of him that they would run away whenever they saw him. Shark and Skinny Monkey were one of them. They were merely insignificant people who weren't even qualified to compete with Brother Six, but they had heard of his prestige. They hadn't expected to bump into him today. Skinny Monkey trembled as he thought of Brother Six's cruelty and suddenly felt a warm sensation on the area around his crotch. Scram! Don't let me see you guys at the docks anymore, or else. Brother Six narrowed his eyes, which were fierce like wolves. His voice was light, but the effect was very strong. Shark promptly got up from the ground and replied, Yes. We'll scram immediately. We promise to never step onto the docks again. He was so scared that his legs became limp. He rolled several times on the ground, and then crawled away on both hands and feet. The others also resented their parents for not giving them 2 more legs and desperately ran away, as if they were being chased by a hungry wolf that wanted to bite their butts. Thank you. Xiao Cao had heard the name, Luzi, from Foreman Sun. She only knew that he was a competitor of Foreman Sun and didn't know anything else. Based on those rascals' attitude, this Luzi definitely wasn't someone easy to deal with. Brother Six turned around slowly and lightly nodded at her. Xiao Cao finally had a clear look at his face. He had profound facial features. His eyes and eyebrows made him look a little mixed. He had a tall nose and slightly thin lips. He had uniformly tanned skin due to long-term exposure to the sea breeze and sun. If it weren't for the scar stretching from his left eyebrow to the corner of his lips on the right side of his face, he would definitely be a super icy, handsome man. Brother Six keenly caught the brief expression that flickered through Xiao Xiao's eyes. It looked like she was surprised. He barely restrained his desire to rub at the scars on his face, and a feeling of confused doubt settled into his heart. Didn't they already meet each other yesterday afternoon? At that time, the little girl had been so frightened by his facial scars that her face had turned ghost white. How come her reaction today to his face, which was scary enough to make any little kid weep, was simply surprise? He must have misinterpreted her expression. He briefly glanced at Xiao Xiao and thought about saying something. In the end, he decided to stay silent and turned around to slowly walk towards the area where people were selling breakfast. Xiao Xiao looked around her and noticed that not a soul was in sight and quickly followed behind him. She definitely didn't want to stay in that area by herself. If that group of scoundrels suddenly came back looking for blood, then she was dead meat in their hands. Since Xiao Xiao was gone for a long time, Yu Hai was starting to get antsy waiting for her by the noodle stand. When he saw his daughter coming back with her tail between her legs next to a stern and ferocious-looking man with facial scars, his first thought was that his beloved daughter was being bullied. He quickly limped forward and pushed his daughter behind him. He looked at old Six warily and said, "Don't be scared, daughter. Father is here and I definitely won't let anyone bully you." Xiao Xiao simultaneously felt touched and tickled by his protectiveness. She smiled apologetically at Brother Six, pulled her father back to the stool to sit down, and explained, "Father, Brother Six wasn't giving me problems. On the contrary, he had just saved me from bullies." After that, she broadly sketched out what had happened during that heart-pounding scenario to her father. Yu Hai pulled on her hand and inspected her from head to toe. Only after he didn't find anything out of the ordinary did he slightly relax a bit and say, "The docks are very chaotic, so in the future you're not allowed to wander around randomly. Brother, I was rude to you earlier, but thank you very much for saving my daughter." Brother Six's face was as expressionless as before, and he only lightly nodded his head in reply. He opened his mouth for the first time to speak to old Lu, "I'd like a bowl of noodles and soup without any bean flour noodles." Old Lu quickly ripped a piece of dough from a small bowl and skillfully rolled and cut the dough into sections. Within a short period of time, a bowl of delicious noodles was done. At this moment, Yu Hai hastily took out a portion of braised pig head meat and a portion of pickled fish from the basket. He then placed them both in front of Brother Six a bowl and said, "Brother, eat these two dishes with your noodles. Take them as a token of my gratitude for saving my daughter's life earlier." Brother Six slightly raised his eyebrows but didn't refuse the offer. However, when he finished eating and left, he had placed 2 copper coins on the table. When Yu Hai noticed the coins, he wanted to chase after the man to return the money but was stopped by Xiao Xiao, who said, "Father, let it be. He doesn't lack these 2 copper coins. Get ready, it's almost time for the dockworkers' break to eat their meals." Sure enough, when they looked towards the direction of the wharf, they saw a group of rough, old men chattering and laughing as they walked over. A few people who were more impatient walked briskly the whole way and started calling out to Xiao Xiao from far away, "Xiao Xiao, give me 2 portions of braised pig head meat, I want the fatty portions. Xiao Xiao, I want a portion of the pig intestines and one of the tripe. Do you have any of the fish from yesterday? I want 2 of those." Despite having heard his son describe the situation over and over to him, Yu Hai was shocked when he saw it in person. However, Xiao Xiao had become accustomed to this and calmly dealt with the crowd while also advertising her new product, "Old Uncle Hao, today I also made a new type of food. This is called blood sausage, do you want to buy a portion to try? You have another new type of braised food. Give me a portion of blood sausage," hollered a young fellow. He was behind the crowd of people surrounding her, and, despite his attempts at jumping around to get to the front, he was unable to squeeze through. "Give me a portion to try, too. Those of you in the front, don't buy too many at once and leave me a portion of the blood sausages, ah. I absolutely believe in Xiao Xiao's cooking skills." The father and daughter pair worked together to receive the money until their hands started cramping from the effort. They were busy for over an hour without any chance to take a quick breather or break. The crowd gradually dispersed when the basket had about 1/10 of the original amount of braised food left. At this point, old Lu's noodle stall was also full of people at the tables eating noodles. The father and daughter pair could only find a rock at the side of the road to sit on to rest their feet. Grandma Lu was busy but sent the 2 of them each a bowl of steaming hot noodle soup. She smiled and said, "You hi, Xiao Sao, you two must be thirsty, right? Drink a mouthful of noodle soup and let it wet your throats." "Thank you, Grandma Lu. There's no need to wait on us, I'm sure you have other things to do, right?" Xiao Sao took the 2 bowls from the old woman and gave one of them to her father. The other one she held in her hands as she drank in small sips from the bowl. At this time, Xiao Sao noticed that her eldest uncle, Lu Pei, second uncle, Lu Han, and her oldest male cousin, Lu Jiwei, were at a nearby kanji stall eating food. She put down her bowl of soup and took out a portion of pickled fish, blood sausage, and braised pig head meat to take over there. "Eldest uncle, second uncle, oldest cousin, you are all eating breakfast right now. Second uncle, did you come to the docks to find work today too?" Xiao Sao greeted the men warmly. In the previous 2 days, she had only seen eldest uncle with oldest cousin in the area. This was the first time she had seen second uncle at the docks. Lu Pei and Lu Han raised their heads and grinned at her. "Hey, Xiao Sao. How's the business going today? Look, your head is full of sweat, you must be exhausted, right?" I'm fine. Today my father came with me as well. Eldest uncle and second uncle, here's some of the braised food and pickled fish I made. You should all try some and see how it tastes. I didn't make enough the past 2 days so I couldn't leave you guys any, Xiao Sao replied somewhat bashfully. The honest and timid Lu Han shook his hand hastily and said, "Your eldest aunt had packed us some salted vegetables. Earlier I noticed that your braised food sells really well here, so you should keep the food to make money. Your family has a great need for money at the moment." Xiao Sao smiled. "I made a bit too much food today, so there's still some left in my basket. When we were remodeling the house, eldest uncle and second uncle were both a great help to us. It's right and necessary that I repay your kindness with my feelings of respect. Please take the food. Oldest cousin, you should try this pickled fish, I bet you'll really like the taste." The 3 men from the Lu family only brought a few pancakes made from coarse grain and 3 salted radishes from home for breakfast. At the kanji stall, they also bought 3 bowls of bean soup for 1 copper coin apiece. Although Lu Jiwei had a tall and imposing figure, he was only around 14 to 15 years of age. This was the time when boys like him constantly hungered for food to eat. Had the person selling the braised food for 1 copper coin a portion not been Xiao Sao, he would have gone over earlier to queue for the food. Sometimes, he would see his fellow dock workers eating the braised food with gusto, and he could catch a whiff of its tantalizing and appetizing smell. Those were the times when he almost couldn't keep the drool in his mouth. When he noticed that Xiao Sao had already opened the oiled paper packets and the tempting, savory smell of the braised food hit his nose, Lu Jiwei had to swallow down the saliva that flooded his mouth. He glanced at his father and older uncle. His eyes glinted with a look of pure envy that was the exact same look little Shishtu had whenever he wanted to eat something. Xiao Sao stifled her desire to burst out laughing and snatched the pancake from his hand. She unfolded it flat and put a piece of stir-fried fish and a couple pieces of fatty pig head meat in the middle. She then gently placed the food back in his hands and said, "Oldest cousin, try it. This was all made by me." Back by the noodle stall, Yu Hai had a few more customers come up to him to buy food. After that, other than the portion of braised food reserved for Foreman's son, the rest of the food had pretty much been sold out. He placed the basket back on the wheelbarrow and walked over to where Xiao Sao and the others were. He also urged the men when he got there, "Eldest brother-in-law, second older brother-in-law, it's only 3 copper coins worth of food. Xiao Sao is showing her filial respect to you, so just eat some." Seeing that they couldn't refuse the offer, Lu Pei and Lu Han each used a pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised pig head meat and placed it into their mouths to slowly savor. A burst of delicious flavor hit their tongues. They had never eaten anything so delicious, so it prompted them both to praise the food endlessly. The 2 brothers then tried only a bite or 2 of the other 2 dishes. They left the rest of the food for Lu Jiwei to eat, as he was still a growing adolescent. After Lu Pei finished eating breakfast, he took a look at his younger brother-in-law's leg. With sincere concern, he asked, "I've been a bit busy lately, so I haven't had the time to visit you. Does your leg give you any problems after walking so far a distance?" Yu Hai slapped his left leg a couple of times and grinned, "Not a problem at all. The doctor in town even told me to walk a bit more on it when I have the time. It's all thanks to Xiao Sao for massaging my leg every night. Otherwise, I don't think my leg would get better so quickly. Who knows, maybe after more time passes, I can also go to the docks to find some work." The two brothers from the Liu family complimented their younger sister and brother-in-law for raising such an obedient and sweet daughter. Yu Hai felt more happy from hearing the praises than he did about his own leg getting better. The small group of people chatted for a little bit more until it was time to start working again. Yu Hai and his daughter had also gotten enough rest during this interlude. They left the saved portion of braised food for Foreman Sun at Old Lou's noodle stand and prepared to go into town with their wheelbarrow to buy some stuff at the town's markets. At this point, the solemn-looking brother Six came over. He threw some silver bits at Xiao Sao and said, "Tomorrow I have an important client coming over. Are you able to help me prepare some food for them?" Xiao Sao looked at the money in her hands and estimated that it must be around 2 taels worth of money. She proceeded to ask him more details about his clients. How many people did he plan on entertaining? Were they Southerners or Northerners? Did they have any specific tastes or requests regarding their food? Brother Six answered her questions one by one. After that, Xiao Sao had a good idea on what she needed to prepare. At this time, Foreman Sun hurriedly rushed over from the docks to hear and clearly didn't take any time to catch his breath. He looked at the silver bits in Xiao Sao's hands and frowned. "What's going on, Xiao Sao? Is there someone trying to cause trouble for you here? If so, don't feel shy to tell me. You have me behind you." Brother Six stared at him with an imperceptible smile on his face until Foreman Sun started to feel uncomfortable. Only then did Brother Six speak. "Foreman Sun, I know what you're thinking about. The larger one's head is, the larger the hat you'll have to wear. Beware of biting off more than you can chew. Xiao Sao is someone who does business with everyone and is not just an instrument for you to use to bring in clients. Old son, tomorrow's customer isn't someone you can steal just because you want to." Foreman Sun rubbed his nose out of embarrassment and said, "Ah Luzi, don't be so petty. Xiao Sao has helped me a bit, so I was afraid that she was being bullied by others." Brother Six glanced at him with disinterest and then returned his gaze back on Xiao Sao. He said, "Then I'll be counting on you tomorrow." After that, he turned and left the area. Foreman Sun took offense to his attitude and sneered while quietly grumbling, "What's he so proud about? If I had come to the docks to work 2 years earlier, then I wouldn't have to deal with your blustering." "Xiao Sao, what did that stupid Luzi want you to do for him? He gave you so much money, he's not asking you to do something illegal, right?" Xiao Sao looked at him with a faint smile on her face and said, "Older Uncle Sun, he was merely admiring my culinary talent and wanted me to make some delicious food for him tomorrow. He gave me this money to buy ingredients. Older uncle, the braised food you reserved is back at Grandpa Lu's place. It's getting late, I need to go into town and restock my seasoning and condiment supplies." Xiao Sao's clear and bright eyes seemed to pierce through Foreman Sun's small schemes, and he replied with slight embarrassment, "Then go. Here's the money I owe you for the food." It wasn't a special market day at the markets at the docks today, so there weren't a lot of people browsing. Most of the shops were open at the market, and Butcher Wang's meat shop was one of those open stalls. "Xiao Sao, are you here to buy another pig head and pig offal? How was business today? This uncle has heard that your 1 copper coin per meat dish is very popular at the docks." Butcher Wang smiled genially as he greeted her. Every day Butcher Wang slaughtered a pig. Half of the pig meat went to the restaurants in the area, and the other half was sold at his store. By the time the day ended, most of the other half of meat had been bought out. As usual, Xiao Sao spent 6 copper coins to buy a pig head. For the tripe and intestines, she persisted on giving him 4 copper coins for them. As for the pig's blood, Butcher Wang insisted on giving it to her for free. After lightly rubbing at the silver pieces in the purse that Brother Six had given her, she also bought 2 caddies of pork belly and a large pork bone. Butcher Wang looked at her in surprise and said, "You're buying a lot of meat today. Are you guys having guests over?" Xiao Sao didn't bother explaining and only smiled, I need to take care of a visitor who has some status, so I need to get some stuff to make the table more presentable." The bought ingredients were placed in the wheelbarrow that Yu Hai was pushing. She then led them into a shop in town that sold rice and other grains. As they entered the store, they could hear people making a racket. The sounds of the scolding voice of an adult and the wailing of child blended together into a cacophony. Xiao Sao stood at the entrance, listening for a bit. Apparently, the child of the family that ran the store was naughty and accidentally spilled water on a bag of glutinous rice. Although the store's manager did his best to save the rice, over 10 caddies of rice had been soaked by the water. Everyone knew that rice that had been soaked in water was no good. Even after letting it dry, the rice would still crumble into pieces and powder. Thus, over 17 to 18 caddies of glutinous rice were no longer sellable. The shopkeeper's entire family relied on the income from this tiny rice and grain store, and were only barely able to make it from month to month. Suddenly losing 17 to 18 caddies of glutinous rice meant that they were losing over 100 copper coins of sales. How could the manager not feel his heart bleed a little? However, on the other hand, he couldn't bear to hit his child, so he could only give the boy a rough scolding. "Uncle shopkeeper, I offer you 3 copper coins per caddy for all of this wet glutinous rice. Are you willing to sell it to me?" Xiao Cao suddenly interjected after assessing the situation. Although the sound of her voice wasn't very loud, the noise in the store abruptly cut off and it became silent. The shopkeeper looked at her and then glanced at the adult behind her and softly replied, "Little girl, once the rice gets soaked with water, it won't taste good anymore. Just because it doesn't taste good doesn't mean it isn't edible, right? Shopkeeper uncle, you can't sell this rice anymore, how about you just give to me at a cheap price?" Xiao Cao smiled sweetly. Just as the owner of the rice shop wanted to say something, his wife pulled on his sleeve and spoke instead, "Little girl, this glutinous rice is usually 8 to 9 copper coins a caddy. If you want all of it, the lowest we can go is 5 copper coins a caddy. Otherwise, we'd be better off leaving it for ourselves to eat." The owner of the stall was angry and anxious at the same time. He stared at his wife helplessly in worry. However, his wife glared at him fiercely, and the look in her eyes seemed to say, "If you dare to say anything, then I'll definitely have something to say to you." Xiao Cao shrugged her shoulders and replied, "If that's the case, then please keep the rice for yourselves to eat. Father, let's go to that other rice stall to take a look." The shopkeeper hastily threw off his wife's hand. He rushed forward to block their way and said, "Don't leave. 3 copper coins a caddy it is, 3 copper coins a caddy it is. There's 19 caddies of wet glutinous rice altogether, and I'll even throw in 1 caddy for free." Seeing that the shopkeeper was at least honest and sincere, she gave him 54 copper coins and had her father load all of the glutinous rice onto their wheelbarrow. She also asked them how much the wheat flour and regular rice cost, and thought the prices were quite reasonable. So she also bought 10 caddies of wheat flour and 5 caddies of rice. Thus, she had suddenly spent 130 copper coins at the grain store alone. Luckily, their business had gone pretty well today, and they had earned over 200 copper coins alone from selling the braised food. If she added the 2 taels of silver bits that Brother Six gave her, Xiao Cao didn't feel bad about spending so much money. After they stepped out of the rice and grain store, Xiao Cao also went to a general goods shop to replenish a small number of seasonings and condiments for the family. She even reluctantly fished out some money to buy half a caddy of white sugar. Now, she had pretty much spent all of the money she had earned from selling braised food. However, when she thought about how all of these seasonings would last her for at least half a month, she immediately felt happier at the thought of all the taels she could earn from them. Yu Hai didn't say a single word as he watched his daughter spend money as if it was water. In fact, the money they had earned that morning hadn't even had a chance to get warmed up in their hands before it all went out. Despite that, not a peep came out of his mouth even when she was buying glutinous rice that had been soaked with water. On their way, it was Xiao Cao who finally asked him why cheerfully, "Father, how come you didn't stop me when I was buying glutinous rice that had been soaked?" Yu Hai pushed the wheelbarrow with his daughter in it with a satisfied expression and smiled, "Whatever my Xiao Cao buys definitely has its uses. Father knows you're not a child who spends money recklessly. Then again, even if you couldn't do anything with the glutinous rice, it still wouldn't go to waste. Even bits and powdery pieces of glutinous rice can be used to make a congee that is more tasty than pancakes made from bean flour." Xiao Cao grinned, "Thank you father for trusting me. I really do have a good idea for this rice. Brother Six asked me to help him create a table of dishes for his guest. I want to make something special and unique. I need to help him look good, especially since he saved me from those hooligans. My plan is to make pearl meatballs with them. They'll be fragrant and tasty, shiny and pure, and will be considered a top-notch dish whether you're judging it for looks or taste. His clients will definitely like them. If you grind the glutinous rice into glutinous rice flour, it can be used to make desserts. Also, making some pig's blood glutinous rice cake will also be quite good." Seeing his daughter's extremely thin face lit up with happiness as she talked made Yu Hai feel both happy and proud of his daughter. The daughter they had once thought wouldn't reach adulthood has actually stepped it up and shouldered a lot of responsibilities for the family. When they got home, Xiao Cao began to draw up the menu and prepare the ingredients for the food. The pearl meatballs needed small steamer baskets. Something as simple as this type of bamboo tool was not hard for Yu Hai to make. He took a drink of water and started to chop some bamboo, following the directions his daughter gave him to make the baskets. Salted egg yolks were needed to make the pearl meatballs, so Xiao Cao went to the Qian family and knocked on their door. Madame Mao came out, and when she saw Xiao Cao, she asked with surprise, "Xiao Cao, why are you at our place at this time?" Xiao Cao straightforwardly replied, "Auntie Qian, do you have any salted duck eggs? If so, can you sell me a few?" Ducks generally lay fewer eggs in the winter, but they were still hard to sell. The problem was that most people didn't like to eat duck eggs because they had an odd smell. In order to keep them from going bad, Madame Mao used coarse sea salt to pickle the duck eggs. She likely still had some left after eating and selling some of her stock. "I have some, Xiao Cao, how many do you want? However, salted duck eggs are 1 copper coin each, okay?" Madame Mao's personality was just this way. She never tempered her words and always said things in a straightforward way. Xiao Cao nodded her head. She actually liked this type of personality. If the duck eggs were offered to her for free, she would feel too uncomfortable to take them. She fished out 10 copper coins from her embroidered purse and said, "Auntie Qian, please give me 10 for now. In the future, if I need more, I'll be sure to come to Auntie's to buy more." Madame Mao took out 11 duck eggs from the jar and placed them in her basket. She smiled and said, "My son, Qian Wu, went to your house again this morning to beg for food. I don't have anything good in this house, so I'll just give you an extra duck egg." Although Madame Mao didn't know how to mince her words, she also wasn't the type of person to take advantage of other people. Qian Wen had eaten 2 pickled fish earlier that morning, which came out to exactly 1 copper coin. Hence, she gave Xiao Cao an extra duck egg. Xiao Cao didn't refuse the offer and thanked Madame Mao instead. When she got home, she went over the menu in her head again. Brother Six, a client, was a northerner who needed to eat meat with every meal and loved to eat spicy foods. "Ah, I got it." Earlier that afternoon, she had caught a large fish at the pond, so she could make that into poached sliced fish in hot chili oil, and the fish head could be used to make fish head with chopped peppers. With the pearl meatballs as one of them, right now Xiao Cao had 3 types of good dishes to serve. Were there any other unique foods she could make? Xiao Cao racked her mind for ideas. That's right. Didn't she buy some pork belly earlier? She remembered that Auntie Jo had made some sun-dried salted vegetables. If she could borrow some, she could make steamed pork with salted vegetables. These 4 dishes were all non-vegetarian dishes that contained meat, so she needed to come up with a vegetable-based dish to pair with them all. But in this season, where would she get some fresh produce? Xiao Cao went into the courtyard to look at the green vegetable shoots that had just opened up under the noon sun. Her heart ached at the thought of harming them so early in their cycle. If she really had no other choice, then she would just pick a few of the larger leaves and make a bowl of green vegetables and egg drop soup. In a moment she needed to go to the tofu sellers and buy some dried tofu. The plan was to fry it and then marinate it slightly with some of the braising seasoning to successfully make a plate of braised dried tofu. How about, she should also make a plate of spicy and sour cabbage, as well. After all, they were limited by what was in season at this time of year. Suddenly, a different idea flashed into her head. She could make sautéed shredded pork in sweet bean sauce. This was a dish that she herself had really liked, so it probably meant that they didn't have it in this era, right? It would definitely taste novel and delicious to the people here. Thus, she decided to eliminate fish head with chopped peppers from the menu. 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 1 soup should be more than enough for 2 people if she also added a main starch dish, sweet potato with sweet rice flour cakes. That afternoon, it was still Shaolian who went with Shishtu to the docks to sell the pickled fish. After Yu Hai finished crafting the bamboo steamer baskets, he took the fish bait that Xiao Cao had prepared to catch some fish. He had a very important assignment. He needed to catch a fish that weighed at least 5 catties. The best scenario would be if he could fish up a black carp. Madame Lu found herself busy with preparing the pig head and intestines that afternoon. They were planning on using those ingredients to make more braised food. When Madame Fang came over to call on them and saw that she had more work than one person could handle, she also rolled up her sleeves to help. They were so busy that the whole household wished they could each grow another pair of arms to finish all that needed to be done. As for Xiao Cao's mission, that was to nap that afternoon, as she needed to wake up very early tomorrow to prepare the food for her client. Surely enough, Before the sun came out the next morning, Xiao Cao automatically woke up. When she got up from bed, she noticed Madame Lu was extremely busy in the kitchen making breakfast. Madame Lu had wanted to make sure that both her husband and daughter got to eat their fill before they left for the day. The filling of the pearl meatballs was made of ground meat. Luckily, they didn't need a lot of ground meat, so Madame Lu was able to chop a few times with a cleaver, and the amount they needed was done. Xiao Cao seasoned the finely chopped meat and then formed each meatball using some ground meat and half a duck egg's yolk. After forming them, she then rolled each meatball into the glutinous rice and then steamed all of them for about half an hour. The poached sliced fish in hot chili oil was slightly more complicated to make, and it was also best eaten while hot and steaming. Xiao Cao decided to bring the small clay stoves that they had used to concoct her father's medications with them to town. When the moment came, they could use a couple pieces of charcoal and have the dish sit on top of the stove. Being able to eat hot and spicy poached fish with the slightly cold sea breeze around them would definitely add to the atmosphere. With 6 dishes, 1 soup, and a staple food to make, Xiao Cao and her mother spent almost 2 hours getting everything ready. Similar to yesterday, Yu Hai pushed the wheelbarrow to town today. The cart held both the braised food they planned to sell today as well as the table of food that Brother Six had reserved. On the way there, Xiao Cao also sat in the wheelbarrow, holding 2 baskets that held the soup. This was to prevent the soup from spilling out along the way and ruining all of her morning's work. When they got to the wharf, Brother Six was already there waiting for them. The place he had reserved for entertaining his guest was the area's best building, the Lin family's restaurant. Although it was considered the best, in reality it was only 3-room building constructed of mud bricks with a tiled roof. Brother Six had reserved the only private room in the restaurant and especially hired Xiao Cao bring in the table of food. From this, one could tell that he really regarded this person as an important client. The customer that Brother Six was inviting over was a steward from Prince Jing's estate. Imperial Prince Jing was in charge of the vast majority of the country's sea trade. This time, he was managing the transport grain from the south to the north. The southern part of the country was a land of fish and rice. For the past 2 years, the area had favorable weather, and since the taxes were relaxed, they even had an abundance of crops left over. On the other hand, the north had suffered from successive years of drought. Tanggu town was near the sea, but the farmers in that area had suffered from decreased output from their fields. As for the northwest part of the country, the drought was in full force and nothing could be grown at this point. Transferring grain from the southern provinces to the north was the brilliant strategic idea of their current emperor. By opening up the imperial treasury, the government was able to buy large amounts of rice and ship it via the sea and river transport to the north. This helped to stabilize grain prices in the drought-stricken areas and lessened the disaster by a good amount. This was also the main reason why there weren't a lot of refugees from the north traveling despite the successive years of drought. Imperial Prince Jing was the paternal uncle of the current emperor. Although he had mediocre abilities, his heart was in a good place and he was honest. As the person in charge of trade by sea, he often went himself to oversee the operations. In fact, he personally went many times to the south to escort the ships to bring the rice and grain to the north. The guest that Brother Six was receiving today was a capable person under Imperial Prince Jing. If one wanted to continue to be a part of this shipping business, it was necessary to have a good relationship with this man. For the sake of keeping the food warm and fresh, Brother Six requested that Xiao Cao stay in the building and use the restaurant's facilities on an as-needed basis. Xiao Cao agreed easily to this request. Her father could more than handle the braised food sales on his own. By the time the cargo ships had gotten the shore, it was already past breakfast time. Steward Wu from Prince Jing's estate had long gotten tired of spending time on the boat. However, he had previously visited the docks at Tanggu town many times before, so he was quite familiar with the conditions of that area. The only thing Steward Wu hoped for was to have something warm to eat for breakfast as he stepped onto dry land. Under Brother Six's lead, he arrived at a simple and crude-looking restaurant. Tell the kitchen to bring out the food. Although Brother Six's attitude was warm, he didn't come off as being too eager for something. Instead he acted very naturally, which allowed Steward Wu to feel free and unrestrained. Okay. The waiter didn't disappear for long before he appeared with a bowl of lush green and bright yellow leafy vegetables and egg drop soup. He reported the name of the dish. This is an appetizer soup. These 2 guests, please take a bowl each and start. The private room had one particular guest who seemed to have an imposing manner and clearly had a status that was beyond the ordinary. Although the person didn't order any food from this restaurant, he had given them a decent amount of money. Thus, the manager of the restaurant had instructed the employees of the place to take good care of these guests. Are these green vegetables? Is it the season for green vegetables to appear on the market here? Steward Wu had just come off the ship, so he felt like the ground beneath his feet was still rocking. When he saw the verdant green of the vegetables in the bowl, he immediately felt better inside and started to have an appetite. Brother Six was inwardly flabbergasted too. At this time of the year, most farmers hadn't even planted the seeds of green vegetables yet. This Xiao Sao, where did she manage to get a hold of these vegetables to make the soup? Despite his inner surprise, he calmly helped Steward Wu to ladle up a bowl of green vegetable soup and smiled, "Steward Wu, have a taste of this soup." The appetizer soup had a light and fresh taste. The leaves of the vegetables were tender and soft, and the bright yellow eggs went easily down the throat. Such a fresh and flavorful profile matched entirely with Steward Wu's food preferences. He drank 2 large bowls of soup without a break, and only then did he stroke his beard and smile with admiration. Good. Good. This is extremely delicious. The second dish was the braised dried tofu. The strong flavors of the braising marinade had sunk into each piece of tofu. Even though this dish didn't have any meat, Steward Wu, who only liked to eat meat, still ate several mouthfuls before he stopped. The third dish, pearl meatballs, was covered on the outside with glutinous rice. Each translucent grain seemed to sparkle and glow the way a true pearl would. When bitten into, the perfectly round meatballs had the savory flavor of pork and the distinct, unique taste of duck eggs yolk that blended together harmoniously. With the additional fragrant taste of the glutinous rice added in, Steward Wu, who had traveled extensively around the country, couldn't help but praise this food incessantly. "Luzi, this pearl meatball is quite tasty, and the name is also quite elegant. Did this restaurant switch chefs recently? Where did they get the new chef? He's not any worse than the best chef in the capital. For example, this simple dish of dried tofu, he can even make that taste so good. Tell me, if I manage to make him leave with me, do you think the owner here will make a fuss?" Brother Six laughed. Steward Wu is being too kind. You've followed His Highness, Imperial Prince Jing, all over the country. What kind of culinary delicacies haven't you tried yet? You've been cooped up in that ship for too long, so it made you extremely happy to get ashore. So it's not surprising that you feel like everything you eat tastes good. Try some of this salted vegetables with steamed pork, what do you think? When Xiao Sao was making salted vegetables with steamed pork, she had carefully selected slices of pork belly that had an even ratio of fat to lean meat. She also made sure to render some of the fat off the meat, such that the meat would still be tasty without being greasy. Steward Wu had also had a difficult childhood. After eating one piece, he couldn't help but continuously eat several more pieces before he reluctantly set down his chopsticks. Who would have thought that even pork could be prepared in such an elegant and delicious way? After the meat dishes, Xiao Sao had them serve up a vegetable dish, spicy and sour cabbage. Steward Wu had eaten too many radishes and cabbages in his youth, so he now hated them with a passion. Thus, he didn't seem very interested in eating this dish and managed to try one mouthful with much difficulty. After he tasted it, he discovered that spiciness came with the sour, and hidden in the midst was something savory. The dish was really quite delicious. He thought silently, who has the ability to make even cabbage taste good? This must be a true culinary genius, right? Following that came the sautéed shredded pork in sweet bean sauce. What really surprised him was that it came with very small and thin wheat wraps. By wrapping the meat with some scallion strips, it provided a very unique texture and flavor combination. It was inconceivable. Steward Wu couldn't stop himself from eating more. Don't underestimate this sautéed shredded pork in sweet bean sauce. Just making the meat alone took over 7 to 8 steps, and it drove Xiao Sao crazy while she was fine-tuning the procedure. After experimenting countless times, she was finally able to create a dish that satisfies her desires. However, her efforts were not in vain. Had it not been for his status, Steward Wu would have gone himself to ask the chef what the recipe was. The final dish on the menu, poached sliced fish in hot chili oil, had completely conquered Steward Wu's taste buds. The dish seemed to be filled with the bright red of chili peppers. However, when he was eating it, it was spicy without being too pungent, numbing but not bitter. The fish had been cooked in a way that made it slippery and tender, fatty without being greasy. All of the fishy smell had been taken away, but it still had that unique soft and delicate taste that fish meat had. As soon as one ate a bite, it made the person want to continue eating without stopping. After finishing the entire meal, Steward Wu rubbed at his bulging stomach that almost couldn't bend anymore as he felt extremely conflicted in his heart. Ever since he had been promoted to a steward at Prince Jing's estate, he had pretty much eaten every delicacy and special cuisine that was available. He had never forgotten his manners, even when he had eaten at the restaurants reckoned to be the first or second best in the capital. However, this simple and crude restaurant was unexpectedly a jewel in the rough and had such a fresh and fantastic way of cooking. The next time his master came over, he definitely needed to bring him over to try the food. The chef here is quite talented. Let him come over and get rewarded. Steward Wu leaned back in his chair as he slowly sipped on the fragrant tea that he had brought himself to this restaurant. He suddenly wanted to see this divine chef who could make food that he had never tasted before in his life. Brother Six poured him another cup of tea and smiled. The person who made the food really isn't this restaurant's chef. It was someone I found and brought over especially for you. Lucy, you really are quite detailed and considerate. Good, good, I'll remember this. I'm extremely curious, where did you find someone who's so talented at cooking? Steward Wu looked deeply at Brother Six as he asked. Brother Six didn't attempt to conceal it and replied, a little girl had appeared on the docks these past few days selling a portion of meat for 1 copper coin. She has the ability to take ingredients that other people would throw away, for example a pig's head, intestines, and tiny fish, and make them into delicacies that people fight over. This lowly one believed that she was definitely talented at cooking, so I had her come over to help me create a table for you today. A little girl, you're telling me that this table of food was all made by a little girl? Then I really need to reward her. Steward Wu became even more interested in this little girl after hearing Brother Six's story. In the kitchen, Xiao Cao had sincerely started to clean up the area after the last dish had gone out to the guests. When one was borrowing another person's kitchen, it was only right and proper to return it to the original condition. Just as she finished tidying up the kitchen and was about to leave, the waiter suddenly chased after her and yelled, "Little girl, the esteemed guest inside wants to meet you. He said he really likes the food you made and wants to reward you." A reward? Never say no to free money. She had spent time racking her brains to come up with these dishes, and it wasn't easy to make them either. If the noble guest who ate the food thought it was good and wanted to give her some money, it would definitely be more money than she could earn from selling 1 day's worth of braised food. Xiao Cao scampered after the waiter into the only private room in the building. She gave him an out-of-place bow and lowered her head as she stood there waiting for her reward. Lucy, are you telling me that the little girl who can make simple ingredients into delicacies is her? Steward Wu stared at the little girl who was around 7 to 8 years old that was standing in front of him. She was dressed entirely in shabby yet clean clothes, and her hair had been combed into 2 braids. Her face was thin but she had fair and clear skin. It was obvious that he couldn't quite believe that a child this young was the creator of such delicious food. Lucy, however, very solemnly nodded his head and said, "That is her." Steward Wu clearly was someone who had seen a wide aspect of life, so he quickly got over his surprise at the matter. He smiled at Xiao Cao and asked, "Little girl, where did you learn how to make this food?" Xiao Cao very slightly raised her head and looked him in the eye for a glance. She replied in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "These dishes were all recipes that I figured out myself. Brother Six had saved my life, so since he needed to receive a noble guest, I naturally used all of my ability to help him." Steward Wu exclaimed in surprise, "These were all thought up and created by you. It's not a good habit to start trying to trick people at such a young age." Despite the obvious censure and displeasure in the man's tone, Xiao Cao calmly replied, "My family is poor, and we pretty much can never get a taste of meat or fish throughout the year. This is why when I saw that the butcher was throwing away the pig offal I thought, pig offal is still a part of a pig, so it still should be edible." When I got back home and pondered about it for a couple of days, I made braised pig head and intestines after adding a lot of spices and condiments to the meat. It not only doesn't have any weird smells but also tastes supremely delicious. From then on, I became interested in cooking and creating new dishes. A set of weird and interesting thoughts started to pop up in my mind. Because my family's ability to buy things are limited, I never had the chance to experiment. Yesterday, Brother Six gave me money to create an entire table's worth of food. I went back and experimented for an entire afternoon and finally managed to create this table. If you don't believe me, you can bring my father over and ask him. In the past my family almost had nothing to eat, how could we possibly have the money to hire a teacher to teach me how to cook? Steward Wu glanced again at the cotton-padded clothes and coat on her body that were only cleaner than a set that a beggar would wear. Although he felt the situation was somewhat inconceivable, he didn't continue to pursue this line of questioning and simply labeled her in his mind as someone who was naturally gifted and talented at cooking. Originally his intentions for meeting the chef was to see whether or not he could tempt the person to work for the Prince Jing's estate instead. Recently the matriarch didn't have a good appetite and only wanted to eat foods that were novel and refreshing. However, when he saw this skinny and tiny little girl in front of him, he let go of that idea. A child that was only 7 to 8 years old still needed an adult to take care of them, so how could she leave the place where she grew up to go to the faraway capital? If she missed her home and started crying, who would comfort her? After rewarding Xiao Cao with 5 taels, Steward Wu followed Brother Six, who led him to a nearby guest house for him to get some rest. When Brother Six came out of the guest house, he noticed that Xiao Cao was still standing there. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Thank you very much for your help today, is there anything else you need?" Xiao Cao took out a string of copper coins from her embroidered pouch and lifted it towards him. "Brother Six, this is the money left over from buying all of the ingredients, here take it." The table of food only required half a catty of pork belly, a catty of pork leg meat, 5 duck egg yolks, fish that they had caught on their own, and dried tofu and cabbage that were of little monetary value. Altogether, it only cost about 1 tael and 300 copper coins to prepare the whole meal. However, Brother Six didn't extend his hand to receive the money. He glanced at her hand indifferently and said, "No need. A table of food at Junshou restaurant would cost at least 30 to 50 taels. When you calculate it, it's I who gained the advantage. Thank you for helping me keep a very big client of mine." Xiao Cao gleefully put the money back in her purse and patted the bulging pouch. She grinned, "What are you thanking me for? I'm very happy I could help you. It's not early anymore, Brother Six, you should head out and do what you need to do." By making a few dishes, she was able to earn at least a tael in income. She wished that this type of business could happen several times a month. When she thought of Brother Six's important client rewarding her with 5 taels, Xiao Cao felt even more giddy and ecstatic. She had not only made enough money to pay for her younger brother's school fees but also had some leftover to buy at least 2 sets of clothes for everyone in her family and the materials to make a couple of warm blankets. "Cower, what happened that made you so happy?" As Yu Hai pushed the wheelbarrow, he noticed that his daughter who was sitting on top would occasionally snigger from time to time, which perplexed him. For the past half year or so, his younger daughter had seemed excessively sensible and mature. Sometimes he felt like there was a soul of an adult living in that thin and slightly built body of hers. Xiao Cao looked around them before she fished out a large piece of silver from her chest pocket. She waved the money in front of her father and said, "Look. What do you think this is? Is that silver? What a large piece, it must be worth around 5 taels, right?" A look of surprise appeared on Yu Hai's face as he questioned her, "Cower, where did that come from?" "Brother Six's important client gave it as a reward to me. He said that the food I made was even more delicious than the best restaurants in the capital." Xiao Cao's face glowed with pride, and if she was a little puppy, her tail would have been pointing straight up. His younger daughter rarely showed her childish side, so Yu Hai chuckled, "Of course, my cower is the best. If I didn't know better, I'd believe that the god of food had entered your body. Hee hee. It doesn't matter whether the god of food is with me or if it's the blessings from the god of fortune, as long as I can make money then it's fine. In about 2 days, do you think Brother Qian Wen will be coming home for a break? Tomorrow is market day at the docks. We should buy some cloth and cotton and make little shish 2 sets of new clothing." Xiao Cao chattered happily and words flowed out of her mouth in an unending stream. Seeing that she was happy and excited, Yu Hai simply nodded and agreed with everything she said. With Yu Hai pushing, the over 20-kilometer road home didn't seem as long as before. They both rested at the midpoint, and Xiao Cao rolled up the leg of her father's trouser and started to massage his injured leg with practiced movements. She felt as if her dad had worked too hard walking and said, "Father, we have around 7 to 8 taels right now. How about instead of getting new clothes and blankets we get an ox cart instead?" Yu Hai wiped the sweat off his face and drank a mouthful of sweet and delicious water that had previously been boiled. He felt as if all of the fatigue on his body had been quickly washed away. Xiao Cao had especially prepared some mystic stone water for her father to bring along, so it was natural that it had that effect. When he heard her suggestion, he laughed. 7 to 8 taels is only about enough to buy an ox alone. If we wanted a cart to go with it, even if we provided the wood, it would still require an additional couple hundred copper coins. The money our family has right now is just about enough to buy a donkey cart instead. A donkey is faster than an ox, so it's probably better to have a donkey pull a cart then. Father, how much would a donkey cost? How about we buy a donkey and then have third maternal uncle help us make a donkey cart? In a few days, the vegetables at home should be ready to be sold. If we had a donkey cart, wouldn't it be easier to bring them to market? In her previous life, it was rare to see a donkey around, even in the rural areas. She could faintly remember that her family had raised a donkey when she was young. She had even been carried by her father as he drove the donkey cart to go to the town market. Yuhai felt his heart skip a beat at the idea. The plots of land in the front and back courtyards were already lush and verdant with growing green vegetables. After growing for over 20 days, the produce should soon be ready to be picked and sold at market. If they didn't have a cart, they would need to rely on someone hauling the vegetables by foot to get them into town. It would be quite an effort. One male donkey should be around 4 to 5 tails. If we add on the cart, I'd reckon that Kaur wouldn't be able to wear new clothing then. Yuhai looked briefly at his daughter's worn and patched clothing with a pang of guilt. The weather was getting warmer, but none of his children had any presentable clothing to wear. As a father, he had really let his children down. It's not a problem. If we spend all the money, we can earn more later. We should still buy a donkey first, so that in the future, whether we're going to the docks to sell braised food or going into town, it'll be a lot easier for us to travel. The corners of Xiao Xiao's mouth curved up into a grin and a feeling of excitement rushed into her heart. Very soon her family would be the owners of a cart. All right, when we send Shishtu to the academy in town, we can conveniently stop by the ox and horse market to look. If there's a suitable animal there, then we can buy one then. In the future, when little Shishtu goes into town, we can drop him off and pick him up easily with the donkey cart. Your mother will also feel relieved too. Yuhai made the final decision and could not be swayed from the idea of getting a donkey cart. For the next couple of days, the entire Yu family bustled around, busy with their tasks. Xiao Xiao and Yuhai went to the docks in the morning to sell their braised food. During that time, little Shishtu would bring his older sister, Xiaolian, to the pond behind their house to catch fish. Madame Lu spent her time in the house working on sewing a couple pieces of clothing for her youngest son. She had seen that the neighbor's boy, Qian Wen, was now wearing a long robe. Thus she copied the style and crafted an indigo blue-colored long robe for her son. At noon, Xiao Xiao came back to the house to take an hour nap. When she got up, she helped her mother and Xiaolian to prepare the fish to make pickled fish. In the afternoon, Xiaolian and little Shishtu would go to the docks to sell more braised food. It was actually quite funny. Xiaolian had been going to the docks for about 4 to 5 days now, but none of the customers at the docks had realized the two girls were different people, except for Brother Six. Little Shishtu said that Brother Six seemed to be very surprised when he came over once to buy pickled fish, but the man didn't say a word. Xiao Xiao and Xiaolian were a set of identical twins. In the past, Xiao Xiao had a sickly constitution and had stunted growth since birth. Her body was thin and weak, and she had a deathly pale pallor. On the other hand, Xiaolian had followed her mother around doing household chores for years. Although her body was also thin, it had a strong foundation and her skin was tanner. It was still easy to tell the two girls apart, even if they weren't standing right next to each other. At the present, things had changed. With the little divine stone by her side every day, Xiao Xiao had been slowly nourished by its power until her body was strong and healthy. She even grew a decent amount of height in the past half year and had almost caught up to Xiaolian, who had previously been half a head taller than her. As for Xiaolian, she had been washing her face every day with the mystic stone water. In addition, everything she ate and drank had been touched by the stone's water. Thus, her previously somewhat coarse and tanned skin had been transformed into soft and bright skin. Now if someone glanced at the two of them, there was hardly a difference between the two. However, those who were familiar with the two girls could still in a glimpse catch the differences. Xiao Xiao's eyes were always bright and Xiaolian, from time to time, would reveal a cute and silly expression. From what Shishtu was saying, it seemed like Brother Six, who she had only seen a few times, was able to tell the difference between her and Xiaolian with one look. Xiao Xiao was a bit puzzled by this scenario. However, she quickly put that thought to the back of her mind as other ideas came to the forefront. Because they could earn almost 300 copper coins a day, the whole family labored busily with an optimistic outlook towards the future. Time passed quickly until it was the day that Qian Wen was coming back for his break. In this time period, possibly due to the influence of the Transmigrator who established the current dynasty, all of the schools in the country were using the modern-day schedule, 5 days of study with 2 days of break. Other than the people who rented apartments in town to live in, most of the other students boarded at the dormitories. On the first day of the week, classes started at 7 a.m. in the morning, and on the 5th day, classes ended at 5 p.m. This meant that those who lived close to home could spend 3 nights and 2 days there. Yu Hai intentionally brought some braised food over to the Qian family when he called on them. He wanted to ask them for guidance and get help in determining what Shishtu need to bring to school and other such details. When Qian Wen found out that little Shishtu had been accepted into the academy by the recommendation of the headmaster, he felt simultaneously happy for the little boy and a tiny bit of envy grew in his heart. The headmaster of Rongshuan Academy was the most famous scholar of his generation. All of the students in the academy had wanted to enter the school based off of his reputation. However, the headmaster rarely taught the beginner classes. In fact, even the intermediate and higher level classes were infrequently graced by his presence. Great scholar Yuan only gave out pointers and coached the students who were close to participating in the metropolitan civil exams. If one could catch great scholar Yuan's attention, then obtaining first place at the examinations would not be difficult at all. The graduates from the academy who had achieved first to third place in the imperial examinations had all been personally guided by the headmaster himself. Little Shishtu had just turned 6 but was bright and eager to learn. He frequently came over to Qian Wen's residence to learn how to read and write characters. The little fellow learned quickly and only required 1 to 2 repetitions before he could remember it. Qian Wen would have never expected that the boy would be so lucky that the headmaster would recognize his talent while selling food at the docks. The early morning of spring had a chilly nip in the air. The branches of willow trees by the road had already started to become tender and flexible. One could occasionally see a few strands of green within the patches of withered grass. All of this combined started to make people feel like spring had finally arrived. On the days when old Zhang wasn't delivering firewood to town, he could always be found at the crack of dawn at the crossroads with his ox cart. Rides were offered to a few villagers who needed to go to town and the cost for the ride was 1 copper coin a person. Old Zhang could make some spending money from this. Usually, it was considered a good day if he could earn around 10 to 18 coppers from his ride services. The vast majority of villagers were frugal and didn't want to spend that 1 coin, so they mostly used their own legs to get to town. Today was the end of the 2-day break for students. There were a few children in the nearby villages who all studied at the schools in town. Although most of them weren't at Rongshuan Academy, having scholarly talents alone was enough to make their parents proud. Those families who were able to pay the schooling fees naturally didn't lack that 1 copper coin for the ox cart ride. Thus, all of those parents who dearly loved their children would always spend a copper coin to let them hitch a ride to town whenever old Zhang wasn't hauling firewood. Old Zhang was flabbergasted when he saw Yu Hai and his 2 kids next to Qian Wen. He asked curiously, "Da Hai, are you going into town to get your leg checked out?" Yu Hai's entire face was wreathed in happiness as he shook his head. "No, older Uncle Zhang. My leg has already healed. Kaur and I are bringing Shishtu to town to go to school." "He's going to town to study? The yearly tuition is quite a lot, isn't your family?" Old Zhang didn't continue his train of thought and merely looked sympathetically at Yu Hai. Yu Hai's expression didn't change and continued to smile brightly. "The academy told us that we can delay paying the first 2 months of tuition. After a few days, when my leg is completely better, I'll go hunting in the mountains. Won't I have the schooling fees then? No matter how hard or rough it gets, I can't hold my children back." "You still dare to go up the mountain? The last time you came back you were all bloody. It truly scared the heck out of all the villagers. Just be a little bit more poor. Who knows what's in those mountains? The less you go the better." Old Zhang begged Yu Hai to reconsider out of concern. In the past, the young men of the village often went into the mountains to trap some hares and kill some pheasants because they had seen Hunter Zhao and Yu Hai make money from hunting. However, ever since Yu Hai had his accident, other than the highly skilled Hunter Zhao, most of the other villagers didn't dare to go into the mountains anymore. Old Zhang had lived in Qishan village for many decades and this was the first time he had heard that a vicious animal like a wild bear was in the mountains. Even though the wild bear had been killed, who knew what other ferocious animals and creatures lived in the mountain? Yu Hai grinned. "It's not a big deal. As long as you don't go deep into the mountains, you won't have any issues." People in nearby villages go through the forests by the mountains every day. After all these years, have you heard of an accident occurring? At that time, it was because we had not been careful and alarmed a bear who had just woken up from his winter nap. Without precautions, in the future, as long as we're more careful we'll be fine. Old Zhang simply sighed and shook his head. He took out 2 of the 3 copper coins given to him and said, "Your children don't take up much space, so you only need to pay for 1 person. Your family doesn't have an easy life." Xiao Sao thanked Grandpa Zhang. Although her family currently didn't lack the 1 or 2 copper coins, all of them still felt grateful for old Zhang's kindness and good intentions. The 2 siblings chose a middle spot on the ox cart and leaned their backs against little Shishtu's bag as they squatted down. Yu Hai sat next to old Zhang in the front and spent the time chatting with him about non-essential things. Qian Wen sat next to the 2 siblings as he quietly read aloud from a book. His head bobbed gently with the cart's movements. The ox cart started and stopped several times. When it passed by the 3rd village, the cart was finally full of people going into town. Xiao Sao and her younger brother had been squeezed solidly into the middle of the vehicle and couldn't even extend their legs out. Although it was uncomfortable, Xiao Sao felt that it wasn't the right time to complain. Qian Wen apparently seemed to sense her discomfort and decided to switch places with her. This allowed her to sit at the side of the cart and dangle her legs down. It was certainly more comfortable than curling up her legs. Xiao Sao smiled gratefully at Qian Wen. Meanwhile, little Shishtu had managed to squeeze himself in between his father and Grandpa Zhang. He had taken old Zhang's bullwhip and was using it to draw pictures in the air. It hadn't reached breakfast time when the cart arrived in Tanggu town. Xiao Sao had carefully cradled a delicate woven basket the entire road there. Inside the basket were some gifts that she planned on giving to the academy's headmaster. With Qian Wen to guide them, the 3 of them managed to go straight to Rongshuan Academy. The main gate to the school was large and spectacular, and on the top of the gate was an inscription board with Rongshuan Academy written on it. In fact, those words had been personally written by the Emperor Emeritus himself. The schoolyard had been designed along symmetrical lines and had a deep courtyard. The main building was built on the central axis, and the classroom that the headmaster personally taught in was located at the exact middle of the complex. The other lecture halls were divided into 2 rows at the sides. The dining hall, worship hall, and ancestral hall were ordered around the left and right of the main wing. The layers of sites within the courtyard gave off a wondrous and marvelous atmosphere. There was a pond with a stream, a stone bridge, and pavilions. A person walking around could hear the faint cadence of students repeating the words they read in their books. This was a place that dripped of culture and learning, and people visiting couldn't help but feel a sense of deep reverence and fascination. With Qian Wen's guidance, the 3 of them managed to smoothly enter through the academy's main gate. As they walked through the secluded and quiet avenue, they couldn't help but walk more lightly than they usually would. It was currently the meal time at the academy, so Qian Wen directly brought them into the canteen courtyard. The area was split into 2 courtyards. One of them was naturally the place where the students were able to eat food. The other smaller area was a bit more elegant and it was for the teachers. Xiao Sao tightly squeezed on the handle of her basket and joyfully followed Qian Wen from behind. When they arrived at a round gate shaped like the moon, they were stopped by a student who was dressed in a black robe. "Student, this is the courtyard where the teachers eat. If you want to partake in a meal, please go over there." Qian Wen respectfully gave a greeting and quietly replied, "Brother, if you don't mind, could you report to the headmaster and tell him that the little boy from the docks that he had accepted into the school is here to report for duty." The headmaster had personally accepted a new student. The youth wearing the black robe peeped inquisitively at the little boy who was wearing an entire set of brand new cotton-padded clothes and the man and little girl who were clothed shabbily. He paused for a second and then nodded, "Please wait a moment here." Inside the canteen, Headmaster Yuan was having a snack with the academy supervisor and the official of rights and history. When he heard what the student prefect reported, his eyes immediately lit up and sillily asked, "Is the girl that's with him about 7 to 8 years of age? Did she come empty-handed? Did she really not bring anything?" The academy supervisor was considered an old friend of his and knew that he never received other people's gifts. Flabbergasted, he silently asked himself why his old friend would ask something like that. Isn't this making it obvious that you want something from her? What sort of person could make his old friend do something so out of character? The official of rights and history also gave the headmaster a bewildered glance. The student prefect secretly peeked at the headmaster and quietly replied, "The little girl had a basket in her hands. There was a piece of rough cloth covering the top, so I don't know what's in the basket. Inside his heart he felt that this was not right and proper. The three of them looked like they came from an impoverished family. What kind of poor gift could they give? Could be a few chicken eggs, or a bunch of dried vegetables, at most it'd be an old hen. What was there to look forward to? Yet, when the headmaster heard his reply, his expression became even more excited. The old man stood up abruptly with a whoosh, and paced around a few steps as he guffawed. Looks like this little girl has some sense in her head. Quickly, let those people come in. Qian Wen felt even more surprised when he found out that the headmaster would personally receive the Yu family. Just what kind of talent did little Shish Tu have that made the esteemed headmaster favor him so much? However, when the three esteemed scholars of the academy came out to personally receive them, Qian Wen felt extremely privileged to be able to bask in the glory of others. He bowed deeply to the headmaster, academy supervisor, and the official. Headmaster Yuan noticed that he was wearing the uniform of a student, a long gown. He smiled at him and nodded his head. Are you a student in the junior class? What's your name? Are you from the same hometown as Yu Fan and his sister? They had to admit, Headmaster Yuan had a formidable memory. After all these days had passed, he could still clearly remember little Shish Tu's full name. As for being able to recognize Qian Wen as a student in the junior class, that wasn't because he had an impression of Qian Wen. Instead, the classes at the academy, primary, junior, middle, and advanced, all had different uniform colors. The children in the primary class wore long robes that were in ink blue color. The junior class had sea blue, the middle class was azure blue, and the advanced class wore a pale moon blue. By looking at the sea blue uniform Qian Wen was wearing, Headmaster Yuan could tell in a glance what class he was in. Qian Wen respectfully bowed to Great Scholar Yuan in a reply to his question. Headmaster Yuan stared obviously at the basket in Xiao Cao's hands and carelessly encouraged Qian Wen with a couple of sentences. The boy felt overwhelmed with favor by his attention. The old man waved his hand in dismissal to let Qian Wen go eat a meal, and then he smiled toothily at Xiao Cao. He rubbed his hands in anticipation. Little girl, what's in your basket? The greedy monster inside my stomach is already rumbling, quickly take it out. The academy supervisor and official of rights looked at each other and then simultaneously turned their heads away. We don't know this shameful man, we don't know him. Esteemed headmaster, you really have a good nose. I brought over some braised pig head meat and pickled fish. Do you want to try them? Xiao Cao took out 2 plates of tantalizing braised food from the basket and placed them on the table in front of the 3 important figures of the academy. Braised pig head meat, is that the dish that the Emperor Emeritus loves the most? That's fantastic. Ah, you two, didn't you both say that you were full? If you're full, then leave, quickly leave now. Headmaster Yuan protected the 2 plates of food like it was his beloved treasure. He wanted to keep his beloved food away from the 2 hungry wolves that were his old friends. The academy supervisor and official of rights had been friends for him for a long time, so they naturally knew what type of personality he had. They looked at the table full of food that had been barely touched and the wine cups that had only a sip taken out. The 2 of them looked at each other bitterly and silently got up to leave. It looked like they needed to have the kitchen make another table of food. The 2 men glanced at the raggedly clothed Xiao Cao and thought, this little girl looks like she comes from a very poor family, yet she can bring out something that our old friend, who disdains the food from the imperial kitchen, likes so much. Isn't it just a plate of pale red meat and a few messy-looking strips of fish? Does he really need to protect them? The supervisor and official both sat down at a nearby table and sat face to face drinking wine as they watched Headmaster Yuan's movements and expressions. They first saw him pick up a piece of pork with the skin on it and carefully chew the bite to taste. His eyes closed in pleasure, and his body language showed that he was very satisfied with the taste of this dish. It was just a piece of pork, how delicious could it be? Could it possibly be that their old friend's taste buds had degenerated and he was no longer that picky? The 2 men then saw the headmaster pick up a fish about the size of a young child's palm. A fish that size had a lot of thin bones, right? Eating it had to take a lot of effort. They needed to see how their old friend would eat this. Headmaster Yuan evidently also had some doubts, and he asked the little girl a couple of questions. After hesitating for a short period of time, he then popped the fish into his mouth. Supervisor Meng and official Yao felt like they could feel the multitudes of small fish bones piercing their mouth, and both of them coughed to clear their throats. As for their old friend, Headmaster Yuan, his eyes, which had originally been opened wide, and slowly closed into a line with his chewing movements. This type of expression clearly showed that he was enjoying the taste of a culinary delicacy. How come when their old friend was eating the fish he didn't spit out a single fish bone? And he also didn't seem to get poked by any bones. Is the fish the type that didn't have any bones? That couldn't be right. Official Yao, who had grown up in the rural country, had recognized early on what type of fish that was used. It was a crucian carp and it definitely had a lot of tiny bones. This little girl, what kind of spell did she cast on the headmaster that he could eat fish with tiny bones in it without any sign of pain or suffering? Official Yao couldn't sit there anymore. That can't do, he needed to figure out what was going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat and sleep for the next few days. Official Yao quickly stepped over to Headmaster Yuan's table and snatched a little fish when the old man was in the midst of speaking warmly to Xiao Cao. Before the other man could object, he quickly stuffed the fish into his mouth. Headmaster Yuan was immediately stunned. He had known Official Yao for almost 50 years, and he knew that his old friend had come from a poor family. Thus, old Yao didn't have any expectations for food. As long as he could eat his fill, then he was content. Today old Yao knew that there was something special to be had. He knew that the little girl's fish had to be a dish of unique taste and splendor. Thus, he didn't care about his reputation and had snatched food from his plate. After being stunned for a second, Headmaster Yuan snarled, "Old Yao. You're really too much. How could you steal the pickled fish that the little girl made especially for me as a sign of her filial respect? I'm super angry at you." At this moment, Headmaster Yuan put down his chopsticks and threw himself at his old friend who was still chewing on the fish that he loved. Official Yao continued to eat the fish that had melted completely in his mouth, yet his hands were not idle. He continuously managed to dodge and repel his old friend's offense. Two elderly men, who were around 70 years old, were unexpectedly fighting over a fish in public like they are a child. When the teachers in the canteen saw this side of the famous scholar, his grand and dignified image within their hearts instantly toppled down. Good gracious, was that really the aloof and mysterious Headmaster Yuan? He was obviously an old urchin. Taking advantage of the time when his old friends were pushing and blocking each other, Supervisor Meng also came over. He had just tasted a piece of braised pig head meat when he was pushed away by his friend who was trying to protect his food. Great Scholar Yuan was so angry that his face had turned red. He loudly shouted, "Good! You are all stealing my culinary delicacy. This old man will break off relations with you both." Xiao Cao and her father were both stunned by the scene. If they weren't in Rongshuan Academy, she would have thought that Great Scholar Yuan was an imposter. They were the three most important people of Rongshuan Academy. If they become hostile towards each other because of the braised food she had brought, then she would have sinned greatly. She hurriedly walked forward and persuaded, "Headmaster Yuan, please quell your anger. If you don't mind, every time little Shishtu returns after break, I will bring some small side dishes for you." Headmaster Yuan had been waiting for her to say this, so when he heard her words, his anger turned into happiness. He said, "Good girl, this old man didn't misjudge you. You really have a good heart. Shishu, have you finished eating? If you're done, then bring Yu Fan to the primary class's dormitory and help him settle down." Shishu was slightly astounded within his heart. He was just a small new student from the primary class, yet the headmaster had asked him, his personal assistant, to personally find a place for him to settle down. It was apparent how much the headmaster valued this small child. Although Shishu was surprised, he didn't reveal any of his feelings on his face. He replied with a "yes," and said to Yu Hai and his children, "Please come with me." The headmaster's personal assistant, Teacher Shishu, actually came to the primary class to help a new student named Yu Fan to complete the enrollment procedure. He had also personally arranged a room for the new student in the dormitory. This news quickly spread throughout Rongshuan Academy. Everyone was very curious as to who the new student was, to be able to make Teacher Shishu do all of that for him. Little Shishtu didn't know that he had already become well known on his first day at the academy. At this time, he had just happily set his little bag down on his bed in the dormitory. He reached out his hands and touched the loose and soft new bedding. Seeing that the dormitory was complete with a desk and stool, he immediately felt that he was very privileged to be able to live and study in such a comfortable environment. He secretly made a firm resolution to study hard and not disappoint his parents and older sisters. Xiao Cao looked at her little brother's roommates. One of his roommates was about 10 years old, while the other one was slightly younger and looked around 7 or 8 years old. There was no contempt reflected in their eyes upon seeing the ragged clothes that she and her father were wearing. At such a young age, they already had a sense of propriety, and were neither arrogant nor rash. Thus, Xiao Xiao's tensed heart finally relaxed. Little Shishtu had just settled down when Qian Wen came inside the room with a porcelain bowl in his hand. The two students from the primary class hurriedly got up to greet their senior. Qian Wen slightly nodded his head towards the two younger students, and then said to little Shishtu, "I got some food for you. Eat it quickly because there's a morning reading class later." The primary class had already started school about a month ago. "So, if you have anything you don't understand, you can come and find me. I live in the third room from the left over there." Little Shishtu was very worried when he heard that he had missed out on nearly a month of class. So, when he heard Qian Wen offering to help him, he replied, "Thank you, brother Xiao Wen. I will frequently ask you for guidance if you don't feel like I'm a bother. I have already eaten breakfast, so you should bring the food back to eat yourself. The evening meal starts around 3 in the afternoon. Since you ate breakfast so early in the morning, if you don't eat something now, how will you be able to endure until the afternoon? You won't be able to learn anything with an empty stomach." Qian Wen pushed the porcelain bowl towards Shishtu, urging him, "Quickly eat." Xiao Xiao saw that the rice inside the bowl was made with a mixture of white rice and millet. Although there were only radishes and white cabbage topping it, they had used a decent amount of oil to stir-fry the vegetables, which was about the same as the living standards of ordinary families. She suddenly asked, "Brother Xiao Wen, how much does one serving of this meal cost?" "It's only 1 copper coin for a bowl of white rice mixed with millet and vegetables. If you want white rice only with the same vegetables, then it will cost 2 copper coins. It will be 5 copper coins for white rice with meat. If you don't want rice, it can be exchanged for steamed buns. There are buns made with wheat flour, as well as mixed grains." Qian Wen understood her meaning, so he reported all the prices of the food from the canteen to her. As the saying goes, be thrifty at home and spend liberally while traveling. So of course Xiao Xiao wouldn't mistreat her younger brother, who was studying away from home. He had a 2-day break after every 5 days of studies. She set aside 8 copper coins daily for his meals and counted an additional 10 copper coins as allowance, and thus gave little Shishtu 50 copper coins in total. Qian Wen was somewhat surprised to see Xiao Xiao giving little Shishtu 50 copper coins. His living expenses for 5 days was merely 30 to 40 copper coins. His family's living conditions were much better than Xiao Xiao's, but she was still willing to give her brother that much money. Little Shishtu looked at the string of coins her older sister handed to him and refused to take it all no matter what. He said, "Second sister, just 2 copper coins is enough for me to eat for a day. Why are you giving me so much money? Our family isn't rich. In order to earn enough money to pay for my school fees, everyone in the family has been busy without rest. You can just give me 10 copper coins for 5 days." Xiao Xiao pulled him aside and resolutely gave the string of coins to him. She said, "Just take the money first. If you can't use it all up, then use the rest to buy paper and brushes. Shishtu, you are at an age when your body is growing. Don't always think about saving money and eat something good from time to time. You should know about your second sister's ability. The money I earn from selling braised food is enough for our family's living expenses. Quickly take the money, or else I'm going to be angry." Little Shishtu's eyes reddened as he accepted the money. Sniffling his nose, he said, "Father, second sister, rest assured because I will definitely study hard. Studying is important, but your health is even more important. You're still young and you have never left home before, so you must learn to take care of yourself. Remember to dress according to the weather." Xiao Xiao's eyes were tearing up. It was as if she had returned to her previous life when her younger brother had left home to study in another part of the country. However, she was unable to send him off at that time because she had to take care of her braised food shop. Thus, all her worries and concerns were turned into successive words of caution. Little Shishtu wiped away his tears and tried to dispel their reluctance to part with laughter. "Second sister, you really are mother's daughter. Even the words you say are the same as hers." Yu Hai forced himself to smile and said, "Isn't it because both your mother and older sister care about you? They're worried about you. All right, quickly eat. Don't be late for your first class." He turned towards Qian Wen, solemnly cupped his fist together, and said, "Xiao Wen Shishtu is still young and he is also new to the academy. Please help me look after him." Qian Wen hastily bowed in return and laughed, "Uncle Dahai, I would have looked after him even if you didn't ask me to. Don't worry, Besides the teachers in the academy, there are also staff who oversee student life for each row of houses. There's also a doctor dedicated exclusively to the academy. If any of the students have a headache or fever, he can receive free treatments from the doctor. Uncle Dahai, Shishtu is very hardworking, so he won't have any problems. Xiaoxiao came out of Rongshuan Academy with reddened eyes. Ever since she transmigrated into this unfamiliar world, she had always been accompanied by this sensible and clever little boy. When she was bedridden, he had gotten bird eggs for her, chatted with her and laughed with her. When they dug for wild herbs, he held a little basket and worked even harder than her. He had always stayed by her side when they went to the docks to sell braised food. In her heart, she had already regarded little Shishtu as her real younger brother. He only 6 years old, yet he had to stay in town to study at the academy all by himself. She was extremely reluctant to part with him and didn't feel reassured at all. Yu Hai felt very happy about the deep bond between the sister and brother. He comforted her, saying, "Cower, don't be sad anymore. You will be able to see him after 5 days. At that time, let's come early to pick him up. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the ox and horse market? Let's go." Xiaoxiao rubbed away the tears in her eyes, sniffed her nose, and cheered up. "Let's go visit eldest brother at the woodworking shop first. Mother made a new pair of shoes for him. Let's give him the shoes." The father and daughter pair went to the main street and arrived at Zhangji's carpentry shop. Perhaps it was because Yu Hai was present, the shop assistant had an ugly expression on his face, but he didn't deliberately make things difficult for them. He immediately called Yu Hang out. After not seeing her older brother for a few days, Xiaoxiao felt that her brother had gotten even thinner. There was a sense of weariness within his withered and yellow complexion. Although he forced himself to appear energetic in front of them, they could still see how exhausted he was. "Older brother, is it tiring to be an apprentice here? Or is it because you aren't feeling well? Your complexion doesn't look good," Xiaoxiao asked with concern. After all, Yu Hang was only 11 to 12 years old. Most of the work in woodworking shop required physical strength, so it was considered strenuous work for a young boy like Yu Hang. The sensible Yu Hang was afraid that he would make his family worry, so he laughed heedlessly and said, "Business has been doing well these past few days. Even the head craftsman had to work overtime. I'm merely an assistant who stayed up a little later. After the busy period passes, I will be fine." Yu Hai sighed deeply as he looked at his son who was acting like an adult. He wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a while, he swallowed back his words. Xiaoxiao looked at her father and said, "Father, our family's daily income is very good now. We also lack people helping at home. Why don't we bring eldest brother back home?" Yu Hang didn't wait for his father's response and interjected, "Second sister, I am really fine. Which head craftsman didn't start as an apprentice? After enduring for 2 years as a newcomer, I will be able to start learning woodwork. Don't worry, your older brother's health is great." Xiaoxiao stuffed the bundle she was holding into her older brother's hands and said, "Older brother, this is a pair of shoes that mother made for you. There's also 100 copper coins inside. Take it." Yu Hang lowered his head and looked at his shoes which had his toes exposed. He quickly replied, "I will take the shoes, but take the money back. Our family isn't well off. I have enough to eat and drink here, so I don't have any need for money." Xiaoxiao stubbornly stuffed the string of coins into her brother's hands and said, "Xiaolian and I take turns to sell food at the docks. Our business is doing very well, so our family's circumstances aren't as difficult as you think. In just a few days, we were able to scrape together enough money for a month's worth of tuition for little Shishtu. So, 100 copper coins isn't much. When you're away from home, it's best to have some money on you for emergencies." Yu Hai also urged, "Your younger sister is right. Just take it. You are growing right now, so buy some food and eat it when you're hungry at night. We won't delay you any longer. Quickly go in." After leaving the woodworking shop, the father and daughter didn't speak for a long time. When they were almost at the ox and horse market, Xiaoxiao finally said, "Father, after a few days, let's bring eldest brother back. It's hard to live as an apprentice." Yu Hai nodded his head and replied, "N." After that, he didn't say anything else and just sighed. The ox and horse market was located in the northmost part of the town. It was an open area that was surrounded by wooden fences. At this time, ox and horse market bustled with activity. People who sold oxen, horses, and mules had all gathered here. The air gave off the smell of animal feces, making it smell very unpleasant. "I'm selling a calf. This calf is just 2 months old. It's very sturdy. Brother, I can sell the calf to you at a cheaper price if you want it. Brother, look at my mule. It's only 2 years old and so it's the perfect time for it to start working. There seems to be a problem with your mule's legs. It can't walk, so what do I need it for? The calf is too small. I want a calf that will be able to work at the beginning of spring. Uncle, look at my, her ears were full of various kinds of sounds. However, Xiao Cao felt that the noises felt very familiar. On her way, she had asked a few people regarding the price of their oxen and mules. But all their prices were on the high side. It was just like her father had said, if they hadn't paid for little Shishtu's school fees, then they might have been able to buy one. But even then, they still won't have enough money left over to equip it with a cart. It was not known if the heavens was deliberately setting itself against Xiao Cao, but she didn't see many people selling donkeys after circling around the market once. Occasionally there would be a family that was selling a donkey, however, their asking price was beyond reasonable limits. Their asking price was even higher than the price of an ox. Hey, it's bustling with noise and excitement over there. Let's go and look. Yu Hai also knew that it was not easy to reach a deal when buying an animal. So unlike Xiao Cao, who had a glum look on her face, when he saw that there was a crowd of people in front of them, he immediately pulled his daughter's hand and squeezed into the crowd. Like he was conferring a favor, a man said, "Pedantic scholar, your donkey is sick to the point that it's about to stop breathing. Yet you're still asking for such a high price. Who will buy it? Let it be. Forget about it. I'm a kind-hearted person. I will take pity on you and pay 800 copper coins to buy your donkey cart." The middle-aged man with a shrewd-looking face looked at the donkey, which was as skinny as firewood. Xiao Cao, who had squeezed through the crowd, saw a youngster crouched down in front of a donkey. The youngster was around 16 to 17 years old, and he wore the uniformed long gown from Rongshuan Academy. The donkey was so thin that there were only bones left. It was weakly lying on the ground because it didn't even have the energy to stand up. If its abdomen wasn't still moving up and down, she would have thought the donkey was dead. The youngster's face was full of melancholy as he shook his head. He quietly said, "No, no. It already takes 1 tael of silver to make a donkey cart. My father is waiting for the money I earn from the donkey cart to save his life. 800 copper coins aren't even enough for 2 packets of medicine." The middle-aged man impatiently asked, "Pedantic scholar, how much money do you want to sell this half-dead donkey for?" Three taels of silver. My father is very sick. He needs this money to see a doctor." The young scholar appeared to understand that his asking price was somewhat excessive, so his voice was almost inaudible. But he also had no choice. All the valuables in the family had already been sold off to pay for his school fees. They had relied on this donkey cart to help people carry their goods or transport people around to town to earn money to survive. However, he had never expected that 5 days ago, the donkey had started vomiting and had diarrhea. It was very sick, so they found a few veterinarians. But none of the veterinarians were able to help. His father was anxious and suffered from excessive internal heat and ended up catching a cold. Now, his dad couldn't get out of his bed. There was no money at home to invite a doctor, so he brought the sick donkey to the market to try his luck. The middle-aged man sneered at him and rudely said, "You want me to pay 3 taels of silver for that sick donkey? Little scholar, you must know that a big healthy male donkey costs only 5 taels of silver. And your donkey, tisk, tisk. I'm afraid that even if you kill it and sell its meat, you wouldn't be able to even get a few taels of silver. I am already showing consideration towards you by paying 800 copper coins for that sick donkey." Yeah, who would pay 3 taels of silver for a donkey that's about to die? 800 copper coins is too little. That amount isn't even enough to buy a donkey cart. If it's me, I wouldn't be willing to sell it either. This child is too pitiful. Looking at the attire the young boy is wearing, he must be a student from Rongshuan Academy. If he didn't urgently need money, he probably wouldn't be here and letting people point and gossip about him. The onlookers that were surrounding him were divided into 2 parties. One party said that the youngster had become insane thinking about money, while the other party sympathized and felt pity for the youngster. The young scholar's face was pale. His gaze looked crazed as he stared at the donkey which was struggling at death's door. He continuously said, "No, no, my father is waiting for the money I earn from selling the donkey to save his life. He is waiting for me to save his life." Yu Xiaocao was somewhat touched by the young scholar's filial piety as she looked at him. She thought back to the time when her father was between life and death. She recalled how grief-stricken they were and how helpless the entire family felt. Xiao Cao shouted for the little divine stone in her mind, "Little glutinous dumpling, will you be able to save this donkey?" A mini golden kitten squeezed itself out from Xiao Cao's chest region of her tattered cotton-padded jacket. It stretched its little head and lazily glanced at the donkey, and in a tender but an unhappy voice, it said, "Smelly master, what do you take me for? You used me as fish bait and to save people. Now, you want me to rescue a domestic animal. I'm unwilling. I, your father, will go on strike." Imagine a very small kitten with one of its legs crossed over its other, holding its two front legs, with its head tilted to the side, and calling itself, Daddy. The scene was quite cute but also a bit weird. Xiao Cao patiently worked on it. "Little glutinous dumpling, the goddess of spirits had thrown you into the mortal world because she wants you to learn and gain experience in the mortal world. The so-called saying, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda. If you do good and kind deeds, your achievements will allow you to return to the goddess Nua's side." The little divine stone recalled how every time it had helped Xiao Cao do something, its power would restore itself in different degrees of magnitude, especially the time when it had saved Yu Hai. After saving Yu Hai, the little divine stone was able to materialize a physical body. It felt that what Xiao Cao had said was very reasonable. So, it unwillingly said, "As long as the donkey hasn't stopped breathing, then I can save it." With the divine stone's guarantee, Xiao Cao stepped forward and said to the young scholar, "Can you let me take a look at the donkey?" The young scholar's lifeless expression suddenly became full of expectation when he heard Xiao Cao's words. As if he was looking at his savior, he said, "Little girl, do you want to buy my donkey?" But when he saw the cotton-padded jacket that was full of patches that Xiao Cao was wearing, his expression dimmed again. He forced his greed away and said, "Little girl, my donkey is sick. It's best if you don't buy it." Xiao Cao saw that even though he had fallen in such a dire situation, he still had a kind and honest heart. She smiled, "My father and I had learned some medical treatments for domestic animals. If the donkey can be saved, then I will buy it." "Okay, good, look at the donkey. My donkey is very capable, it's not even 3 years old yet. Before it was sick, everyone had said that my donkey was a good one." A fire of hope once again ignited in the young scholar's eyes as he stared at Xiao Cao's every movement. Xiao Cao squatted in front of the donkey. She extended her hand to place between the donkey nose and mouth. Hot streams of air sprayed at the palm of her hand as the donkey breathed. Although its breathing was weak, it was clear. It's good if it's still breathing. She borrowed a broken bowl that domestic animals used to drink water. She allowed Yu Hai to take off the water bag that was tied to the side of her waist and poured the mystic stone water from the water bag into the bowl. The donkey seemed to be able to feel the spiritual energy from the water as it raised its head with difficulty. One mouthful after another, it slowly drank the mystic stone water from the bowl in Xiao Cao's hand. After it finished the bowl of mystic stone water, it powerlessly lay on the ground. Although the donkey didn't have any more strength to stand up, its eyes were clearer and livelier than before. "How is my donkey? Little girl, can my donkey be saved?" When the young scholar saw the donkey, that hadn't drank water or eaten grass for a long time, drinking the bowl of water, the fire of hope in his heart burned even stronger. The middle-aged man with a shrewd-looking face made cynical remarks at the side. The veterinarians from the ox and horse market all said that the donkey is incurable. What can a silly little girl be capable of? I advise you to quickly sell the donkey before it takes its last breath. Otherwise, it'll be bad luck for you when it dies later. When it dies, I won't spend 800 copper coins to buy it." The young scholar acted as if he didn't hear the middle-aged man ridiculing him. He looked at Xiao Cao as if she was his last chance at life. He wasn't even aware that his fingernails had pierced through the skin at the palm of his hand as he tightly clenched it into a fist. The outsiders thought that Xiao Cao was taking pity on the donkey as she stroked the donkey's bony ribs. But, in fact, she was using the multicolored stone on her wrist to help the donkey sort out the illness inside its body. In a space where other people couldn't see, soft rays of golden light entered the donkey from the multicolored stone. In less than a moment, the donkey was able to lift its head and its eyes were full of spirit again. Xiao Cao smiled and nodded at the scholar. "The donkey isn't very ill. I will buy it. It's 3 taels of silver, right?" "Why yes." The young scholar was in a daze as he stared at the silver that Xiao Cao had handed to him. He seemed to be in disbelief that his sick donkey that was about to go to heaven would actually fetch him 3 taels of silver. For a moment, he foolishly stood there because he wasn't sure what to do. Xiao Cao saw that he didn't move for a while, so she thought that he wanted to go back on his words. She whispered to him, "What's wrong? Didn't you say that your father is waiting for this money to save his life? Why aren't you hurrying to him?" "Oh, yeah, thank you, little girl. Benefactors, please leave your names behind. In the future, I would like to repay your kindness." The young scholar made a big bow towards Xiaoxiao and her father. Xiaoxiao replied, "What kindness are you talking about? You are selling something, and I am merely buying it. This is a fair trade. There is no need to repay anything. Go quickly, your father's illness can't be delayed." Fang Zimo missed his sick father. Seeing that the two didn't want to leave behind their names, he bowed towards them again and left the market while tightly holding onto the silver. The middle-aged man, who couldn't take advantage of the scholar, sourly said, "Little girl, you are still young. There are all kinds of people in this world. There are many who pretend to be sick in order to gain people's sympathy. You were tricked by others and yet you still haven't realized it. Thank you, uncle, for the reminder. However, the scholar is wearing a long gown from Rongshuan Academy. Rongshuan Academy accepts students based on their moral character. I believe that he is not a swindler." Xiaoxiao wasn't an 8-year-old child who could easily be tricked. She had spent 3 taels of silver to buy both the donkey and the donkey cart. This was much cheaper than buying a donkey and then asking someone to build a donkey cart for her. The middle-aged man gave a final glance at the relatively new donkey cart. He coldly snorted, "You will suffer losses if you turn a deaf ear to your elders. I only reminded you because I believe that you probably saved up money for a long time to be able to save up 3 taels of silver. I didn't want you to have a dead loss in the end." After he finished speaking, he swung his sleeve and left. Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and disdainfully curled her lip. He couldn't take advantage of the scholar, so he could only say a few hateful words. His moral character is really. However, Yu Hai was a little worried as he asked, "Cower, the donkey is very weak. It can't even stand up, so how can we bring it back home?" "Your grandpa Zhang's ox cart can't fit the donkey." Xiaoxiao confidently said, "Don't worry. I have a feeling that when we go back in the afternoon, the donkey will be able to walk on its own." "Father, there isn't much seasoning left at home. There is a shop in the food market that sells cheap seasonings. Let's go look." After paying for a month's worth of tuition for little Shishtu and an additional 3 taels to buy the donkey cart, Xiaoxiao had about 4 taels left in her purse. She decided to take advantage of being in town to buy whatever else her family needed. The father and daughter pair deposited the donkey cart at the entrance of the ox and horse market and paid the attendant 5 copper coins. Xiaoxiao had especially given the old man her water pouch and repeatedly instructed him to give the donkey a bowl of the special water every hour. The two of them then went to the town's largest food market. At the market, the selection of vegetables and produce was as pathetic as before. The vast majority of vegetables on sale were cabbages, radishes, and sweet potatoes. It was obvious that all of them had clearly been stored in people's cellars for a long time. There also weren't a lot of people selling meat or chickens. Xiaoxiao first went to the general store to buy some spices, soy sauce, and vinegar. This time, she had a decent amount of money on hand, so she could weigh each seasoning separately. She bought 2 ounces of each spice she needed, which would last her for about 10 days. In addition, she also brought along 7 to 8 bamboo tubes of differing sizes which had all been made by her father. As soon as she entered the stall, she gave the shopkeeper the new containers to replace the ones she had borrowed from him last time. She then asked the shopkeeper to put a caddy of soy sauce into each of the remaining large tubes. The shopkeeper had only remembered that she was the little girl who had bought seasonings previously when she returned the bamboo tubes to him. He smiled, "Little girl, did you finish using the spices so quickly? Your family must sell food to other people, right?" "That's right. How did you know?" Xiaoxiao gave him the weights of the condiments that she wanted and smiled sweetly at this honest and kind shopkeeper. The shopkeeper grinned, "Other than selling food, what normal, average family would be willing to spend so much money to season their food? Oh ho, you're buying more spices than last time, looks like you made some money. Congratulations ah." Xiaoxiao flashed a grin at him and said, "I sold some appetizers at the docks and managed to make a little money. I'm not sure when I'll have enough money to be like you, Uncle Shopkeeper, and open up a store in town." The shopkeeper guffawed and said, "This older uncle is also only making a little money, just enough to survive, that is. Don't think that it's all sunshine and rainbows opening up a place. When you add up the rent and money spent on goods and other things, there's really not much left over, right? Don't look down at selling food. In fact, as long as you make good salted and pickled vegetables, you can still make a good amount of money. Do you see that pickled vegetable store over there? They've been flaming popular these past 2 days. In fact, my wife really loves that stall, sweet and crispy dried radishes and spicy pickled cabbage. If she doesn't have any with every meal, she won't be able to finish her food. The town is truly a good place to earn money, even salted and pickled vegetables can sell out so quickly. Yu Hai exclaimed in wonder as he left the general store. Xiao Cao smiled knowingly and said, "Father, when we make enough money one day, we can also rent a stall here in town. The store would only sell different types of braised dishes. As the only stall in town to sell braised food, we can definitely make money that way." Yu Hai happily replied, "When our family has more money, we should buy some more farmland. We only have 3 plots of dry, sandy land. The yield from the land is not enough to feed our whole family. Once we open up a stall in town and make some money, we can buy more farmland then." "Father, most of the land in our village is dry and sandy. If we want to buy land, we should buy plots that are closer to town. At that time, we can even move our entire family to town. That way we can avoid eldest aunt coming over to bother us all the time." Xiao Cao really despised Madame Li's bad habits and small tricks. The woman also had a gossipy tongue that never stopped, and she never had anything good to say of others. Yu Hai frowned and quietly reprimanded her. "How could say something like that about your eldest aunt? Be careful to not let anyone else hear you, they'll start saying that you're a bad child." Xiao Cao sneered slightly and grumbled inwardly, "Isn't eldest aunt the most shameless one around here? She's completely a troublemaker." Suddenly, they heard a familiar-sounding voice calling out to them, "Brother Dahai, Xiao Cao. You guys are also in town now. Looks like you've bought a lot of things ah." Xiao Cao twisted her head around to look and saw that their neighbor, Madame Fang, was waving her hand at them. The basket in front of her had a couple plump and fat hens in it, and the basket next to it was empty. "Auntie Joe, did you come to the market again to sell chicken eggs? Business is doing okay." Xiao Cao scampered a couple steps forward and stopped by Madame Fang's side. She smiled sweetly at the woman as she asked. Madame Fang helped her brush away a few stray hairs from her cheek and smiled, "It's not bad. The chicken eggs all sold out and there are only a few chickens left. Did you guys hitch a ride on old Zhong's ox cart to get here? How was the academy? Was little Shishtu able to enter without any problems? With Brother Qian Wen guiding us, it went pretty smoothly. We don't have enough seasonings at home, so we went to the food market to look around. Auntie Joe, please continue with what you need to do, but will you be going back to the village on the cart too? We bought a donkey cart today." Xiao Cao was very happy and excited that they were able to buy a cheap donkey cart. She couldn't help but tell Madame Fang the good news as soon as she could. Madame Fang replied with an astonished look at her face, "Wow, Xiao Cao. You only worked for a few days and you managed to buy a cart. Then when we go back, Auntie Joe will have to take advantage of you." Yu Hai, who was standing at the side, hastily interjected, "Madame Fang, don't listen to her. When we were at the ox and horse market, we saw a classmate of Shishtu's who desperately needed money and was selling a sick donkey. Xiao Cao thought the animal looked pitiful, so she spent 3 taels to buy the animal and the cart. That donkey looks pretty ill in my opinion. I don't know if it's savable or not." After finding out they had spent 3 taels to buy a half-dead donkey, Madame Fang wasn't sure what she should say. Instead, she smiled and commented, "Our Xiao Cao has an especially kind heart. Good things come to good people. That donkey definitely will get better." Right at this time, a person came up to ask Madame Fang how much she was selling her hens for. Xiao Cao hurriedly said, "Auntie Joe, do what you need to do. In the afternoon, we'll go back home together, okay?" After saying their goodbyes to Madame Fang, the father and daughter pair walked off. Before they had gone a few steps, they were stopped by someone. Zhang Yu, the young lad who ran the pickled vegetable store, came out of his stall with a large smile on his face and greeted them, "Benefactor, benefactor, please wait for a second." Yu Hai felt perplexed inside. This young fellow didn't look familiar at all to him. When did he help this guy? Who would have thought? Yu Hai had assumed wrongly. The person that the young man was thanking wasn't him. "Ah, you are the fellow that runs that pickled and salted vegetable store, right?" Xiao Cao pointed her finger at the pickled vegetable shop that was in the vicinity. Inside, there were several people buying pickled vegetables. A middle-aged man, who looked very similar to Zhang Yu, was currently bustling around helping out the customers inside. Xiao Sao grinned at the young man, looks like business is going well right now. Zhang Yu happily replied, it's all thanks to you, benefactor. The recipes for pickled and salted vegetables that you gave me have all been made and are on the market. Everyone likes the taste, and the new products attracted a lot of new and old customers. My father has been talking constantly about you these past few days and keeps telling me that we need to personally express our gratitude to you. Earlier when you were talking to the other person over there, I thought you looked familiar. When I got closer, I discovered that it was you. Benefactor, please come to our store to sit and chat a little. Yu Hai looked at his daughter, flabbergasted. When did his little girl become this family's benefactor? Zhang Yu was too enthusiastic and warm, so Xiao Sao was unable to decline his invitation. Thus, she followed him into the pickled and salted vegetable store. Inside the shop, the unique smell of pickled and salted vegetables surrounded her. Compared to the previous time, it smelled a lot more appetizing. Old Zhang, can you give me half a caddy of the savory and spicy dried radish and half a caddy of the sweet and spicy, what? The savory and spicy one is all sold out. When will it be back in stock? In about 2 days. Then just give me half a caddy of the sweet and spicy then, and then add half a caddy of the spicy cabbage. A stout-looking woman who looked about 40 revealed a disappointed expression when she heard the savory and spicy dried radishes had been sold out. Another old man who was in his 50s shook his head and smiled. Shopkeeper Zhang, your family's salted and pickled vegetables now taste better and have a better flavor than when your wife was alive. Did you get the advice of someone talented? Shopkeeper Zhang was weighing the requested pickled vegetables as he smiled and replied, of course, that's what happened. We actually did have a really great person give us some tips. Elder Uncle Lu, you know that my wife had died suddenly and unexpectedly. So all of her recipes went with her to the grave. My son and daughter had only learned some basic and simple pickling methods from her. You, of all people, should know that my store, had it not been for you old clients still helping us out, would have long gone out of business by now. At this point, he couldn't help but shake his head due to his heavy emotions. The other old man sighed for a bit and then shopkeeper Zhang continued, a few days ago, my son had gotten the help of a talented individual. That person gave him a few pickling recipes and when we made them we found out that the vegetables were even more delicious than the ones my deceased wife had made. Make sure to hold on tight to these pickled beans and spicy cabbage. If you think they taste good, please come back again. The old man chuckled gently, even if you didn't say anything I would still come back. My old wife, after eating a whole winter's worth of cabbage and radish, doesn't have a good appetite right now. When she ate the spicy cabbage I bought 2 days ago, she even ate an extra 2 bowls of food. Now, she can't even eat a meal without having some of your spicy cabbage on the table. A young matron at the side interjected in agreement, isn't that so? My youngest at home has almost turned your sweet and crispy dried radish into a snack. If I don't give it, he throws a tantrum. Luckily, your family's pickled vegetables are cheap and are of good quality, otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford his habit. She then urged the shopkeeper to weigh out a caddy of the sweet and crispy radish for her. Shopkeeper Zhang humbly smiled and said, it's not good to eat too much pickled vegetables. It's better that he eats more of his regular meals. After a couple of months, the newly grown vegetables will hit the market. Make sure your child eats more green vegetables. Father, it really was our benefactor. I invited her back. Zhang Yu walked in joyfully with a large grin on his face. Shopkeeper Zhang saw Yu Hai behind his son and rushed out, forgetting that his hands were still sticky from vegetable pickling juice. He grabbed Yu Hai's hand and repeatedly said, benefactor. I finally had the chance to meet you. You are truly the savior of our little store. An awkward expression crossed Yu Hai's face as he stared blankly at his hand that was now covered in pickling juice. Zhang Yu promptly pulled his father away and bashfully smiled in embarrassment, Father, you're thanking the wrong person. The person who taught me the recipes is the little girl behind him. You're thanking our benefactor's father. Shopkeeper Zhang laughed hollowly as he said, it's all the same, all the same. Ah, good brother, you have a daughter who has the heart and kindness of a bodhisattva. Yu Hai modestly replied, you're too kind, too kind. She's always liked experimenting with cooking since she was young, so she has a bit of talent in this area. Xiao Sao rolled her eyes in her heart and silently said, Father, are you trying to be modest here? Why does it seem like you're actually boasting right now? Zhang Yu took out the most recent account books and spread them open for Xiao Sao to look at. He enthusiastically said, "Benefactor, although the recipes you taught me use more spices and condiments than other recipes, but the flavor of the products are very good. Even though we spend a little more to make them, we can still set a slightly higher price and customers will still buy them." Over the past few days, the best sellers were the savory and spicy dried radish and spicy cabbage. A lot of people also really like the pickled beans. The youth was afraid that Xiao Cao couldn't read, so he chattered constantly to describe the sales. Xiao Cao glanced at the books. Although it was written in the traditional style, she could recognize the vast majority of the characters. It was obvious at a glance how many caddies of pickled and salted vegetables they sold as well as the profit they made. In just a few days, a tiny pickled and salted vegetable store actually had an income of 45 taels and a profit of 20 taels. It made her want to sigh in sorrow. It was much easier to make money in town. Right now there weren't any other people in the store, so shopkeeper Zhang took out 5 taels and said, "Benefactor. At that time we had come to an agreement that we would split our profits 20 to 80. These are your dividends from the past few days, please kindly accept them, benefactor." Originally the plan was to give out dividends once a month. However, shopkeeper Zhang had noticed that the father and daughter in front of him were wearing shabby clothes and thought that they were embarrassingly short of money, so he decided to give out the money early. Yu Hai refused to take it and shook his hand. "We can't take this, we absolutely can't take this. It's only a few recipes for pickled and salted vegetables, so how can we take your money? You guys had to do all of the labor and buy the ingredients. We haven't done anything to earn the money. If this came out, wouldn't people criticize us behind our back?" Shopkeeper Zhang hastily replied, "Brother, you are wrong. Why do you think the new Junsho restaurant in town can compete against the established Fulin restaurant? Isn't it because they have a few unique and special dishes that other places don't have? That's how they attracted a lot of customers over. If Junsho restaurant had wanted to sell the recipes of their new dishes, I believe that even if they set the price to over 1,000 taels per recipe, there would still be people willing to buy them. I have never seen anything like the recipes that your precious daughter gave us, so they are absolutely worth it. If you wanted to make these pickled vegetables and sell them in town yourself, you would have made much more money than what I'm giving you. However, your daughter has a kind heart and only wanted 20% of the earnings. If you calculate it out, we are the ones taking advantage of you. Brother, quickly take the money, you guys deserve it, what's wrong? Do you think it's too little?" Overwhelmed with the situation, Yu Hai couldn't help but back away from the enthusiastic man. He glanced at his daughter out of embarrassment, silently asking her to help. Xiao Cao quickly interjected, "Uncle Zhang, at the time, I had already come to an agreement with brother Zhang Yu. We were supposed to receive dividends once a month, but it hasn't been a month yet, right?" Shopkeeper Zhang obviously had done a lot of business, so he suavely replied, "I just felt really happy after making some money. Just take these 5 taels as start of a great beginning, it'll bring good fortune to us. In the future, we'll divvy out the money once a month as agreed upon." There were people in the store who wanted to buy some pickled vegetables, so shopkeeper Zhang stuffed the 5 taels into Yu Hai's hand without saying anything, and lifted up the cloth curtain to help them. Yu Hai hesitated as he wasn't sure what to do with the money. Xiao Cao merely smiled. "Since Uncle Zhang said it this way, then let's just take the money." When Zhang Yu saw the father giving the money to the 7 to 8-year-old girl, he thought it was odd. Is he not afraid that the little girl might lose the money? Right after that interlude, Xiao Cao dictated a few more recipes for pickled and salted vegetables to Zhang Yu and had him write them down. This time, the recipes were of a different variety than the previous ones she gave him. The recipes were for red pepper paste, sweet bean paste, and, the more complex, shish-take mushroom sauce, and peanut and sesame seed sauce. Zhang Yu acted as if he had just received the most precious treasure in the world. He carefully placed the handwritten recipes into his pocket. Once he and his father learned how to make them, he would destroy his written copies. This way, these unique and flavorful products could only be made and sold at their store and would become their trade secret. Xiao Cao bid her farewells to Zhang Yu and walked out of the inner room. When she came out to the main room, she saw a handsome young man dressed in brocade who was looking at the vats of fermented vegetables in the store with a frown on his face. Shopkeeper Zhang was at his side, patiently explaining the different types of products that were available. The attendant next to the youth quietly said, "Third young master, if you wanted to eat salted and pickled vegetables, you could have just ordered me to come here. There's no need for you to personally be here, right? Be careful, don't get your clothing dirty." The youth raised his head to look over at Xiao Cao when he heard some noise. A look of surprise crossed his face, as if he was astonished that he would meet her here. Xiao Cao grinned widely when she saw that his eyes were opened wide with surprise. Third young Master Zhou, you're finally back from the capital, When did you come back? Apparently, this finely dressed young man was the youth she hadn't seen for almost a month, the third young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Zixu. As she approached, Zhou Zixu abruptly said, "What the heck, you Xiao Cao? You clearly have some good recipes for sauces in that head of yours, but you don't even invest in your own production. Instead, you privately started cooperating with someone else." On the other hand, Yu Xiaoxiao recalled that all of the money she had painstakingly saved up had been lured away by this bugger at the end of last year. Had she had some cash on hand when their branch split from the family, then their circumstances wouldn't have been so bad. The Zhou family was the richest family in Tenggu town. Did they really need her tiny stash of cash to start up a condiment factory? This bugger must have deliberately wanted to cause her trouble. As soon as I entered the restaurant today, I overheard the people in the kitchen making a racket. Can you guess what it was about? Apparently, they were arguing with each other on how to make a small plate of food. Junsho restaurant's purchasing staff had bought a plate of small fish at the docks. Third young Master Zhou gritted his teeth as he frowned at Yu Xiaoxiao. A bitter and worried expression surfaced onto his face. What's wrong? How does me selling some snacks at the dock in any way affect what you're doing? Xiaoxiao couldn't understand why he was looking at her with such an aggrieved expression in his eyes. She was the person who should have been annoyed, right? I heard this dish was called pickled fish, right? How did you make this? The small bones in the fish are so soft that it's indescribable, and the taste is incomparable. This truly is a magnificent dish that is full of flavor. Third young Master Zhou had also tasted one piece that day and thought that the flavor profile was very good. When the head chef of Junsho restaurant tried it, he could tell that it had been fried and then steamed. However, no matter how much he tried, he was unable to make a result that tasted as authentic and good as the original. In fact, he even pondered inwardly. I never would have thought that such a simple-looking pickled fish would require such a tricky technique to make perfectly. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the youth seemed to realize it didn't sound right and abruptly corrected himself. I wasn't trying to make you tell me your secret method. I was mostly wanted to show my surprise, that's all. How do you have the time to stroll the market today, Xiao Cao? Why didn't you go to the docks to sell braised food instead? Xiao Cao smiled, not all offended, and said, Third young master is too complimentary. My crude method is nothing special, it definitely won't be able to be taken out in more formal situations. Today my mother and Shaolian went to the docks while my father and I ran some errands in town. Third young Master Zhou is buying some pickled vegetables today. Third young Master Zhou nodded his head and replied, recently, our family's matriarch hasn't had a good appetite and has no interest in eating. Earlier on the streets I overheard that this store's pickled and salted vegetable products have a good flavor, so I wanted to buy some and show some respect to her. After she had a good understanding of the elderly lady's preferences, Xiao Cao recommended that third young Master Zhou buy some sweet and crispy radishes. They were crunchy and had a fresh taste, thus, they were the best for increasing a person's appetite. Third young Master Zhou nodded his head and then had the store weigh out some radishes for him. He also asked the manager what the other products in the store tasted like. With the help of shopkeeper Zhang, he got to taste a few different types of pickled vegetables. Afterwards, he selected the ones he liked, wine-marinated beans and spicy cabbage. When he settled the bill, he also took out a piece of silver that was worth around 2 taels. Oh all right, if you wanted to find someone who was rich and had money to spare, that's your guy right there. I heard that your branch of the family had split off from the rest. Separating is good, we don't have to surreptitiously give you the dividends after the factory is up. If you have any other difficult situations, don't worry and come to me for help. Zhou Zixu said with a face full of sincerity. Is it a little too late to be saying these words? When we had just separated families, I would have shamelessly asked you for some help, pride be damned. But now, we've already survived the most difficult situation, what's the point in making these promises now? With just these few thoughts, Yu Xiaocao quickly dismissed third young Master Zhou. Before Zhou Zixu left, he didn't forget to remind her that she had some stock in their condiment factory. She needed to think up more condiment and seasoning recipes up. She shouldn't just place all of her efforts on a small pickled and salted vegetable shop. After waving goodbye to third young Master Zhou, Xiao Sao went to a cloth shop that Zhang Yu and his father had recommended and bought a few bolts of cotton cloth that differed in color. She also got 4 blankets worth of quilted fabric and spent almost a tael on 10 caddies worth of cotton filling. Cotton had become a commonly grown crop during the previous Yuan dynasty. At the initial start of the Great Ming dynasty, the country was still settling down from the chaos of war, and vast acres of land had been left fallow. Thus, the output of cotton had decreased dramatically, and prices had risen without falling. After the current emperor ascended the throne, he energetically encouraged the people to open up land and start farming. He implemented a series of policies that lowered taxes and reduced the forced labor requirements. The prices of grain and cash crops slowly decreased and stabilized a bit. However, for the vast majority of the poverty-stricken commoners, the price of cotton, which was 70 copper coins a caddy, was still considered a somewhat luxurious purchase. After the father and daughter pair finished buying cloth and cotton, it was already 10 minutes to 3 p.m. With a giant bag of cotton to haul around, it would be hard to shop around even if they wanted to. Thus, the two of them headed in the direction of the ox and horse market to retrieve their donkey cart with their large and small bags of goods in tow. The old man who was helping them keep an eye on the donkey took their 5 copper coins and looked at the skinny, sick donkey that was lying on the ground. He silently prayed that the animal wouldn't fall over dead right this minute. In his younger days, the old man was a good hand at raising animals. Now that he was older, he no longer could keep up, so he set up an area for people to leave their animals in carts. Every day he could earn a decent amount of money. If his business hadn't been slow today, he would not have accepted this arduous and thankless task to watch over a sick donkey. In accordance with Xiao Sao's instructions, he made sure to give the donkey a bowl of water to drink every hour. He thought it was a little bit odd that the donkey wouldn't even sniff at other types of water and instead only happily drank the water that was in the little girl's pouch. After drinking 2 bowls of water, the donkey, who had been close to death's door, seemed to be more and more energetic with every passing minute. By the time it had its 3rd bowl of water, it could actually stand up and even whinnied a couple times, asking him for some food to eat. Was it possible that there was some medicine that was put in the water pouch? In a moment he needed to ask them who had made it. It was actually quite efficacious. The 5 copper coins paid for not only the board of the donkey but also its feed and water. Although they had given him their own water, he still needed to give the donkey fodder from his own stores. After eating its fill, the little gray-colored donkey knelt back down to take a nap. Despite its obvious thinness, the animal still looked rather lively. When it was almost 3 in the afternoon, Yu Hai's silhouette with the slight limp appeared in front of the old man's sight. The father and daughter pair both were loaded down with large and small bags. They had clearly bought a lot of things. The little donkey seemed to have a connection with them, and, as soon as it saw its little master, it immediately stood and opened up its large, limpid eyes. It cheerfully whinnied at the 2 people in front of it. "Little Gray, are you okay?" Xiao Sao ran swiftly to the little donkey's side. She used her right hand, which had the multicolored stone on her wrist, to gently pet its back, and have the little divine store to heal it from head to toe again. The little donkey comfortably closed its eyes and rubbed its head continuously on Xiao Sao's arm. The expression on its face was obvious, so comfortable. "Ah!" Yu Hai exclaimed in surprise, "It really got better. Looks quite energetic too. I'm not sure if it's able to walk all the way home though. Cower, we should have old Zhang help us bring our goods back today." The little donkey whinnied spiritedly a couple of times as if it was trying to say that it was okay. Xiao Sao smiled and patted its head. "Father, by this time, Grandpa Zhang's cart is probably all full with people now. Where would he have room to put our stuff? In any case, cloth and cotton isn't very heavy, so let's try to have little Gray pull it home." Yu Hai skillfully put the cart harness onto the donkey and then placed all of their goods onto the cart. After thinking a bit, he helped his daughter onto the vehicle. If the donkey couldn't pull the cart, he could help it by pushing the vehicle on the side. After all, his daughter was only 8 years old and had been running around all day. He didn't want her to get more tired by walking all the way home. This was the first time Yu Hai had led a donkey cart. However, as they left the ox and horse market, the little donkey seemed to really understand what he wanted and closely followed behind him and didn't need any direction from him at all. When they exited the city, Yu Hai saw someone selling hotcakes and so he bought some. Everyone in the family had already gotten used to Xiao Sao needing a meal at this time. By the time they got home, they would have likely missed the meal time. His daughter was probably dying of hunger now. Xiao Sao sat on the donkey cart with her back against the bag full of cotton. Her legs dangled down the sides of the cart as she nibbled on the delicious hot cake. She looked leisurely and content. Brother Dahai, Xiao Sao, I saved you to a spot, come quickly. Outside the town gates, Madame Fang had been waiting on old Zhang's ox cart for a while. It looked like business had gone well today for her as the baskets in her hands were completely empty. Both the eggs and live chickens had been sold out. Old Zhang gaped in astonishment when he saw Yu Hai leading the donkey cart. He tapped his tobacco pipe on the side of his cart shaft and said, "Ah, Dahai. Where did this donkey cart come from? Did you guys actually buy it? It's not that I'm trying to criticize you, but when you're buying a donkey, you should choose one that is plump and healthy. This donkey, are you sure you can keep it alive?" Yu Hai smiled, "Uncle Zhang, although this donkey is on the thin side, it is quite lively. I previously was able to spend several days with a person versed in veterinary medicine, and when I saw that this donkey didn't have any critical defects, I knew that it will be fine after nursing it for a few days. If the donkey wasn't skinny, how could I get it for a good, cheap price?" Old Zhang then asked how much they had spent on the donkey and cart, and Xiao Sao told him they had only spent 3 taels. The old man nodded his head. 3 taels for all of this is not considered expensive. It would probably cost the same amount of money to commission a donkey cart. Even if the donkey is unable to survive, you guys wouldn't be losing out too much anyway. Brother Dahai, did you buy this donkey cart for? Whenever old Zhang was not hauling firewood to town, he would bring people from the villages to town for a fee. On a good day, he could even make 20 to 30 copper coins. When he saw Yu Hai's donkey cart, the first thought that came to his mind was, is Yu Hai trying to cut into my business bringing people to town? After all, a donkey cart is definitely faster than an ox cart. Xiao Sao smiled and hurriedly dispelled his fears. Grandpa Zhang, isn't Shishtu studying at school in town now? With a donkey cart, it will be a lot easier to visit him. We have also grown some vegetables in our front and back courtyards. In the future, it'll be easier to sell those vegetables in town with a cart. When old Zhang heard the little girl chattering about this and that but not mentioning anything about using the donkey cart to carry people into town, he was able to dispel his worries. On the road home, Yu Hai was afraid that making the thin donkey work too hard would cause it to become exhausted, so he adamantly refused to sit on the cart. Despite all her efforts, Xiao Sao was unable to convince him. She only managed to make him compromise and had him sit on old Zhang's ox cart. The donkey was very perceptive and blindly followed the ox cart from behind. Other than a slight break in the middle to give the animal another drink of the mystic stone water, contrary to Yu Hai's fears, the donkey didn't collapse from exhaustion. Xiao Sao's family lived at the foot of the West Mountains, so they had to traverse through more than half of the village when coming back from town. The news that Yu Hai's family had bought a donkey cart had traveled throughout the village before the two of them had even got home. Madame Li teetered on her bound feet as she trotted back home. When she told her mother-in-law what she found out, she also added her own embellishments. After her failure the last time she tried to scheme against the second branch, she had learned her lesson. This time, she decided to make her mother-in-law attack the second branch by stating that her father-in-law was subsidizing them. They had only split off from the main family for a short period of time, so how could they possibly buy a donkey cart? When Madame Zhang heard Madame Li's accusations, her sparse eyebrows immediately snapped together in a frown. They bought a donkey cart. You're certain? Madame Li nodded her head furiously and replied, I am absolutely sure. The whole village knows already, so they're only hiding it from us. Mother, just think about it, one donkey costs around 5 to 6 taels. When second brother-in-law split from the family, his leg was also injured, so how would he be able to earn the money to buy a donkey and cart? Perhaps father is privately. Madame Li didn't elaborate further beyond that point, but Madame Zhang clearly understood what she was implying. The old woman stated hesitantly, I'm in charge of all of the money at home. If you said that the old man had around a dozen copper coins in his hand, that would be believable. However, if you're saying that he has a few taels to subsidize second son, then I don't think that's possible. When Madame Li saw that her mother-in-law hadn't flown into a rage as she would like, she started to become anxious. Mother, if it were not for father privately subsidizing them, second brother-in-law's family wouldn't even have enough food to eat. How could they possibly have the money to buy a donkey cart? We've been catching fewer fish these days, but what about before? When second brother-in-law's leg was still good, he always gave the money he earned from selling game to father. If he didn't give all of it to you and had about 8 to 10 taels on hand, maybe. Ah, what? When Madame Zhang thought that the old man was sneakily giving money to second son's family behind her back, anger bubbled within her until it exploded. She violently threw her sewing from her hands into the basket and screamed, "I thought it was fishy that second son didn't make a fuss when we were splitting the family. Apparently he had been greasing up that stupid old man on the down low. That's not okay, they need to spit out whatever they had swallowed earlier." Madame Zhang stomped furiously towards the road leading to Xiao Xiao's family's home. Madame Li smirked proudly as she wiggled her fat waist from behind. When old Yu's eldest brothers, Yu Lichun, eldest daughter-in-law, Madame Lu once saw the expression on the two women's faces as well as the direction they were headed, she knew they were going to cause trouble for Yu Hai. As she silently cursed in her heart, she hurried back to the village to find old Yu, who was playing Go. When Madame Zhang and Madame Li arrived at the residence, Xiao Xiao's whole family was busily preparing the pig head and pig offal. Madame Lu raised her head and saw Madame Zhang furiously charging in. Her heart squeezed painfully and she hastily got up and timidly said, "Mother, when did you come over?" Madame Li stared at the wooden basin that was full of the smelly pig intestines and could only remember the last time she had disastrously tried to cause trouble for them, only to have herself fall into trouble instead. When she had gotten home that time, she had washed her feces-stained clothes several times. However, no matter how often she washed it, she always felt there was a disgusting stench stuck on the clothing. Madame Li suddenly noticed that a pig intestine was in Xiao Xiao's hand, who was facing her with a faint smile on her face. The woman hastily retreated until she was behind Madame Zhang, covered her nose, and said, "When can't mother come over to visit? Are you telling me that we have to make an appointment just to come over to second brother-in-law's house?" Madame Zhang huffily snorted, "I heard that second son's family has hit the jackpot and had recently bought a donkey cart. As his mother, shouldn't I come over to congratulate you guys?" Suddenly the expression on her face twisted. "Second son's wife, tell me the truth. How did you guys manage to weasel out so much money from that old man? I was wondering why your branch agreed so easily to splitting the family. Apparently you guys had another trick up your sleeves, I'm telling you all, if you guys don't tell me where that old geezer is hiding money, I swear I'll make your lives hell." Madame Lu was shocked by the accusation and hastily replied, "Mother, what do you mean? Where would we get money from him? When we split from the family, we only got 2 taels and we also borrowed some money from my maternal family. All of it was spent on fixing up the house. Father doesn't have any money in his hands. Other people likely don't know how much money there is at home, but how could you not know? Well, apparently I don't know where the money is. If it were not for that old geezer giving money to you guys on the sly, how could all of you earn enough money in such a short amount of time to buy a donkey cart? Look at you, one's lame, the other's sickly, and the rest are tiny children." When Madame Zhang found out that a donkey cart cost around 5 to 6 taels, she felt like her heart had been scooped out, dripping blood. Every day the old man and her eldest son went out to catch fish, but the amount they caught was less than before. The amount of money they made was barely enough to cover the family's expenditures. How long ago had the old man secretly been saving those 5 to 6 taels? Madame Lu had a gentle personality, so she obviously couldn't argue against Madame Zhang. She was so emotional that tears almost came pouring down her face. She quietly tried to explain, "Mother, the money that we used to buy the donkey was all earned from Xiao Xiao selling braised pig head meat and pig intestines at the docks. If you don't believe me, go to the docks and ask around. Everyone knows about our braised meat, which is sold for 1 copper coin a portion." Xiao Xiao slapped her forehead and lamented silently, "Oh my gosh, mother. You are seriously too honest, aren't you? In just a few sentences, you basically sold out our entire family, 1 copper coin for a portion of meat. Second sister-in-law, who are you trying to pull the wool over, A catty of pork is around 20 copper coins. At that price, how many pieces of meat can you get for 1 copper coin? Not enough to even get a taste. On the outside you look so honest and sincere, but who would have thought you'd even try to trick mother?" Madame Li had a self-satisfied expression on her face as she sarcastically remarked on the side. "Eldest sister-in-law, I'm not trying to trick mother. If you use seasonings to braise pig intestines and the meat from the pig's head, it actually tastes pretty good. We can earn around 20 to 30 copper coins a day. If it wasn't for this, our whole family would have starved to death by now." Madame Lu wasn't completely naive and didn't tell them the whole truth, that they actually were earning around 200 to 300 copper coins a day. However, Getting 20 to 30 copper coins per day was enough to make Madame Zhang and Madame Li salivate with envy. Madame Zhang inched a bit closer to the wooden basin full of dirty, disgusting, only fit to feed dogs, pig intestines, but was pushed back by their stench. She sneered and said, "What people would buy something so disgusting and smelly? Do you really think this old woman is stupid and easy to cheat? Even if you guys earn around 20 to 30 coins a day and not spend any on food or drink, it's still not enough to buy a donkey cart after only saving for 10 days. Yu Hai had been in the rear courtyard settling the donkey down under the shed. When he heard the commotion, he quickly walked over and quietly said to Madame Zhang, "Mother, we bought a donkey that was so sick that it almost died. The previous owner didn't want the animal anymore, and we only had to pay enough money to cover the cart. We only spent around 3 taels total. If you don't believe me, you can go to the rear courtyard and take a look." At the back of the house, Little Gray was comfortably lying on the ground under the sun after drinking some more mystic stone water. From Madame Zhang's angle, she could only see an extremely emaciated donkey that had barely any meat on it listlessly lying down on the ground. She thought it clearly didn't have any energy to even stand up and, thus, she started to somewhat believe Yu Hai's words. However, she couldn't just come here without grasping any advantage she could get. Her eyes whirled around as she said, "Second son, your family is capable and hardworking to be able to earn 20 to 30 copper coins a day. But you guys don't even know how to help the rest of the family out. Your mother and father almost don't have enough food to eat, yet you're throwing money away buying a sick donkey that's about to die. Are you not afraid of other people accusing you of being unfilial?" Xiao Sao wanted to laugh out of rage and was unable to keep her mouth shut as she retorted, "Grandmother, don't forget that we had already separated families. When we split, we only got 3 plots of sandy land, 2 taels, and an old, run-down house that wasn't even livable. In addition, when we split, we had a contract written out that spells it out very clearly. Each year, we only need to give you 500 caddies of grain or 1 tael and 500 coins. Grandmother, we haven't even planted sweet potatoes yet, how are we supposed to help you?" Madame Zhang had greedily kept the 300 taels Yu Hai had risked his life for, but wasn't a little bit ashamed as she confidently asserted, "Can't you guys sell pig offal to earn money? Then just give the recipes for the braised pig head meat and pig offal to us. Don't hide it from us. Even though we already split, we are still one family. It's better to give us the advantage than to let outsiders find out instead." Xiao Sao felt a bit helpless. They were trying to sever their only chance of survival. She was inwardly ecstatic that the weather was on the colder side today, as all of the vegetables in the back garden had been covered up with the straw mats. Otherwise, if Madame Zhang and Madame Li had seen them growing, they probably would have wanted to put their grubby hands on them. It was obvious, there was nothing these two women